Watching Ding Quan walk away, Zhang Lifu frowned. Why are so many people asking about Lady Xia these days? Recently, 7 or 8 people had asked him about Xia Mingyue. That day, I talked a bit with someone asking for directions. They said Xia Mingyue's business was doing so well that they wanted to join her, see if she would accept new partners, the worker explained. Join her? Zhang Lifu carefully considered those words. It turned out that Jiang Ernia's food stall on North Street was also called Xiaji, probably a franchise of Xia Mingyue's business. Since Jiang Erniu started working with her, his business had been booming, so much so that it made others jealous and angry. No wonder he had previously encouraged Jiang Erniu to cause trouble for Xia Mingyue. At first, Jiang Erniu looked fierce, ready to fight her, but then he changed his tune and started talking about his own problems. Within a few days, he was working with Xia Mingyue again. It seemed he was trying to flatter her. And his success? Maybe he betrayed someone? He told Xia Mingyue everything about Xia Ji and Xia Mingyue, making her think Jiang Erniu was a good person and trustworthy. Jiang Erniu was very cunning. He had tricked everyone with his honest-looking face. Zhang Lifu was getting angrier the more he thought about it, almost grinding his teeth. Meanwhile, Ding Quan had found Lady Xia's house, as the worker had said. At this moment, Xia Mingyue's family had guests, more than one. Besides one person talking face-to-face with Xia Mingyue at the shady spot near the main hall door, 2 others sat at a square table under the shade of an apricot blossom tree beside the gate. Jiang Gui saw Ding Quan approaching and asked, "Are you here to discuss joining us?" "Exactly," Ding Quan replied quickly. "Please wait here for a moment," Jiang Gui said, guiding Ding Quan to sit at the square table, where she poured a cup of tea for him. "Thank you," Ding Quan politely said, then sat down. After Jiang Gui left, the other 2 people at the table looked at Ding Quan with some hostility. The area of Jinqiu County was limited, so if this snack stall could join, it wouldn't be open everywhere. The number of such stalls would be limited. Many people came to ask about joining, which meant competition, fewer opportunities, more rivalry. They saw each other as enemies. Ding Quan felt their unfriendliness and smiled awkwardly. "Are you 2 here to talk about joining with Lady Xia?" "The only reason to come here isn't to discuss joining. Are you here to buy vegetables?" The tall, thin man sneered. "May I ask what you 2 used to do for a living?" Ding Quan asked with a friendly smile. "None of your business," the short, fat man said with a shrug. "If you're just trying to get close and gather information, then spread rumors about us to Lady Xia later, saying we did wrong. I tell you, stop this idea now. I've seen this kind of trick many times." "Exactly," the tall, thin man agreed. They started with a playful smile, giving face but not stopping, which seemed suspicious. If strangers rarely smiled, and rivals even less, there must be some hidden agenda. Ding Quan thought people were quite shady. He felt a bit helpless and didn't bother to argue. He simply hid his smile and lowered his head to drink his tea. The tea wasn't good quality, but since it had cooled down, it was comfortable to drink in this hot weather and very thirst-quenching. Ding Quan had come from the northern city area, sweating along the way, and now felt quite thirsty. He finished the tea in one gulp. Like a cow drinking, really not knowing manners, the short, fat man muttered quietly to the tall, thin man. "Lady Xia is a woman, and women pay attention to details. Someone like him, who doesn't understand manners, Lady Xia would definitely look down on." "That's for sure," the tall, thin man agreed. He looked at the man talking to Xia Mingyue and sneered. "That one looks timid, probably not suitable." Of course. Everyone thinks the small business is easy and looks like it makes money, so they all want to join. But they don't realize that every trade has its secrets. If it were so easy, why have my brother and I been in this business for so many years without making much money? "Lower your voice," the tall, thin man interrupted. "Don't let Lady Xia know we are related. Since so many people are talking about joining, they will definitely choose one. If 2 people are considered a team, the chance is smaller. But if each is considered separately, the chance increases. Whoever gets the chance to join will bring the other along, making the business easier. This is their shared understanding, so they must not show it openly." Got it, the chubby, short man nodded repeatedly. Just remember to compliment each other later, so Lady Xia thinks we are generous and leaves a good impression. As long as they get along, everything will be easier. Don't worry, I understand, the tall, thin man promised. I'll take my leave now. The man who had been talking to Xia Mingyue stood up. I'll think it over carefully at home and get back to Lady Xia. Safe travels. Xia Mingyue stood to see him off. Lady Xia, please stay. The man bowed and left the yard quickly. Lady Xia, the tall, thin man also stood up and hurried to her side. Please sit, Xia Mingyue gestured. Thank you, Lady Xia. The tall, thin man sat opposite her, smiling broadly. You probably don't know, but I used to run a food stall. I understand the ins and outs of this business very well and have some experience. He spoke confidently, as if he had been in the small business for many years. Xia Mingyue nodded slightly. I've heard for a long time that your food here is very tasty. I've tried it a couple of times and it's really good. Recently, I've been thinking about joining your business, the tall, thin man said with a smile. But I don't know how your franchise works. The joining fee is 2 ounces of silver, with an annual management fee of 1 ounce. All ingredients are provided here, and I will teach you how to make the dishes. When new foods are introduced later, the process will be similar. You can freely choose what to sell based on your stall's performance. Xia Mingyue briefly explained the costs and service standards. The tall, thin man considered for a moment and nodded. The price is fair and reasonable. I agree with what Lady Xia said. Shall I come back tomorrow to pay? Joining is a two-way choice. It is an honor that you choose to work with Xia's shop, but we also need to check your situation and confirm a good spot for your food stall before making a final decision, Xia Mingyue said. Recently, many people have asked about joining, so we need to select carefully. Choosing a partner is very important. If the partnership causes many problems later, the small profit earned might not be worth the trouble, and it could be more comfortable to work alone. Although Xia Mingyue has not been very wealthy lately and wants to earn more silver quickly, she still sticks to the principle of only accepting the best partners for the long run. Does she need to see more? It's just a food stall, yet she's acting so proud. Putting a scallion on a pig's nose, pretending to be an elephant? The tall, thin man felt annoyed inside, but he still remained polite. Lady Xia is right. I'll come back in a few days to see you. But I have to remind Lady Xia of something, or I'll always feel uneasy, he said. What is it? Xia Mingyue asked in surprise. It's about the short, chubby man waiting with me, he explained. I know him. He lives nearby and also sells marinated snacks. But he's not very honest, he often cheats on weights. During the new year, he marinated a pig's head and couldn't sell it, so he tried to pass it off as fresh. Someone like that, who cheats and cuts corners, will only tarnish the reputation of any business he's involved in. Even if he joins Xia's shop, he might ruin your name. Lady Xia, you should be careful and not let such a person ruin your hard work. Xia Mingyue hadn't expected this. She instinctively looked at the chubby man nearby and nodded slightly. I understand. Then I won't bother Lady Xia anymore, the tall, thin man said with a smile, and then strode away confidently. The chubby man hurried over to Xia Mingyue. Like the tall and thin man just now, he spoke passionately and excitedly, then asked about the policy for joining Xia Mingyue. Xia Mingyue gave a brief explanation. Then I'll come back in a few days, said the short, plump man. But I want to warn Lady Xia, it's better not to deal with that skinny guy again. Why is that? Xia Mingyue raised her eyebrows. I know that person. Usually, he talks honestly when doing business, but he also lies and cheats. He charges different prices for the same thing, just because he sees someone dressed well and wants to make more money off them. This kind of person has no bottom line in business and will only ruin Xia's reputation in the end. So, Lady Xia, please don't let him join Xia's business, or you'll regret it. Xia Mingyue was silent. It was good, 2 people were eliminated right away. I've noted that, Xia Mingyue nodded. Take care. No farewell. After the short, plump figure disappeared at the gate, Jiang Guer came over to pour some tea for Xia Mingyue. These two are quite interesting. Yes, Xia Mingyue took a sip of tea. After entering, the two sat together, exchanging glances and whispering multiple times. Clearly, they knew each other well and both carried the same smell of spices, indicating they worked together, making marinated snacks. Now, they were discussing this matter alone, even trying to undermine each other. It seemed they initially agreed to join forces to get the franchise, but each was secretly scheming to sabotage the other, preventing the other from succeeding. They both thought they were clever, but in fact, they were both quite foolish. Xia Mingyue helplessly massaged her forehead. In the past 2 days, many people expressed interest in joining, but honestly, most were disappointing. Some had overly high expectations, thinking they could make a lot of money, while others thought the snack stall was easy to run, just serve customers, and they could just wait to collect money. Some even believed that joining meant only paying money, and nothing else was required. And then there were the two people today, scheming and dishonest. Joining seems simple, but in reality, it's complicated and headache-inducing. Xia Mingyue suddenly felt a bit sorry for her colleagues in her previous company who handled business recruitment. Seeing Xia Mingyue's lack of enthusiasm and knowing she was feeling down, Jiang Guo said, "Sister Xia, there's one more person. Maybe he's good." Hopefully, Xia Mingyue said with little enthusiasm, but still tried to keep hope alive. She called over Ding Quan, who was sitting nearby. "Hello, Lady Xia," Ding Quan greeted politely, bowing slightly. "My name is Ding Quan. I live in Luogu Lane in the South District. I used to be a peddler, selling small stools, washboards, and similar items. When I went to North Street to visit Ali's, I often ate at Manager Zhang's place and found the food very tasty. I asked around and found this place. I wanted to ask if Lady Xia still allows others to join her food stall." He spoke respectfully and kindly. Xia Mingyue became a bit interested. "Yes, I do allow others to join, but I am still choosing carefully." "That's right," Ding Quan nodded. "Joining is like teaming up with a partner. It needs to feel right and be comfortable. This way, it can also reduce trouble in the future. If someone is honest and good at making food, they are the best choice. I haven't made food before, but I've been a street peddler for a long time. I've learned some things about running small businesses. I believe I can do well with this food stall." "Then tell me your experience," Xia Mingyue asked with a smile. "As a peddler, I sell goods. Selling isn't just a one-time thing. It's about long-term business. First, the products must be good quality and attractive. They need to last when used. Then, the price is important. No one's money grows on trees. Customers compare prices, and if the price is too high, even if the quality is good, they probably won't buy. So, the goods must be both good and affordable. Only then can sales grow. But having good quality and a fair price isn't enough. There's one more thing." Ding Quan paused, seeming to hold back a secret. Xia Mingyue asked eagerly, "What's the third thing?" Ding Quan scratched his ear, looking a bit shy and smiling awkwardly. "The third thing is to be sweet-talking and friendly. Being polite and kind can help sell things. When you make people happy, it's easier to sell your products. But this isn't about lying. You shouldn't say things that aren't true, exaggerate, or make false promises. Instead, you should make people feel comfortable and happy. For example, calling a woman Auntie or Mrs. makes her feel respected. Complimenting children on being well-behaved or praising a clean yard makes people feel good. The goal is to make people happy and feel appreciated. You need to be flexible. Sometimes, a little money isn't worth arguing over. When it's supposed to be less, just give less. When you should give a bit more, do so. If you buy good things, you'll feel it's worth it and people will see you're honest. They'll want to buy from you again in the future." "That's right," Xia Mingyue nodded in agreement. As a peddler, being able to run a successful business shows he's dedicated and careful. The most important thing in any work is to put your heart into it. Seeing Xia Mingyue agree with him, Ding Quan felt more confident. He continued, "Running a food stall is different from being a peddler. Besides good food, fair prices, and friendly service, you also need to be quick and keep everything clean. To be honest, Xia lady, I used to be a rough man who didn't pay much attention to details. But my wife is very tidy and always telling me to clean up. Now, I've learned quite a bit, and I think I can do well in this food business. This food stall isn't like my old peddling days. One person can't handle everything alone. Will your wife join you in running the stall? Xia Mingyue asked. Exactly, Ding Quan replied. Before, my wife earned a bit by washing clothes for others. It wasn't a long-term job. If I can join Xia Lady's food stall, she'll help out. Our 2 kids are about 10 years old now, and they can do some chores. We should be able to manage. If it gets too busy, they can hire someone to wash dishes like Jiang Ernia did. Xia Mingyue nodded. She explained roughly how to join and the costs involved. No problem, Ding Quan said without objection. But about the location for the stall. Since I started thinking about it, I've looked for places. I found a few that seem suitable, but I need to check them carefully. Over the next few days, Xia Lady, you can keep looking for a good spot. I'll also ask around about the best locations. I'll come back in a few days to talk more. That's good, Xia Mingyue agreed. Come back in 3 days, Brother Ding, and we'll discuss everything in detail. All right, Ding Quan said happily. When those 3 people left, Xia Mingyue didn't seem to set a specific time for their next meeting. Could it be that she's quite interested in him? If that's the case, he cannot delay. He should go now to check the location and get an idea of the prices for tables, chairs, stoves, pots, and bowls. It's important to prepare everything in advance so that when good luck comes, you can handle it. Otherwise, even if heaven wants to help, it won't be able to. Ding Quan thought this and hurriedly left. Jiang Rua tidied up the benches used by the previous people, cleaned the tea bowls, boiled and dried them, then placed them on a special rack, keeping them separate from the bowls and chopsticks she and Xia Mingyue usually used. After seeing so many places recently, I think the last one is almost done, Xia Mingyue pondered for a moment. But I still need to ask around more. Someone who is good at talking but not truthful is not trustworthy. Business is hardest when just starting out, and Xia Mingyue believes she must take it seriously. So, she called over brothers Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru to help gather information about Ding Quan. In return, Xia Mingyue specially made Texas-style roast chicken. This dish requires the chicken to look good and taste great, boneless with 5-spice flavor. Simply put, it should be attractive in shape and color, tender and off the bone. For this, the chicken should be about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram, preferably a small rooster or a young hen that hasn't laid eggs yet. Since a 2 jin chicken has limited meat after removing bones and internal organs, Xia Mingyue bought 2 chickens, 1 rooster and 1 hen. She slaughtered them, bled them, plucked the feathers, and removed the internal organs. After soaking to remove blood, she began shaping the chickens. The goal was to make the chickens look like mandarin ducks playing in the water, so their shapes would be attractive when served. She crossed the wings and tucked them into the neck where the blood was drained, and inserted the feet into the belly where the internal organs were removed. After shaping, she drained the water and prepared to add sugar glaze and fry them. The sugar glaze enhances the color and flavor, while frying affects the texture. She used white sugar to make a bright, thick syrup, since honey was hard to find, and spread it evenly over the entire chicken. Once the chickens dried, she placed them in oil heated to about 70% hot. When the skin turned golden yellow and shone slightly, she took them out and put them into a pot with salt, soy sauce, star anise, Sichuan pepper, cloves, and cinnamon, then simmered with water. After simmering gently for an hour and a half, Xia Mingyue lifted the lid of the pot. She carefully fanned away the steam with her hand, then carefully identified the position of the chicken. Holding the chicken's head with one hand and a skimmer with the other, she gently lifted the whole chicken out of the broth and placed it on a cutting board to drain excess liquid. Her grip was just right, so when she removed the chickens, they were perfectly intact, with no damage to the shape of the wings or feet. After draining the broth, she placed the chicken on a plate and served it. The rich aroma and appealing color made everyone present swallow their saliva eagerly. Mrs. Liu looked at the chicken and sighed. Your sister-in-law's cooking skills are excellent, and her thoughtfulness is impressive. I've never seen such a beautiful chicken before. It was the first time she saw a roasted chicken look so elegant, making her reluctant to start eating. Good looks mean good taste. Xia Mingyue saw everyone hesitating, so she took the initiative to start eating herself, disassembling the whole roasted chicken. Since the chicken had been simmered long enough, the meat was tender and fell off the bone easily. With just a few bites using chopsticks, she had disassembled most of the chicken. Seeing this, everyone finally picked up their chopsticks. The roasted chicken was bright in color, incredibly fragrant, and melted in the mouth. Because it was coated with caramelized sugar and fried, the skin had a slightly sweet and savory flavor with a chewy texture. Though thick, it wasn't greasy, and the more they ate, the more delicious it became. Everyone agreed it was the best roasted chicken they had ever tasted, praising it non-stop. "This is even better than the marinated chicken from Yuran restaurant," Zhao Dahu sighed. Zhao Era nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. If you think it's delicious, then eat more." Xia Mingyue generously tore off 2 drumsticks from another roasted chicken and divided them into 2 bowls. "You need to eat enough so you can help me work properly." The brothers eagerly nodded at the tempting large chicken legs. But then they hesitated, feeling it might not be proper to eat so much. It seemed like they only wanted to work because of how delicious the roasted chicken was. Zhao Eru was the quickest to respond. "Even if there was no roasted chicken, we would still work hard for Auntie Xia." Yeah, Zhao Dahu quickly agreed. "We brothers are not greedy for food. We're just the best at doing work." Everyone else was silent. It was clear they didn't quite believe it. At least when speaking, swallow the chicken in your mouth first to sound more natural. But then again, who cares if you're greedy? Living in this world, people mainly just want to eat enough and stay warm. As long as they can enjoy tasty food, they are happy. Moreover, since Xia Mingyue is such a good cook, not only the children but even the adults want to eat all the delicious food they can get. So, being greedy isn't a shameful thing. The next morning, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru started their task given by Xia Mingyue. First, they went to the southern district to find out if there was a man named Ding Quan and whether he was really a traveling merchant as he claimed. Second, they asked about Ding Quan's character and reputation and whether his family was harmonious. Since they were children, they specifically asked other kids. The kids, being talkative, told everything they knew clearly. "Thank you," Zhao Dahu said after listening to a little girl about Ding Quan. He then gave her a small piece of candy. Children usually don't have many snacks, and they don't get candy every day. When they got some, they happily put it in their mouths and ran off. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru continued to ask other children. "Second brother, I don't quite understand." Zhao Dahu scratched his head. "What's there to not understand? Since Aunt Xia asked us to find out about Ding Quan because she doesn't know much about him, and since it's about doing business, why does she also want to know if his family is happy?" Zhao Dahu didn't quite get it. "Isn't that only asked when matchmaking?" "You're so silly," Zhao Eru said with a smirk. "Our parents always say, a harmonious family brings prosperity. If Ding Quan's family is happy, he'll likely do good business in the future. But if they're always arguing and fighting, even doing business will be chaotic. Maybe they'll even fight over money, and that could cause trouble for Aunt Xia's business too. Wouldn't that be a big problem?" "That makes sense," Zhao Dahu nodded after thinking. But then he suddenly looked angry. "You're the silly one. Your whole family is silly," Zhao Eru said. He was wrong. "Big brother, you're not stupid at all." While Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru brothers were busy in the South District, in the afternoon, someone also came to Xia Mingyue's house. The visitor was Zhang Laifu. When Xia Mingyue saw him, she squinted her eyes. Since she started selling cakes and later when she began running Xia's shop, she could tell from the attitudes of many small vendors around her. She also heard many words people said, carried by the wind. This Zhang Laifu was not a good person. Today, he came without any reason, probably not for something good. But Xia Mingyue still kept a polite and courteous face. "Shopkeeper Zhang. You're too kind, Lady Xia," Zhang Laifu said with a full smile. "I'm just selling buns, not really a shopkeeper. If anyone deserves that title, it's Lady Xia." He was showing false friendliness. Xia Mingyue raised her eyebrows. "Shopkeeper Zhang, do you have something to say today?" Her tone was very distant. This made Zhang Laifu feel uneasy. Sure enough, Zhang Erniu had spoken badly of him. He said he had something to discuss, but it wasn't a big deal, Just some words he wanted to tell Lady Xia to help her understand and not be fooled by some people. Zhang Laifu lowered his voice a bit. Lady Xia, you probably don't know, but Jiang Erniu isn't a good person. How do you mean? Xia Mingyue asked. Before you came here, Jiang Erniu sold baked flatbreads on the street, and his business was okay. But after you started selling meat and vegetarian cakes, his business dropped sharply, and his family was struggling to eat. Zhang Laifu described vividly. Jiang Erniu was very angry about this. He thought you stole his business and held a lot of resentment. He kept telling me that it would be better if you hadn't come and that your presence was ruining his business. He said this over and over, and I was almost tired of hearing it. I told him to relax and understand that doing business depends on ability. Those who are capable make money, and those who aren't can only suffer and struggle. If the products aren't good, you can't force others to buy, right? I thought I was being fair. But Jiang Erniu didn't listen. He even scolded me, saying I meddled in others' affairs and was just talking for others. Jiang Erniu and I have known each other for many years. I don't want to ruin our relationship over small issues, so I don't say much in front of him. However, when I get the chance, I often advise him. Still, Jiang Erniu no longer responds openly, but inside, he hates Lady Xia terribly. Before the Dragon Boat Festival, Lady Xia went to the grain shop in the afternoon to buy some food. The shopkeeper was supposed to deliver the grain later. While the shopkeeper was preparing the order, Jiang Erniu and I also went to buy some flour. When Jiang Erniu found out that Lady Xia also wanted flour, and when the shopkeeper had already measured and stacked most of it, Jiang Erniu thought about mixing some glutinous rice flour into the flour Lady Xia wanted. Lady Xia was making pancakes, but if the rice flour was mixed in, the dough wouldn't rise properly. That would ruin her business the next day. Jiang Erniu also makes baked flatbreads, so he should understand this. But even knowing that, he still wanted to do such a thing. Isn't that unkind? I was very angry and argued with him. Jiang Erniu probably thought I had seen what he was doing, and that Lady Xia would easily find out it was him, so he stopped. Lady Xia avoided trouble because of this. I initially thought this was over and didn't care much. But now, Jiang Erniu is doing business with Lady Xia, and I feel uneasy. I'm worried he might do something bad to harm her. After thinking it over, I decided I should tell Lady Xia about it. Lady Xia also has a good idea of what's going on. She usually stays alert to avoid big trouble later. It's best to be fully prepared so Jiang Erniu feels uncomfortable. This way, a rift will grow between them, and then we can enjoy watching the drama unfold. Having conflicts, big or small, can lead to problems. If it's big, the two families might stop working together. Lady Xia might earn less money, and Jiang Erniu might return to his hard life before. That's what he hopes for most. If it's small, the families might just have some disagreements while still working together. They'll earn money, but each will feel unhappy. Although it won't cause serious harm, it will still make him feel better inside. After all, the worst thing isn't dying from a serious illness, but having a festering sore that can't be cured or cut off, and that sometimes oozes pus. Zhang Laifu understands this well. He believes that as long as he speaks up, no matter how much Lady Xia listens, he will achieve his goal. Jiang Erniu, you're not the only one capable of stabbing someone in the back. He can do it too, and he does it quickly and efficiently, even better than you. Zhang Laifu looked pained and worried for Xia Mingyue, but inside, he was secretly happy when he thought about Jiang Erniu's future hardships. He couldn't help but slightly lift the corner of his mouth, though he tried very hard to suppress it. This small, subtle movement caught Xia Mingyue's eye, making her more convinced that her guess was correct. Both Zhang Laifu's business and Jiang Erniu's were affected because of her pancake stall and even Xia's store. Zhang Laifu felt a kind of camaraderie with Jiang Erniu, as they were both similar, and so things stayed peaceful for a while. But now that Jiang Erniu joined Xia's store and was earning more money, Zhang Laifu couldn't sit still anymore. Nothing was more upsetting than seeing others make money while he was not. If there was anything worse, it was watching others earn and himself earn less and less. Sighing, Xia Mingyue shook her head. Zhang Laifu raised his eyebrows, saying, Lady Xia, don't be too sad. People can look at the surface and not see their true nature. It's not too late to know now. That's true, Xia Mingyue nodded calmly. I just worry that people can look honest on the outside but do shameful things behind the scenes, things that make others look down on them. Yes, Zhang Lifu nodded eagerly, agreeing strongly with Xia Mingyue. Talking behind someone's back is one thing, but if they want to break relations and do something destructive, that's very ugly. Xia Mingyue said, if others find out, I think this business might not survive. There would be no basic livelihood left. Smart people need to know what's important. Yes, they need to know what's important. Zhang Lifu paused, suddenly stunned. It felt like his words weren't about Jiang Erniu, but about himself? Lady Xia, what do you mean by that? Zhang Lifu looked down sadly. What I mean is what I mean, Xia Mingyue replied calmly, then went to pick up a large broom from the corner of the wall. The broom was made of bamboo branches and leaves, tied tightly with rope, with a sturdy bamboo handle. It was thick and durable, the right length, and easy to use. Master Zhang is running his own business, so he should take good care of it. Instead, he keeps watching others, which explains why his business isn't doing well. Actually, it's okay if his business isn't successful, but the problem is he focuses too much on others' businesses and forgets to protect his own. If others notice that, he might end up losing everything, like a chicken trying to steal rice but ending up with nothing.
What do you mean by that?
Zhang Lifu's face turned bright red. Is he threatening him? Is he easily scared? A young woman, still quite inexperienced, dares to poke a tiger's nose with a stick. Where does she get such courage? Calling her Lady Xia is giving her respect, but if she doesn't show respect in return, don't be ungrateful. Zhang Lifu clenched his fist inside his sleeve, puffed out his chest, and looked ready to fight, like a fighting rooster. Xia Mingyue ignored him. She just grabbed her broom and started sweeping the yard vigorously. It hadn't rained recently, so the weather was dry. Dust was easily stirred up, and since Xia Mingyue's house had just been repaired, there was more dust than usual. The dust flew toward Zhang Lifu, making him cough repeatedly. This place gets so dirty if not swept for half a day. It's best to sweep all the dirt away quickly, Xia Mingyue said. This was a clear insult to him. Zhang Lifu was furious. He raised his hand to tell Xia Mingyue to shut up.
Woof, woof, woof.
A black dog, as fast as lightning, rushed over and threw itself onto Zhang Lifu. The dog was tall and strong, well-fed lately, and had grown even bigger. Now it was protecting Xia Mingyue with full energy. It lunged and knocked the small Zhang Lifu to the ground. Then it bit his arm, which Zhang Lifu instinctively raised to block. Zhang Lifu screamed in pain and struggled desperately, even trying to hit the dog. But he was no match for the dog, and because the dog held onto his arm tightly, he couldn't escape. The pain made him beg for mercy. I won't dare do it again. Please, Lady Xia, forgive me this time. Seeing him cry and beg, Xia Mingyue finally called the dog off. The dog released him, glared fiercely at Zhang Lifu, then returned to Xia Mingyue. It still crouched and kept a close watch on Zhang Lifu, ready to attack if he tried anything again. Zhang Lifu's arm was torn and bloody, with flesh exposed. The pain made him sweat coldly and feel very afraid of Wu Jin. Now, seeing Wu Jin's stern gaze, he dared not move again. After catching his breath for a moment, Zhang Lifu quickly got up from the ground and hurriedly ran outside. In his rush, he tripped over the door threshold and fell hard, scraping his injured arm on the ground. The pain made him grimace. Hey, what happened? Wu Jin asked as he approached. Zhang Lifu looked up painfully and saw Wu Bear walking toward him, which made his heart sink. It's nothing, Zhang Lifu stammered. Coming out of Xia Mingyue's house injured and bleeding, how could it be nothing? Even if Xia Mingyue was fine, he himself was hurt. You're bleeding so much. How can you say it's nothing? Wu Bear chuckled and reached out to help Zhang Lifu. But when he did, he deliberately grabbed Zhang Lifu's already bloody and torn right arm, squeezing it harder. Zhang Lifu let out a loud cry like a pig being slaughtered, but when he saw Wu Bear's fierce look, he forced himself to hold back. He took a deep breath and said, I really am fine, really. But you don't look like you're fine, Wu Bear said with a fake smile. You've been badly hurt. You need to see a doctor quickly. I can take you to the clinic. I like doing good deeds, so don't be shy. While speaking, Wu Bear's grip tightened again. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Laifu's back, and his face showed terror. If Wu Bear took him to the doctor, could he still survive? No. Thank you for your kindness, Zhang Laifu said, gasping for air, sounding like an old woman with no teeth. He looked at Wu Bear pitifully, hoping he would show some mercy and spare him this time. So stubborn? Fine, I have other things to do, so I can't stay here. Wu Bear released Zhang Laifu's arm. But next time, be more careful when you visit. Make sure you look around clearly so you don't go to the wrong door and dirty someone else's place. Yes. Zhang Laifu nodded quickly, eager to agree. Now go away. Yes. Zhang Laifu endured the pain and staggered out. Bending his back and stumbling, he looked like a slowly rolling big leather ball from afar. A mixed breed. He didn't look at himself carefully and just thought about bullying Lady Xia.
Bah.
Wu Xiong spat on the ground, then quickly realized it wasn't appropriate, so he lifted his foot and wiped away the old spit with the sole of his shoe. He also brushed some dirt from nearby to clean the bloodstains from when Zhang Laifu fell to the ground. After tidying these up, Wu Xiong took a deep breath, touched the corners of his mouth with his fingers, feeling the smile's curve. Only when he felt his smile was friendly enough did he pick up the small bamboo basket and enter Xia Mingyue's house. Jianghua was about to throw the vegetable leaves and other scraps he had just cleaned up into the broken wooden bucket outside the door when he almost bumped into Wu Xiong. Brother Wu is here. Jianghua steadied himself, took a deep breath to calm down. Although he knew Wu Xiong was fierce only towards those who owed money and deliberately insulted him, Jianghua still felt scared when looking at Wu Xiong's rugged face with a beard and instinctively stepped back. Wu Xiong. Last time he came to Xia Mingyue's house, Jianghua also behaved this way. Was he born so fierce? Wu Xiong suddenly felt very defeated, his smile fading a bit. Seeing this, Jianghua became even more nervous, clutching his dustpan tightly. Brother Wu, is Sister Xia here? Yes, Wu Xiong nodded. I came to see Lady Xia. While they were talking, Xia Mingyue came out of the house and approached. Brother Wu. Lady Xia. Wu Xiong cupped his hands and handed over the bamboo basket. My mother made some preserved eggs earlier. They are ready now. My mother asked me to bring these to you for a taste. Originally, my mother wanted to come herself, but now it's hot, and even morning and evening are too hot to breathe easily. I didn't let her walk around and just stayed at home to stay cool. Big sister still cares about me. Xia Mingyue smiled and took the bamboo basket. Please thank her for me. Once I finish these few days' work, I'll visit her. In the hot weather, old Madame Han is too old to walk around, so I'll go see her myself.
All right.
Wu Xiong hurriedly agreed. His mother was bored staying at home, and if Lady Xia often came to visit, he would definitely be very happy. Wu Xiong wanted to ask Lady Xia Mingyue to come more often when she was free, but he remembered that she was usually very busy. If his mother found out he was the one who suggested it, she would surely scold him harshly. So he decided to wait and see if Lady Xia was free. Wu Xiong swallowed his words, exchanged a few polite words with Xia Mingyue, and then took his leave. After Wu Xiong left, Jianghua was finally able to breathe again. Xia Mingyue noticed and smiled. Brother Wu isn't so bad. There's no need to be so afraid of him. I didn't want to be afraid, Jianghua admitted shyly, but seeing how fierce he looks, I just feel it's better to stay away. I think as we get to know him better it will be fine, Xia Mingyue said with a smile. Actually, it's better to show your strength on your face than to hide evil intentions inside. Jianghua knew Xia Mingyue was talking about Zhang Laifu, and she nodded. Yes, that's true. I just wonder if Brother Jiang, when his pancake stall was struggling, ever felt the same way about Sister Xia. A feeling of resentment arose in her heart. Jianghua hesitated, wanting to speak, but not quite sure how. It doesn't really matter if he did, Xia Mingyue said casually. It's just thoughts. As long as he didn't act on them, it's not a big deal. Dark thoughts happen to everyone. Humans are humans because they can control their feelings. There's no need to be too harsh about it. Getting too serious just makes people overthink. It's better to be a bit muddle-headed sometimes, Xia Mingyue smiled. That makes sense. Jiangguo also smiled. The two of them busied themselves for a while longer. Mrs. Liu returned, bringing the chives, scallions, and other items Xia Mingyue asked her to buy. She also looked frightened and asked, I heard Zhang Laifu came to cause trouble for your sister-in-law. Is everything okay? We're fine. Zhang Laifu was just bitten by a black dog, Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. Bitten by a black dog? Mrs. Liu spat on the ground angrily. Serves him right. That heartless thing. He can't do his business well, and instead spends all his time trying to ruin others' reputations. With such a wicked person, he deserves to be struck by lightning when he steps outside. As soon as Mrs. Liu finished speaking, a loud thunderclap sounded in the sky. Dark clouds drifted over from the horizon, bringing a cool breeze. The rain started falling quickly. My sister-in-law just said there would be thunder, and now it's loud. Could it be that her words brought the storm? Xia Mingyue teased as she tidied up the yard. Mrs. Liu was busy packing things, folding clothes, and listening to Xia Mingyue's joke. She raised an eyebrow. Maybe you're right. Earlier, she had said that Xia Mingyue was a good person when she bought her, and she would make a great wife for Lu Qian. Now, it seems her words have come true. She also told Zhao Yukai that Xia Mingyue's food business would do very well, and now it's thriving. As for Zhang Laifu, who should be struck by lightning, the lightning is here, but whether it hits Zhang Laifu depends on fate. Wait, did she forget to mention the time? Even if the heavens want to strike him, they probably don't know when exactly. Now, if she added one more sentence, would she still have time? The summer rain was fierce. At first, the visible raindrops quickly turned into streaks falling to the ground, hitting the tiles and splashing water everywhere. The rain brought a cool breeze, easing the summer heat and making everything feel very comfortable. It also made the dog feel comfortable, especially now that it had a spacious, sturdy nest. The tiles even extended a little forward, and inside the nest was higher at the top and lower at the edges to prevent rainwater from flowing inside. Wu Jin lay comfortably on the ground, resting his head on his paws, watching the rain streaks fall from the tiles. If only there was some tasty food now, life would be perfect. He didn't know what was for dinner tonight. Wu Jin lifted his head and looked longingly toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyue and Jiangguo were inside the kitchen peeling the changing eggs. Changing eggs are made similarly to century eggs, wrapped in ash and quicklime, then left in a cool, ventilated place to slowly transform. Unlike century eggs, which use duck eggs, changing eggs are made from chicken eggs. The color of changing eggs isn't the grayish-brown of century eggs, but retains some of the original egg color. The egg white is clear and jelly-like, while the yolk is golden yellow, looking like amber, very beautiful. These changing eggs look very interesting. I've never seen them before. Here in Jinxiu County, they don't make century eggs, so Jiangguo was seeing one for the first time and found it quite interesting. Sister Xia, how do you eat this? Should I steam it or fry it? Eat it cold. Xia Mingyue smiled as she placed the peeled century egg into a bowl and started washing some green chili peppers. The fresh green chili peppers grown in summer had a strong, fragrant smell, but weren't very spicy. She put them in a lightly oiled pan and slowly stir-fried them until they looked like tiger skin. Then she mashed them together with minced garlic and chopped green onions in a mortar. She poured hot oil over the mashed chili and added a few Sichuan peppercorns for flavor, then added soy sauce, vinegar, and a little sugar. After that, she broke the peeled century egg into small pieces and mixed it in. Finally, she sprinkled a tiny bit of cilantro on top. When the spicy century egg dish was ready and brought to the table, Wu Jin ran out of his nest in the rain. Woof woof woof. After a lot of explanation, Wu Jin's eyes stayed fixed on the plate, as if glued there, unwilling to look away. Maybe Wu Jin is hungry too. Xia Mingyue took Wu Jin's clay pot and scooped some rice porridge from the kitchen, tearing the pancake into pieces and soaking them in the porridge. She placed some meat bones near his nest for him to snack on after finishing his main meal. Wu Jin made a sound, as if saying, "Why is communication so hard?" Woof woof woof. After another attempt to explain without understanding, Wu Jin decided not to say much anymore. He simply went into the kitchen, picked up a century egg from the corner, and carried it away. Xia Mingyue suddenly understood. Wu Jin wants to eat this?
Woof.
Wu Jin sat down and looked at Xia Mingyue eagerly. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Mingyue gently tapped the century egg against the doorframe, carefully peeled off the raw lime coating, and said, "Just so you know, you can only eat half." Although the method of making a century egg involves using lime, ash, and salt, which doesn't contain lead, the salt slowly penetrates the egg. It contains more salt than usual stewed meat. Tasting a bit is fine, but Wu Jin absolutely shouldn't eat too much. Wu Jin looked disappointed. His tail, which had been wagging quickly, drooped down. But since he believed in eating whatever he could get, he didn't complain and simply wagged his tail happily. "Just half," Xia Mingyue said as she reached out and gently tapped Wu Jin's head. She placed the yolk of the half-century egg into a rough ceramic bowl and put it in Wu Jin's nest. Wu Jin happily ran into his nest and started enjoying his dinner. First, there is the main dish. The dog excitedly takes 2 bites to fill its stomach. When it no longer feels so hungry, it turns its attention to the strange-looking egg yolk in the rough ceramic bowl. After licking its lips and teeth twice, Wu Jin carefully uses its tongue to scoop the egg yolk into its mouth. A flash of lightning splits the sky in half, illuminating the whole land. Wu Jin is startled and instinctively steps back. When its backside hits the wall and it sees no further movement, it relaxes and swallows the saliva caused by the scare.
Gulp.
The entire egg yolk is swallowed. Wu Jin. Can a dog scold? Woof woof woof. Xia Mingyue and Jianghua are eating in the main hall. Hearing the barking, they both look over. Seeing Wu Jin standing in its nest, constantly howling at the sky, they exchange surprised glances. It probably doesn't like thunderstorms, Jianghua guesses. Yes, Xia Mingyue nods. Most people dislike thunderstorms, so it's normal for dogs too. They comfort Wu Jin, telling it not to be afraid. Only then do Xia Mingyue and Jianghua go back inside to continue their dinner. The scallion-flavored hot pancake and plain rice porridge smell delicious. The preserved egg with pepper has a rich aroma, especially the yolk, which is soft and runny. When mixed with green peppers, it creates a balanced flavor, rich from the egg and fresh from the peppers, making each bite tasty and refreshing. This preserved egg is really delicious, Jianghua keeps praising. Xia Mingyue also nods repeatedly, thinking about whether to make cucumber and preserve egg salad tomorrow, adding plenty of garlic and cilantro for extra flavor. Sure to be tasty. Listening to the lively conversation inside, Wu Jin's expression grows more and more angry. So annoying. Wu Jin bites down a piece of meat from the bone. At night, despite heavy rain, the gambling house is busier than usual. One reason is that the cool weather makes it more comfortable to stay inside. Another reason is that many believe rain brings good luck, so they come to gamble, hoping for luck. Manager Go looks down from the second floor at the lively main hall. Seeing some important guests enjoying themselves in the private rooms upstairs, he smiles slightly. But when he notices Wu Xiong in the corner, drinking alone and feeling down, he frowns slightly. Having trouble? Manager Go approaches Wu Xiong.
Master.
Wu Xiong nodded politely, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his ear. I do have some worries. Feel free to tell me. Maybe I can help. Wu Xiong had worked at the Four Directions gambling house for many years. Shopkeeper Ge valued him highly and genuinely wanted to help him solve his problems. Seeing Shopkeeper Ji's sincere expression, Wu Xiong, who was originally shy, took a deep breath and hesitated before speaking. Shopkeeper, can I ask you something?
Yes.
How am I doing? Shopkeeper Ge was momentarily stunned, confused. Just be honest with me, Wu Xiong said.
Well.
This was a bit tricky. Shopkeeper Ge paused and said very honestly, brother, you look very manly. He had a broad back and strong waist, arms like pillars, fists like punching bags, and a face with a silver basin-shaped beard covering half his face, making him look very brave and strong. That's what being truly masculine means. Shopkeeper Go believed he wasn't lying or mistaken. Since I look so manly, then I shouldn't. Wu Xiong still couldn't quite understand and asked Go for advice. Shopkeeper, how can I look a bit more friendly?
Shopkeeper je purse.
You're just a bouncer at the gambling house. Why do you need to look friendly? But since Wu Xiong wanted to appear more friendly, it was probably because of his mother, Han. Shopkeeper Go understood Wu Xiong's family situation and knew he was very filial to his mother Han, sometimes to an unreasonable degree. But Go always valued filial piety, so he didn't look down on Wu Xiong. Instead, he felt respect for him. Maybe. Go thought for a moment. There's an old saying, don't hit a smiling face. Even if there's hatred or resentment, if the other person greets you with a smile, it's hard to say something harsh. So, I think if you smile more, you'll seem friendlier. If your appearance isn't enough, a smile will do. No one can refuse a smile that blooms like a flower. Is that so? Wu Xiong felt a little unsure. When he visited Lady Xia today, he also smiled, but it seemed to scare Jiang Lady a bit. Of course. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement. Perhaps he was not very handsome. Once he practiced more, he hoped to smile more kindly. Rather than just thinking about it, Wu Xiong immediately started practicing smiling with his mouth open, constantly asking his followers to watch and see if his smile looked friendlier. His followers. Suddenly, he really wanted to get hit so he could stay home for a couple of days. It was better than suffering here. Before dawn, the rain completely stopped. Before the sun rose, the eastern sky turned a bright red glow. While the weather was still cool and early, Xia Minghua borrowed from the Lu family and turned over the soil in the yard that was surrounded by bricks. Last night's rain was heavy and quick, but because it rained a lot and for a long time, the water drained slowly, allowing the soil to absorb enough moisture. Now was the perfect time to turn the soil easily. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru also came to help, but since this was not farmland, they didn't have many hoes or shovels, only makeshift tools like knives. Xia Minghua's plot of land was small, and she roughly finished turning it over by morning. By evening, after the soil dried, she turned about 1/3 of it again and planted radish and mustard seeds bought from local farmers. In the first and second lunar months, radishes are planted first, then mustard, and in the third month, cabbage. This year's middle lunar month lasts 20 days. Since it was just the beginning of the middle period, Xia Minghua didn't follow strict rules and planted everything at once. The remaining about 1/3 of the small plot was prepared with making the land into ridges, ready to plant cabbage later. For the radish and mustard, Xia Minghua used broadcast sowing and deliberately scattered more seeds, expecting that once the seedlings sprouted, she could pick some to make By evening, after finishing planting the radish and mustard, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru also completed their tasks. Ding Quan's words were true. He was a well-regarded traveling merchant, honest in business and good at talking, so he had a very good reputation nearby. Ding Quan's wife, Song, was also hardworking, thrifty, and capable. Their 2 daughters were quite sensible. The only downside was that Ding Quan's family was not wealthy. I heard that Ding Quan's family escaped from another place to come here. They only settled down for less than 2 years, and their house was rented. The owner thought the 2 rooms were old and saw that Ding Quan was poor. After finishing planting the radish and mustard, before Zhao Dahu finished speaking, Zhao Eru added, Ding Quan has given all his savings to the owner over the years, but it's still not enough. He owes some money for now and will pay it back when he has more. The owner thinks Ding Quan is honest and hardworking, so he agreed. After hearing their story, Xia Mingyu nodded with a smile. You 2 did a good job. The brothers smiled so much they couldn't see their eyes, but looked eagerly at Xia Mingyu. Since they did well, maybe there could be some reward? Like tasty food? Lu Shi, the boy's mother, immediately said, Hey, if you 2 have nothing to do, go back and fill the water jars at home. Once they're full, also fill Auntie Xia's water jar. Okay. The brothers drooped their heads and slowly prepared to leave. Come here, you two, Xia Mingyu called with a smile. Young sister-in-law, don't spoil them, Lu Shi stopped her. Doing chores should come with rewards. If there's no reward, they might not want to do anything later. That won't do. I'm planning to have them do a bit more, Xia Mingyu said with a gentle smile, looking at the brothers. If they do well, I might give them a reward. But only if they can find what I ask for. If they can't find it, no reward. What does Auntie Xia want us to find? Zhao De Hu and Zhao Er, whose eyes lit up. If it's about finding someone, they have some experience from last time, so maybe it will go smoothly. Go around the market these days. Especially ask farmers if they have any fake sour jujube seeds to sell. If they do, see how many and whether you can buy a basket, Xia Mingyu instructed. Fake sour jujube seeds? What's that? They've never heard of it before. But since Auntie Xia wants it, they'll go look for it first. The brothers hurriedly agreed and kept repeating the words fake sour jujube seeds until they could remember them clearly. Then they went out to ask around. Lu Shi saw this and just shook her head with a smile. Kids, just let them be. Ding Quan returned on the day he and Xia Mingyu agreed. At first, Ding Quan wanted to ask a question, but Xia Mingyu spoke first. Big brother Ding, have you found a good place and prepared the money needed to join? This was a sign that she agreed to let him join as part of the Xia restaurant. Ding Quan was very happy and quickly nodded, yes, I have found a good place. The money is almost ready. I've also asked about the stove, iron pots, tables, chairs, and dishes. Everything is ready to start immediately. It seemed he was well prepared. That's good. Xia Mingyue and Ding Quan carefully discussed the steps after joining, then went to look at the place Ding Quan had chosen. At the intersection of South Main Street and a small alley, the space was about the same size as Xia's current restaurant, and next to it was a fabric shop. This place was similar to where Jiang Erniu had rented before, and they also collected rent here, but the rent was cheap. Once the location was decided, they needed to sign a contract. Since Ding Quan was joining, the contract's terms could be exactly the same as the one he signed with Jiang Erniu before. Xia Mingyue thought for a moment and decided to visit the county school. It wasn't impossible to find someone else to write the contract, but for something like a joining agreement, it was better if fewer people knew about it. Previously, Zhang Mingyi and Fan Pingyang had some dealings with her, and they were trustworthy. However, before Xia Mingyue could go to the county school, Zhang Mingyi, Fan Pingyang, and some students from the school arrived at Xia's restaurant for lunch that noon. Everyone ordered 2 large portions of food, and each person also asked Xia Mingyue for about 10 pancakes to take away. Since the weather is hot now, it's fine to take the pancakes home and eat later. But if you want to keep them for a long time, it might not be good, Xia Mingyue advised. That makes sense. Then, let's make enough for 5 people, Fan Pingyang replied. Actually, 5 people couldn't finish all the food in one meal, especially since they didn't usually do physical work. But just thinking about tonight, they had to stuff the pancakes into their stomachs, no matter what. All right, Xia Mingyue packed the pancakes for everyone. The others continued eating. The food at Xia's stall still tasted wonderful, delicious beyond words. They all ate quickly, but their expressions looked very sad, not enjoying the meal at all, and instead seemed angry. Looking like a machine at eating, Xia Mingyue was truly surprised. How come the gentleman looks so downcast? Several people heard Xia Mingyue's question, and all sighed deeply at the same time. Their faces wrinkled into buns, making it even more confusing. This matter. Zhang Mingyi sighed again before speaking. Today, Teacher Dai suggested to the mountain master that because students are tired of reading lately, probably due to the hot weather and their desire to cool off by wandering around, we should stay at the county school from tomorrow onward and not go out. That means we won't be able to come to Lady Xia's place to eat anymore, Fan Pingyang added gloomily. Actually, not being able to eat at Xia's place wasn't the worst part. If the food at the small canteen at the county school was still somewhat edible, they could endure it with strong willpower. But Chef Wei's cooking at the county school canteen was hard to describe. Every day, they ate food that tasted like chewing wax, just to fill their stomachs. The real torture was thinking about missing out on Lady Xia's delicious dishes. And the more they thought about it, the more it made them feel sad. The students all thought of this and sighed again in unison. Xia Mingyue was at a loss for words and could only silently add some food to their bowls as a small thank you for their previous support. After finishing their meal, when she learned that Xia Mingyue wanted to write 2 more IOUs, Zhang Mingyi and Fan Pingyang didn't refuse. Xia Mingyue went next door to the shop of shopkeeper Qian to borrow paper and pens. They copied each of her IOUs based on the previous ones she had written. Next time you want to write an IOU, Lady Xia, you can come to the county school to find us, Zhang Mingyi said. Please don't hesitate. Yes, Fan Pingyang agreed. Even if you can't go out, you can have the gatekeeper bring the papers out after writing. Then I thank both of you, Xia Mingyue said gratefully. When they left, she also gave them a few more meat pies. The students kept thanking her and left together. All that remained were sighs. These students are really interesting, Jianghua said with a smile, noticing that Madame Lu seemed distracted. She nudged her arm. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? I'm just looking at Zhang Laifu's bun shop, Lu Shi said, peeking out. It seems they haven't opened for business these past 2 days. Since that time when Zhang Laifu went to Xia Mingyi's house to cause trouble, he hasn't opened his door again. However, thinking about it, maybe his arm was hurt too badly last time, so he can't knead dough or make buns for now. Aren't you all probably unaware? A middle-aged woman buying 2 bowls of cold noodles whispered mysteriously, I heard Zhang Laifu has closed his shop and won't be doing business anymore. Not doing business anymore? What will he do then? Mrs. Lu frowned. Could he be planning to cause trouble, deliberately opposing Xiaji? I don't know exactly, the woman replied hurriedly, but he seems to be in a rush to sell his shop. I heard he's also planning to sell his house, probably because he doesn't want to stay in this town anymore. She clicked her tongue thoughtfully. No one knows what really happened, but the fact that he's so eager to sell his house means he probably won't get a good price. Maybe he just can't stay anymore, Mrs. Lu said with a bit of schadenfreude. That shameless person. At least he knows to feel embarrassed. It's good he's gone. Such a dirty-hearted person is a troublemaker here. But I just hope, wherever he goes next, he won't cause trouble again by stabbing others in the back, or that would be too unfair. After the agreement was written, on the morning of the next day, Xia Mingyue signed the papers with Ding Quan, who also delivered the money as agreed. After receiving the documents, he began preparing for the initial steps. With Jiang Ernia's first franchise store laying the foundation, Xia Mingyue was quite experienced now, and she carefully explained all the important points about opening a franchise to Ding Quan. Ding Quan took notes and started ordering the necessary items. After a busy day, he returned home when it was already very dark. Why are you only back now? Mrs. Song looked at Ding Quan's tired face with concern. The steamed vegetable rolls are all cold now. Should I heat them up for you? It's hot outside. Just eating cold is fine, Ding Quan said indifferently. He would need to reheat the rice, but since it's hot, firewood has become more expensive lately. Mrs. Song thought for a moment, but didn't insist. She brought 4 vegetable rolls and a bowl of thin millet batter. Although called vegetable rolls, they are actually vegetable wraps made with purple amaranth, mung bean sprouts, and other vegetables, wrapped in thin dough pancakes and steamed on a bamboo tray. As they steamed, the vegetables softened and shrank, causing the dough to collapse unevenly and form wrinkles, which is called vegetable wraps. Kai mang is a big vegetable, but it doesn't come with many noodles. Eating it doesn't fill you up quickly, but it makes you feel full and saves money. Recently, a family of 4 has been relying on this to satisfy their hunger. Ding Quan worked all day and is now very hungry. He keeps stuffing kai mang into his mouth and occasionally takes a sip of thin millet flour porridge. How's it going? Mrs. Song asked about the business. Almost done. Ding Quan swallowed his food. You don't need to worry about the money. I already talked to Brother Sunday. The few silver coins from the house won't be given to him now. I'll use them to start the summer business. Once we earn some money, I'll pay him back, plus an extra 500 coins. Brother Sun said we don't need to give that extra 500 coins. Just let me handle the business. But I think, in this world, no one should take others' money without giving anything in return. I believe we should give him the money. That's right, Mrs. Song agreed. Brother Sun probably sees that our family is having a hard time and feels sorry for us. He's a kind man, and his family is good-hearted. We can't let kind people suffer without getting anything. The 500 coins must be paid. Yes, Ding Quan nodded. But talking about it now won't change anything. When we earn enough money, he'll probably be willing to accept it. Let's just leave it at that for now. Once the food stall is open, you and the children will need to help me out. It'll be tiring. Just doing business. How can that be tiring? Mrs. Song lowered her head and touched her cheek. I'm just worried that my appearance might cause trouble for you. She had a birthmark on her right cheek, about the size of an apricot, red with black patches, looking quite frightening. Because of this birthmark, no one proposed marriage to her until she was 18. One day, Ding Quan, fleeing with his old father, came to ask for water. His father was exhausted from the long journey, starving, and had been bitten by a poisonous snake, barely breathing and close to death. Seeing this, Mrs. Song's father made a deal with Ding Quan. He helped Ding Quan bury his father, and Ding Quan married Mrs. Song to settle down in Dingjia village. They soon had their first child. Although Ding Quan was very kind to her, and they seemed happily married, Mrs. Song always felt uneasy, believing that Ding Quan's marriage involved many hardships. Mrs. Song was always prepared to be abandoned by Ding Quan at any time. But as the years went by, her family suffered the loss of her father, war, and she had to flee northward to escape hardship. Ding Quan always treated her kindly, never showing impatience. This made Mrs. Song feel more at ease, though she still lacked confidence about her birthmark. When have I ever caused you trouble? Ding Quan paused his meal, holding her hand. Actually, I always need your help. As a man, he couldn't support his wife and daughter alone, and he felt guilty for making them busy with life. But honestly, I think heaven must see how pitiful I am to let my wife feel some regret. Otherwise, with your kindness and beauty, many would have already asked to marry you. It wouldn't be me marrying you. Ding Quan joked with a smile. In the end, I guess I am the one who has caused you trouble. You shouldn't blame me. Mrs. Song was amused and smiled, then served Ding Quan another bowl of millet flour porridge. In the following days, Ding Quan and Mrs. Song worked hard to prepare food for their stall. They also went to Xia Mingyue's house to learn how to make pancakes, cold noodles, and cold dishes. Xia Mingyue taught them very carefully. However, since Ding Quan was originally a peddler and rarely cooked, he was much slower to learn than Jiang Erniu. Mrs. Song, on the other hand, was clever and quick to understand, learning fast and well. Seeing this, Ding Quan couldn't help but feel emotional for a long time. In the past, the doctor said his stomach was weak, but he insisted he was healthy and had a big appetite. Now, he realized there might be some truth in what the doctor said. A weak stomach means food should be soft and easy to digest. And he knew he could only succeed because of his wife. He truly believed he was lucky to have met her, which allowed him to enjoy the soft, easy-to-eat meal. Seeing Mrs. Song learning quickly, Xia Mingyue decided to focus her teaching on her. Husband and wife are one, and they need to work together in business. Teaching anyone is the same, so it didn't matter who she taught. Mrs. Song understood Xia Mingyue's intention and worked very hard to learn. Days passed steadily, and each day, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru looked more worried, because the tasks Xia Mingyue gave them were not yet finished. Not only is it difficult to find this fake sour berry seed, but many people have never even heard of it. Desperate, the two men could only find Xia Mingyue to ask what this so-called fake sour berry seed is and what it looks like. Xia Mingyue then patted her forehead and said, I was also confused. I didn't tell you what it looks like, just ask you to find it by name. No wonder you couldn't find it. Different regions have different names for some items, especially plants, which are called various things. To find something, you can't just rely on the name. You need a description of its shape. But it's not too late to realize this now. Xia Mingyue took a piece of paper and, instead of a brush, used a burnt stick of firewood to draw a picture of it. Her drawing skills are limited, so the picture isn't very detailed, but it's enough to recognize. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru took the paper and went back to the street. Soon, they got a clue. The fake sour berry seed Xia Mingyue mentioned is called Little Lantern by local farmers. It's wild and grows everywhere in fields and along the roads. Seeing they could find it, they were very happy. Can we find some of these? We'll buy a basket of these little lantern fruits for 50 coins.
A basket?
The young woman selling long beans curled her lips. This thing is everywhere, but it's not like crops that grow in one place. It's scattered here and there, small in size. Even after 10 or 15 days of searching, you might not get a basket. Instead of earning 50 coins, you'd spend more time tending your vegetable patch. That's more worthwhile. Is that so? But she only thought it wasn't worth it. For those with free time at home, earning a coin or two is easy, and they wouldn't need to buy this. Someone would definitely do it. With this idea, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru continued to look for people. However, after searching from morning until noon, no one responded to their questions. The brothers felt disappointed again. They hadn't completed Aunt Xia's task earlier because they didn't know what the item was. Now they knew, but still couldn't find it. Doesn't that make them look useless? Even if they are useless, not finding this fake sour berry seed means they might miss out on many delicious foods that Aunt Xia promised as a reward. It felt like they were about to miss out on many tasty treats. Why do you two look so worried? What's the matter? The person asking was Shunzi, who was jumping down from a bullock cart. Previously, Shunzi had gone to deliver things several times and bought food at the market stall a few times. Both Zhao Dahu and Zhao Era knew him well. Brother Shunzi, Zhao Dahu said with a pout, "We can't find any good food to eat anymore." His voice carried a hint of tears.
Why?
Shunzi was a bit confused. Following Lady Xia, they still couldn't find tasty food? Zhao Era disdainfully pulled Zhao Dahu back. Brother Shunzi, don't listen to him talking nonsense. Here's what really happened. After understanding the full story, Shunzi laughed out loud. So, you two are worried about this? Isn't that something to worry about? Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru looked at each other. Does Brother Shunzi have a solution? Zhao Eru asked. Of course I do, Shunzi replied. Those small lanterns are common, but finding a basket full is not easy. The adults are busy with other work and don't want to do this. But if adults don't want to do it, children are very willing. Right now, the weather was hot, crops in the fields were growing slowly, and even the grass was dried out by the sun. There wasn't much work to do in the fields. The children's daily tasks were mostly helping to feed the pigs and catching insects to feed the chickens. But these tasks didn't give the children a strong sense of achievement. If they didn't do it, they'd be scolded. If they did, there was no real reward. Picking small lanterns was different. They could exchange what they picked for money. Whether they kept the money for themselves or gave it to their families, it made them feel proud, and they would be praised for being capable and good at earning money. Since Shunzi was now supplying vegetables, eggs, and chickens to Dashin Garden, he often traveled to nearby villages to gather children to pick small lanterns for money. It wasn't difficult.
Don't worry about it.
Leave this to me. I promised to bring a big basket to Lady Xia in a few days, Shunzi said, taking charge of the matter. Thank you, Uncle Shunzi, the brothers said happily. You're welcome. It's just a small matter, Shunzi said with a smile. But tell me first, does Lady Xia want to find these small lanterns because she's planning to make some special food again? I really don't know. Aunt Xia didn't say, the brothers honestly replied. But judging by how determined Aunt Xia looked in searching for these small lanterns, she probably wanted to make something very special. With that, Shunzi straightened up. When the time comes to deliver the small lantern, ask Lady Xia about it. If she really likes to eat, then boldly ask her to buy some. Recently, he often sent food to Dashin Garden, and Steward Fu and others praised him highly, taking extra care of him. People can be ungrateful, so he needs to make sure to please these people well in the future. He had no other matters, so he left quickly in an ox cart. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru were excited to go back and report to Xia Mingyue about finding the fake sour plum seeds. Xia Mingyue was very happy that they found the seeds so smoothly and praised Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru warmly. She called them to eat the freshly made cold shrimp. To make the dish, grind rice into a smooth batter, mix in a little clear lime water, cook until thick, then pour the cooked rice paste through a strainer into a basin of cold water. The batter drips out drop by drop, setting into small, round, white, chubby water droplets in the cold water, looking like peeled shrimp. That's how the dish got its name. After soaking the cold shrimp for enough time and changing the water twice to keep them cool, they are placed in a bowl and topped with cooled brown sugar syrup. The water is cold and sweet, the shrimp are chewy and crispy, very delicious. During the hot summer days, eating a bowl of cool, sweet shrimp makes the whole body feel refreshed, as if the heat has been driven away. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, who had just run back from outside and were sweating all over, felt extremely refreshed after finishing a bowl. They found it so satisfying that they reached out for another bowl. Xia Mingyue was worried they might get too cold if they drank too much at once, so she only added a small spoonful for each of them, telling them to wait until later for more. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru agreed and didn't ask for more, but they helped with some chores around Xia Mingyue's place. Still, their eyes kept glancing at the basin of cold shrimp, craving more, one big bowl, no, two, or even three if possible. If they could, they wouldn't mind skipping dinner. After days of continuous learning, Song and Dingquan had mostly mastered the basic skills. They had also prepared most of the items needed for their food stall and could start selling soon. Building on the previous promotion strategy for Jiang Ernia's stall, Xia Mingyue continued to recommend the Xiaji Jinqiu County South Street branch to customers. To ensure the quality of the new store's opening, Xia Mingyue specially visited Dingquan and the Song family early on the opening day to give guidance. The products passed inspection, and Dingquan, who often does business and attracts customers, ensured that the opening day of the South Street branch was as successful as Jiang Erniu's. However, like when Jiang Erniu first opened his branch, Dingquan and the Song family also followed a principle of small initial orders to avoid mistakes. Seeing this, Xia Mingyue was quite satisfied with Dingquan and the Song couple. But soon, Xia Mingyue also frowned. Jiang Ernia's North Street branch was doing increasingly well, requiring more supplies. Dingquan and the Song family would also need to gradually increase their orders in the coming days. As the central kitchen, Xia Mingyue needed to prepare more and more goods. Plus, she also had to manage the food stall on West Street. Even with the help of brothers Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, things were getting quite busy. She needed to hire more staff. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu started looking for suitable workers and even spread the word that they were hiring, hoping that capable and willing people would come forward. The day after the hiring message was announced, people began to come in one after another. Some were familiar, others were strangers. There were young women who hadn't married yet, about the same age as Jianghua, some newly married women with small children who no longer needed to be breastfed, and even older women whose children had grown up and needed more money to help with their children's marriages. There was also an elderly woman with white hair. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu carefully selected and checked their character and family background, and they decided to hire one for now. Her name was Zhou. Her husband had died years ago in the army. She had a 6-year-old son and an 8-year-old younger sister-in-law, both cared for by her in-laws. Zhou was gentle and quick in her work, diligent, clean, and responsible. Her in-laws were very reasonable. After trying her out for a day, Xia Mingyue found Zhou was quick to learn, so she kept her. They agreed to start with a monthly salary of 400 coins, and after a month, it would increase to 500 coins, with the difference of 100 coins paid in the first month. Mrs. Zhou was very happy with the amount of wages and worked very diligently. She came every day before dawn and left only when it was almost dark. Xia Mingyue was also quite satisfied with Mrs. Zhou. By the end of the hot summer, Xia Mingyue planted cabbage seeds. The radish and mustard seeds she had previously planted had already started to sprout, with tender seedlings growing. Xia Mingyue spaced out the dense seedlings, leaving some gaps. She didn't waste the removed seedlings. She cleaned the roots, washed them, and mixed them with scallions, garlic, and chili oil to make a crisp, refreshing side dish. She would enjoy a plate of this dish in the morning or evening with porridge, which made the meal more enjoyable during the hot summer days. When the radish and mustard seedlings were almost ready to harvest, He Shunzi arrived. He brought a small basket of sour jujube seeds. The seeds are small, so Shunzi put them in a cloth bag to protect them from the sun. Xia Mingyue looked at the pile of dark brown seeds, her eyes shining like little stars. "Thank you, Brother He." As she spoke, Xia Mingyue prepared to pay him. She even took out a little more money than she had planned. The sour jujube seeds were much rarer than she had expected, and their price should reflect the effort she put in. "Lady Xia, you're too kind," Shunzi said politely, refusing the money. "I won't take it, but I'd like to ask if I can get some of those small lantern-shaped snacks you make. Would that be all right?" "No problem," Xia Mingyue agreed happily. "But these snacks need to be hung in a well with ice for a long time. Brother He can come early tomorrow morning to pick them up. Bring a clay jar, and I'll pack some for you."
Great.
Shunzi nodded happily and hurried away with his ox cart. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyue began to busy herself. First, she sifted through the mixture to remove any debris. Then she quickly rinsed the sour jujube seeds to wash away surface dust. Next, she placed them in a cloth bag and soaked them in cool boiled water for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Then she started to knead the ice jelly. She applied even pressure and was patient, slowly squeezing the cloth bag to extract all the mucilage from the seeds. As Xia Mingyue continued to knead with both hands, the water in the basin became sticky and produced many tiny, dense bubbles. The longer she kneaded, the thicker the water became, and the more bubbles appeared. Until she felt that the fake sour berry seeds in the cloth bag were no longer sticky, Xia Mingyue stopped and poured the jelly from the basin through a sieve, removing any impurities and the fake sour berry seeds that had escaped from the cloth bag. She then added some clarified quicklime water, stirred well, poured it into a clay jar, and hung it in the well to achieve a cooling effect. After dinner in the evening, Xia Mingyue pulled out the clay jar. She scooped a large spoonful, roughly cut it into small pieces, poured cooled brown sugar syrup over it, sprinkled some crushed peanuts and white sesame seeds, and even sliced a piece of watermelon she bought from a farmer earlier. After finishing, Xia Mingyue specially invited the Liu family of 3 to come and taste it. The jelly was clear and shiny, decorated with brown sugar water and watermelon, and even under the moonlight, it looked beautiful and very pleasing to the eye. It had a chewy, smooth texture, was sweet and refreshing, with the aroma of peanuts and sesame seeds adding depth to the flavor. The sweetness of the watermelon made it even more refreshing. With each bite, it felt like no longer summer, but a cool and comfortable autumn evening, so pleasant that there was no need to use a cooling mat when sleeping at night. "This tastes just like cold shrimp," everyone exclaimed in admiration, and half a bowl of jelly was quickly finished. Seeing the jar now empty, everyone slowed down their eating, trying to savor this rare, delicious treat for as long as possible. "Sister-in-law, what is this called?" Mrs. Liu asked. "It's called jelly," Xia Mingyue replied, taking another spoonful. Such an amazing experience. Xia Mingyue herself squinted happily. "Jelly?" Jiang Guo murmured. "It's transparent like ice, with a texture like cold noodles, very cold and tasty, perfect for beating the heat. It really should be called jelly." Zhao Dahu and Zhao Erwo didn't say anything. First, they didn't care what this delicious food was called. Second, they were trying to eat the jelly slowly, only holding a spoonful in their mouths, unable to open their mouths fully. Seeing the two of them with cheeks puffed out like squirrels, Xia Mingyue chuckled softly. "Just eat it. I'll make some more later. 2 bowls each tomorrow." There were still many fake sour berry seeds left. If she only made it for herself and didn't sell it, it would definitely last for a while. Although Xia Mingyue originally planned to sell ice jelly, collecting the sour berry seeds was not as easy as in modern times, so she temporarily gave up that idea. With Xia Mingyue's promise, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru swallowed their remaining ice jelly.
But they still ate slowly.
After all, even if they could eat 2 bowls of ice jelly tomorrow, it would still be tomorrow, and they had to wait a whole night. That was too long. It was better to enjoy it now for a little while. Watching a group of people cooling off and eating ice jelly in the yard, Wu Jin sighed through his nostrils and kicked up dust on the ground. Why can people eat so many things, but dogs can't eat them? Life is boring for dogs. Under the bright moonlight, Xia Mingyue rolled out more ice jelly. With her experience from the afternoon, she was now very skilled at making ice jelly. Mixing the powder, cooling it, boiling the syrup. The next morning, He Shunzi arrived with a clay jar. Xia Mingyue had already prepared everything, ready to serve the ice jelly, pour the syrup, and add toppings. Besides the jar he brought, Xia Mingyue also gave He Shunzi an extra bowl to taste. After taking a bite, He Shunzi's eyes lit up. This ice jelly made by Lady Xia is really delicious and very rare. Thinking about how cold the ice jelly was and that it couldn't stay on the cart for too long, He Shunzi finished the bowl quickly and hurriedly drove the ox cart to Dashin Garden. Jin Bao at the side gate saw He Shunzi bringing more food and was very happy. It's really Brother Shunzi caring for us. Of course, we've been looked after often, so I should do this, He Shunzi said with a big smile. This is freshly made ice jelly, cool and refreshing, perfect for beating the heat. I brought a full large jar, and after giving some to Steward Fu and the kitchen, the rest is for you to share. He Shunzi wanted to arrange things in the kitchen, but Jin Bao, who worked at Dashin Garden, also had his own connections and relationships to maintain. He Shunzi didn't mind sharing the benefits with others. Jin Bao understood his intention and chuckled. All right, don't worry about Steward Fu, Lady Luo, and Lady Wang in the kitchen. I promise they'll give plenty, so your face won't be embarrassed. You're reliable in handling things, He Shunzi said with a smile. Later, I'll bring you some fresh edamame and peanuts. Jinbao usually has no hobbies, but he likes to enjoy a small drink when he's not working. Naturally, drinking needs some snacks, so at this time, fresh boiled edamame and peanuts from the field are prepared. They taste better than meat and are very satisfying. Just thinking about it makes Jinbao's mouth water, and he quickly agrees to share. After He Shunzi leaves, Jinbao takes the clay pot to the kitchen to find bowls and spoons to serve the icy dessert. Luo, who manages the kitchen, sees the dessert smashing and pouts. Where did this rare treat come from? It looks nice and smells sweet. Shunzi brought it. He said it's a new kind of snack called bingfen. I brought some to honor you and Lady Wang, Jinbao replies with a smile, holding a bowl to give to Lady Luo. Lady Luo, try it and see how it tastes compared to your cooking. He then scoops a bowl for Lady Wang. Lady Wang, would you like to try some? Both women find the name of this dessert interesting and look unusual, so they each take a spoonful to taste. The cold, sweet flavor and smooth texture are delightful. This bingfen tastes pretty good, Lady Wang comments. Lady Luo eats several more bites, praising, it's really nice. The appearance is new, and the flavor is good. It's sweet but not greasy. It's much better than green bean cakes or almond tofu. You said earlier that Shunzi brought this. Did he make it himself? Lady Wang asks. He brought it, but he said he got it somewhere else, so he probably didn't make it, Jinbao replies. I guess someone from the village made it as a gift. He brought it here as a favor. Shunzi usually buys vegetables, eggs, and other items from the village. Sometimes, villagers who want to sell more vegetables will flatter him. Tomorrow, when Shunzi comes again to deliver vegetables, ask him who made this, and see if he'll tell you the recipe, Luo suggests. She doesn't think about whether the ingredients for this dessert are hard to find or if others will teach him. Since it's made by villagers, it's not hard to find the ingredients. These villagers often gather in groups, young women and wives sharing recipes and techniques, so it's probably not a secret that can't be shared. Luo considers this and doesn't think much more about it. All right, Jinbao agrees readily. He carries the clay pot and empty bowls to share with Steward Fu and others. Hey, bring some more, Luo stops him. The ice jelly in the bowl is very delicious. How can one bowl be enough? Jinbao takes a spoon and tries to add some to Luo's bowl. Luo moves her bowl aside and takes another empty bowl, saying, scoop it into here. Her own bowl still has more than half full. If she adds more, it will only fill up a little. But if she uses the empty bowl, it's different. She wants to serve a generous amount, at least half a bowl. Eating a bit more is fine. Jinbao understands Luo's little plan and doesn't expose her. Instead, she fills the new bowl completely and even scoops more syrup water into it. Building good relationships in the kitchen will bring many benefits later. Seeing Jinbao do this, Luo and Wang smile knowingly. After Jinbao leaves, they continue eating their ice jelly. The remaining bowl is placed in a water basin to chill, ready to be eaten after lunch. Honestly, this ice jelly is cool and sweet, very refreshing. While the two are enjoying their treat, Biyun, who is near the old lady, enters the kitchen. She looks up and sees the two cooks happily eating something. Did you get some good food? Why are you eating so happily? Biyun asks with a smile. Luo and Wang quickly put down their bowls. Miss Biyun, why are you here now? Does the old lady have any instructions? The old lady doesn't eat much for breakfast. Now she's feeling a bit hungry, but doesn't know what she wants to eat. Mother Gui asked me to pass along a message. Because the weather is hot, she needs some cool and refreshing food prepared for the old lady. Biyun glances at the bowls they just set down. This looks nice. It looks cool and refreshing. I'll prepare some for the old lady. Luo and Wang exchange looks. Can they really not make it? But if they say no, won't it seem like they're a bit slow? Recently, because of the hot weather and the old lady's poor appetite, they've been quite dissatisfied with the kitchen. If they reveal any shortcomings now, it will make them seem even less capable. The old lady might get upset and stop using them. At this moment, there's a bowl of iced jelly already chilled. If they don't take it out and eat it themselves and then talk about how delicious it is, secretly hiding it from the old lady would be even more wrong. But if the old lady finishes and wants another serving, what should they do? Just as the two people hesitated, unsure how to respond, Biyun squinted and asked, What? Are you afraid of trouble and don't want to do it?
No, Luo hurriedly replied.
We wouldn't dare be lazy or careless. I just wanted to tell the young lady something beforehand. Making this food is complicated and not easy to succeed at. Earlier, Wang Yangzi and I also tasted it to see if it would be acceptable to the old madam. We have already tasted it, and it's quite good. We are preparing to send it to the old madam. Today, we only have this much ice jelly. If the old madam likes it and wants more, she will have to wait until tomorrow. Soon, she planned to find Jinbao, then send Jinbao to find Yishunzi, and have Yishunzi find someone who can make ice jelly. It should be ready by tomorrow. Wouldn't that be perfect? Luo Shi made this plan and subtly signaled to Wang Shi. Wang Shi immediately understood. Yes, that's right. Then you should hurry. The old madam is waiting, Biyun said calmly and walked away confidently. Luo Shi and Wang Shi didn't bother to enjoy the ice jelly anymore. They quickly brought out the bowl of chilled jelly, placed it in a crystal bowl, and topped it with a few large, ripe grapes and sliced crispy peaches. Since watermelon was added to the jelly, other fruits could be included too. The grapes and peaches were the old madam's favorites, so it was likely to suit her taste. After a busy period, seeing the iced jelly decorated so temptingly, Luo Shi hurriedly ordered the kitchen maid to deliver it to the old madam. Be sure to be careful, don't spill it, and definitely don't drop it, Luo Shi repeated many times. If it spilled or was dropped, there would be no second chance. The young maid, tired of the repeated warnings, felt both annoyed and puzzled. In the past, Lady Luo wasn't so nagging. Why was she like this today? But since Lady Luo was so concerned, the maid dared not slack off and carefully carried the iced jelly to the old madam. Meanwhile, Luo Shi and Wang Shi in the kitchen had no desire to work further. They kept pacing around, waiting to see the old madam's reaction after eating the jelly. They were worried she might say it didn't taste good. If that happened, it would be a truly terrible thing. If they both enjoy eating such delicious cold jelly and cannot be allowed to enter the old master's residence, then their careers as cooks will come to an end. They probably won't be able to work here anymore in the future. However, if the old lady really likes it, that would be a wonderful thing. They need to learn how to make this cold jelly quickly to please the old lady. Otherwise, they risk being asked to leave. In short, there is still a small hope for them. Even though Luo and Wang are not happy about being outdone by the villagers' cooking skills, they still hope the old lady will like this cool, tasty jelly. Soon, Miss Biyun came back to the kitchen. She was followed by two young maids, each carrying a tray. One tray held a crystal bowl used earlier for the jelly, now cleaned with only some sugar stains at the bottom. The other tray had 2 small coins. Today, the old lady liked the jelly very much. She said the kitchen finally made something that suits her taste. This money is her reward for you too. Bai Yun said, you should prepare quickly, so you can make the jelly for tomorrow. Don't delay the old lady's meal. Yes, yes, Luo and Wang replied happily, taking the reward with joy. After Bai Yun left, they acted like they were facing a big threat. They hurried to find Jin Bao, asking him to find He Shunzi to come over. Because they hired Zhou, they didn't need Xia Mingyue to watch the stall at noon. Xia Mingyue decided to take this chance to visit Granny Han. She brought some jelly, along with cold noodles and cold skin that Granny Han liked before. Thinking of Granny Han's big appetite and the strong wuxiong at her home, Xia Mingyue brought a good amount of each food, and also took a few meat pies. When Granny Han saw Xia Mingyue, she was very happy. She poured tea, cut watermelon, and took out peaches that wuxiong bought yesterday. She told Xia Mingyue not to be polite. The watermelon was juicy and sweet. The peaches were soft and ripe, peeled and bitten into, soft, sweet, and delicious. This peach is so good, Xia Mingyue kept praising. And the watermelon is sweet too. If you like it, I'll ask wuxiong to send you 2 baskets, Granny Han said with a smile. Xia Mingyue quickly declined, saying, just take 2 peaches later. It's hot, and if you don't eat them all, they might spoil, which would be a waste. That's okay. I'll ask wuxiong to send some ice when he delivers, Mrs. Han smiled. You've kept those fruits and vegetables on the ice so they can stay good for several days. After Mrs. Han said this, Xia Mingyue realized there were 2 large buckets of ice in each corner of the room. When she first entered, she felt the room was very cool and thought it was because of the big Polonia tree outside, providing shade. She didn't expect there was ice inside. Here, people often use ice to stay cool or eat ice to prevent heatstroke in summer, but the ice is stored from winter. Making an ice cellar is difficult, and storing ice properly takes 2 or 3 years, so ice is not cheap. At Xia Mingyue's current income, she couldn't afford to buy ice for cooling. Mrs. Han's family probably had ice because wuxiong was very filial. No matter the cost, he found ways to get ice so they could stay comfortable. Not to mention, wuxiong's filial piety to Mrs. Han was truly admirable. Xia Mingyue smiled and said, this ice is a gift from Brother Wu. If it's a gift for me, then it belongs to me. I can give it to whoever I want. Mrs. Han patted Xia Mingyue's hand. You don't need to be so polite with me. Seeing she couldn't refuse, Xia Mingyue changed the subject and started talking about other things. Soon it was noon. Xia Mingyue helped Mrs. Han prepare lunch. The bread, cold noodles, and cold skin noodles she brought could all be main dishes. She looked at the ingredients in Mrs. Han's kitchen and made cucumber salad and a small bok choy and tofu soup. The cucumbers and bok choy were grown in Mrs. Han's yard. The cucumbers were crisp and refreshing, and the bok choy was tender and juicy. The tofu was cut into small pieces, making the soup light and tasty. After finishing lunch, they had half a bowl of icy jelly. Mrs. Han felt that today was a real day to enjoy. As for ordinary days, they could only be called okay. Because of Xia Mingyue's visit today, Mrs. Han felt very happy. She even didn't scold wuxiong when he returned. Wuxiong was very pleased. When Mrs. Han asked him to send some watermelons, peaches, and ice to Xia Mingyue's home, he eagerly agreed. Since there was a lot of stuff, wuxiong called 2 younger brothers to help. On the way to Xia Mingyue's house, wuxiong kept sighing, Lady Xia comes once, and mother is so happy. I must ask Lady Xia to come 2 more times in the future. In this way, mother is happy. Mother is happy, so I am happy too. Most importantly, I can avoid getting scolded. Actually, as long as mother is happy, it doesn't matter how much I get scolded. But I always feel that she only scolds when she's angry, so when I get scolded, mother must not be happy. So, it's better to invite Lady Xia over a few more times, maybe even send her some fruits and vegetables. Big brother, I don't think it's quite like that, said the younger brother nearby. How do you mean? Wuxiong asked, confused. I think mother mainly stays at home alone, and since Lady Xia is gentle and kind, Mother would be very happy if you married a gentle and kind wife. Then she wouldn't need Lady Xia to come over now and then. The younger brother grinned and said, Big brother, isn't that what you're thinking too? You should marry a wife soon. That's the truth. Wu Xiong also knows he is already of marriage age. But is he not married because he doesn't want to be? It's probably because he hasn't found someone he likes, or maybe those who don't like him. That's not a happy topic, and Wu Xiong fell silent for a moment before saying, Hurry up, or the ice will melt. The younger brother quickened his steps, but looked a bit wronged. He thought to himself, I didn't say anything wrong. When the watermelons, peaches, and ice blocks were delivered to Xia Mingyue's house, she was surprised. She didn't expect Madame Han to really follow through and have Wu Xiong bring these things. She also didn't expect Wu Xiong to bring so much. There were 2 big baskets of watermelons, about 10 or so, and a big basket of peaches, weighing around 20 pounds. And the ice blocks filled 2 large carts. That's really too much. Xia Mingyue asked Wu Xiong to take some things back. I thought it was a bit too little, Wu Xiong said with a smile, trying to keep his usual cheerful expression. If Lady Xia finishes these, just tell me, and I'll bring more. When he said this, Wu Xiong specifically looked at Jianghua, who was placing watermelons and peaches nearby. This time, Jianghua did not seem scared. It showed that he had been practicing well lately. Wu Xiong's face was full of joy, and he smiled even more. His thick beard, and this smile made him seem a bit more honest and simple. Xia Mingyue couldn't help but laugh at Wu Xiong's slightly funny smile, feeling amused. That's enough. If you give us more, we won't be able to finish it all. Brother Wu, please don't bring more, or I might not have enough space to store it all. Then let's listen to Lady Xia. Wu Xiong agreed, thinking it was fine to bring more later on. After everything was arranged, Wu Xiong and the others didn't stay long and left first. Xia Mingyue was thinking about how to deal with so many things. She opened a watermelon first, washed some peaches, and shared them with the Liu family to eat. The watermelon was sweet, and the peaches soft and juicy, so full of juice that when eaten, juice dripped all over their hands and faces. She washed her hands with water, then peeled and pitted some peaches, cut them into pieces, and mashed them into fruit pulp. She cooked the peach pulp with rice porridge to make a peach-flavored rice porridge. Then, following the steps for making cold jelly, she successfully made peach-flavored cold jelly. Cold jelly is naturally chewy and refreshing, and with the addition of brown sugar syrup, it tastes sweet and delicious. Now with the peach pulp added, each bite was full of peach aroma, giving it a special flavor. With ice cubes, watermelon, and plenty of peaches, Xia Mingyue started thinking about a new summer cool-down treat, ice porridge. She crushed the ice into tiny particles, poured some sticky syrup over it, added watermelon chunks, peach pieces, a bit of chewy cold jelly, and a spoonful of icy powder. Taking a bite of this icy treat, the coolness entered her mouth and then her stomach, making her feel very refreshed. With the second and third bites, the coolness gradually spread from her stomach through her whole body, completely relieving the summer heat. She felt cool all over, even reaching her head. It was very comfortable. In this hot summer, eating ice is really so relaxing, Jianghua kept sighing. Too bad, I don't have the skill for that. If I were more skilled, I could carve the ice into bowl shapes, put in some yogurt or pudding, add some seasonal fruits as decoration, then call it an ice bowl. That would be truly delicious. Xia Mingyue smiled and said, Right now, we can only manage to make ice in a bowl, which is okay, but it's a bit plain. If we add some honey beans or other ingredients, the taste would be even better. That's enough to call it ice porridge. That's already quite tasty, Madame Lu said with her mouth full of ice porridge, speaking somewhat unclearly. If they added more ingredients, she couldn't even imagine how delicious it would become. Yes, yes, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, along with Zhou, who was working, all nodded in agreement. This year, after following Aunt Xia, they had tasted many delicious foods they had never had before, and they were very happy. People say, contentment brings happiness. While they were chatting and laughing, there was a noise outside. Is Lady Xia at home? Jianghua quickly reached the door and saw the visitor was He Shunzi, so he called out, Sister Xia, it's Brother He. Why is Brother He coming at this time? Xia Mingyue was a bit surprised. It was already dark, and even Zhou had finished her work and was preparing to go home. Now, Brother He came. I don't really know how to explain this, He Shunzi said, scratching his head in frustration. I mentioned earlier to Lady Xia that I found a job, delivering fresh vegetables and eggs to a farm, sometimes also delivering live chickens and ducks. Because I earn quite a bit from this, I take it seriously. Whenever I get some special treats from Lady Xia, I often take them to the farm to show respect to the manager, the kitchen staff, and the young servants, just to show my appreciation. This morning, I received some ice jelly from Lady Xia, and I delivered it as usual to the manager and the staff to try. But in the afternoon, the kitchen specifically asked me to find out how to make ice jelly. I was a bit confused at first and said that making ice jelly isn't not easy to do, and it's a secret skill that others don't share. The kitchen maid said maybe they could get some every day for a while. I was worried I might mess up and affect my vegetable delivery business, so I didn't dare delay. I hurried to find Lady Xia, hoping she could save some of her ice jelly for me. Recently, I've also been helping Lady Xia find small lantern fruits and giving her some silver coins. As he spoke, He Shunzi picked up his money bag. Brother He, if you can help me find more of these fruits, I won't need to pay you money, Xia Mingyue said. The fake sourberry seeds I gave earlier can still be used to make a lot of ice jelly. He Shunzi doesn't need much each day, mostly for himself. When I think about it, I'm not losing out. It's still necessary to give some, He Shunzi said, lowering his voice. This money is from the estate. If I keep it all, what would happen? He Shunzi continued, and now the estate suddenly wants the ice jelly recipe. I think maybe the master of the estate tasted it and liked it, so the people below are rushing to find the recipe. They're afraid to tell the master they don't know how to make it, so they keep sending it to me day after day. They want to gain favor with the master and are willing to spend money. These ice jellies are bought from Lady Xia, so it's right to pay some silver. He Shunzi explained his guess and urged Xia Mingyue to accept the money. Xia Mingyue listened carefully and guessed some of the complicated rules in the grand estate. She runs a small business, selling food to customers. Whether the customers are buying food to give to others or to please their superiors isn't her concern. She shouldn't get involved in the tricky schemes or cause unnecessary trouble. Xia Mingyue isn't interested in the affairs inside the grand estate, but she feels happy that He Shunzi can honestly tell her the truth and report that the recipe can't be obtained. He Shunzi is clever, quick-witted, loves doing business, and has his own principles. Xia Mingyue smiled slightly. In that case, let's follow Brother He's advice. He Shunzi continued helping to find fake sourberry seeds and gave some silver. Every day in the morning, he came to pick up the ice jelly. The silver garden gave quite a lot of silver, 300 coins a day, while He Shunzi paid 200 coins daily, paying for 5 days up front. One tael of silver was received instantly, and Xia Mingyue buried it along with other silver in the Kong hole. Then she started making the ice jelly. Meanwhile, He Shunzi, dressed in shining stars, went to the silver garden to report the results to Luo and Wang. Since they did not succeed in getting the ice jelly recipe, Luo Shi and Wang Shi felt a bit disappointed. However, hearing that He Shunzi could deliver the ice jelly every day, they also felt somewhat relieved. As long as the old lady could enjoy this sweet and tasty ice jelly daily, everything else didn't matter much. They advised He Shunzi carefully, making sure he would deliver the ice jelly on time every day. He Shunzi promised happily but added, to be honest with Lady Luo and Lady Wang, making ice jelly isn't rare, but it's not easy to gather the ingredients, and the process is quite laborious. Originally, I made it just to satisfy my own cravings, and I didn't plan to sell it. Now, after much persuasion and some silver coins, I managed to get it done. It's really not easy. At this point, he expressed how hard it was. Otherwise, next time, they might ask for something even more difficult, and he couldn't keep giving in every time. Really, you've worked hard, little brother, Lady Luo said kindly. From now on, we'll speak more highly of you to Steward Fu. Also, Lady Luo took out a small silver coin given by the old lady earlier that day and handed it to He Shunzi. Take this as a reward for your efforts these days. Lady Luo, you're too kind. It's only what I should do, he Shunzi politely declined. But when he reached out to take the coin, Lady Luo pressed his hand back. Just take it, or it'll seem like I and Lady Wang don't respect you. Besides, since this is a private matter between us and you, there's no need to talk about it outside, to avoid trouble. Hearing this, he Shunzi confirmed his initial guess and smiled gently. Rest assured, ladies. I dislike talking too much, and I know how to keep things clear. I won't cause any trouble for you. Lady Luo and Lady Wang knew how he usually behaved. Seeing him agree so readily, they smiled even more. They praised Shunzi again and secretly handed him a few pieces of freshly steamed rice cake from the kitchen that evening. He bit into the fragrant rice cake, holding the heavy silver coins, and his whip cracking sound was louder than before. Today was definitely worth the trip. With so much reward money, when he went to Lady Xia tomorrow to get the ice jelly, he would also bring her some extra things. First, she wanted to thank Lady Xia for helping her out. Today and in the future, she could earn much more money. All thanks to Lady Xia. She needed to express her gratitude. Second, Shunzi felt that there would be many more things to trouble Lady Xia with in the future. Since she was helpful, he needed to maintain a good relationship with her. Maybe Lady Xia is the lucky person in his life, like a fortune goddess. He should take good care of her. Xia Mingyue didn't know about Shunzi and the things at Dashin Garden. After preparing the ice jelly, she put it in the fridge to set. Usually, she stored things in the well, using underground water vapor and low temperatures. But today, with the ice blocks sent by Wu Xiong, she used them fully. She put the clay jar into a bucket filled with ice. Tonight, with the ice cooling the room, Xia Mingyue slept very comfortably for the first time during this hot summer. She woke up feeling refreshed and very happy. Seeing Jianghua also looked much better and more energetic than before, Xia Mingyue smiled and asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Yes, very comfortable." Putting ice on the bed felt like autumn. Jianghua nodded repeatedly. No wonder wealthy families like to use ice in summer. Who wouldn't enjoy such comfort? "I'll work hard to make more money so that we can all enjoy ice in the summer," Xia Mingyue said happily. So, does Sister Xia think of her when she earns money and enjoys herself? Actually, not just in the future. Right now, Sister Xia has ice, and she shares a lot with her. With Sister Xia, she can eat meat and have ice. The future looks very promising. Jianghua happily nodded. Yes. While they were talking, Shunzi arrived to pick up the ice jelly they agreed on last night. He also brought a few things, 1 live chicken and 1 live duck. They are raised at home, just right in size. During summer, when people don't feel like eating much and tend to lose weight, these can help replenish the body, he said. Before leaving, Shunzi placed the live chicken and duck in the yard. He didn't wait for Xia Mingyue to reply and hurried off in a cart pulled by a cow. Xia Mingyue hadn't finished saying wait, but she already heard the mooing of the cow at the alley entrance. Looks like she has to accept them. However, since there's no chicken coop or duck pen at home, storing these live animals is a problem. In the yard, the radishes, mustard greens, and Chinese cabbage had just sprouted tender green seedlings, which were very easy for chickens and ducks to peck at. Just as Xia Mingyue was feeling a bit worried and anxious, she suddenly noticed that the 2 living creatures were standing quietly in the corner, not daring to move even a little. Looking closer, she saw that Wu Jin was standing nearby with a serious face, watching them carefully. Now Sister Xia doesn't have to worry anymore. Jianghua smiled happily. Xia Mingyue also couldn't help but laugh. "That's true," she said, reaching out to touch Wu Jin's big forehead. Wu Jin was now well-fed every day, looking healthy and shiny. Its fur was smooth and glossy, feeling very nice to touch. Xia Mingyue couldn't resist petting it a few more times. Wu Jin enjoyed this and barked twice happily at Xia Mingyue. She trusted Wu Jin to handle small tasks, knowing she could be at ease. Wu Jin was truly the pillar of the family. Seeing Wu Jin's tail wagging almost like a spinning propeller, Xia Mingyue's smile grew wider. She added some fresh food to Wu Jin's clay pot, then started her busy day. She prepared ingredients for 2 branches and the main shop of Xia's restaurant, and packed items for selling. After sending Jianghua, Lu's family, and Zhou's family to Xia's stall, she set up the food stand and then returned home to begin her new busy day. She made soybean paste and watermelon soybeans. When marinating watermelon soybeans, there are usually two types, one that needs to grow mold threads and one that doesn't, which can be marinated directly after boiling. This time, Xia Minghua wanted to try the first type. The soybeans were soaked overnight when she kneaded the dough. They had expanded enough and were fully cooked, but she carefully controlled the heat to prevent them from becoming too soft and mushy when mixed with flour. The cooked beans needed to be spread out and cooled completely while still retaining some moisture. Then, she sprinkled sifted flour over them and mixed carefully. To make sure each bean was evenly coated with flour, she stirred slowly multiple times. Once thoroughly mixed, she poured them onto a bamboo mat-lined basket, spread them out evenly, covered with a thin cloth, and placed it in a cool, shaded room to ferment. The fermentation process would take about 7 days. During these 7 days, she needed to monitor the temperature, observe the growth of mold threads, and adjust conditions by opening windows or covering the beans with blankets to help them ferment smoothly and grow mold properly. While waiting for the beans to fully ferment, there was a visitor at Xia Minghua's house. It was Jiang Yihe, Jianghua's father. He wore a long robe, looked thin and scholarly, and moved with a gentle, polite manner. He respectfully said to Xia Minghua, "I often heard Jianghua mention that Lady Xia is kind and good to others, treating them very well. Now that I see you, I can tell she is truly a kind and gentle person." He also appeared elegant and beautiful, capable and diligent. He had opened a small food stall alone and even expanded it to 2 branches, with very busy business. The houses and walls had been recently renovated, showing he had earned a lot of money. This was all from a woman. Some women can only stay at home sewing and mending, unable to gather much from the land, but others are clever and can earn money just by counting it at home. It's true, comparing people can be frustrating, but he shouldn't underestimate himself. With his looks and talents, he could soon be with a woman richer than Xia Minghua. However, if Mrs. Tian were like Xia Minghua, his starting point would be higher, and his opportunities would be greater, instead of just scraping by. But then again, these are probably fate. He believes it's a test from heaven. Even a phoenix needs to be reborn from fire. He must also go through hardships. Once he overcomes these difficulties, he can become a top person. In a short time, Jiang Yihe's mind was complicated, but he lowered his eyes slightly to hide his thoughts. He bowed to Xia Minghua and said, "Thank you, Lady Xia, for taking care of my daughter these days. I really appreciate it." "You're welcome, Lord Jiang," Xia Minghua replied politely. "Jianghua is diligent and capable. She works here to earn money, so I haven't done much for her, just being a bit more kind than other employers. Today, Lord Jiang personally came to the county. May I ask what brings you here?" Usually, Jianghua often mentioned her mother at home, but rarely talked about her father, Jiang Yihe. When she did mention him, she would just smile faintly and change the subject. From this, Xia Minghua guessed that the father and daughter probably didn't get along well. Now, Jiang Yihe suddenly came to town and eagerly looked for his family. Xia Minghua had to ask what was going on. Meanwhile, Jianghua, who was picking chives in the yard, also perked up her ears. She was very curious about what her father was here for today. Just now, Jiang Yihe came, and she was very surprised. She pulled her outside to ask what was going on, but Jiang Yihe refused to explain, saying only that she wanted to talk to Xia Minghua. Jiang Yihe could only let him, curious about what he was really up to. To be honest, Jiang Yihe sighed. "My wife has always been in poor health, and I usually study at the academy, so I rarely stay at home to take care of her. As a result, she has been growing thinner day by day. Recently, I took her to see the doctor, and she was given some medicine. Her condition seemed to improve, but a few days ago, she suddenly ran a high fever and started coughing a lot. She has had a high fever for several days, and she's a bit confused. The doctor said her condition might not be very good. I was worried, so I wanted to bring Jiang Yihe back home, just in case. In case my mother passes away and my daughter isn't with me." Hearing this, Jiang Yihe was stunned. Her mother. Jiang Iha suddenly came back to herself, stood up quickly, and dropped the chopped chives she hadn't cleaned properly. Sister Xia. Before she could finish speaking, tears started to fall down her face. It's not necessarily serious. We can find a better doctor to check on her. Maybe it's nothing serious. Lu Shi comforted her, reaching out to wipe Jiang Iha's tears. This news was quite sudden, and Xia Mingyue was also very surprised. After a moment of thought, she said, in that case, Jiang Langjun, take Jiang Iha back for a few days. As she spoke, Xia Mingyue pulled Jiang Iha into the west room to pack her things. She packed clothes for the past 2 days. Just like Sister Lu said, find a better doctor to check her. Maybe the previous doctor wasn't skilled, and it's not a big deal. Xia Mingyue handed a small silver ingot to Jiang Iha.
Keep this for now.
Jiang Iha saw that the silver was about 2 taels in weight and refused repeatedly. Sister Xia, I can't take this. Just take it, Xia Mingyue insisted, stuffing it into Jiang Iha's pocket. You need money to buy medicine, and everything costs silver. Even if her mother truly was very ill, funeral expenses would also cost a lot of money. Just consider this an advance on your wages. If I don't pay you for the next few months, so be it, Xia Mingyue added. Only then did Jiang Iha accept the silver. All right, I'll take it as an advance on 4 months' wages, Sister Xia. After she finished her mother's affairs, she planned to return and carefully do chores for Sister Xia as a way to thank her. Yes, Xia Mingyue nodded. If there's anything difficult at home, send someone to tell me, and Sister Lu. You should also take care of yourself at home. The one outside always seemed unreliable. Jiang Hua understood what Xia Mingyue meant and responded softly. She packed all her clothes into a small bamboo basket before leaving the house. Father and I will take our leave first, Jiang Iha respectfully bowed. Then he and Jiang Hua left through the main gate. After the Jiang father and daughter left, Xia Mingyue, Mrs. Lu, and Mrs. Zhou all sighed. The saddest thing in the world is losing a loved one. Jiang Hua was still so young, yet she had to endure such sorrow. It was truly heartbreaking. Guogua really has a hard life, Mrs. Lu couldn't help but sigh. Mother needed her to take care of her before, which is understandable. With her mother alive, she had something to rely on and think about. But now her mother is almost gone, and her father is unreliable. Did you notice that too? Xia Mingyue looked up. Even a blind person could see it, Mrs. Lu said angrily. This man is only good at eating his fill. If he's not capable, he just keeps thinking about his own bowl. He's quite old now, and his daughter is already over 10. Instead of finding a job to earn money and support his wife and daughter, he's just staying in the study under the pretense of studying. It seems he's already drained the family's savings, not even sparing Guogua's wages. Look at how he eyed her house earlier and the new clothes he's wearing. Brand new, clearly made recently. When Guogua was working, her patched clothes were almost falling apart. Her father is truly heartless. If Guogua's mother really passes away, just watch. This heartless man will take all her wages for himself, to eat and drink. We'll have to find a way to save some of her wages, maybe set it aside as her dowry. With such a father, she might not even get married in the future. We need to be more careful. We can't let children without mothers live like weeds. There are many unfortunate people in this world, and not everyone can help them all. But this is someone nearby, and she has the ability to lend a hand. No matter what, she must do her best. Xia Mingyue nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law is right. In the future, she will need to worry more about this. Right now, I just hope that the girl is okay and not seriously hurt, so she won't be too sad. At this moment, Jiang Guer is walking back with Jiang Iha. Because she is worried about Tian's family, Jiang Guer walks very quickly, almost jogging. Jiang Iha struggles to keep up and gasps, slow down a bit. Guer. Even a 3-year-old in the village walks faster than Dad, Jiang Guer says, a little annoyed. Usually, he doesn't care about her mother, but now, he is slow and leisurely, which makes her anxious and angry. Jiang Iha blushes and quickly makes an excuse. I've been busy these days and haven't slept well, so I'm not feeling strong. Is it because he's taking care of her mother? Seeing that Jiang Iha looks a bit pale, Jiang Guer stops talking and slows down a little. Jiang Iha takes the chance to catch up and asks, "Earlier, Lady Xia came in to pack your things. Did she do anything special?" "What do you mean by special?" Jiang Guer asks, surprised. "Like, did she give you anything?"
Such as money.
Jiang Guer bites her lip and shakes her head. "No, Sister Xia didn't give me anything. She just told me to take good care of my mother and not to rush back to work. That's all." "Is that so?" Jiang Iha looks disappointed. He thought that since Jiang Guer was working here and Lady Xia was kind and gentle, she would come personally to pick her up because her mother was seriously ill. As her employer, she should have shown some care. But it turns out she didn't give anything at all. It shows that business people are all about money and don't care about friendship. "Let's go quickly," Jiang Iha says, no longer wanting to think about it. Jiang Guer replies and speeds up a little. The father and daughter walk all the way home. Jiang Guer doesn't even put down her bamboo basket and goes straight into the inner room. Inside, Tian's wife is packing her things, carefully examining a piece of satin fabric. When she sees Jiang Guer, she happily waves her hand. "Guer is back. Come and see, this fabric is really good. I stayed up all night making a wedding dress for you. You'll look beautiful in it." Jiang Guer feels a bit confused and asks after a moment, "Isn't my mother sick? What does this wedding dress mean?" "Yes, my mother is sick." Mrs. Tian cleared her throat and said, "My mother has been sick for a long time. Despite taking care of her for so long, she hasn't gotten better. I don't know how much longer she will live. I just want to find a good marriage for you while she's still alive, so that when she passes away, you can be at ease." "So, you're saying that father used my mother's illness as an excuse to call me back, but really he wants me to marry someone?" Jiang bit her lip and looked at Jiang Yi, and her face was full of anger. "Your father was also pressured by me, so he did this." "Don't blame him," Mrs. Tian hurried to explain. "The main thing is this marriage is very rare and valuable. We can't delay it. That's why we hurriedly called you back. We were also worried you wouldn't come, so we did all this."
"Well, don't worry.
Listen to what I have to say. This is truly a marriage that's hard to find, even with a lantern. If you miss it, you might regret it for the rest of your life." Zheng's family is a wealthy household. They own several hundred acres of land and several shops. They have more than 10 maids. Zheng's family said that once you marry into their family, they will give you 2 maids, and every month they will give you 2 taels of silver as pocket money. They will pay for your food, clothing, and daily needs. This 2 taels of silver is just for you to spend freely. It's like living in a honey jar, isn't it? Gwa, tell me, isn't this a wonderful marriage? Jianggua's face showed no happiness. She only asked if the family is so good. Why would they want me? She was just a village girl from a poor family. It's not that they want you. They're mainly interested because your father is a scholar and they think you must have good character, Mrs. Tian smiled. Actually, this marriage is partly thanks to your father. Is that all? Gua frowned. Is the other person really a good person? How old is he? Of course he's a good person. It's just... Mrs. Tian hesitated and then smiled awkwardly. He's a few years older than you. How many years older? Gua asked sharply.
Well...
Mrs. Tian hesitated. After a moment, she looked unhappy. Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. Children must follow their parents' arrangements. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you worried your parents will harm you? It was not the usual bright red color worn by women when they marry, but water lily red. Jianggua's lips were immediately bitten, and her mouth was filled with the smell of blood. She struggled to swallow the blood in her mouth, then forced back the tears that welled up in her eyes. Looking at Mrs. Tian and then at Jiang Iha, she asked, if you wouldn't hurt me, why did you sell me to an old man to be his concubine? Did they all guess the truth? Mrs. Tian's heart sank, but she thought it didn't matter. She took Jianggua's hand and sat by the bed. Foolish girl, whether you're a wife or a concubine isn't important. The most important thing is whether you can live a good life after marrying in. At first, I also felt uneasy about it. I thought being a concubine wasn't very honorable. But your father said that reputation is just empty talk. What matters most is how you live. If you marry and have to eat plain food, and often go hungry, being a wife would be boring. But if you go and enjoy good food and live comfortably every day, being the mistress and having a good life, what does it matter if you're a concubine? The key is whether you can enjoy happiness. Seeing that Jianghua remained silent and did not respond after she had spoken for a long time, Mrs. Tian's heart grew angry. Just as her husband said, a girl grows up and becomes her mother's daughter, she was starting to have her own little thoughts. Now, Jiang would no longer listen to her at all. If she didn't take control and make this marriage happen, Jianghua might cause trouble later. Maybe she would find a poor, useless young man and only help her in-laws, completely ignoring her own family. Mrs. Tian grew angrier the more she thought about it. She decided not to persuade her anymore. Anyway, your marriage has already been arranged. I've accepted the 50 taels of silver and the cloth from the Zhang family. If you refuse, then take this 50 taels and the fabric money. From now on, your marriage is up to you. If you can't, then stay at home peacefully and wait to get married. As for the work at Lady Xia's, once you enter the Zhang family, I will talk to Lady Xia. Since she's kind, she will surely understand our parents' hard work. Don't worry so much. Just bring the needle and help me make your wedding dress. Don't delay entering the Zhang family's house for more than a couple of days. Jianghua did not answer. Tears poured out like a flood, rushing uncontrollably. That night, Xia Mingyue finished her dinner. Jianghua was not there. She simply made a bowl of noodle soup to drink. The bottom of the pot was filled with stir-fried tomatoes, simmered until the tomato soup was thick. Then, she added some flour mixed with a little water, forming a lumpy mixture, and cracked in 2 eggs to make egg drops. When serving, she drizzled a little sesame oil and added a tiny bit of cilantro. That was all it took to serve the dish. After serving a bowl of the rich tomato soup, Eugene added salt and vinegar, stirring well. The bright orange red of the tomatoes, the golden egg drops, the tender white dough lumps, and the fresh green cilantro made the dish look beautiful. On a hot summer day, a bowl of this warm, smooth, and hearty soup was truly refreshing. Eugene also felt very comfortable eating it, enjoying every bite. After finishing the soup, Eugene licked the clay pot clean and then started to chase the chickens and ducks around the yard. She wanted to protect her home well. Xia Mingyue tidied up a bit and, after working for a while, went inside to sleep. But once she lay down, she found it hard to fall asleep. Usually, after she went to bed, Jianghua would still be busy outside for a while. She would prepare the firewood for the next day and even get water for washing her face in advance. Only after everything was ready would she go to sleep. Xia Mingyue was used to Jianghua's nightly activities. Today, since Jianghua was not around, the quietness made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She wondered how Jianghua's family was doing. Meanwhile, Jianghua, who was on her mind, was locked inside the house by Mrs. Tian and Jiang Yi. The oil lamp inside flickered, casting shadows and a faint smell that made Jianghua sitting by the table feel dizzy. In just a few days, she would be married, no, sold, to the Zhang family as a concubine. Her mother said that being a concubine meant endless delicious food, beautiful silk clothes, and plenty of silver money. If she could have a son, she could even manage the household like the main wife. But if it was really so, why did everyone look down on concubines? She also heard that in the main house, a concubine was like an object easily sold or disposed of by the master or the main wife. When she arrived at the Zhang family, her life wouldn't be easy either. It was like being thrown into a fire pit. But more painful than fearing her future hardships was the fact that her parents, even knowing it was a fire pit, still pushed her in for the 50 taels of silver bride price. Jianghua's fingers turned white from gripping her hands tightly as she looked out the window. Their family was poor. The window didn't have paper on it, so she could see the sky outside through the frame. Under the endless night sky, pitch black yet shining brighter with countless stars. Jianghua bit her lips until they bled, finally focusing her gaze on the fabrics on the bed. She picked up one piece, carefully straightening it, and forcefully swung it over the beam above her head. However, she did not tie the ends into a knot, nor did she try to put her neck through it. Instead, She tied one end to the window frame and held the other tightly in her hand. She looped the cloth around her shoulder, using the beam as support, and pushed her feet against the wall to pull herself forward with all her strength. After several attempts, the old window frame finally made a cracking sound and split apart in the middle. Jiang Wei was overjoyed and repeated the process a few more times, breaking the window frame into pieces. Once she was sure she hadn't disturbed Jiang Yihe and Tian's family, she carefully broke off the sharp splinters at the broken edges and squeezed through the window frame. The house was small, and the window frame was also quite narrow. Even though Jiang Wei had tried her best to break off all the removable wooden strips, it still took a long time to get out. Wood splinters scratched her arms, tore her clothes, and even cut her legs and ankles. Bright red blood beads immediately appeared, burning with a sharp pain. Jiang Wei ignored the pain and, after squeezing through the window frame, hurried towards the county town. In her rush, she stumbled and fell. Xia Mingyue did not sleep well that night and woke up earlier than usual in the morning. It was still early, but Xia Mingyue didn't stay in bed. She got up directly and took a broom to sweep the yard. She opened the door, planning to sweep the alley in front of her house later. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw a figure running into the alley. The figure staggered and, after reaching the entrance of the alley, came toward her. After a moment, Xia Mingyue realized that this figure was not someone else, but Jiang Wei. At this moment, Jiang Wei's hair was messy, her clothes torn in several places, and she was only wearing one shoe. The bare foot was dirty and bloodstained from walking for a long time. Her face was extremely pale, with several obvious scratches and tear marks all over. Xia Mingyue was startled and quickly put down her broom, rushing to support the unsteady Jiang Wei. What happened? Jiang Wei, with a blank expression, saw Xia Mingyue. Her lips moved several times before she finally spoke with difficulty. Sister Xia. Tears welled up again, and she bit her lip hard. Her lips, which had already scabbed over, were now bleeding bright red. Seeing this, Xia Mingyue frowned. Gua, don't be afraid. Even big problems have solutions.
Come inside and tell sister slowly.
Okay. Jiang Wei nodded with tears in her eyes and limped into the yard after Xia Mingyue. She ran quickly, feeling very scared. Her shoes had long disappeared somewhere, and she dared not look for them, so she was barefoot. One foot had stepped into many muddy pits and sharp stones. Her foot was numb from the pain, but now it felt sharp and stabbing. She couldn't tell if the pain was from her foot or somewhere else. Xia Mingyue found her a new set of clothes, washed her hands and feet, and disinfected her wounds. When Lu Shi arrived, she helped Jiang Wei comb her hair and brewed her a cup of hot tea. In the hot summer days, Jiang Wei was trembling and cold all over. Lu Shi's eyes reddened with worry. What had happened to turn a usually sensible and obedient girl into this state? Xia Mingyue saw bits of wood chips in Jiang Wei's hair and small splinters in her arms and legs. She frowned. It was clear Jiang Wei had run away. Tell me what happened. I'll help you think of a way, Xia Mingyue said kindly. Lu Shi nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law will help you find a solution.
Yes.
Jiang Wei's tears kept falling. After a long while, she managed to speak with a choked voice. My parents took 50 taels of silver and a lot of fabric as bride price from the Zhang family. They want me to be a concubine for Zhang. That man seems to be older than my father. My mother said, it doesn't matter if it's a wife or a concubine, as long as we can live well.
I didn't want that.
My mother said if I didn't agree to this marriage, they would need 50 taels of silver and fabric money to cancel it, and they locked me in my room. Is this forcing me into marriage? Xia Mingyue frowned. No wonder Jiang Yihe didn't look too sad yesterday when he came. It turns out they set such a big trap for Jiang Wei. Her father is really strange, and her mother's words are not good at all. Mrs. Lu was also very angry. In the world, could there really be such parents? For money, they sell their daughter to an old man to be his concubine? Mrs. Lu was full of anger and immediately wanted to curse, to call Jiang Yihe and Tian Shi worthless. But she realized that saying these things now would only hurt Jiang Wei's feelings, so she held back. Still, She was so angry she paced back and forth in the yard several times. Big sister Xia, what should I do? I don't want to be someone's concubine. Jiangwa finished crying loudly, gasping for breath. A 14-year-old girl facing a sad future, and this future was given by her own parents. It's easy to imagine how upset she was. Xia Mingyue frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Actually, there's a way." "What way?" Mrs. Liu asked quickly. Even Jiangwa wiped her tears and asked, "Big sister Xia, really have a way?" "Yes, I have a way, and it will definitely work," Xia Mingyue said with a small smile. "But we need someone to help."
Who do we need?
Mrs. Liu and Jiangwa asked together. Xia Mingyue smiled and said, "Brother Wu Xiong." Wu Xiong? Jiangwa and Mrs. Liu looked at each other. Wu Xiong was indeed intimidating because of his power and resources. But marriage matters are usually decided by parents and matchmakers. Even if there was trouble, people might be angry or sympathetic, but they couldn't stop it. Even at the county office, the magistrate would still follow the parents' wishes. If Wu Xiong came, it might not work either. Seeing their doubts, Xia Mingyue smiled slightly and said, "I have a clever plan. And it's a plan that will make Jiang Yihe and Tianshi accept it." After waking up, Jiang Yihe and Tianshi discovered that Jiangwa had escaped through a broken window. Jiang Yihe's face was as dark as a pot bottom, and he was very angry inside. They had finally found a generous man willing to take a concubine, not caring about appearance or background, only about being young. They even managed to raise the price to 50 taels of silver. They thought that after getting the money, they could do the next steps. If Jiangwa was brave, she might even help them sometimes. Was Jiangwa going to ruin all their plans? It's said that daughters are debt collectors, and that's not false. Mrs. Tian was also very anxious, her recent cough returning sharply to her throat. She coughed for a while and then tearfully said, "Silly girl, why can't you see the good? This marriage is a blessing, and your parents wouldn't harm you. Why do you want to run away?" "Lower your voice," Jiang Yihe said unhappily. "If the neighbors hear, they might think I, as a father, am mistreating my daughter." Mrs. Tian covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out loud, then lowered her voice. "It's not mistreatment. It's clearly sending her off to a happy life. If the Zhang family isn't because her husband is a scholar, they probably wouldn't agree. It's just that Jiangwa is upset. If anyone talks about it, they might be jealous. Jealous that Jiangwa can go to a happy life, while their family's rough girls cannot." "Jiangwa, I don't know where she went," Mrs. Tian said anxiously. "What should we do? If she doesn't come back? The Zhang family came to take her. How should we respond?" "If she doesn't come back, just go find her," Jiang Yihe snorted coldly. "Go find her? Where should we look?" "Mrs. Tian paused, then suddenly understood. Of course, the only place Jiang Jiangwa could go was one. "Then let's quickly go look for Xia Mingyue," Mrs. Tian said. "She will definitely help us find Jiang Jiangwa." "Us?" Jiang Yihe's eyelids twitched. "I've just returned from the academy after taking a leave. I've fallen behind on my studies, and I haven't even started on the essay I need to submit soon. If I keep running around now, I won't have time to review or write." He was a scholar after all, and forcing his daughter into marriage and marrying her off to an old man as a concubine would cause gossip and criticism. He refused to do such shameful things. "That's true," Mrs. Tian nodded. "Not to mention, traveling to the county town back and forth would take a lot of time. When they arrive at Xia Mingyue's house, there would be a lot of talking, delaying everything. It would definitely interfere with Jiang Yihe's studies. Then, husband, stay at home to study." "I'll go myself," Mrs. Tian said, taking responsibility. "I will bring Jiangwa back."
All right.
Jiang Yihe nodded and said, "When you get there, you also need to speak kindly to Lady Xia. Use your feelings and reason to persuade her. Don't argue loudly or cause a scene, or people might laugh at us. I have met Lady Xia once before. She seems reasonable and fair, so she probably won't make things difficult for you. If there are any other issues, come back and tell me. Remember, do not argue or fight with Lady Xia. We don't want others to say our family has no manners or discipline." "Don't worry, husband. I will remember." Mrs. Tian nodded repeatedly. After tidying up a little, she left the house. Zhang's village is not far from the county town, about an hour and a half on foot, but only for those who are not afraid of tiring and walk quickly. Mrs. Tian was already somewhat weak and hadn't walked such a long distance in a while. Soon, she was out of breath and felt a bit dizzy and exhausted. Because she left in a hurry and hadn't eaten breakfast, she felt even more dizzy. Along the way, there were ox carts heading to the county town. Seeing Mrs. Tian stop and walk, they offer to help. Get in the cart. It costs 3 coins, and there's space. Want a ride? Mrs. Tian really wanted to ride, but when she thought of the 3 coins, her husband had been studying hard, and these days he looked much thinner than before. 3 coins could buy a bun. Wasting it would feel wrong. No, it's almost there, Mrs. Tian politely declined. After watching the carts go away one by one, she slowly continued walking. By the time she reached the county town, it was already late morning. Mrs. Tian couldn't hold on anymore. She found a place to buy a piece of cake, bargained for 2 coins, and even got a bowl of plain noodle soup for free. After eating and resting, she finally followed Jiang Yihe's instructions and found Xia Mingyue's house. The house was clean and bright. Xia Mingyue was young and beautiful, with a graceful appearance and manners. Mrs. Tian felt a bit inferior and quickly adjusted her clothes to keep some dignity. Lady Xia, I am Mrs. Tian, Jiang Yihe's wife, she said, looking around. Seeing no sign of Jiang Yihe, she asked, Is Jiang Yihe here? You're Jiang Yihe's wife. Xia Mingyue pretended to be surprised, then sneered and said, Yesterday, Lord Jiang came and took Ruagwa back. He said you were seriously ill at home and needed Ruagwa to come and see you. It seems he has found a divine doctor who treated your illness overnight. Not only can you walk now, but you even went to the county town. Truly remarkable. Her words were sharp and pointed. Madame Tian clearly heard this and looked embarrassed. Madame Xia, you're joking. I'm just worried that Ruagwa is young and sensitive. When I mentioned marriage to her, she was shy and didn't want to talk about it directly. So I just found a good reason. Right now, we told Ruagwa about a very good marriage proposal, but she seems confused and ran away from home. So I came to ask if Ruagwa has come to Madame Xia's place. If she has come here, please kindly ask her to come out and go back with me. This child is stubborn. She doesn't listen to me, even as her mother, but she respects Madame Xia very much. I would appreciate it if you could help persuade her. Not only did she come to find her, but she also wanted her to persuade Ruagwa. Madame Tian was thin and looked unhealthy, with a yellowish complexion that suggested poor nutrition. She came alone. Considering how Jiang Yihe looked yesterday and what she said to Jiang Ruagwa, the words marriage destroyer appeared in Xia Mingyue's mind. The marriage destroyer was someone willing to sacrifice even her obedient and filial daughter. How hateful and sad. Xia Mingyue raised her eyebrows. I heard Ruagwa say that you have been married to Lord Jiang for many years, and Lord Jiang has also studied for many years. Now, he is just a scholar? Just a scholar? Madame Tian's eyelids twitched. She felt that Xia Mingyue looked down on Jiang Yihe as just a scholar. Could she think that scholars are so common that they are easy to find? Madame Tian was a bit displeased. Her tone was calm. My husband has studied hard for many years, but because of bad luck, he failed the exams repeatedly. This year, he is sure to pass and make us proud. I heard that if he passes, he can become an official. After the new dynasty is established, there will be vacancies everywhere. If Lord Jiang passes the exam, he will surely be given a good position, Xia Mingyue said. Of course. Madame Tian raised her chin. Then she would be an official's wife. Not something ordinary townspeople could compare to. Soon, she would see how they would look down on her husband then. If that's the case, it might be a bit problematic. Summer Mingyue said, since Lord Jiang plans to serve as an official in the future, it would be good for his daughter to marry into a noble family. Marrying an official's son wouldn't be a problem. Such a marriage would also benefit Lord Jiang. Why then do Lord Jiang and Lady Tian not consider this option? Furthermore, even if the Zhang family is wealthy, they are just ordinary rich folks. Lady Zhang is quite old, And once she enters the family, she would only be a minor concubine, which would damage her reputation. When Lord Jiang becomes an official and talks about his children with colleagues, he might not be able to hold his head up. Hearing this, Lady Tian was momentarily stunned. Summer Mingyue made some sense. At first, she also thought that marrying Jiang Ruo to the Zhang family wasn't a good match. But Jiang Iha said the family was poor, and she couldn't bear for Jiang Ruo to suffer more. She thought it would at least allow her to live a better life for a few days, so she agreed. But now, Summer Mingyue had gone this far. My husband is diligent in studying and focuses only on passing exams for fame. He just wants Ruo to have a good life. Perhaps he hasn't thought too far ahead, Lady Tian said hesitantly. When I go back, I will remind my husband. Lord Jiang spends a lot of time in the academy and is skilled in social matters. He probably has thought about these things. Maybe he just made some plans to deal with them, thinking they are not serious, she added. What plans? Summer Mingyue asked. Divorcing his wife and abandoning his daughter, cutting ties with you two. That way, he can preserve his reputation, Summer Mingyue answered. Perhaps, to fully protect himself, he might even smear some dirt, like claiming Jiang Ruo is not his biological daughter. Knowing this, he could raise a non-biological daughter without guilt and maybe even keep a good reputation. For example, she might say Jiang Ruo's marriage was arranged solely by Lady Tian. When he finds out, he might become furious and divorce his wife. These are just Summer Mingyue's guesses, and they are quite cruel. She didn't actually say them out loud. When Lady Tian heard this, she was first stunned, then her face filled with anger. You're talking nonsense. My husband and I love each other deeply. He would never do such a thing. Then why didn't he come with you today to find Ruo? Summer Mingyue asked. Is it because he doesn't want others to gossip or worry that his reputation might be damaged if he gets involved? My husband is just studying and writing articles, Lady Tian replied. You must not slander my husband's name again, or I won't forgive you. My daughter was pushed into a dangerous situation, but she never got angry. Now, she is criticizing Jiang Iha, yet Mrs. Tian is so upset. This evil has probably become part of her soul, hard to separate from. Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. Xia Mingyue took a deep breath. Fine, if that's how you feel, then do as you wish. But you cannot take the fruit with you.
Why?
Mrs. Tian was surprised and angry. Miss Xia, you just said so many things, but now you're stopping the fruit from getting married? You are just a boss who hired the fruit to do work. You are not related to her, so why can't I take her away? Because Jianghua owes us money, Wu Xiong said, leading a few brothers into the yard. Wu Xiong was naturally fierce. Now he put away his usual smile, frowning deliberately. The others behind him were also told to act tough, holding weapons and looking fierce. This scene made Mrs. Tian step back in fear, her face full of worry. Are you really Jianghua's mother? Wu Xiong casually pulled up a stool, sat down, crossed his legs, tilted his chin, and looked at her through his nostrils. Mrs. Tian had never seen such a stance before. She shrank her neck and nodded carefully. You just said Jianghua owes you money? What is going on? Jianghua went to our Four Directions gambling house to bet. She lost her silver and was unwilling. She borrowed 100 taels of silver from us, trying to turn her luck around, but she lost everything. Now, Jianghua owes us exactly 100 taels. One of the brothers answered. Jianghua can't pay back the money and refuses to sell herself. Now, she can only work for Miss Xia to pay off her debt each month. Wu Xiong used his little finger to scratch his ear. Although she's paying back some money, the 500 coins each month are barely enough even for interest. If this continues, who knows when she can pay off the 100 taels. You came today because you are Jianghua's mother and want to take her away. So just pay off her debt for her. 100 taels? Mrs. Tian's face turned pale from the huge amount she had never seen or even dared to imagine. She couldn't believe Jianghua was gambling and shouted, How could Gua go to a gambling house? You're lying. Wu Xiong calmly took out the written agreement. It's all written clearly in black and white, with Jianghua's fingerprint. Do you want to refuse to pay? That's quite rare. I have been collecting debts at the gambling house for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've encountered someone daring to refuse to pay us at our gambling house. Big brother, don't waste words with her. If we break her leg, she'll understand how serious we are, a younger brother suggested. Why make things complicated? Just take her to the county office, and then have Jiang Yihe come and settle the debt, Wu Xiong said. Jiang Yihe is studying at the academy. It's easy to handle. We just need to go to the academy to find him. Do you think he can refuse to pay? The enforcers from the gambling house went to the academy to find Jiang Yihe to make him pay Jiang Guo's gambling debt. Jiang Yihe is a proud person. If his classmates and teachers find out about this, it might hurt him even more than if he were beaten. Absolutely not. If Jiang Guo owes the debt, then whoever borrowed the money should pay it back. Why are you only looking for Jiang Guo? Why are you coming to me? Mrs. Tian hurriedly said. If Jiang Guo still hasn't paid her debt, I will naturally find her parents, Wu Xiong replied. When I came in earlier, I heard you arranged a good marriage for Jiang Guo. The bride price must be quite a lot. If you take the bride price to pay the debt, that would be perfect. But the bride price was only 50 taels of silver, and the debt was 100 taels. Where could she find the remaining 50 taels? Even if she sold herself, it wouldn't be enough. Hurry up. We don't have so much time to waste talking to you. The younger brother started to shout angrily. If you give us 100 taels, we will hand over Jiang Guo. Otherwise, we will just keep working to pay the debt. The money is at home. I think we should go home with her to get the silver, she suggested. Go home? Wouldn't that just cause everyone to find out? By then, people might say she was so desperate she ran to the gambling house to borrow money and ended up owing so much. Even Jiang Yihe might blame her for not teaching her daughter well, raising a girl who borrows money to gamble. Mrs. Tian's face turned pale, losing all color. She kept bowing to Wu Xiong and the others. Everyone, this is a serious matter. I need to discuss it with my husband first. I will go back and talk to him, then give you a reply. Are you planning to run away and refuse to pay? The younger brother asked suspiciously. No problem. Wu Xiong raised his hand. Let her go back and discuss it. If she runs away, there's still Jiang Guo. If that doesn't work, there's Jiang Yihe. You can't run from the temple, even if you run from the monk. Is there really a debt in our Four Directions betting shop that we can't recover? Go back first and talk to Jiang Yihe. Once you've discussed it, come back and tell us. That way, we'll know how to handle Jiang Guo. All right. Mrs. Tian hurriedly responded and then dared not stay too long, fearing Wu Xiong and his men might break her legs or follow her back to Jiangjia village. She left in a panic. After Mrs. Tian was gone and they left Xinghua Alley, everyone present finally relaxed and exchanged glances. They successfully scared Mrs. Tian away, and their act was quite good. I thought Mrs. Tian would cause trouble for a while, but I didn't expect her to be so timid that she ran away. One of Wu Xiong's followers said with feeling. Not just timid, Wu Xiong frowned, collecting the fake document with his fingerprint to prevent using it again. They say a mother is strong, but from Mrs. Tian, that strength was hardly visible. Throughout, she never asked where Jiang Guo was or if she was safe now. Instead, when they mentioned collecting debt from Jiang Yihe, they told them to directly ask that little girl, Jiang Guo. The debt collectors from the betting shop were all fierce and ruthless. Mrs. Tian wasn't afraid they might do something to Jiang Guo. Xia Mingyue also pursed her lips. Things come in many forms, and so do people. This was both about Mrs. Tian and Jiang Yihe. Jiang Guo, who came out of the house, understood what Xia Mingyue meant and saw Mrs. Tian's reactions just now. Her mother really disappointed her. She used to think her mother endured much hardship for her father. Not only did she suffer, but she also dragged her daughter into it. That hardship was one thing, but now, for money, her mother didn't even care about her life. And her father, as she had vaguely guessed earlier, was a selfish and cold person. The act of abandoning wife and daughter that Xia Jiejie mentioned earlier, he probably did that too. Such a family, such parents, was she really worth having? Jiang Wu bit her lip, repeatedly wiping away the tears she couldn't hold back. She bowed to Xia Mingyue, Wu Xiong, and others, saying, "Thank you, Sister Xia. Thank you, Brother Wu. Thank you all." "You're too polite," Lady Jiang Wu Xiong, a rough man, said. Seeing Jiangwa tearful, he felt very uneasy, but didn't know how to comfort her. He nervously rubbed his hands and said after a while, "Lady Jiang, you really shouldn't be so sad." For some reason, watching Jiangwa cry so much made him feel terrible, like a cat scratching his heart, an uncomfortable feeling. Feeling helpless, he added, "Don't be sad." Jiangwa wiped her tears again and tried to smile. "I'm not sad anymore. It's not worth being sad. Later, the Tian family and Zhang Yihe will probably come again," Wu Xiong said. "You all need to cheer up and focus on your work. Show your strength and let those two troublemakers see how powerful you are. Also, vent your anger on Jiangwa." "I don't think they'll come again," Xia Mingyue said. "Lady Tian is timid and indecisive. Zhang Yihe is probably smart enough to see the situation here, but he probably doesn't want to make things worse. He should be able to stay quiet for a few days. As for whether Zhang Yihe will have other tricks up his sleeve later, we'll see then. When trouble comes, we face it head-on. Wait and see." Wu Xiong nodded. "Let's go back first. If anything happens, Lady Xia, just call me anytime." "Okay," Xia Mingyue agreed, seeing Wu Xiong and his group out. After tidying up, Xia Mingyue said to Jiangwa, "I'm going to help at the food stall. You rest at home. Lock the door. Besides us coming back, no one else needs to enter. If anything happens, Wu Jin is here. Wu Jin can handle the Tian family and Zhang Yihe easily." Wu Jin barked once, indicating it was confident it could complete the task. Jiangwa took a water scoop from the water jar and said, "Sister Xia, wait for me. I'll go to the food stall with you to work." She held Sister Xia's wages, determined to work hard. Having received such a great favor, she knew she must do her best. There's no reason to stay at home and rest. Xia Mingyue was a little worried about Jiangwa, but thought she would be better busy now, so she agreed. She told Wu Jin to watch the house, then she and Jiangwa, whose eyes were a bit red and swollen, headed towards Xia's place. Here, Mrs. Tian was hurriedly rushing home in a rush. She spent 3 coins to ride a bullock cart. At this moment, she no longer cared about saving money. Zhang Yihe was at home, reading a book with a distracted mind. When Mrs. Tian returned, his eyes brightened, but seeing only her alone, his face darkened. Did Jiangwa come back? She didn't bring her? Stupid woman. If she didn't bring Jiangwa back, how could he explain to the Zhang family? "Husband, something terrible has happened." Jiangwa. Mrs. Tian was so anxious that tears came to her eyes. Because she was emotionally upset, she coughed violently for a while. After catching her breath, she explained clearly to Zhang Yihe about the men from the gambling house at Xia Mingyu's house coming to ask for money. What happened to that silly girl Jiangwa? Why did she go to the gambling house to gamble? And she owes so much silver. What should we do? Mrs. Tian was at a loss, looking to Zhang Yihe. "Husband, what should we do? Should we pay back the 100 taels of silver and bring Jiangwa home?" How would he know? Zhang Yihe was very annoyed. He thought Xia Mingyu was just meddling in others' affairs. If Mrs. Tian used family morals to talk to her, Xia Mingyu would understand her limits and return Jiangwa. But he never expected Xia Mingyu to meddle so much. Jiangwa was an honest, obedient girl who cared for her family. How could she go to a gambling house and lose so much silver? Even if Jiangwa had the courage and intention, the timing was too coincidental, and it was exactly 100 taels. This was clearly a scheme cooked up by Xia Mingyu and a few others. It was a good trick to make him hesitate to bring Jiangwa back, feeling it was a loss to do so, but also unable to explain to the Zhang family. They could both protect Jiangwa and cause him great trouble, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He knew it was just a play, but for his reputation, he dared not cause trouble at the government office. Xia Mingyu was truly a heartless schemer. And Jiangwa, she was really bold now, planning to turn the world upside down. "Husband, what should we do?" Mrs. Tian asked again when Zhang Yihe remained silent for a long time. Zhang Yihe, already impatient, grew more annoyed. What else can we do? We can only cancel the marriage with the Zhang family. Cancel the marriage? Mrs. Tian was stunned. Can the Zhang family agree to that? At this point, if they don't agree, they have to. Jiang Yihe said, unless Zhang's family personally repays the money owed by Jianghua, they will take the person away. But this was unlikely. Marrying a concubine with 100 taels of silver seemed unwise and not worth it. Zhang's family was not foolish enough to make such a deal. That Jianghua owes 100 taels to the gambling house. Mrs. Tian worried that the gamblers would come looking for her, or that they would disturb Jiang Yihe at the academy. There's a reason for every debt, and only the person responsible can settle it. Let them come and find Jianghua to ask for the money, Jiang Yihe said. Just saying that makes them too afraid to do anything. His main goal was to protect Jianghua and keep him from trouble. What trouble could those people really cause? Meanwhile, Xia Mingyue and Jianghua, both clever, mistakenly thought that this would bring peace and good luck in the future. Next year, Jianghua would reach marriageable age, and it was the time to choose a husband. Her reputation and character were most important. A girl with gambling debts would never be courted again. If she didn't want to be a concubine, she might as well remain a maiden for life. As for Xia Mingyue, revenge could wait 10 years. Once she was successful, could she not handle a small girl selling food at a stall? Jiang Yihe felt more at ease with these thoughts. Mrs. Tian was still worried about the gambling houses, but seeing her husband's confidence made her feel more secure. She also felt guilty.
It's all my fault.
I didn't teach Jianghua well and she did such things. Not only did she rack up a huge debt, but she also damaged my husband's reputation. I am useless. She truly felt useless. Nothing she did seemed to help. Years had passed, and she had made no progress. Jiang Yihe squinted and said, "Girls are thoughtful. You don't follow her every day, so how can you know her mind? Now is not the time to regret. It's better to return the Zhang family's belongings first."
Yes.
Seeing that Jiang Yihe was not angry, Mrs. Tian felt some comfort, but also more guilt. She hurried to get busy. She packed up Zhang's things and cooked meals for Jiang Yihe. Watching Mrs. Tian rush around, Jiang Yihe frowned. He had already planned where to put the money and valuables, but now everything was gone. He needed to think of a way to get some silver quickly. Jiang Yihe's gaze shifted from the nearly bare house, described as having almost nothing inside, to Mrs. Tian. Speaking of which, Mrs. Tian's family was already small, and after she married him, she rarely visited her family, almost cutting ties entirely. If only, the Tian family probably wouldn't have come knocking. Jiang Yihe picked up a book, hiding his bright eyes. Wu Xiong and his companions waited near Xia Mingyue's house and sat for a long time near Xia Ji. Seeing that Mrs. Tian and Jiang Yihe indeed did not come again, they finally relaxed and went to the gambling house. On the way, some people kept sighing about Mrs. Tian and Jiang Yihe's cold-heartedness and their indifference toward their own daughter. Especially Jianghua, who was still sensible and filial. These things happen often in daily life. They're not surprising, someone argued. Others fell silent immediately. Indeed, in the face of debt, many human behaviors are clear. Human nature is revealing. They had seen many things and many scenes, so today's situation was nothing special. Wu Xiong remained silent all along. When they arrived at the gambling house, he only sent the others to guard and watch, then he headed straight home, feeling heavy-hearted. At home, Mrs. Han was sorting peanuts. Fresh, early peanuts, very tender. After cleaning, they didn't need boiling or pickling. Just shell them, remove the red skins, and eat the plump, fresh peanuts directly. They are juicy and flavorful, much tastier than roasted or dried peanuts. Alternatively, they could grind the fresh peanuts into peanut paste, cook it, and drink it, aromatic and much better than soy milk. Wu Xiong liked the first method, while Mrs. Han preferred the second, so she bought many from farmers selling peanuts on the street, preparing to eat them in the evening. Seeing the peanuts, Wu Xiong knew Mrs. Han was thinking of him enjoying his favorite snack, so he prepared these. Feeling warm inside, Wu Xiong's eyes moistened. He sat down, resting his head in Mrs. Han's lap. Mother treats me so well. His own mother treats him like he's in heaven. Mother is the best mother in the world. Mrs. Han was caught off guard. Suddenly, a fuzzy, prickly thing pressed into her, startling her enough to slap it away. Why are you shouting like that? Wu Xiong chuckled, not caring about the place he was just hit, and instead rubbed Mrs. Han's hand. Mother, careful, your hand hurts. Next time, be gentler. It's not that I mind my head hurting, but I worry about your hand. How thick is his head? How could her hand withstand that? If she's unhappy, it's better she handle things herself. Go away, stop bothering us, Mrs. Han impatiently shooed Wu Xiong aside. All right, got it, Wu Xiong replied happily, moved a stool to the side, sat down and watched Mrs.
Han buser hesself, smiling happily.
A silly smile. A foolish grin. Mrs. Han thought. My son seems to be getting more and more silly. Maybe I should hit his head fewer times in the future? Yes, hitting his head too often makes people stupid. It might be better to spank him on the bottom. His flesh is thick enough to handle it. Business at Xia's food stall remains busy as usual. Once all the ingredients are sold out, they close shop on time, just like every day. During this time, everything is peaceful. Neither Mrs. Tian nor Jiang Iha has come again. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and stops talking about it. Jiang Wu appears to be fine on the surface, and she says she's fine too, but it will take a long time before she's truly unhurt. During this period, they need to quietly wait for the bleeding wounds to stop bleeding, form scabs, and gradually heal. Xia Mingyue and a few others keep their secrets, just like usual, cleaning up and preparing things for the next day. Lu and her two companions are busy, while Xia Mingyue checks on the soybeans. After a few days of fermentation, the soybeans have grown long mold threads. With the recent sun exposure, they're drying out gradually. The soybeans now have a yellow-green color, looking very nice. Once she confirms they are sufficiently dry, Xia Mingyue divides the soybeans into batches and puts them into open baskets, rubbing them to remove excess mold. She then pours the clean soybeans into wooden basins, adding salt, rice wine, Sichuan pepper, star anise, sliced, and as much chopped watermelon flesh as possible. To ensure the flavor of the watermelon bean paste, she carefully removes watermelon seeds when cutting, and while mixing, she presses the watermelon flesh with a large spoon to crush it as much as possible. After mixing thoroughly, she pours the mixture into coarse ceramic jars, covers them with layers of cloth, seals the lids, and then covers the jars with a layer of yellow mud, waiting patiently for fermentation. The watermelon bean paste needs about a month of fermentation, so they must wait patiently during this time. Today, I cut 3 whole watermelons to make pickled watermelon bean paste. To ensure the right taste, I left the thick rind on each piece, which still had the red flesh inside. Following the principle of saving and not wasting, Xia Mingyue decided to use these watermelon rinds to prepare dinner. First, she made a cold dish. She peeled off the green outer skin of the watermelon rind, sliced it thinly, salted it to draw out water, then mixed it with garlic slices, soy sauce, vinegar, sesame oil, and sugar. It can also be stir-fried. Again, she sliced the rind thinly, salted it to remove moisture, then stir-fried with plenty of small red chili peppers. She added some soy sauce for color and a splash of vinegar at the end. These 2 dishes made from watermelon rind are very tasty. The first is crispy and sweet, with a fresh aroma. The second is spicy and sour, which stimulates the appetite and leaves a sweet aftertaste. They go very well with rice. That dinner had no meat or fish, but they still finished half a basket of steamed buns. In the following days, everything was peaceful. The Jiang family remained silent, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Wu's eyes, which were swollen, gradually healed each day. Everyone still didn't mention the incident in front of Jiang Wu, but when she was not around, people sighed about it for quite a while. The end of the dog days of summer was near, and the mornings and evenings were no longer as hot. Despite the heat of summer, the popularity of various summer snacks continued to rise, not decrease. Ding Quan's food stall, because of his sweet and friendly personality, sold more each day than Xia Mingyue's. With the success of the 2 branches, Xia Mingyue's home became lively again. Many people came to ask about franchise opportunities, hoping to open a branch on East Street. Running the 2 franchise stores gave Xia Mingyue a lot of experience, making her more confident when choosing franchise partners. After careful comparison and investigation, she quickly decided on another partner. His name was Lu Fulin. If you looked closely, he was a distant relative of manager Qian. He used to work in another county, serving as a waiter in a large restaurant. He knew a lot about food and was skilled at entertaining guests. He was talkative, hardworking, and capable, perfect for running a snack stall. When he heard about Xia Mingyue's skills from manager Qian, Lu Fulin hurried to find her. Xia Mingyue liked Lu Fulin's versatile personality, and they quickly agreed on the franchise details. Dongcheng District is the most lively part of Jinqiu County, with excellent locations everywhere. Finding a suitable spot didn't take much effort. Lu Fulin had some savings and borrowed a few silver coins from Qian Zhonggui and Lu's family, then prepared a branch on East Main Street. After a few busy days, the store was about to open. This also meant that Xia Mingyue's supply volume needed to increase by another 20 to 30%. Considering the overall operation, Xia Mingyue looked for someone to work from home, so Lu's family could be freed up to handle purchasing tasks. The final choice was Song, introduced earlier by Zhou, who was her distant aunt. She was only a year older than Zhou. Years ago, Song was engaged, but just before the wedding, her fiancé suddenly fell ill and died. Because of this, she was labeled as unlucky for marriage. Her family disliked her and refused to return the bride price paid by her husband's family. Eventually, her husband's family agreed to let her marry her late husband's younger brother, who was only 10 years old, just able to chop firewood, and unaware of everything, relying entirely on family arrangements. Song refused to accept this and threatened to die, but in the end, she entered her husband's family as a sister-in-law. She promised to serve her in-laws faithfully, care for her younger brother-in-law, and marry him when the time came. Later, during ongoing wars, Song followed her in-laws as they moved several times and finally settled in Jinqiu County. Her in-laws had died on the way, leaving her and her younger brother-in-law to depend on each other. The brother-in-law was now 15, tall, and strong. He worked as a laborer for other families, while Song took on sewing and mending to support the household. Through Zhou's introduction, she then came to work for Xia Mingyue. Song was diligent, clean, quick, and friendly, often smiling and very approachable. Xia Mingyue was quite satisfied with her. After a few days of trial, she stayed, and her wages were higher than Zhou's. With another worker in the house, Xia Mingyue could focus on other tasks. Every day, she moved the jar of fermented soybeans outside to sun-dry, then brought it back in the evening. The radishes, mustard greens, and cabbage seedlings in the yard had grown tall and needed regular care. Xia Mingyue also planted some garlic cloves near the vegetable patch, preparing to enjoy fresh, tender garlic sprouts in a few days when the weather cools down. Additionally, Xia Mingyue started preparing ingredients to make cold skewers. First, she made the broth. She stir-fried dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, cumin, star anise, green onions, garlic, and bean paste until fragrant and red oil formed. Then, she added chicken frames and bone marrow broth to simmer. She seasoned it with salt, vinegar, soy sauce, and sugar. Using a strainer, she removed all the ingredients, leaving behind a bright red, flavorful broth. She sprinkled some white sesame seeds and chopped green onions on top for extra aroma and let it cool. Next, she prepared various skewers. Sliced potatoes, torn mushrooms into suitable pieces, soaked dried bean curd cut into small sections, sliced fresh tofu, sliced lotus root, and thin slices of pork tenderloin, all skewered on bamboo sticks. These ingredients were boiled in bone broth until cooked, then soaked in the prepared red oil broth for about half an hour before serving. The red oil broth was already bright and fragrant, and with the addition of various foods, it became even more tempting. Although it looked red and spicy, because sugar and vinegar were added to balance the flavors, and since it was cooled, it wasn't very spicy to taste. Instead, it was quite comfortable and delicious, thanks to the spices, oil, and broth. According to Lu, it was fragrant but not spicy. Even if there was some heat afterward, it was just right and very appetizing. Jianghua, Zhou, and Song all praised the flavor during the tasting. This tasting turned into everyone's dinner, and Xia Mingyue finally gave up on the hassle of skewering the ingredients and just cooked everything directly in the pot. After boiling and a brief soak, she served it on the table, ready to eat with chopsticks. Delicious. This cold skewers are really tasty. Tastes as good as a frog eating a mosquito. Zhao Dahu also sighed. Everyone was silent. What kind of wild words? But if you think carefully, maybe there's some truth in it. After all, the appeal of these cold skewers to them was no different from a mosquito's attraction to a frog. Uncle Xia, will you sell these cold skewers at Xia's shop? Zhao Eru asked. I'm still considering, Xia Mingyue replied. It might take some time, but with this weather, it probably won't be available for long. At this time, the weather is still quite warm. The most popular items sold at Xia Mingyue's food stall are still cold noodles and cold skin noodles. If she adds skewers to the sale, she can simply put them into the bowl without mixing flavors. However, after the beginning of the autumn period, the weather quickly turns cooler and a layer of chill comes in. The main foods at Xia Mingyue's stall will shift to hot dishes like wontons and soup. Cold hot pot skewers are not suitable to be served in the same bowl anymore. If she uses a separate bowl, besides the cost of the skewers, she would also need to buy and wash more bowls, which would greatly reduce her profit. It's very likely that after working hard for a long time, she might not make much money and just end up with a lively atmosphere but little profit. When the weather gets colder, cold hot pot skewers will no longer be the first choice for customers. In fact, cold hot pot skewers are more like a snack, better suited for modern snack carts. Wait, snack carts?
Got it.
Xia Mingyue suddenly slapped her forehead. I know how to do the cold hot pot skewer business now.
How?
Everyone looked at Xia Mingyue eagerly. I need to think more about it and see if it's feasible, Xia Mingyue said with a small smile. For now, let me keep a little mystery. If it's not feasible, there's no need to say it out loud, to avoid unnecessary worry. Everyone knew Xia Mingyue was cautious, so they didn't ask further and continued enjoying the remaining skewers on their plates. Good food should all be eaten, only then can it be truly appreciated. Only then can the taste be justified. The day after Xia Mingyue had this idea, she first asked He Shunzi, who comes daily to get ice powder, whether anyone makes skewers and what the costs are. Making skewers isn't difficult. Every family in the village can do it. The elderly, women, and even children can handle it. I'm not sure how much I can charge yet, but it shouldn't be high. Once I figure it out, I'll let Lady Xia know, He Shunzi said. Good. You can check it out when the time comes, Xia Mingyue replied while packing ice powder for He Shunzi, then asked curiously, since the weather is getting cooler, do you still eat ice powder every day? Since they are from a wealthy family, they probably pay close attention to diet and health. The sour seeds are neutral in nature, so they're fine. But for taste, ice-cold ice powder is best for its refreshing and flavorful experience. At this time, the weather isn't very hot anymore, and eating it daily isn't very good for the stomach and spleen. I really don't know about this matter. He Shunzi scratched his ear. The kitchen at Dashin Garden is still busy every day, probably preparing food daily to be ready in case the old lady wants to eat at any time. It's better that the kitchen receives money every day for this business. Since they want to do it, we might as well continue. Recently, I've been collecting small lanterns. Once I have enough, I'll deliver them to Lady Xia. If there are leftovers, they can be used next year. Yes, Lady Xia nodded in agreement. He Shunzi's words are right. If there's money to be made, we should do it first. The rest can wait for later. After settling the bamboo skewer matter, Lady Xia went to the general store to ask about oil paper. Speaking of oil paper, Lady Xia truly admires the old ancestors' creativity and skill. The oil paper made from bamboo, wood, and other materials is waterproof, oil-proof, and durable. Usually, Lady Xia often buys some oil paper here to wrap pancakes, so she is a regular customer. The shopkeeper greeted her with a smile. What does Lady Xia want? I want to ask about this oil paper, Lady Xia said. Lady Lu bought a lot of oil paper here the other day, saying it was for Lady Xia's use. Could it be that you've already used it up so quickly? Or perhaps the quality of the oil paper here isn't good enough, so it can't be used? The shopkeeper looked at Lady Xia with some concern. The ones Lady Lu bought earlier were for daily baking of pancakes. I want to find something different, Lady Xia explained. I want to buy some thicker oil paper, preferably pre-dipped and shaped like a cup. Like this, Lady Xia took a piece of paper, rolled it into a bucket shape as a demonstration for the shopkeeper. Add a bottom, and I want to use it to hold soup or liquids. It's more convenient than a bowl and won't leak. Like this, the shopkeeper sighed in relief, but then frowned. But that might be hard to make. I need to think about it and see if I can do it. It's thick, needs to be glued together, and must not leak. It's not an easy task. Since he's never seen or heard of such a thing, there's probably no one to ask for advice. He'll have to figure it out himself. The shopkeeper fiddled with the oil paper for a while, then sighed. I think I'll need a few days to think about it. Lady Xia, you can go back first. If I can make it, I'll let you know. Thank you, shopkeeper, Lady Xia replied. Xia Minghua said, it would be best if the oil paper cups could be cheaper. If they are too expensive, they might not be useful. Understood, the grocery shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. Most of the time, oil paper items are given away for free when selling food, so their prices naturally need to be as low as possible. The shopkeeper, who had been in business for many years, understood this principle well. After sending Xia Minghua away, the shopkeeper began to think about how to make the oil paper cup she mentioned. Meanwhile, Xia Minghua wandered the street, thinking about what to prepare for lunch. Lady Xia, Han the butcher called out from afar. Shopkeeper Hong. Xia Minghua replied with a smile as she approached. Have you finished the chili sauce? Since she gave Hong the butcher chili oil last time, his wife, Fong, liked it very much and kept craving more. Hong often came to buy chili oil from Xia Minghua. At first, Xia Minghua gave it for free, but chili is fine, yet oil is not cheap. Even though Hong offered to pay less, Xia Minghua felt embarrassed and just took money. Initially, she hesitated to accept payment, but seeing no way to refuse, she finally took it, and she also put a lot of effort into making the chili oil. Considering that pregnant women need proper nutrition and shouldn't eat spicy dishes all the time, Xia Minghua added some minced pork into the chili oil, making a fragrant and nutritious pork chili oil that satisfies cravings and provides nutrients. Later, she improved the recipe by adding shiitake mushrooms, creating mushroom pork chili oil. Actually, it should now be called chili sauce. Fong loved the mushroom pork chili sauce so much, she thought about it constantly. Thanks to this chili sauce, her health improved, and she started eating other foods, which made Hong very happy. Because of this, Fong grew to respect Xia Minghua even more. She smiled and slightly bowed, saying, There's still some of the chili sauce you made last time. I haven't finished it yet. I just heard about something and saw you passing by, so I wanted to tell you. Shopkeeper Hong is very well informed. Did you hear some interesting news? Xia Minghua teased, thinking Hong was about to share some gossip. But she saw Hong's smile fade, and he lowered his voice. It's about the front line. The front line? Xia Minghua's expression immediately became serious. What happened at the front line? I heard that the court sent troops to attack Changzhou Prefecture City. They fought for a long time, but still haven't taken it. A few days ago, they had a big battle, but it was unsuccessful. Instead, the generals were seriously injured and died, and the soldiers' deaths were countless. Huang the butcher said, Too many people have died, and since they are still fighting, the army can't keep track of the casualties. The news of so many soldiers dying hasn't been passed on yet. Xia Minghua bit her lip. She didn't know whether Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai were safe. These are also things I heard today from the meat vendors. They heard it from acquaintances in the army. I don't know if these words are true, but I just want to tell Xian Yangzi. It's enough for her to know, Huang the butcher said. It's not necessarily bad to think positively, but if something is wrong, Xian Yangzi, as a woman, should prepare early. If everything is fine, that would be the best. I understand. Thank you, Boss Huang, Xia Minghua said. She didn't feel like wandering the streets, so she went home first. When Mrs. Lu and others finished their work, Xia Minghua told them what Boss Huang said. Mrs. Lu listened, then fell silent for a moment and sighed. Joining the army is dangerous, like walking on the edge of a knife. You have to be ready at any moment. The war has been ongoing for years, and bad news keeps coming one after another. Mrs. Lu was used to it but still worried deeply. But she knew worrying wouldn't help much. Life and death, blessings and disasters, mostly depend on fate. Xia Mingyue also pursed her lips. Lu Qian is a good person. She hoped he and brother Zhao would return safely. Jianghua saw this and said, Sister Xia and Sister Lu, would you like to visit the city god temple? I heard from. Just as she was about to say mother, Jianghua quickly changed her words. I heard from people in the village that the peace talisman at the city god temple is very effective. The city god temple is a common feature in every county or prefecture city. Besides worshipping the city god, who protects the people and prevents disasters and wars, it also oversees the land gods and some affairs of the underworld. It controls life and death, punishes evil, rewards good, and manages weather and other matters closely related to the people. The city god is highly respected by the common people. Before taking office, the new county magistrate must first pay respects to the city god. On the 15th of each month, the city temple is lively, with local gentry and wealthy families sponsoring performances or distributing free meals to make the city god feel happy and lively. Tomorrow is the 15th, a perfect day to visit the city temple. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu quickly agreed and decided to go. At the food stall, Jianghua and the Zhou and Song families were busy. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu only helped with preparations in the morning. Once the food stall was running smoothly, they took the offerings prepared for the city god and set out. The city temple is located in the southern part of Jinqiu County. It is quite large and looks grand and imposing. Because it is the 15th, it is very lively today. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu passed through the archway and the main gate, entering the main hall. Each place worships a different city god. Most are loyal and brave heroes, or those who have made great contributions to the city. In Jinqiu County, the city god is Guangong, known for his loyalty and righteousness. In the main hall, the statue of Guangong looks solemn and awe-inspiring, inspiring respect. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu bowed respectfully. Then they went to the side altar, placed their fruit offerings, and bowed again with sincerity. Your sincerity will surely bring your wishes to pass, said the temple keeper, an old man with a youthful face, standing at the door of the side altar. He handed Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu a peace talisman. Thank you. I hope our wishes come true, they replied politely. Today's performance is The Oath of the Peach Garden. You may watch it yourself. At noon, meals will be distributed. Everyone can go to the back hall to eat. Before the temple keeper finished speaking, a young boy in blue hurried over. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Speak carefully. What's wrong? The temple keeper asked, noticing the surprised looks of others caused by the boy's shout. Don't scare the others. Chef Lai is in trouble. The boy swallowed nervously, trying to calm his breath. This morning, Chef Lai said he felt a bit sick and went to the bathroom twice. Now he's gone 3 times, and he looks like he can't stand up. He can't cook anymore. He asked me to tell you quickly, see who can step in first. Who can step in first? At this critical moment, who can take over? I have previously told Chef Lai that he has a weak stomach and should not indulge in cold drinks or alcohol. However, he promised on the surface, but secretly ignored it. It's probably because he drank too much last night. Now, at this critical moment, he causes trouble again. It's really frustrating.
Sigh.
The temple guardian was sweating on his forehead and pacing back and forth nervously. If it's just the lunch for everyone at noon, we can manage, even if the taste isn't great. It's a gift from the city god, so people won't complain much. But we also need to serve an extra portion for the city god. If it tastes bad, that would surely upset the city god. All right, go to Qingyang Alley and find Chef Li, the temple guardian said, then shook his head. That's not possible now. Chef Li's temper is getting worse, and his skills aren't as good as before. Chef Zhang is busy preparing a wedding feast today and can't leave easily. Chef Ge is quite old now, and I can't even handle a spatula properly. So, in a short time, they couldn't find a suitable person? The temple guardian was considering whether to invite someone from the restaurant. Xia Mingyue held a peace talisman in her hand. Seeing the guardian's dilemma, she volunteered, "May I ask if you are looking for a cook?" "Yes, that's right," the guardian nodded. "Does this lady have someone to recommend?" "It's not about recommending someone else. I usually run a food business, and my cooking skills are decent. I can prepare some meals," Xia Mingyue said. "Does this young lady want to cook the lunch for the city god's temple?" The temple guardian was a bit surprised. Whether a young girl who isn't married or a married woman, most can cook because they handle household chores daily. But the skill level varies greatly. Most good chefs are men. The guardian was somewhat skeptical about this delicate-looking, slender, and somewhat delicate young lady's cooking skills. But since there was no suitable chef available and she volunteered, he tentatively asked, "Are you really confident in your cooking skills?" "Not just confident. My sister-in-law's cooking is better than the chef's at Yuran restaurant," Lu Shi chimed in from the side. "Honestly, I haven't had better-tasting dishes than hers so far. Is there anyone who can cook better than this young lady? Isn't this statement already exaggerated enough?" The temple priest widened his eyes. If he had heard these words on a normal day, he would have thought she was just exaggerating. But now, in the city god temple and in front of the city god himself, even if it's an exaggeration, it should be limited, right? At this moment, they couldn't find a more suitable cook. The delicate young lady in front of them didn't seem like someone impatient or careless. "Then I will be grateful for your help. My surname is Xia," Xia Mingyue said with a smile. "This is Sister Lu. Sister Lu often helps out here and can assist as well. Today, they came to the city god temple to pray for safety charms, and it just so happened that such a situation occurred." Xia Mingyue thought there might be some kind of fate involved. Doing some work for the city god could also accumulate good karma. Perhaps it might even bring more protection to Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai. Lu also thought the same way and nodded quickly. "Yes, I can help with washing, chopping vegetables, and cleaning." "Thank you, Lady Xia and Lady Lu," said the temple priest, no longer caring about other things. He hurriedly led Xia Mingyue and Lu to the back bedroom. The bedroom is where the city god and his wife rest. On the west side of the room, there is a separate side door. Going through this door leads to the resting area used by the temple priests and staff. The kitchen is also in this courtyard. At this moment, the kitchen staff were busy washing tofu and various vegetables bought earlier. "Today's lunch will be tofu ball soup," the temple priest said. "Lady Xia needs to fry all these tofu balls until they are cooked, then cook a delicious tofu ball soup. Someone over there is steaming buns for the dough, so no need for Lady Xia to worry." Hearing this, Xia Mingyue checked some of the ingredients in the kitchen. Seeing that everything was ready, she nodded and agreed. "Rest assured, I will handle this." Seeing her confidence, the temple priest felt unexpectedly at ease. He instructed the kitchen staff to follow Xia Mingyue's orders, then hurriedly arranged for someone to take the pale-faced, speechless chef Lai to see a doctor. After the temple priests left, Xia Mingyue began to organize everyone to work efficiently. The 15 people who came to help in the city god temple kitchen were mostly local residents from the county or nearby areas. They included elderly women, young wives, and even some older men. Everyone was worried about Chef Lai's absence and how to prepare the meal today. When someone appeared who looked like the chef, everyone felt more confident and followed Mingyue's instructions to do their respective tasks. The tofu balls and soup mainly used tofu as the main ingredient. The tofu was made from sour bean curd, slightly yellowish-white, firm yet soft, with a strong bean aroma. Mingyue looked at the quantities and divided all the tofu into 3 parts. The first part was mashed completely, the second was cut into 3-inch square pieces about half a finger thick, and the third was sliced into diamond-shaped pieces about wide. In a hot pan, Mingyue first added the large tofu slices. The oil coated the tender tofu, making a sizzling sound, and the fragrant smell filled the air. The tofu gradually turned golden brown. Using a large skimmer, she flipped one side to ensure both sides absorb enough heat and oil. When both sides were crispy and golden, she removed the tofu and set it aside to drain excess oil. Next, she fried the second batch of tofu slices. Once all the tofu slices were fried until crispy and piled up like a small hill, the ingredients for the tofu balls were almost ready. She put the mashed tofu, chopped carrots, white radish, chopped green onions, flour, 5-spice powder, salt, and pepper into a large wooden basin. She then cracked in some eggs and mixed everything thoroughly. While mixing, she kept smashing any remaining large tofu chunks until everything was a thick, sticky paste with the eggs. Manhwa washed her hands, then pinched a round ball of tofu mixture from the palm of her hand. Using a small spoon, she quickly scooped the balls into the hot oil. At first, Manhwa was not very skilled, but after making a dozen or so tofu balls, she became more proficient, moving faster and faster, to the point that it was dazzling to watch. Next to her, a middle-aged woman who wanted to learn how to make the tofu balls watched for a while. She rubbed her forehead in frustration and finally gave up on learning. Well, not everyone can be a master chef. It's better to do some simple tasks and help out. As long as it was for the city god, Manhwa could see that, right? Seeing Manhwa work like this, some people couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Looking at this delicate and refined young lady, I initially thought she was someone who never touched spring water with her fingers, but I didn't expect her to be so talented. An old man sighed. From her manner, her cooking skills are probably much better than Chef Li's. That's not certain, a young man named Lu Shanzi replied. Maybe she only knows how to fry tofu balls. The flavor of the tofu ball soup depends on seasoning, and not everyone can make it taste that good. I say, you shouldn't feel bad just because you usually call Chef Li your brother, and today someone seems better than him, someone else said. Why would I? Lu Shanzi straightened his neck. I'm just telling the truth. Most cooks are men, and few women can cook well. As soon as he said that, everyone had no words to argue. That's true. Women in the Great Zhou Kingdom are not considered low in status. It's common for women to work and earn money. There are 2 female officials in the court, but female cooks are very rare. Even if there are some, their skills are limited. But I think this Lady Xia is different, a woman said. Why don't we make a bet and see what the final result is? At the city god temple, you want to bet money? Aren't you afraid of the city god's punishment? An old man hurriedly warned. It's not about betting money, just guessing. If we're right, we'll give the city god a few coins today. That's okay, right? The woman replied. Hearing this, others agreed, especially Lu Shanzi, who said, if you win, you give the city god money. I think Chef Li's skills are better. If I lose, I will give the city god 100 coins. How about that? That's a good deal. The city god temple often needs repairs, and during disasters, they set up stalls to give out porridge. Every year, they also reward loyal and righteous people and help the poor and elderly. The more kind-hearted people, the better. Everyone secretly made bets. Xia Manhwa didn't know, and didn't care. She focused on frying all the tofu balls. One by one, the tofu balls went into the hot oil, floating on the surface. When they turned golden and crispy, she took them out. Soon, the fried tofu balls, like the tofu slices earlier, piled up in a wooden basin into a small hill, looking very impressive. Someone reached out and took one, wanting to taste it. With the first bite, the tiny of the crispy tofu ball breaking through its smooth surface exploded in the mouth, followed by a rich, fragrant taste spreading across the palate. Next, the unique richness of the tofu and the fresh flavors of 2 types of radish flooded in, quickly dominating the entire tongue and then the whole mouth. Until a complete tofu ball was swallowed, the wonderful taste remained, lingering and hard to forget. The person instinctively reached for a second, then a third. By the time he grabbed the 4th, he suddenly snapped back to reality. This is the city god temple. He was secretly eating the city god's meal. Such a deed was truly sinful. He hurriedly bowed repeatedly toward the main hall and the offering hall, confessing his sins to the city god and promising that during lunch he would not scoop any more tofu balls into his bowl as a sign of repentance. The fried tofu balls were prepared, and the oil in the pot was poured into a jar to cool for later use, leaving some oil at the bottom of the pot. Green onions and garlic were sautéed to add aroma. Then sliced tofu was quickly stir-fried in the pot. Before the surface changed color, a large amount of boiling water was poured in. Once boiling, soy sauce, 5-spice powder, pepper, sliced tofu, washed spinach, chives, and sweet potato starch paste were added. Salt and vinegar were used for seasoning. A splash of rich sesame oil was poured over, some chopped cilantro was sprinkled, and finally, a large batch of fried tofu balls was added. Xia Mingyue tasted the flavor, felt it met expectations, and then asked someone to invite the temple keeper. As soon as the temple keeper arrived at the sleeping hall, he smelled a strong aroma and immediately felt confident. He hurried to the kitchen and saw a large pot of brightly colored, fragrant tofu ball soup. His eyes brightened even more. This looked better than what Chef Lai made. No, it looked even better than Chef Lai's. The temple keeper took a small bowl, scooped some soup with a large iron spoon, and tasted it. The soup was fresh and delicious, and it made him feel an irresistible urge, the urge to drink the entire pot of tofu ball soup in one go. But this was the meal of the city god. He shook off the rebellious thought and suppressed the impulse to drink a big bowl. He said, "Lady Xia, your cooking skills are truly excellent. This tofu ball soup is cooked perfectly." Then he looked guilty and added, "Just now, I was worried whether Lady Xia could handle this, but now I see I was overthinking. Your skills are truly remarkable." After the temple priest finished speaking, a look of shame grew even stronger on his face. Why does he seem so lacking in words today? Besides praising her good skills, he can't think of anything else to say about Lady Xia. Or perhaps the tofu and meatball soup is so delicious that it has completely distracted him. "Temple priest, you flatter me," Xia Mingyue said politely with a bow. Her humble and respectful attitude made the temple priest think more highly of her. He nodded and bowed again, then ordered someone to bring the dishes used by the city god's old master to serve him a meal. There was one bowl and 4 small plates. One plate of large fried tofu slices, one of fried tofu balls, one of cut white tofu into 4 squares, one of freshly steamed buns, and one bowl of tofu and vegetable soup. Once everything was ready, a young helper and the temple priest carried the dishes to the offering hall, placing them on the city god's table, and then they bowed and paid respects according to the rules. People who had watched the show earlier at the stage also came into the hall or stood at the door, bowing like the temple priest. After the respectful bows, they started distributing the noon meal. The meal was free and given in the name of the city god. Many believed that eating it would bring the city god's protection and help avoid disasters. So, many people lined up patiently to receive their food. After getting their share, they thanked the servers and bowed to the city god at the hall entrance before dispersing to enjoy the blessed meal. The tofu soup in the bowl was bright green with fresh spinach. The tofu was snow white, the fried tofu slices golden with white edges, the yellow chives looked tender, and the broth was a rich reddish brown. Just looking at it made people's mouths water. When they took a sip, the rich, fragrant broth and the crispy yet tender tofu balls made their tongues and stomachs excited, urging them to pick up their spoons for a second bite. Those helping in the kitchen arrived last to get their share. Earlier, some people who had eaten several tofu balls told the server to skim the balls off the soup and only pour the broth for them. Today's tofu and meatball soup was especially delicious, with the crispy, fragrant tofu balls being a highlight. Many wanted to eat more but couldn't say so aloud. Instead, they silently wished they could get a few more meatballs. The person serving the soup may not fully understand what the other is thinking, but seeing someone happily eat several meatballs, he can guess a little. When he sees someone refuse tofu meatballs, he suddenly laughs. "You really like them." Someone just doesn't want to eat tofu meatballs. The person can only awkwardly smile and walk away, joking to himself. It's not that he doesn't like tofu meatballs. He loves them so much that he can't eat them right now. Only he truly understands this feeling. Others cannot. And they shouldn't try to understand it either. Earlier, those who doubted Xia Mingyue's cooking skills compared her to Chef Lai. After tasting her tofu soup, they all got their answer. It's not that Xia Mingyue's cooking is much better than Chef Li's, but compared to him, she is just a little behind, only about 10 streets away. Everyone understood this quietly. They didn't say anything but followed their earlier agreement, took out money from their pockets, and respectfully offered it to the city god. Lishanzi, who doubted Xia Mingyue earlier, was convinced and even gave her 100 coins, then bowed to her. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu were eating bread and drinking tofu soup nearby. When they saw this, they were both surprised. "Lady Xia, please don't mind," Lishanzi explained. "I previously thought Lady Xia's cooking wasn't as good as Chef Li's and made a bet. Now that I've tasted her tofu meatball soup, I see that her cooking is truly excellent. I was too dismissive of Lady Xia before, so I came to apologize," he said, bowing properly to her. "You're too polite, sir," Xia Mingyue replied with a small bow. "Chef Li has been working in the city god temple for a long time. Today, I am just offering myself. You don't know me well, so it's understandable to have doubts. You don't need to feel guilty." "Thank you, Lady Xia," Lishanzi said with a smile. Then he went to help the others clean up the dishes. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu quickly finished their soup. Today, Xia Mingyue worked hard. The person serving her food was also kind-hearted. With each spoonful, the bowls were filled to the brim with thick food, and they even brought her an extra bun. After a busy morning, Xia Mingyue was very hungry. She finished eating all the tofu and buns in her bowl and helped others clean their dishes and utensils. When everything was done, the temple priest thanked everyone who had come to help voluntarily. He especially said to Xia Mingyue, "Today, thanks to Lady Xia, you and Lady Lu came to pray for peace at the temple. The many things you did for Lord City God will surely be remembered, and your family will be blessed with safety." Then he gave each of them a peace talisman. These talismans have been offered on Lord City God's altar for a long time. Because of his blessings, take them home and give them to your family. They will keep you safe. Most women like them come to ask for peace talismans because they have family members in the army. The temple priest has been at the city god temple for many years and knows this well. "Thank you," Xia Mingyue and Lady Lu said happily as they took the talismans and carefully stored them away. They stayed at the temple for a little while longer, bowing repeatedly before Lord City God, then left to go home. The helpers at the temple also gradually left. Lishanzi stayed the latest. After leaving the temple, he entered a nearby alley. He walked all the way to the end of the alley, pushed open the most dilapidated door, and went inside. Passing through a somewhat deserted and run-down yard, Lishanzi entered a house. Chef Li was leaning on the kong, a traditional heated bed, sipping yellow wine. Seeing Lishanzi come in, Chef Li hurried to his feet. "How was it? Did you show your skills today?" "Not really," Lishanzi said awkwardly. "That Lady Xia is an excellent cook. Her tofu balls and soup taste quite good. I think I even enjoyed it more than Brother Li's cooking." "Really?" Chef Li was a bit surprised but muttered, "There are always people better than me. It's normal. It's not surprising. But you," he continued, "you've been in Jinqiu County for some time now and haven't found a proper job. I was thinking if I pretend to be sick this time, you could show your skills. Then, later, you could take over the temple's affairs. When your reputation spreads, people will want to invite you for weddings and celebrations." Instead, today, someone cut in on the game, and it turned out to be a young woman. "I think from now on, the temple priest will want to invite her to cook, and it won't be your turn anymore. Your luck is really terrible." Chef Li was a bit annoyed. Lu Shanzi still smiled happily and said, "Brother Li, this is just talk. After I reached Jinqiu County, I was all alone and relied on Brother Li's support to survive. Isn't that the greatest luck?" "Not much skill, just good at talking nonsense," Brother Li replied with a look. "All right, I'll think of other ways to help you find a job." Since he agreed to be called Big Brother, he should take on the responsibility. He used to have a younger brother, but unfortunately, over the years, the world has been unstable. More than 10 years ago, his brother died from illness while fleeing. If his brother were still alive, he might be as old as Lu Shanzi. Earlier, I was chatting with someone at the temple. They said that the Yueran restaurant needs kitchen staff these days. I want to try. Lu Shanzi said. The head chef at Yueran restaurant is named Gao, same surname as the owner. He's very proud and looks down on others. He keeps things to himself. If you go there, you might not even learn to use a spoon after 3 or 5 years just doing hard labor. Brother Lai was worried. You're smart and quick to learn. If you go to Yueran restaurant, you might ruin your chances. Just working as a helper means staying a helper forever. You won't learn to cook or handle fire, and your future as a cook might be lost. Stay here for now, and see if other opportunities come up, Lu Shanzi said. Yueran restaurant isn't very good, but at least it's a restaurant. Staying in the kitchen might give you some other chances later. If you stay outside all the time, you won't get close to the cooks, and it will be even harder. Most importantly, after becoming a helper, you get food and lodging, and maybe some monthly pay. You could also buy Brother Lai a couple of jars of wine. That makes sense. Brother Lai thought for a long time and finally nodded. All right, let's do as you say. I remember I knew someone named Feng Dahai. He's chopping vegetables at Yueran restaurant now. I'll invite him out for a drink and say hello. He might take better care of you. Thank you, Brother Lai. Lu Shanzi felt very warm inside. He thought, maybe this older brother is just like that. After Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu returned home, they each put away their safety charms. Madame Lu placed hers on the bedside table, while Xia Mingyue put hers in a small wooden box and placed it on the bed of Lu Qian, where he had lain before. Lu Qian was a good person. I hope Lu Qian can stay safe this time. Xia Mingyue closed her eyes and quietly wished for his safety. Meanwhile, over 100 miles from Jinqiu County, Lu Qian couldn't help but sneeze. The squad leader has sneezed twice since earlier. Maybe he's coming down with a cold, a soldier nearby asked. With such hot weather and the squad leader being healthy, he probably isn't sick, another soldier teased. I think someone is just thinking about him. During spring, the squad leader got married. He hasn't been home for a long time. Maybe his wife misses him so much that she mentioned him, and that's why he sneezed? The first soldier suddenly understood. That must be it. Does Xia Mingyue miss him? Lu Qian's mind instantly appeared with her delicate, lotus-like face. Xia Mingyue is a gentle and smart person. Even when his attitude was unclear, she remained calm and planned her own life steadily. People often compare women to floating duckweed, but Xia Mingyue is more like a resilient fern that can quickly take root and face difficulties without fear. Would such a woman really be thinking of her husband, who is just a title, during her free time? Lu Qian squinted and looked at them, saying, It seems you have some experience? These men were all younger than Lu Qian and not married yet, true bachelors. Faced with his sharp words, they had nothing to say and felt a bit embarrassed. They knew they had to get married before they could go back. But first, they had to return safely. This siege had dragged on, with many casualties, and several of their acquaintances had already fallen. They might not have such strong luck. Thinking of this, their expressions turned sad, and the atmosphere around them grew very gloomy. Looking at the original 50 soldiers, now fewer than 40 because some were injured, Lu Qian felt sorrowful but spoke in a firm voice. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back safely. He would do everything he could. Lu Qian was known for his sense of justice and bravery in battle, always protecting others and fighting fiercely. Unlike some squad leaders who only ordered their men to rush forward and then took all the credit, he fought bravely and protected his team. Everyone in the team greatly admires Lu Qian. Even Zheng Sanfu, who previously doubted him, now secretly feels some respect. Seeing Lu Qian speak like this, everyone feels reassured, nodding heavily yes. They are confident they will be safe. The squad leader is good to us and skilled in battle, but this time, someone hesitated to speak. This time, they're setting up an ambush here to block reinforcements coming to support Changzhou Prefecture, cutting off all supplies and making it a lonely city. When the food and arrows inside run out, the city will fall. But right now, only 3 armies have been sent here. In the Zhou dynasty, one army has 2,500 soldiers, but due to recent casualties, these 3 armies total no more than 6,000 men. According to scouts, The reinforcements from this direction number over 10,000. The difference in numbers is huge, and this battle is very stressful. Most importantly, their squad is leading the attack among the troops. And their squad was placed at the front. The reason for this arrangement isn't because they fought bravely under Lu Qian's leadership and gained recognition from the higher-ups, but because Xiao Dutu recommended it. Logically, since each side has two squads, Xiao Dutu's recommendation should mean both squads move together. But Xiao Dutu insisted that the camp commander send the other squad to the back, leaving Lu Qian's squad at the front. The intention behind this is obvious. They don't care about sacrificing themselves for the country or dying honorably. But being targeted like this really... It's hard to swallow this anger. Someone thought of this and angrily cursed. What is Xiao Dutu thinking? He's in charge of these soldiers, yet he doesn't value them and shows favoritism? What else can he think? Isn't it because he sees that our squad leader is better than him and is afraid he'll take his position? So he's trying to sabotage us? He wants Lu Qian to get seriously hurt or die on the battlefield. At the very least, any injury or death in the team would make Lu Qian feel responsible and guilty. It's a really cruel trick. When these words were spoken, the nearby people all looked angry, wishing they could tear Xiao Dutu into pieces to vent their frustration. Hold back your anger for now. Save it for when you need to fight the enemy, Lu Qian said in a deep voice. Things are already like this. Anger and frustration are useless. Only by bravely fighting and winning can we protect ourselves, earn our deserved credit, and take revenge on those we despise. That's natural, the people around nodded.
But Xiao Dutu.
We can't just ignore the wicked person like that. You're really foolish. If you survive and kill more enemies, the credit you earn will make him so angry he can't sleep.
Exactly.
Listen to the squad leader. Save your strength for fighting. Xiao's not the most afraid of us rising in rank, so we should push our squad leader up instead. Yes, make him furious. Once everyone understood this, they stopped thinking about Xiao Dutu and instead polished their guns or large blades until they shone brightly and were razor-sharp, ready for battle. Lu Qian thought for a moment and then explained to the others what tactics to use during the charge to maximize their safety and kill the enemies. Based on the overall plan, they would first set traps like tripwires and iron thorns, then attack with arrow rain from archers, followed by the infantry rushing into fight. They would bypass the spear soldiers at the front and launch a surprise attack from the enemy's midsection, entering close combat. Lu Qian's strategy was to form groups of 3, balancing small-scale defense and attack, helping each other to withstand the initial, then rotate in the next squad. He spoke seriously, and everyone listened carefully, remembering it in their minds. The sun crossed the sky from the east and set in the west. By evening, scouts brought news that the enemy was about 20 miles from the ambush site. At this speed, the battle would likely start around the hour of the pig, about 9 to 11 p.m. The army began issuing orders for everyone to prepare carefully. All soldiers became very alert, focusing intently on what was ahead. As the sun set in the west, the sky turned bright red. The loud cicada chirping gradually stopped, replaced by the high and low singing of summer insects active at night. Night fell over the land, and faint stars appeared in the cloudy sky. The moonlight was dim, but the flickering flames of torches made a dazzling sight. Watching the number of torches gradually increase, the sound of urgent hooves and footsteps grew closer, and everyone's breath became tense. They're coming.
Crash.
The sudden rise of a tripwire caused the galloping horses to fall to the ground, neighing loudly. Iron caltrops made many horses and enemies cry out in pain.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
A rain of arrows shot out, cutting through the air and flying toward the dense enemy ranks. The surprise attack caught the enemies off guard, causing chaos. Now is the time.
Kill.
Lu Qian charged forward first, swinging his long sword.
Kill.
Everyone shouted angrily and followed Lu Qian into the fight. The sound of fighting suddenly filled the sky. The wind rose from the horizon, blowing away the clouds. The crescent moon in the western sky appeared, casting bright light over the land. Xia Mingyue suddenly opened her eyes and sat up instinctively. Realizing it was only late at night, she took a deep breath and lay back down. Moonlight shone through the paper window, illuminating the room brightly enough to see the shadow of the window frame on the floor. Xia Mingyue was no longer sleepy. She looked at the mottled shadow on the ground, and then peered through the window at the thick night outside. Her gaze finally rested on Lu Qian's bed. He should be safe and sound. Because she woke up twice during the night, Xia Mingyue got up a bit late the next day, with dark circles under her eyes. Did Sister Xia sleep well last night? I don't know why, but I woke up several times, Xia Mingyue said with a yawn. Let me boil some hot water for Sister Xia to wash up. It will make you feel better, Jiang Guo said, scooping water into a large pot with a ladle. A splash of hot water on the face can wash away tiredness. Okay, Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. After some busy work, He Shunzi arrived at his usual time to pick up the ice jelly. The Xian Garden said we don't need to bring the ice jelly anymore tomorrow, He Shunzi said with a smile. It seems the weather is getting cooler, so this cooling food is no longer needed. That should be the case, Xia Mingyue nodded. There are still quite a few preserved sour jujubes left, which can be stored for next year. During this period, she earned quite a bit of money from selling the ice jelly at the Xian Garden, and Xia Mingyue felt very satisfied. Last summer, Lady Xia mentioned bamboo skewers. I have already asked about them. They can be made and the price is not high. If we buy a bundle of 100 skewers, it costs only 10 coins. Such a cheap price? Xia Mingyue didn't expect it to be that low. Bamboo is free, and making them is easy. The bamboo craftsman in the village just needs to modify a knife. 2 blades are fixed on a rack, and the finely split bamboo strips are cut through the knife slit a couple of times. Then, a bamboo skewer is ready. If we sit down and do the work carefully, the whole family can help. We could produce hundreds of skewers in a day. 100 skewers for 10 coins, 500 skewers for 50 coins. If we can set a steady order, the family could earn over a silver coin a month. We might even go crazy with profit. He Shunzi smiled and said, this is the price Lady Xia wanted. If we can secure a long-term order, the price could be even lower. I'll try to get it down to 7 coins per bundle for Lady Xia. All right, Xia Mingyue nodded. But I haven't confirmed the quantity yet. Once I do, I'll let you know, and then you can start preparing the bamboo skewers. Got it, He Shunzi agreed happily. Then he asked cautiously, it's almost August now. Will Lady Xia be making mooncakes? If she can make delicious zongzi, mooncakes should be possible too. If these mooncakes are sent to Dexin Garden, maybe they could make a good profit again. We'll see then. I haven't decided yet, Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. But even if I make some, I probably won't make too many. Just enough for our family and some for relatives and friends. Then leave some for brother He, Xia Mingyue added. That was exactly what He Shunzi was waiting for. His eyes lit up, and he smiled happily. Then I'll look forward to eating the mooncakes Lady Xia makes. They will definitely be delicious mooncakes. Xia Mingyue nodded repeatedly. After packing the cold jelly, she saw He Shunzi out the door. Meanwhile, Jiang Guo had already finished preparing breakfast. Boiled eggs, cucumber and bean curd salad, steamed buns, millet porridge, light and tasty. However, when Xia Mingyue peeled the eggs, she found she was holding a double yolk egg. Lady Xia is lucky, Jiang Guo said with a smile. This egg comes from our family's chicken. I picked it up in the morning and boiled it. I was wondering why the egg was so big, and now I see it's a double yolk egg. Double yolk eggs are rare and considered a good omen. Hopefully, today will bring some good luck, Xia Mingyue said with a smile, glancing toward the corner of the yard. While eating the egg, she remembered that she still hadn't eaten the live chicken and duck that He Shunzi had given her earlier.
She had forgotten about them until now.
Under Wu Jin's careful management, these 2 animals were very obedient. They never ran around the yard, only stayed near Wu Jin's nest, and slept there at night. Their quietness made Xia Mingyue tend to forget about their existence. But now that she remembered, she felt a bit embarrassed. After finishing her breakfast and helping prepare some ingredients, Xia Mingyue and Jiang Guo caught the duck together. They slaughtered it, plucked the feathers, and cleaned it thoroughly. Then, they mix spices like scallions, cloves, bay leaves, Sichuan pepper, slices, and cinnamon, frying them until the salt grains turned yellow, and spread this mixture all over the duck. They coated the duck inside and out with a thick layer of seasoning, stuffed the spices into its belly, wrapped it tightly with oil paper, and placed it in a well for cold storage. Marinating the duck took a full day and night. The next day, around noon, Xia Mingyue took the duck out again, rinsed off the salt and spices. After enough marinating time, the duck's skin and meat had become firm, and its color was whiter and tenderer. Next, it was time to cook the duck. Cooking the duck required precise control of the heat. Water in the pot should be just below boiling to keep the duck tender and flavorful. Modern kitchens have advanced tools to control temperature and heat precisely, but with only a wood fire and a basic pot, Xia Mingyue thought for a moment. She filled a pot with water, placed a small iron tray inside, then put a clay pot for stewing on top of the tray. Finally, she put the whole duck into the clay pot and poured enough water to cover it. This method of steaming with water ensured the duck stayed just below boiling, preserving its tenderness. The result proved Xia Mingyue's method was effective. Once the duck cooled completely, she cut it into pieces and arranged it on a stall. Taking a bite, she immediately tasted the unique, fresh flavor of the duck. The taste was light and delicious, not dull at all. The salty aroma fully brought out the natural flavor of the duck meat. There was no need for extra sauces. Just eating it as it was incredibly tasty. The duck was just the right size, and the cooking method ensured the meat was tender and flavorful. This elevated the taste of the saltwater duck to a new level. Since arriving here, Xia Mingyue had never tasted duck before, and she especially loved saltwater duck in her previous life. She was now happily eating and couldn't stop. The water used to cook the duck had already turned into a rich old duck soup. Xia Mingyue didn't waste it. She used it to boil some vegetables, which she then ate together with the saltwater duck. A good mix of meat and vegetables made the meal even more delicious. Xia Mingyue was very satisfied with her meal, and Jiangguo also praised it endlessly. Mrs. Lu was amazed and said, "I used to think duck meat was tough and hard to eat, like a stick of firewood. It didn't taste good no matter how I cooked it. People here also prefer chicken over duck, so I never thought duck could taste this good." She simply couldn't get enough. Because she didn't have enough of the saltwater duck, Mrs. Lu kept thinking about it after the meal. When she went to the market to buy ingredients for Xia's food stall, she also bought a suitable fat and lean duck to bring home. The next evening, everyone enjoyed another delicious meal of saltwater duck. This time, the flavor was even better because Xia Mingyue had become more skilled in cooking it. Now Jiangguo was considering whether to buy another duck to bring home. She felt that her eating and drinking here were thanks to Xia Mingyue and Mrs. Lu's family. It wouldn't be fair for only them to buy meat. She insisted on treating everyone to some food. Moreover, her monthly allowance of 500 coins was no longer planned to be spent at home. She had no other expenses here, so saving the money seemed pointless. Just as Jiangguo was about to go shopping for a duck, the shopkeeper from the general store came to visit. He arrived with a big smile and said, "Lady Xia, I've really made the oil paper cups you asked for. Take a look. Do they look like this?" Xia Mingyue took the items handed to her and examined them carefully. They were about 6 inches tall, with a wide bottom about half a palm in size. The top was even wider, resembling a modern popcorn bucket. However, these oil paper cups were not made entirely of oil paper. The inside was lined with oil paper, while the outside was made of rough-textured ordinary paper. This made the cups both waterproof and sturdy. "This oil paper cup is exactly what I wanted," Mingyue thought happily, but she also felt a little worried. "I just don't know how much one of these paper cups costs." "The price is indeed a bit high," the shopkeeper sighed. "It's 3 cents each. Actually, not much paper is needed, just a thinner sheet would do, and the outside paper is of the worst, roughest kind, with visible textures of straw and bamboo fragments. But sticking 2 layers together takes a lot of glue and causes some paper waste, plus the labor involved, so the price naturally goes up." Hearing this, Mingyue let out a breath. 3 cents isn't too bad. It's within what she can afford. But she couldn't show too much of her feelings and just said, "It's not cheap." I might need quite a few later. Can you give me a discount then? Of course, the shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. If you buy more, I can lower the price. At the very least, I can give you some extras. When buying in larger quantities, the price is easier to negotiate. Then, do you want some now? How many of these paper cups do you need? I should prepare them in advance, Mingyue asked. Both the paper and the people need preparation. Grabbing them at the last minute is impossible. Please make me 100 first, so I can see how they turn out, then I'll decide on the next batch, Mingyue replied.
Got it.
I'll start preparing right away, the shopkeeper agreed happily. The money will be paid when the delivery arrives. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, Lady Mingyue. After the shopkeeper left, Mingyue felt a wave of relief. The bamboo sign was ready, the paper cups were in place, and the seasonings were prepared. Next, she needed to expand the variety of cold pot skewers. Vegetables are obvious, just use seasonal fresh produce. For tofu, she could use tofu skin, dried bean curd strips, and vegetarian chicken slices. For mushrooms, soaked dried black fungus and fresh mushroom chunks would do. Even steamed gluten blocks, washed beforehand, could be added. However, the meat options were limited. Only pork tenderloin slices and pork belly slices, making the selection quite simple. To make the cold pot skewers popular, they needed to look unique, and the dishes had to be both eye-catching and delicious. After thinking it over, Mingyue decided to ask Jianghua to buy 2 fresh grass carp. The grass carp mainly eats aquatic plants. Its meat is tender and delicious, making it popular. Whether cooked by stewing or boiling in soup, it tastes great. Jianghua did not delay at all after receiving the order. He hurried to the street to find someone selling grass carp. South of Jinqiu County, there is a river where many people fish or raise fish in ponds. There are many types of fish and shrimp, including carp, crucian carp, and grass carp. Jianghua carefully selected 2 fish that looked very fresh and large, then bought them to take home. He scraped off the scales, removed the gills, and took out the internal organs. Both grass carp were thoroughly cleaned. Xia Mingyue held a kitchen knife and carefully sliced the fish from the tail along the bones. She turned the fish slices over onto the cutting board, then gently crushed the fish with the back of the knife to make fish paste. She filtered the fish paste through cloth to remove small bones. Once all the fish paste was prepared, she seasoned it with salt, pepper, and water soaked with scallions and she added some sweet potato starch and kept stirring in one direction until the mixture became sticky and elastic. She squeezed out small balls from the mixture, boiled them in cold water, and when all the balls floated to the surface, she boiled them until cooked. Afterward, she took them out and soaked them in cold water. The tender fish balls were now ready. Xia Mingyue then prepared 2 different ways to enjoy the fish balls. One was skewering them into sticks and soaking them in the spicy, flavorful sauce used for hot pot, making fish ball skewers. The other was making a clear soup using fish head, tail, and bones, then cooking the fish balls in this broth to make fish ball soup. Both dishes were served on the table. Xia Mingyue asked Jianghua, Lu's family of 3, and the local villagers Zhou and Song to taste them. The fish balls were chewy, smooth, and flavorful. The taste was wonderful. The fish ball skewers, because of the spicy and fragrant sauce, were very spicy and intense, giving a feeling of excitement. After one skewer, people naturally wanted a second. The fish ball soup was light and refreshing, easy to enjoy. It was slow and gentle, but many couldn't resist wanting to finish the whole bowl of fish balls and broth. In short, both the fish balls and the dishes made from them were very delicious. They were almost equally good. Hard to say which was better. But after praising both the fish ball skewers and the soup, a few people felt it might not be entirely appropriate. Since Xia Mingyue asked them to taste and try the food, she probably wanted to choose one to sell. But now they think both are delicious, which makes Xia Mingyue more difficult to decide. Young sister-in-law, it's not that we don't want to pick one. Both are really tasty and we just can't decide. As soon as Lu spoke, everyone else nodded eagerly in agreement. They also looked more embarrassed and glanced at Xia Mingyue. Both are good, that's perfect. Xia Mingyue smiled happily, getting the answer she wanted. In that case, we can sell both. In summer, sell cold skewers. In winter, sell hot pot. A stall doesn't have to only operate for half the year. Wouldn't that be great? Such small stalls cost little to set up, take up little space, and only need one worker, making it easier to run than the summer snack stand. If this works, besides the 4 summer snack stalls in Jinzhou City, more summer skewers could be added. The business would gradually grow. The more Xia Mingyue thought about it, the more promising she found the idea. Ignoring the surprised looks of everyone, she looked for paper inside the house, then went to the kitchen to find charcoal sticks and started drawing and planning. She was writing a business plan for the skewer stall and drawing the layout of the stall so the carpenter could make a model quickly. Seeing Xia Mingyue busy like this, Jiang Wu didn't understand what she was planning, but helped by laying out paper and fetching the cooked charcoal sticks from the kitchen. Lu and others looked at each other, unsure what Xia Mingyue was up to. Xia Mingyue worked from evening until late at night, revising her drawings repeatedly. Even after the moon rose, she kept working. The next morning, after breakfast, she went to find Carpenter Chow. Chow looked at the drawings Xia Mingyue gave him and studied them for a while. I understand now. This can be made. But he truly couldn't figure out what those 2 holes on the work table were for. And making such round holes in a whole piece of wood was quite challenging for his carpentry skills. In that case, thank you, Uncle Chow, Xia Mingyue said with a smile. Remember, be sure to choose sturdy, durable boards and the size must be exact. Then, coat it with a layer of tung oil. Tung oil is moisture-proof and anti-corrosion. It looks shiny and bright, making it easy to clean and look clean later. Don't worry, Lady Xia, Chow Carpenter replied confidently. After sending away Xia Mingyue, he paused the less urgent tasks and focused on Xia Mingyue's project. This kind of slightly challenging task made him a bit excited. Having given instructions, Xia Mingyue went to the street to find a suitable-sized clay jar. In the afternoon, she planned to go to the North District to find Lu Kaixing and make a small stove. Then she would find a way to talk to Yishunzi about buying bamboo skewers. When she had some free time, Xia Mingyue continued making fish balls at home. Her skills improved quickly, and her efficiency kept increasing. She even improved her basic fish ball to create a new stuffed fish ball. Juicy meat filling was added inside the fish ball. When eaten, the outer layer was firm and chewy, full of fresh aroma, while the inside was bursting with juice and rich flavor. This double delight made the taste even better. Xia Mingyue was very excited about making fish balls, and the other items she ordered from various places were also completed one after another. Skewers, stove, oil paper cups, clay jars, wooden counters. Once everything was ready, Xia Mingyue chose a spot on West Street to set up her stall. The stall still displayed the Xia sign, but with 4 extra characters, cold pot skewers. These characters were slightly smaller, so passers-by saw only the large Xia sign at first glance. When they saw Xia Mingyue and the 2 women from the Lu family, they were all surprised. Is Lady Xia opening another food stall? But the previous stall was nearby, and now she opened another one. Is she competing with her own family business? With curiosity and doubt, many regular customers of Xia's came to take a look, trying to figure out what was going on. When they saw that this new food stall was very different from the previous Xia's, they suddenly understood. They realized it was a new type of food. But this new food looked a bit strange. On the left side of the counter was a steaming clay jar filled with bamboo skewers. On the right was another clay jar filled with fragrant chili oil topped with white sesame seeds, also soaking a bunch of bamboo skewers. In front, a woven basket held raw vegetables, potatoes, lotus root slices, bean curd skins, vegetarian chicken, pork tenderloin slices, and pork belly slices. Lady Xia, what is this? Someone asked, pointing at a string of white, round, smooth items. Handmade fish balls. Xia Mingyue smiled and replied, fish meatballs are made solid, and some have filling inside. We also call them stuffed fish balls. How do you eat and sell these skewers and meat sticks? After boiling, they are cooled down and soaked in flavorful sauce. This is called cold pot skewers. When eating, just pick them up and enjoy. While talking, Xia Mingyue took out some of the soaked vegetable skewers from the sauce. Want to try the taste? The other person was a regular customer of Xia's shop. Without hesitation, They took a skewer of vegetarian chicken dipped in spicy red oil sauce and put it in their mouth. Vegetarian chicken is made from soy products. Its texture is rich, and when coated with sauce, it becomes even more fragrant and tasty. The mouth is filled with spicy, savory, and fresh flavors. Really delicious, the person said vaguely while eating. How much for these cold skewers? Vegetarian skewers are 3 cents each, meat skewers 6 cents, and fish balls 8 cents, Xia Mingyue replied. At this price, everyone was surprised. It's not cheap. But if you think carefully, each vegetarian skewer is quite dense, the meat skewers are fairly large, and most importantly, the sauce tastes really good. Xiao's food is famous for great flavor and fair prices. Since they are selling at such a high price, there must be a good reason. If someone is worried about money, they shouldn't buy food outside. They can buy ingredients and cook at home. Because of this, and also because the taste of cold pot skewers is so irresistible, many people already reached for their wallets. 2 fish ball skewers, 2 pork tenderloin skewers, 3 vegetarian chicken skewers. I'll have 2 skewers of pork belly, 1 potato skewer, 1 lotus root slice, and 1 wood ear mushroom. 3 bean curd skin skewers, 1 radish. Xia Mingyue and Mrs. Liu started busy collecting money and handing out the skewers. Skewers of 3 or more are packed in oil paper cups, making them easy to carry. Whether eating while walking or taking home, it's very convenient. Those just wanting to try 1 or 2 skewers didn't mind the lack of cups and simply ate nearby at the stall. Many people, initially just trying a skewer, found the flavor so good they ordered more to take home and enjoy slowly. Business at Xiao's cold pot skewers was even better than Xia Mingyue expected. After about an hour, most of the prepared vegetable and meat skewers had been sold, with only a few left. The last few people who arrived saw only a few scattered pieces, none of which they liked to eat. In the end, they reluctantly chose 2 to satisfy their craving. After the last piece of radish slices was sold, Xia Mingyue and Madame Liu began packing up. This hot pot skewer business is really doing well, Madame Liu said happily, holding a heavy purse of money. With this pace, I think my younger siblings can soon open a new branch. Yes, Xia Mingyue smiled softly. Things are actually better than expected. After a few more days of adjustment and standardizing the process, they can start expanding outward. Her Xia brand has a bright future. Xia Mingyue was full of energy. Over the next few days, she increased the quantity of skewers, observing market demand. As the hot pot skewer business thrived, news spread to Jinqiu County. The front line had defeated Changzhou Prefecture and won a great victory. When this news arrived, Jinqiu County became lively and joyful. Everyone was happy, first for the country. Since the founding of the great Zhou Empire, the emperor has ruled kindly. Corruption and injustice are rare, and people feel at ease. They support the emperor and the empire wholeheartedly. A strong and expanding Great Zhou is a cause for celebration. Second, for their families. Jinqiu County is near the border. Now that Changzhou Prefecture has become new territory, the border line has moved westward. If trouble arises again, Jinqiu County will no longer be the only vulnerable spot. The Great Zhou Empire is still young. Before its founding, there was long-term war and chaos. Many areas are still recovering. After conquering Changzhou, the army will rest for a while, avoiding large battles. Many families in Jinqiu County have members in the army. A short peace means their loved ones are safe. Soon, Jinqiu County was decorated with lanterns and filled with celebration, even more lively than during New Year. But amid the joy, worries also grew. Capturing Changzhou came at a high cost, with many casualties reported. However, the official list of the fallen had not yet been released, so no one knew if their loved ones had already become spirits on the battlefield. Many people became very worried and often went to the county office to ask about the situation. Some even went to the city gate every day to see if they could spot the returning soldiers. Xia Mingyue and Madame Liu also felt some concern. At night, the candle in their house burned a little longer than usual. But despite these worries, life had to go on as usual. They still had daily chores to do, and important tasks could not be neglected. Business activities still required their full attention. Everyone understood this, so their worries stayed hidden in their hearts. A few days passed, and it was now August. First, a list of fallen soldiers was sent to the county office, which then notified families and distributed condolence money. In the following days, some soldiers began returning home one after another to visit their families and report they were safe. Those who had passed away were preparing for funerals, while those who returned brought joy to their families. This created a big contrast, some happy, some sad, making people feel emotional. At this time, Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu had no time to feel sentimental. Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai had not sent any news yet. Madame Lu was especially anxious these days. One morning, while preparing vegetable skewers, she pricked her hand twice with the bamboo sticks and kept shaking her hand in pain. "Don't worry too much, sister-in-law," Xia Mingyue comforted her. "The county office has finished reporting the deaths, and Zhao Dage's name isn't on the list. He's probably safe. Maybe he's just busy with military affairs. Zhao Dage is the leader of a large group, so he's probably just checking on his soldiers first and then coming home." Perhaps, Madame Lu sighed. There could be other reasons too. For example, if someone was seriously injured on the battlefield or even disabled, they might not return for a long time. They would only come back when the army was free. But Madame Lu didn't dare say these things out loud. First, she was afraid it might become a curse. Second, she was worried that Xia Mingyue would become even more anxious about Lu Qian. Xia Mingyue tried to comfort her and told her not to worry too much, but she herself was distracted. Her apron was turned inside out, showing she was also not fully focused. The next day, their worries finally eased. A familiar person brought news that Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai were safe and sound. They were expected to return in a day or two. May the city god bless us. Lu Shi had been holding in his worries for days, but now he finally let out a deep sigh. He bowed repeatedly toward the city god temple, saying, "The peace talisman I asked for in the temple really works. When I return safely, I must go back and thank the temple." "That's true," Xia Mingyue replied with a gentle smile. With this good news, both Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi felt much better. They continued selling cold skewers at their stall and kept an eye out on the street, hoping to see Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai entering from the west city gate first. Meanwhile, as the sun rose higher, Lu Qian entered the south city gate of Jinqiu County. He headed straight home and took a moment to look at the food stalls on the street, checking if Xia Mingyue was there. Seeing 3 unfamiliar women at Xia's food stall, Lu Qian guessed they might be workers Xia Mingyue hired. He decided to turn into Xinghua Alley instead. Following the alley, Lu Qian went straight to his house. He looked at the neat, new gate and walls, which were completely different from before. His first thought was that he had gone to the wrong place. But this was Xinghua Alley, and Zhao Youcai's house was nearby, so he hadn't made a mistake. Xia Mingyue had earned a lot of silver recently, so she might have renovated her house and yard? Lu Qian guessed this and reached out to push the door. The door didn't move at all, as if it was bolted from inside. He raised his hand and knocked a few times. Inside, he heard faint, light footsteps approaching the door. Then, with a rustling sound, something seemed to jump onto something. Next, Lu Qian saw a dog's head peeking out from the corner where the gate and the wall connected. It was Wu Jin. Seeing Lu Qian, Wu Jin's eyes widened in surprise, and its face visibly drooped. Why was he back again? So annoying! Wu Jin showed clear dislike for Lu Qian, barking loudly several times, full of hostility. "Is anyone home?" Lu Qian asked gently, trying to sound friendly. "Wu Jin, could you help me call someone to open the door?" Wu Jin continued barking wildly.
Woof, 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 woof,
Woof,
woof.
Lu Qian said. Why does it seem like he can never get into the house every time he comes back? After the last time experience of not being able to enter the house, Lu Qian wiped the saliva that Jin Wu had sprayed on his face in anger. He decided not to argue with it anymore and simply waited patiently at the door for Xia Mingyue to return. Jinwoo still had its front paws on the wall, barking at Lu Qian and expressing itself loudly. It only stopped when it saw that Lu Qian paid it no attention. Still, it kept its head high and stared at him fiercely, as if watching a dangerous person. Seeing this, Lu Qian rubbed his nose. Honestly, Jinwoo was quite a loyal dog, but he couldn't remember ever offending it. Why did it have such hostility toward him? Lu Qian looked at it with curiosity. Jinwoo, whose head was already leaning on the wall, immediately raised it again and barked loudly, woof.
Woof. Woof.
Lu Qian was silent. He stepped back a little and let his eyelids droop. That was more like it. Feeling confident that it had the upper hand, Jinwoo wagged its tail again and kept its eyes wide open, staring at him. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyue and the Lu family had once again sold their cold pot skewers and packed up to go home. As the sun was almost directly overhead, the two pushed their small cart into the alley and saw Lu Qian standing at the door. Brother Lu? Xia Mingyue was surprised but more so delighted. Her joy was obvious, and it made Lu Qian raise his eyebrows slightly and feel a stir of thought. He then lowered his eyes slightly and replied, Is Qian back? Lu's wife asked quickly, noticing Zhao Yotsai's absence. Has Yu Kai returned? Brother Zhao was supposed to come back with me, but the person who went home earlier to visit family hasn't returned to the military camp yet. We have to wait a bit longer. He told me to come back first, and to let my sister-in-law know I am safe. Lu Qian explained, I guess, at the latest, Brother Zhao will be home by tomorrow afternoon. If he's early, maybe by tomorrow morning. That's good, that's good. Lu's wife smiled warmly and pushed the small cart into her yard. Little sister-in-law has worked hard today. I'll take care of these things. No need for you to bother. All the items from earlier were stored at Xia Mingyue's house for easier management. Today, Madame Lu took him there, mainly to free up some time for Xia Mingyue. First, life in the military camp is tough, so Xia Mingyue needs to cook more delicious food to nourish Lu Qian and give him a treat. Second, since the couple is often apart after marriage, they need more time alone to enjoy each other's company. Later, she planned to talk to Jianghua and the others so they could finish their chores and come here to relax together. Madame Lu's thoughts were almost written on her face, and her smile carried a hint of flirtation. Xia Mingyue and Lu Qian saw through her intentions and said nothing, only smiling politely in response. After Madame Lu left, Xia Mingyue awkwardly cleared her throat and casually started a new topic to break the slightly tense atmosphere. Why didn't Brother Lu go inside? Lu Qian hesitated. Maybe you should guess again? Seeing Lu Qian look embarrassed, Xia Mingyue looked at the unfriendly-looking black dog and explained with a smile, probably because Brother Lu has been in the military camp for a long time and the dog doesn't recognize him anymore, so it didn't open the door for him. Maybe. Lu Qian glanced at the dog. That hostile look didn't seem like someone who didn't recognize him. Instead, it looked like someone who knew him too well and was furious about it. But as a person, he couldn't argue with the dog. Especially after Xia Mingyue finished explaining, the dog hurriedly jumped down from the wall, opened the door latch inside, and whimpered softly at Xia Mingyue. It kept glancing at her now and then, looking quite aggrieved. Lu Qian thought. The dog was probably quite clever. Again, he thought, he couldn't argue with a little dog. Especially since this dog was very loyal and protective of Xia Mingyue, it wouldn't be good to discourage its loyalty. After thinking it over, Lu Qian said nothing more and simply followed Xia Mingyue into the yard. The new house, the new kitchen, the neat and tall courtyard walls, the thriving vegetables in the open space, and the increasingly lush apricot trees in the yard. The scene before him was refreshing and made him feel very comfortable. Compared to the dilapidated old house earlier, this lively and vibrant yard felt more like a home to ordinary people. Lu Qian couldn't help but slightly raise his eyebrows, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. A subtle expression appeared in Xia Mingyue's eyes. Lu Qian seemed very happy. Was it because the courtyard had been renovated? Just as Lu Qian sat down at a small table in the yard, Xia Mingyue didn't have time to think much, so she went to pour some sugar water to quench his thirst. The sugar water was made by Xia Mingyue early in the morning. She kept it in a bamboo tube submerged in cool water to stay cold. It was just right to drink now. After pouring the sugar water, Xia Mingyue lit a fire to boil water and prepared to brew a pot of tea. At first, the sugar water was refreshing, but drinking too much could become boring, especially for men, who probably didn't like it too sweet. Earlier when I came back, I stopped by Xia's shop. I didn't see you. Were you doing some other business? When Xia Mingyue and Lu's family returned earlier, there were many things on the small cart. From the look of it, they were still selling food. A while ago, I made some cold pot skewers. I thought they tasted good, so I decided to set up a stall and try selling them to see how business was. Xia Mingyue smiled and said, "Sales of cold pot skewers have been pretty good these days. I've become quite skilled at it. I plan to start offering franchise opportunities soon." Franchise? Lu Qian didn't understand. Xia Mingyue saw his confusion and explained, "It means I can accept a certain amount of money from others, and they can sell my cold pot skewers using my brand. I teach them how to make it, but they have to buy the ingredients from me. The other person doesn't need to fully learn the recipe or have high cooking skills. They can just run a food stall. This kind of business is called a franchise." For example, Xia's food stall has 3 franchises. One on each of the 3 main streets in the county, north, south, and east. All are doing well and making some money. "I see," Lu Qian said, understanding. He couldn't help but look at Xia Mingyue in the kitchen. Xia Mingyue seemed to have grown taller than before, and her cheeks looked a bit fuller. She appeared more upright. She looked like a young sapling growing actively. And this little sapling was very tough and clever. It was likely to grow into a tall, mighty tree in the future. Lu Qian smiled softly. Xia Mingyue tilted her head while tending the fire. Lu Qian really seemed very happy. Next to him, Wu Jin saw Lu Qian like this, and his face darkened. He gritted his teeth and wondered what he was smiling about. Did he think that this way of smiling would make him more likable? If we talk about showing teeth, isn't Wu Jin's teeth more attractive than anyone else's? Wu Jin was a bit annoyed, then slightly curled his lips and slowly revealed his teeth. The tea had cooled a bit, so Xia Mingyue waited a moment before handing it to Lu Qian. "By the way, today we were selling cold skewers on the street. We watched the West Street for a long time, but we didn't see Brother Lu come back," Xia Mingyue said, voicing her long-held doubt. Normally, Changzhou City is located northwest, and Lu Qian would have returned via the official road, so he should have come back through the west gate. Someone in the army hurt his leg. There are too many wounded in the camp, and there aren't enough doctors or medicine. His family lives nearby, so I asked him to rest at home for a while, Lu Qian explained. He lives in the south. After sending him home, I came back directly through the south gate, he added. Yes, that makes sense. Lu Qian then took out a small bag of money from his pocket and handed it to Xia Mingyue. This is the salary for the past few months, plus this reward.
Keep it.
This bag was bigger and heavier than before, looking full of silver bars. Business is good now, and I've earned quite a bit of silver. Brother Lu, you should keep this money yourself, Xia Mingyue politely declined. There are many expenses in the army, and a lot of money is spent there. Social obligations and favors also cost a lot. The money Lu Qian previously gave was enough for a family man like him. Xia Mingyue thought she shouldn't be too greedy. I've kept some for the army's daily needs. Lu Qian paused, then said, I just got promoted to captain, so my salary will be higher in the future. You don't need to worry. In the recent ambush, Lu Qian led a brave team that fought fiercely. They killed many enemies, and because of the well-coordinated 3-person formation he used, no one in the team was lost. Lu Qian himself performed very well, standing out among many team leaders. The camp commander praised him highly and immediately promoted him to captain. Seeing Lu Qian speak like this, Xia Mingyue thought for a moment and nodded. Then I'll keep this for Brother Lu. When he needs it, I'll give it back. Your expenses are your own, Lu Qian insisted, picking up his tea. Xia Mingyue no longer argued, simply storing the silver and starting to prepare lunch. Eggs, salt water, and flour are mixed together and kneaded into thin, wide noodles. After boiling until cooked, they are taken out and placed in a bowl with blanched green vegetables, minced garlic, chopped scallions, chili powder, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and tender slices of pork tenderloin that have been briefly cooked in boiling water. Once all the seasonings are prepared, Xia Minghua pours hot oil from a small pot into the bowl. Sizzle. The fragrant aroma of garlic and chili is fully released, filling the kitchen and even the yard with a wonderful smell. Lu Qian can't help but sniff and feels his stomach growl at the same time. Although the sound isn't loud, Lu Qian feels a bit shy and instinctively looks toward the kitchen. Fortunately, Xia Mingyue is busy stirring the noodles thoroughly and doesn't notice. She then brings out 2 bowls of noodles. The larger bowl is placed in front of Lu Qian. "Thank you," Lu Qian says as he takes it. This is called a bowl, but in size it's more like a basin, filled with noodles that are steaming hot and look quite plentiful. Lu Qian usually eats a lot in the army, and now he's very hungry. He doesn't see this as a burden and picks up his chopsticks to enjoy the meal. The noodles are chewy and smooth, with just the right amount of garlic and chili, fragrant and tasty, but not too spicy. The crisp vegetables and tender pork slices add the finishing touch, making the oil-splashed noodles even more appealing. Lu Qian feels that Xia Mingyue's cooking skills seem to be improving. His appetite grows even more as he keeps slurping the noodles, which gradually run out. Seeing Lu Qian enjoying the meal, Xia Mingyue, as the cook, feels very satisfied. She scoops some noodle soup into a bowl for him and begins to enjoy her own delicious oil-splashed noodles. Honestly, today's oil-splashed noodles are really very tasty. Xia Mingyue squints her eyes happily. After lunch, she tidies up and suggests that Lu Qian rest for a while. Lu Qian doesn't refuse. He goes to the inner room where he sleeps and notices a small wooden box beside the bed. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Qian opens it and sees 2 peace charms inside. He recognizes them as the special peace charms from the city god temple, which some soldiers wear and boast about as being very effective. Now, these 2. Did Xia Mingyue go to the city god temple to ask for them on his behalf? Lu Qian instinctively looks up. Through the open window, he can see Xia Mingyue feeding the black chicken. A gentle smile like sunlight shining brightly. Lu Qian was momentarily stunned. Then he collected his gaze and carefully tucked the 2 peace charms into his pocket. In the afternoon, Xia Mingyue was still busy with Jiang Guohe, Lu's family, and others. Lu's family hesitated to speak, but then swallowed their words again. After all, it was broad daylight. Lu Qian was used to sleeping little. He only took a quick nap and woke up soon after. Remembering that Xia Mingyue needed rest last time, he planned to find an excuse to go out. Having learned from his last outing, Lu Qian decided to leave the city directly. His reason was simply to visit a good friend. But before Lu Qian could move, Xia Mingyue was already dressed neatly, ready to go out. "You're going out?" Lu Qian asked. Just to look around," Xia Mingyue replied. "The cold pot skewers business is doing okay. I plan to expand and want to see what places are available in the city. It will help me guide new franchisees later." She needed to prepare in advance, aiming to confirm all franchisees early. When the weather gets colder, she also plans to promote a new hot pot product.
So,
Lu Qian said, "Should I go with you?" He couldn't sleep and had nothing to do at home. Going out for a walk sounded good. Xia Mingyue was a bit surprised but nodded. "That's fine." The 2 left together. Jinqiu County's city limits were small, with only a few main streets being busy. Xia Mingyue was very familiar with the west side, so she didn't need to look around much. Her main focus was on the east, south, and north areas. Among these, the East District was the most important to Xia Mingyue. Jinqiu County's East District was the busiest, and most residents there were wealthier than in other areas. The snacks like cold pot skewers and the upcoming hot pot are simple foods. Compared to Xia's snack stalls, their prices are a bit higher. In places with higher spending power, these snacks tend to sell better. Xia Mingyue thought that 2 stalls could be set up in the East District, but they should be placed somewhat apart. As she looked around and thought, she nodded now and then when she found suitable spots. From Lu Qian's perspective, Xia Mingyue was walking around, stopping here and there, peering around, with her eyes looking left and right, occasionally smiling mysteriously. It was strange, but somehow it also seemed very reasonable. But on the road, it seemed things were not so ordinary. Some street vendors, upon seeing the unusual behavior and manner of Xia Mingyue, showed slight changes in their expressions. Some even shook their heads regretfully, as if saying, "Such a good girl, yet she's considered simple-minded. What a pity." Lu Qian said softly, "She's not simple-minded." He explained quietly, "She's just thinking. Please don't misunderstand her." There were rumors spreading in the market. As these stories circulated, facts often got twisted, and the reputation of being simple spread, which probably also made Xia Mingyue quite upset. The best way to solve this was to stop the rumors at the source. Lu Qian chose to correct the misunderstanding directly. When he said this, the person who had been sighing and shaking his head was suddenly stunned. He didn't expect his thoughts to be seen through, nor that someone would come to correct him directly. And the person correcting him looked refined and gentle, like a handsome scholar, yet carried an aura of authority that made people feel intimidated. "Yes, I don't misunderstand," the vendor hurriedly explained, flustered. "All right," Lu Qian said, and then left. Xia Mingyue took a few steps away and noticed Lu Qian catching up from behind. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing much. I just asked about the items at the stall," he replied. Was he asking about the price? Xia Mingyue turned her head and saw that the stall Lu Qian had stopped at was selling rolled rice cakes. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Had he just finished lunch and was hungry again? It seemed she underestimated Lu Qian's appetite. Or perhaps, although the midday oil splash noodles smelled delicious, they lacked enough meat and oil. For someone who had been in the army for a long time, that might not be enough. It looked like she would need to prepare something more oily and filling for dinner. While Xia Mingyue was lost in thought, she didn't notice someone rushing out from an alley nearby. The person was carrying a shoulder pole with a steaming stove at one end. As the stove was about to collide with Xia Mingyue, Lu Qian acted quickly, pulling her back. Xia Mingyue staggered and fell into Lu Qian's arms. When she regained her senses, she saw the man with the stove lowering the shoulder pole and looking at her. It was the tall, thin man who had previously been selling marinated snacks when they were looking for Xia Mingyue to discuss a partnership. At this moment, the tall, thin man was grinning mischievously, showing his teeth. "Hey, isn't that Lady Xia? What a coincidence to meet you here," he said with a sneer. "Oh no, I'm glad I didn't run into Lady Xia. If I had, that blazing furnace might have spilled on me and caused a fire. If something happened to Lady Xia, what would I do?" His words were full of worry, but his tone was full of regret. With a smile that seemed to invite trouble, Lu Qian understood his intentions even if he didn't know exactly what had happened. He loosened his arm that was holding Xia Mingyue's waist and stepped forward, grabbing the man's flat pole. Noticing the anger in Lu Qian's eyes, the tall, thin man was a little frightened. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "I see that your pole is wide but not thick, so it's probably not very strong," Lu Qian said calmly. With a snap, the pole in his hand broke into two pieces.
"See?
"Not very strong," Lu Qian said softly. "They say this kind of pole is the strongest thing, tougher than bones. But I wonder if human bones are just as fragile." Was he threatening to break his bones? "There are laws in this world." The tall, thin man pointed toward the county office. "If you dare to act recklessly, I will report you to the authorities. Let's not talk about whether your legs could be broken if I wanted to. Even if you report me, your legs probably won't get better. Even if I pay a lot of money and get beaten, what can I do?" Lu Qian said, "Besides, I didn't intentionally hurt your legs. It was just an accident. When you were carrying the furnace around and showing off, I tried to help you by taking the pole away to prevent you from hurting others. The pole was not very strong and broke, hitting you by accident. It was just an accident. The county magistrate is wise and perceptive. He can see what's really going on," he added. Knowing that the man had deliberately tried to hurt someone, he deserved what he got. The tall, thin man's face suddenly turned pale, and he trembled, afraid to speak. Lu Qian straightened up slightly and said, From now on, open your eyes wide, walk carefully, and don't bump into the wrong people. Don't provoke anyone you shouldn't. After saying this, Lu Qian patted his shoulder. The force was very strong, and the tall, thin man felt as if his shoulder bones were about to be shattered. His face showed even more fear. Because he failed to join earlier, he could only watch helplessly as Xiaji's branches opened one after another and see others making a lot of money. His resentment grew gradually. All this anger was directed at Xia Mingyue. It was because she looked down on him and didn't give him a chance to earn money that he was still struggling and looked down upon by others. He felt he had to vent his anger, no matter what. When he saw Xia Mingyue wandering on the street, he wanted to teach her a lesson. But he ran into trouble. The tall, thin man found Lu Qian more and more frightening. He tried to leave quickly, but Lu Qian stopped him. You shouldn't leave that stove on the street like this. It's better to take it away soon, Lu Qian advised. The tall, thin man hurried to pack up. But the handlebar was broken, so he couldn't carry it away. He had to try to carry it like a lantern, using the broken half of the handlebar. The stove was heavy, and after trying to lift it failed, he could only drag it. As he dragged, the stove tilted over, and the hot charcoal inside spilled out onto the pedestrians and nearby stalls. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you want to burn my stall with that hot charcoal? My new shoes. You owe me new shoes. You little brat, I scolded you a few days ago, and now you come asking for a beating. The insults quickly turned into punches and kicks, and chaos erupted. Are you okay? Lu Qian returned to Xia Mingyue's side. I'm fine. Luckily Brother Lu was here. Xia Mingyue sighed in relief and explained, this person wanted to join Xiaji's food stall earlier, but I saw he was not honest, so I didn't agree. I didn't expect him to hold such resentment. Today, it's also thanks to Brother Lu. Otherwise, it would have been hard to deal with him. Xia Mingyue kept thanking him. Lu Qian paused and said, I guess in the next few months, most of the military will be recruiting new soldiers and training. If I'm not busy, I'll try to come back more often. Most people follow the principle of choosing the soft target. If you have someone backing you, others won't dare to act rashly. Since their marriage in spring and summer, it has been less than half a year. During this time, he has only returned twice, but each time he met many bad people. Summer Bright Moon's usual business is not easy. Okay. Summer Bright Moon slightly tilted her head. Lu Qian. It seems he is quite protective of her. Having seen enough of the area and after the earlier disturbance, Summer Bright Moon lost interest and headed home with Lu Qian. When they reached Xinghua Alley, Lu Qian stopped and said, I have something to do tonight. You don't need to wait for me. Just eat first. Earlier, during their chat, Lu Qian learned that Summer Bright Moon had hired people at home and that Jiangguo was staying there long-term. Okay, Summer Bright Moon agreed. After Lu Qian left, Summer Bright Moon peeked out from the alley and saw him turning east again. They had just come from the east. Summer Bright Moon pursed her lips and headed home. It was already evening. Jiangguo and others were busy preparing dinner. Since Lu Qian was not home, Summer Bright Moon and Jiangguo simply made some stir-fried potatoes and carrots, served with cold dishes of cucumber, bean curd sticks and peanuts, and cooked millet pumpkin porridge. The pumpkin was a fresh long pumpkin, sweet and soft after peeling and cooking thoroughly. When mixed with millet, it was tender and sweet.
Dinner was very satisfying.
After tidying up, everyone went to their rooms to sleep. Because Lu Qian had not yet returned, Summer Bright Moon was worried and couldn't sleep. She lit a candle and took out a sewing basket. Jiangguo's sewing skills were good, and Lu's family was much better, so Summer Bright Moon usually wore clothes made directly from the tailor shop. For repairs, Jiangguo and Lu's family mostly handled it. But she didn't want anyone else to sew her undergarments, so she decided to do it herself. Busy with her daily chores, she sewed a few stitches whenever she had free time. Now, with a few candles lit, the shadows were softer. It wasn't because her outside clothes didn't need to be fancy, nor was it too tiring to see. Until she finished sewing her undergarment, there was a noise at the door. Summer Bright Moon tidied up her sewing basket, and Lu Qian had already entered the room. He was drunk, but very clear-headed. When he saw that she was still awake, he instinctively took a step back and asked, "You're not asleep yet." "Time to sleep," Xia Mingyue said. "There is tea in the pot." People who drink alcohol often feel thirsty. "Okay," Lu Qian nodded. "The stove has hot water, and I've laid out clean clothes on the kong for you. You can change out of this outfit, and I'll help you wash it tomorrow."
Good.
"I'm going to sleep now." Xia Mingyue lay down, turned over, and faced away. Lu Qian busied himself with some tasks. Xia Mingyue listened to the sound of water being poured outside, yawned, and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Wu Xiong, full of alcohol, was supported by his younger brother, staggering as he headed toward the gambling house. As he walked, he loudly shouted, "Today's drinking was really fun." "Yeah," his brother nodded repeatedly. Lu Duta looks gentle and refined, but he's actually a brave man with a strong spirit. Not only is his skill good, but his drinking capacity is even better. Lu Dutu, Wu Xiong, am definitely his brother now. Wu Xiong pounded his chest loudly, then hiccuped. But honestly, being his brother makes me feel a bit ashamed. A bit ashamed, indeed. He had already spoken to Xia Nyangzi about it. She was under Wu Xiong's protection. Anyone daring to bother Xia Nyangzi would be going against Wu Xiong himself. Because of this, he even invited the town's patrol officers to sit and drink with him, asking them to keep Xia Nyangzi's food stall safe and free of trouble. But now, what's happening? Someone openly dares to trouble Xia Nyangzi, right in front of Lu De. This forced Lu Dutu to consider dealing with him, so that while Lu Dutu was away, Xia Nyangzi would be protected. What does this mean? It shows that Wu Xiong's reputation is currently weak, and his influence isn't enough. The dirty pests and rats are starting to cause trouble, tearing down Wu Xiong's face and trampling on it. He feels sad. His younger brother understood his mood and said, "Don't worry, big brother. I know where that guy lives. Tomorrow, I'll gather a few men and find an excuse to give him a good beating. That guy isn't a good person. He's caused trouble before." Finding an excuse is easy. And if one beating isn't enough, then two. Yeah, Wu Xiong nodded heavily, feeling reassured. But his anger still felt like it wasn't fully released. "I need to find a good place to vent my anger." But mother always taught him not to bully innocent people. He must listen and, even when angry, only take it out on bad people. Dealing with wrongdoers is always acceptable and often without blame. Maybe people will even enjoy hearing about it. But where can he find a bad person to vent his anger on? Wu Xiong thought for a long time, then suddenly slapped his head. Got it. How could he forget about this? Such a bad person should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, it wouldn't be right. Xia Mingyue woke up as usual the next day. She looked around but saw that Lu Qian's bed was empty. After tidying up, she got up and went outside, but still didn't see Lu Qian. "Is Sister Xia looking for brother-in-law?" Jiang Gui'er asked while adding fire to the stove. Brother-in-law said the water in the water jar is at the bottom, so he took a pole and bucket to fetch water. "All right." Xia Mingyue went to wash up and looked at the clothes hanging outside. It was the outfit Lu Qian wore yesterday, now half-dried. "Did you wash this?" Xia Mingyue asked.
No, Jiang Gui'er replied.
"I saw it hanging when I got up. I thought you washed it last night, Sister Xia, but now it seems not. So, did Lu Qian wash it himself?" Xia Mingyue raised her eyebrows. "They say daily chores in the military need to be done by oneself, so it seems true." Since she was worried that Lu Qian didn't eat enough at lunch yesterday, she made a large breakfast this morning. Using ready-made yeast dough and mincemeat, Xia Mingyue made a pot of pan-fried small buns and a pot of soft, sticky pumpkin rice porridge. She also prepared a cold dish of cucumber and lotus root cubes and stir-fried bok choy with a spicy and sour flavor to stimulate appetite. The small buns had thin skin and plenty of meat with a crispy, fragrant bottom. Bite into one, and the rich aroma and juice burst out. Xia Mingyue thought these pan-fried buns tasted excellent and couldn't stop eating. Lu Qian, because he drank last night with a specific purpose, didn't eat much. Now he was very hungry, almost eating one bun after another. In the end, the pot of buns Xia Mingyue made was not enough. She quickly made another batch. The second batch of pan-fried buns was all eaten by Lu Qian. The remaining few were given to Wu Jin for breakfast. This time, Jiangguo was responsible for adding food to Wu Jin's pot. After finishing, Jiangguo frowned and went to find Xia Mingyue. Older sister Xia, Wu Jin seems a bit off today. How so? Usually, when feeding him, Wu Jin jumps around happily. Today, he just sat quietly by his nest and kept baring his teeth at me. Jiangguo looked worried. Isn't a dog usually showing teeth when it's angry? Maybe Wu Jin isn't happy? Or maybe he doesn't like her. Xia Mingyue had never seen Wu Jin behave like this before. She put down her water scoop and went to check on Wu Jin with Jiangguo. Wu Jin was happily eating a water-fried bun. When he saw Xia Mingyue and Jiangguo, he chewed his bun a few times, swallowed, and wagged his tail. He showed his teeth. Wu Jin's fur was shiny and black, and his teeth were very white. When he showed his teeth, the black and white looked striking and a bit, maybe kind of nice, but it was also very strange. Dogs usually show their teeth when they're angry, and they don't wag their tails happily at the same time. Wu Jin? Xia Mingyue called softly, squatting down and raising her hand. This was her usual way of interacting with Wu Jin. When she did this, Wu Jin would come over, rub his big head against her hand. Seeing this, Wu Jin barked happily and ran over, rubbing his head against her hand again and again, making soft, coaxing sounds. After a moment, he sat obediently on the ground, looking at Xia Mingyue. He showed his teeth again. Xia Mingyue was silent. It felt like something was wrong, but also not quite right. Maybe Wu Jin isn't feeling well, but he can't talk, so we don't understand what he's trying to say. Xia Mingyue thought for a moment. We should find a vet to check on him. Only then could she feel at ease. But the vet had to be a veterinarian. In the small county town, most families only kept chickens. Few kept dogs, and there were no pigs, sheep, or cattle. Finding a vet was difficult. After asking around, Xia Mingyue finally found a veterinarian outside the town who could examine Wu Jin. The other person was a somewhat older man, with graying hair and beard, and he was also short-sighted. He squinted carefully at the black cat, then looked closely at its mouth and teeth, finally reaching a conclusion. The black cat was healthy, lively, and very strong. Why does it look like that? Xia Mingyue asked in confusion. Maybe. The veterinarian thought for a long time and said, perhaps. I guess. Maybe it just likes being like that. Sometimes cats, dogs, pigs, and other animals are quite strange. There are always one or two that are very different from normal animals. It's similar to people. There are always a few who are a bit unusual, right? Xia Mingyue. All right. As long as the black cat is happy. As long as it's healthy and willing to show its teeth. Then let it keep showing its teeth. Xia Mingyue smiled and patted the big head of the black cat. Seeing Xia Mingyue's smiling eyes curve like crescent moons, the black cat's mouth stretched even wider. Its bright white teeth sparkled under the rising sun's light. Zhao Yukai arrived home in the afternoon, cursing as he entered. These kids are so slow. We agreed not to be late, not to miss the time, and they all promised nicely. But when I turn my back, they ignore me, making all kinds of excuses. They're all good-for-nothings. Really frustrating. Everyone kept talking about how well their families were and why he didn't have a wife. He only thought about how hungry he was so often, never considering that he, as the team leader, was already full. These little brats. LV sure couldn't stand Zhao Yotsai's words and rolled her eyes, saying, "It sounds like you're so great. If you're so capable, don't act like a hungry wolf." Zhao Yukai chuckled and said, "My wife, you're accusing me wrongly. I've never claimed to be a successful man. Good for nothing." LV sure rolled her eyes again and quickly started cooking some food for Zhao Yukai, urging him to eat and then rest. Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai had agreed to drink together tonight to celebrate their safe return and to celebrate Lu Qian becoming the team leader. Xia Mingyue and LV sure began preparing snacks early for the evening. The weather is still hot, and cold dishes are a must at the dining table. Summer Mingyue prepared a mixed salad with dried bean curd sticks, cucumber, lotus root, and wood ear mushrooms. A few days ago, the Jiashu family sent over some preserved eggs. Summer Mingyue peeled them, cut each into 8 pieces, and arranged them on a plate. She poured a flavorful sauce made with hot oil, minced garlic, chopped red chili, soy sauce, and other seasonings over the eggs. She also cooked a large plate of tender scrambled eggs with green onions. For the meat dish, Summer Mingyue only prepared one: braised pork knuckle. Braised pork knuckle is a common dish, with different recipes across regions, and each chef has their own special method. This time, Summer Mingyue used the method she learned from Tianfu Restaurant, a famous place she visited for modern culinary techniques. Legend says that during the Qing dynasty, Tianfu Meat Shop was loved for its delicious flavor. Their braised pork knuckles became even more famous after a batch was cooked until very soft and tender, which made the meat taste even better and gained recognition from officials and nobles. Tianfu Meat Shop continued to use this method, eventually becoming a well-known supplier to the imperial court. To make authentic, tasty braised pork knuckle, 2 key points must be mastered: controlling the heat and seasoning. The pork knuckle needs to be thoroughly shaved to remove hair, cleaned, and then boiled with salt, star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, yellow wine, and caramelized sugar over high heat until it releases oil. Next, the pork knuckle is taken out, cleaned again, and any foam is skimmed from the broth. Then, it is returned to the pot and simmered gently for 2 hours. When ready to serve, the pork knuckle is taken out, deboned, sliced, and arranged on a plate. The thick, flavorful broth from the cooking process is carefully brushed over the meat, and then it is served. After long cooking, the pork becomes very tender, almost melting in the mouth. The lean meat is not dry, and the fatty parts are oily, but not greasy. Each bite is bursting with rich, fragrant flavor that lingers. The sauce on the pork knuckle is the finishing touch, bright in color, very appetizing, and infused with the fat and gelatin from the meat after hours of simmering. It is thick, flavorful, and incredibly aromatic. Summer Mingyue also cooked a pot of noodles, scooped some of the sauce over them, added 2 pieces of pork meat, and made a fragrant pork knuckle noodle dish, which became a main course for everyone. The braised pork knuckle is delicious, and tonight's drinks are for a happy occasion. The meal is truly delightful. Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai clinked their cups happily, drinking with great enjoyment. The pig's knuckle in the basin was almost finished, so they had to add some more. Fortunately, Xia Mingyue had anticipated this and bought 3 large knuckles from the butcher shop. The portions were enough. Everyone enjoyed eating the sauce knuckles, feeling very satisfied. Yujin also happily ate, getting 3 big bones and a small piece of raw meat that Xia Mingyue had prepared for it first. The atmosphere was lively with laughter and joy, making everyone very happy. At this moment, Zhang Yihe wore a broad smile on his face, but inside, he was not so happy. Not only was he unhappy, but he also secretly cursed the ancestors of the people in front of him. Wu Xiong looked at Zhang Yihe, who was smiling awkwardly, and put his wine cup on the table with a displeased face. Since Lord Jiang was invited here to drink wine, why have you been sitting here for a long time without drinking a single cup? What does this mean? Exactly. A young helper beside him chimed in. Are you looking down on our big brother?
Impossible. Impossible.
Zhang Yihe hurriedly cupped his hands. It's just that I can't handle alcohol, so I can't drink. Can't handle alcohol? Wu Xiong shot him a glance. But I saw Lord Jiang drinking happily at the restaurant earlier, drinking cup after cup, not even eating a bite of food. Your alcohol capacity is quite good. Why does it turn into me not being able to handle alcohol now? I think it's because Lord Jiang thinks I'm a rough commoner and doesn't want to drink with me. Zhang Yihe's face changed. So, Wu Xiong had been watching him since noon? But wasn't the debt issue earlier just Xia Mingyue making up an excuse to protect Zhang Luogu? Wu Xiong was just playing along, so why did he really come looking for trouble? What is really going on? Zhang Yihe was confused but saw the anger on Wu Xiong's face growing layer by layer. He quickly picked up his cup and drank it all in one go. He even held his cup up to Wu Xiong to show it. Lord Jiang is broad-minded. Wu Xiong refilled Zhang Yihe's wine. But since we've been drinking, let's talk about some serious matters. Earlier, Zhang Luogu owed us 100 taels of silver, but he has been slow to repay. The shopkeeper has asked about the debt several times, and I also went to remind him a few times, but Zhang Luogu still couldn't come up with the silver to pay back. I have been thinking about this for a while. I decided to come and see Lord Jiang to discuss this matter properly. Lord Jiang is a learned man and a wise person. He surely understands that repaying debts is only right. So, this money is still a debt that needs collecting? Jiang Yihe frowned and said, since this money was owed by Jianghua, perhaps we should find her to ask for it. As the saying goes, the wronged have their accusers, and debts have their owners. But you scholars often say, a son is not to blame for his father's mistakes. Since Jianghua is Lord Jiang's daughter, shouldn't Lord Jiang handle this? Wu Xiong interrupted Jiang Yihe, saying, in the end, we're all family. If Lord Jiang doesn't repay this debt, that wouldn't be proper. I repeat, the wronged have their accusers, and debts have their owners. Since Jianghua owes this money, and her fingerprint is on the IOU, you should go and find her. Jiang Yihe replied, as you can see, I am just an ordinary scholar. I have nothing of value, and I can't produce any silver. Asking me for money is pointless. Please leave. Can't produce silver? Wu Xiong looked him up and down. His clothes were not very fine, but they looked new, and his shoes were brand new as well. At noon, he clearly saw that Jiang Yihe had spent over 300 coins on a meal. To say he can't produce silver, that's like fooling a 3-year-old. Lord Jiang, do you really think we're fools? Wu Xiong snorted. But it doesn't matter if Lord Jiang is stubborn. We don't usually have much to do, and if we don't get the debt back, the shopkeeper will just scold us. So, let's have a good talk. What are you trying to do? Jiang Yihe suddenly became alert. Nothing much. We're just worried that Lord Jiang might be scared because of the gambling debt and run away tonight. Wu Xiong waved to 2 of his men. You two, make sure to do your jobs. Don't bother Lord Jiang, but also don't let him escape. Yes. The 2 replied loudly, then kept their eyes fixed on Jiang Yihe. Their expressions seemed as if they wanted to see right through him. Jiang Yihe's face changed again. Was Wu Xiong planning to have someone follow him all the time? He studies at the academy and often goes out with his classmates. He also has normal social interactions. If 2 dishonest men follow him constantly, it would surely attract attention. If others ask about it, how should he answer? If they find out these men are debt collectors, how would they view him? Thinking about these things makes Jiang Yihe feel overwhelmed and confused. After a moment, Jiang Yihe angrily looks at Wu Xiong and shouts, you threaten a scholar and disturb the school order. I will report you to the county office, and the magistrate will punish you. Go to the county office? Fine. Maybe the magistrate can help us recover our debt. I don't believe that in today's world, debt collectors can still act like masters. Wu Xiong stands up and says, let's go, Mr. Jiang. Go where? Jiang Yihe is surprised. To the county office, Wu Xiong replies, scratching his ear. Isn't that what you wanted, to file a complaint? Why not go? Jiang Yihe's face suddenly turns pale. Wu Xiong is not afraid to go to the county office at all. Does this mean the debt note is real? But Jiang Ruo is usually obedient, filial, and frugal. How could she possibly gamble money? Could it be that Jiang Ruo, to avoid marrying into the Zhang family as a concubine, risked being sold and still signed such a debt note at the gambling house? Or perhaps the gambling house was not honest and, upon hearing Jiang Ruo had a scholar father like him, saw an opportunity to manipulate her? Whatever the reason, this debt is an undeniable fact. As Jiang Ruo's father, he cannot escape it. These thugs and ruffians also have valid reasons to bother him. Unless. Jiang Yihe thinks for a moment, then clenches his teeth and says, I will not go to the county office with you. Wu Xiong chuckles, so Mr. Jiang also knows that if you go before the magistrate, he will order you to repay the debt? You're not foolish. I'm not afraid to go to the county office, Jiang Yihe insists, but there's no need to involve the magistrate. You shouldn't be coming to demand this debt from me. After all this back and forth, it's still the same conclusion. Wu Xiong finds it dull and thinks Jiang Yihe is quite boring. He reaches up and scratches his ear. Because I have already severed my relationship with Jianghua, I cannot be held responsible for her debts, Jiang Iha said loudly. Wu Xiong and the others exchanged glances, then all looked at Jiang Iha at the same time. Honestly, Jiang Iha, he is really ruthless. For his pride, he dismisses his good daughter just like that, saying they are no longer related, and cuts ties completely. It's truly cold-hearted. Having worked as enforcers for many years, they have seen brothers turn against each other over gambling debts, couples part ways, and children even report their parents for debts, but they have never seen a father and son completely cut ties. Many sons who owe gambling debts are often cried over, scolded, and beaten, but after the fuss, their parents still try to help them pay off the debts and hope they will change. But someone as decisive as Jiang Iha, this is the first time they have seen it. Everyone felt a mix of admiration and disdain in their hearts as they looked at Jiang Iha. On the other hand, Wu Xiong, after a moment of shock and disdain, felt a surge of joy. He was originally in a bad mood, wanting to find Jiang Iha to vent his frustration and also to give Jianghua a hard time. He never expected to encounter such a good opportunity. Cutting ties.
Great.
From now on, no matter how Jianghua lives or how much money she makes, her unkind parents can no longer expect to benefit from her. Even if Jianghua no longer shows filial piety, it is only right. Wu Xiong was very happy inside, but his face was full of disdain. Jiang Langjun, I, Wu Xiong, am not a 3-year-old child. If you say you've severed ties, then it's done. What proof do you have? Trying to deceive us with empty words? No way. Today, Jiang Langjun, if you don't want to go to the county office, that's not going to work either. Wu Xiong stood up and raised his hand. Please, Jiang Langjun, go to the county office. The word please was said very heavily. His followers immediately understood, cracking their knuckles and walking toward Jiang Iha. Their attitude clearly indicated they wanted to drag him to the county office. The academy was nearby. If his classmates and teachers saw this, his carefully cultivated image would be completely ruined. Jiang Iha's face turned pale. He swallowed hard and said with difficulty, I have a severance letter as proof. That's exactly what they wanted. Wu Xiong reached out. Bring it here. Today, I did not carry it with me. Jiang Iha saw Wu Xiong's face suddenly turn serious, then quickly added, but I can write another one right now. In theory, a formal declaration of disownment should be witnessed by the village elders or the village head, but when it comes to disowning children and parents who are not recognized, a parent's command is considered more important than heaven. A father's written disownment would be accepted by the local officials. Wu Xiong straightened up and sat properly. Write it. Jiang Iha dared not act rashly. He hurriedly borrowed paper and a pen from the shopkeeper, then leaned over an empty table and wrote quickly and passionately, filling an entire page. After finishing, Wu Xiong carefully examined the document. Having spent many years in gambling halls and knowing some characters, Wu Xiong could clearly recognize the disownment letter. Jiang Iha, who had studied for many years, wrote very neatly, pleasing to the eye. However, as he read through it, most of it was full of contempt and accusations against Jianghua's unfilial behavior. In the end, he could no longer tolerate or face his ancestors. After much thought, he made the firm decision to disown Jianghua, ending all relations, birth, life, illness, and death between them. Wu Xiong, when reading the first half, was furious. He wanted to tear the disownment paper into pieces and throw it in Jiang Iha's face, cursing him as a heartless traitor. But when he saw Jiang Iha's name and the red fingerprint he had just pressed, he suppressed his anger. Carefully folding the disownment letter, he put it into his pocket. Although I didn't get any money, at least I have something to explain to the shopkeeper. It's just that in the past, some people disowned their children on the surface, but only wanted to avoid debt. We're not fools. In a few days, we will go to Jiang village to ask around neighbors, the village head, to see if what Jiang Langjun says is true. He needed to return home quickly these days. He planned to explain everything to Tian Shi, the village elder and the village head. This matter was simple. If Jianghua really did such things, Letting the debt collectors come into the village would probably ruin the reputation of the entire Jiang family. He would stand up for his family, which was a noble act. The villagers would understand. They might even feel sympathy and comfort him. Thinking this way, disowning Jiang was seemed worthwhile. Jiang Iha quickly calculated in his mind, and then said with a respectful bow, "Rest assured, this is true. We are not afraid for you to go and verify." Jiang Iha spoke and once again cupped his hands. "There are other matters at the academy. I must leave now. Farewell." As he finished speaking, Jiang Iha hurried to leave. Wu Xiong raised his hand, and his followers quickly followed Jiang Iha. "What's going on?" Jiang Iha was surprised and angry. "I've already given you the letter of severance." He had nothing to do with Jiangguar anymore and wondered why they kept bothering him. "I didn't say that if you give the letter of severance and cut ties with Jiangguar, then everything is settled," Wu Xiong chuckled.
You.
Jiang Iha trembled with anger. "I'm going to report this to the officials." Since he had severed ties, he could explain everything at the county office. "Sir Jiang, your words are a bit funny," Wu Xiong said with a playful smile. "Let's not forget, we're just worried because you're a weak scholar returning alone to the academy at night, which isn't very safe. That's why we wanted to you. Besides, this main road is open to everyone. If you walk it, why can't we? Or is it that only Sir Jiang can go to the academy and we can't?" Jiang Iha was speechless. He had never seen such shameless people in his life. He left 2 followers to stay in town for the next couple of days, telling them to take good care of Jiang Iha. Early the next morning, Wu Xiong arrived at Xinghua Alley. Jiang Guar was at the door, cleaning a water bucket. Seeing Wu Xiong, she greeted him, "Big brother Wu. Are you here to see Sister Xia? You might have to wait a little while. Last night, brother-in-law and brother Zhao next door were drinking, and Sister Xia and Sister Lu were busy until late. They haven't gotten up yet." "I'm not here to see Sister Xia," Wu Xiong quickly said. "I'm here to see Jiang Guar."
Me?
Jiang Guar was a bit surprised. "Big brother Wu, do you need something?" "Well," Wu Xiong took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his chest and handed it to Jiang Guar. "I got this yesterday. I thought it would be better to give it to you." Jiang Guar was a little confused but took it and opened it to look. Jiang Iha usually said that a woman's talent was a sign of virtue, so even though he had been studying for many years, he never taught her to read. However, Jiang Guar often heard Jiang Iha reading and saw him writing, so she could recognize a few characters. Among these characters were her name and the words "cut ties." This was a letter of severance. This indicates that she will no longer have any connection with the Jiang family, Jiang Iha, or the Tian family. Jiang Wu felt a mix of emotions. Her lips pressed together, and the fog in her eyes suddenly turned into tears that hovered in her eye sockets. Wu Xiong saw her eyes were red and felt a bit anxious. He hurriedly comforted her. "Those words earlier were nonsense. You don't need to pay attention to them or take them to heart. I was also worried about whether I should give you this letter of disownment, but I thought that once you had it, you would be completely free. You wouldn't have to worry about being controlled because of money, and maybe you could feel more at ease. So, I brought it to you." If this caused Jiang Hua to feel sad or upset, it was his fault. Wu Xiong nervously rubbed his hands. "Big brother Wu." "Thank you," Jiang Hua said, wiping her eyes with her sleeve and smiling at Wu Xiong in gratitude. Her eyes were still red, tears unconsciously spilled over, making her nose and cheeks slightly pink. But her mouth curved into a gentle smile, and her eyebrows formed a crescent shape. She seemed happy inside. As for crying, it's natural to feel sad sometimes. Wu Xiong scratched the back of his head nervously. "No need to thank me. Just call me whenever you need help." "Yes." Jiang Wen nodded repeatedly, still reaching out to wipe away the tears that kept flowing. "Definitely." Seeing her so sure, Wu Xiong chuckled softly. "Then I'll go now. Take care, big brother Wu." After Wu Xiong's figure disappeared completely into the alley, Jiang was still clutched the disownment letter tightly. She truly didn't expect that one day she would cut ties with her family. She also didn't expect Jiang Iha to be so resolute.
But,
as Wu Xiong said, with this disownment letter, Her family could no longer control her. And as Sister Xia often said, a family is always the warmest harbor, and family members are those who care for, cherish, and protect you. Some people are only family in name. And in life, what you need the least is superficial, nominal things. She should be happy. Happy to have finally made a clean break. Jiangwa closed her eyes, squeezed out the remaining tears in her eyes, and wiped them away. Then she took a deep breath and continued with her work. In the east, the morning glow gradually appeared. Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai stayed at home for another day. In the morning, I accompanied Xia Mingyue and the Lu family to sell cold pot skewers at the market. In the afternoon, I helped with household chores, especially fixing and repairing things around the house. In the evening, the two families gathered together to chat, laugh, and enjoy drinks. The wine was bought specially by Zhao Yukai from the local winery in the county town. It was a small jar only about 2 jin in size. Seeing this, Lu Shi complained, "If you want to drink wine, buy more. Why are you so stingy, only getting such a small amount? Is that enough for both of you?" Our family usually benefits a lot from Lu Qian and Xia Mingyue's kindness. Since we started making these cold pot skewers, Xia Mingyue said Lu Shi works hard at home and also helps her with sewing. Every month, her wages were increased by 200 coins. And tonight's dinner was also at Xia Mingyue's house. The more Lu Shi thought about it, the more she felt Zhao Youcai's actions were not right. She took money from the money box and said, "Hurry up and go buy more." Zhao Yukai didn't take the money, but just chuckled. "Right now, even if I had money, I couldn't buy this wine."
Why?
Lu Shi was confused. "It's just wine, and now you can't buy it even if you pay?" "This is the new wine from the winery," Zhao Yukai explained. "It's called Finjiu, made in a place called Xinghua Village. The smell is fragrant, the taste is smooth, and it's mellow and delicious." "Aren't all wines the same?" Lu Shi still couldn't understand. "They taste spicy and give you a headache after drinking." "That's not true," Zhao Yukai said. "The winery said that Finjiu is different from the usual rice wines we drink. It's made with a complex process: grinding, soaking, steaming, fermenting, distilling, and aging. The wine is clear and fragrant. If you don't believe me, smell it first." As he spoke, Zhao Yukai opened the jar stopper. A rich, sweet, and fragrant aroma immediately wafted out. Lu Shi sniffed and rubbed her nose, saying, "It does smell different, very fragrant."
See?
Zhao Yukai grinned. "This wine is very expensive. Just this jar cost me 800 coins. The winery said they only gave me this price because I bought it myself. If I sold to others, it would be a silver tael or more. I was thinking of our family. Lu Lao and his wife have helped us a lot. That's why I wanted to buy some good wine, so Lu Lao can taste it too." Finjiu is very popular now. The winery is doing its best to limit each person to only 2 jin. It's sold out now, and if you want more, there's none left. Even without this Finjiu, I should buy some other drinks. Lu still felt it was not quite right. Otherwise, such a small amount seems a bit stingy, so I'll go buy some more to drink. If we don't drink enough, it's not good either. Not to mention, this Finjiu is much stronger than rice wine. 2 jin is enough for us. Plus, after drinking good wine, it's hard to enjoy ordinary wine. "Yes," Zhao Dahu agreed nearby. "It's like we're used to eating Aunt Xia's cooking. It's hard to eat what Mom makes. Right, Dad?" Zhao Yukai didn't say anything. "Who said we?" "He didn't say such things. You little brat." Zhao Yukai saw Lu's face cloud over and quickly gave Zhao Dahu a slap on the head. "What nonsense are you talking?" "I know I was wrong," Zhao Dahu begged, holding his head. "From now on, even if I tell the truth, I'll keep it in my heart and not say it out loud." Zhao Yukai was stunned. He wished he could cover Zhao Dahu's mouth and dunk him in a basin of water. Zhao Eru sighed helplessly and said, "Mom, don't be angry." "Yes, Mom, don't be angry. We'll still eat the food you make," Zhao Dahu said. "Even if it's not so tasty, we will eat it because you are our mother." Children don't dislike their mother's cooking. Lu was silent. Suddenly, she felt a bit tired. Xia Mingyue was busy in the kitchen. First, she slaughtered the chicken sent earlier by Hishunzi, making spicy chicken. She boiled the whole chicken in water with yellow wine, then took it out, cooled it in cold water, and cut it into suitable pieces. Chili powder and Sichuan pepper powder were poured into hot oil to produce red oil, mixed with salt, sugar, vinegar, soy sauce, crushed peanuts, chopped cilantro, and sesame seeds. This mixture was poured over the chicken pieces in a porcelain bowl, letting them soak up the sauce. Five-spice pork was marinated with scallions, soy sauce, yellow wine, cumin, chili powder, salt, and Sichuan pepper powder. Then a little sweet potato starch and an egg were added, and the pork was fried in hot oil. It was fried until slightly yellow, then removed, and fried again once the oil was hotter, until all the pork pieces were golden and crispy. The pork was very fragrant, and after frying, it smelled even stronger. The spices made the whole kitchen smell delicious, making people drool. Summer Manhwa prepared many dishes, especially a large amount of pork belly that was fried until crispy. Before serving, she took a few pieces on skewers and shared them with Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, who were helping to build the fire. The two men had already salivated heavily. They quickly thanked Summer Manhwa and eagerly ate the meat. The pork was crispy outside and tender inside, salty and flavorful. The lean parts were not dry, and the fatty parts were not greasy. It was delicious every time. After eating the first piece of crispy pork belly, they both realized how wonderful the taste was. They slowed down to enjoy the flavor more carefully. Summer Manhwa smiled and said, "Just eat freely. Today, there's plenty of pork belly for everyone." She had bought about 5 or 6 jean of pork belly, so she wasn't worried about running out. Even so, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Era looked at each other and kept eating at the same pace as before. They knew how much their stomachs could hold. Summer Manhwa chuckled quietly and let the brothers do what they wanted. She didn't try to stop them. Then she skewered 2 more pieces of crispy pork belly and gave them to Zhou and Song, who were working. Recently, Zhou and Song had been working diligently. Besides the tasks Summer Manhwa mentioned, they also helped with many other daily chores. Summer Manhwa felt comforted and didn't mind sharing with them. 1 large skewer of pork was enough for both eating now or taking home to share with their families. It would make a good meal. Zhou and Song both thanked her and agreed to take the pork home for their families. Meanwhile, Summer Manhwa prepared a few vegetable dishes. The oil used to fry the pork added a rich meat aroma, making the stir-fried dishes even more flavorful. She made stir-fried green peppers with eggs. She used a few thin green peppers she bought yesterday, slightly wrinkled on the surface. She sliced and stir-fried them, then poured in beaten egg mixture, mixing well so the green peppers and eggs blended completely. This way, the green peppers tasted rich with egg flavor, and the eggs carried the fresh taste of green peppers. She also made mashed garlic eggplant. She peeled a large oval eggplant, steamed it until soft, then drained the water. She mixed it simply with mashed garlic and added a pinch of salt to enhance the flavor, making it very tasty. This dish includes 2 types of meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Additionally, there is a bowl of peanuts soaked in spices like star anise and Sichuan peppercorns for an afternoon, which have fully absorbed the flavors. A plate of freshly sliced cold tomato salad sprinkled with a bit of sugar is also prepared. 6 dishes are ready. Mrs. Liu helped make some vegetarian dumplings, Xia Mingyue cooked fish head soup, and some fishball soup was prepared as well. Dinner started with toasts from Zhao Yukai and Lu Qian. The Funjiu wine was fragrant, the spicy chicken was tender and tasty, and the crispy pork belly was fragrant and delicious. Everyone ate happily, laughing and chatting, simple joys of life. Meanwhile, after finishing her chores, Mrs. Song returned home with a piece of pork belly. She carefully removed the meat from the skewer and cut it into smaller pieces. Because the meat was so delicious, it was easy to eat in one bite, so she cut it into smaller chunks to enjoy more bites and feel more satisfied. After tidying up the pork, Mrs. Song lit a fire in the stove, added water, and prepared to cook some batter made from millet flour. She also pasted some plain and millet flour pancakes around the edge of the pot. While waiting, she picked some yard beans from the rack in the yard, planning to blanch them later and toss with garlic sauce. When the batter in the pot started to puff up into pancakes and the beans were cooked, a shadow appeared in the yard. It was Li Shuisheng, Mrs. Song's younger brother-in-law, tall and slim. Sister-in-law, Li Shuisheng said happily, handing her a wrapped package of oil paper. Mrs. Song opened it to find half a roasted chicken inside. The chicken had a golden skin, a strong aroma, and looked very tempting. "Where did this come from?" she asked, pleasantly surprised. Master Luo was recommended by the county magistrate and can take part in the autumn exams. The master and madam are very happy and held a banquet at home to entertain relatives. There was a lot of leftover meat, so the steward told us to take some home to eat. Li Shuisheng works as a laborer at the Luo family's estate, doing chores like sweeping, planting flowers, and carrying loads. Because he is young and honest, he works hard, and the steward has a good impression of him and often takes care of him secretly. This half-roasted chicken, with only one wing and one leg missing, was probably a fine dish left over from the banquet. Mrs. Song smiled warmly. "Today, Lady Xia also gave some fried pork belly. I've already sliced it, so we'll eat that tonight. I'll save the rest of the chicken for tomorrow morning." At 15 years old, he was quite tall but looked like a green bean sprout. Mrs. Song thought Li Shuisheng needed to eat more good food. "Since it's just leftovers from noon, if I keep it overnight, it might spoil," Li Shuisheng disagreed. "Let's eat it tonight." In this way, sister-in-law could also have a taste. Otherwise, the family's meat and eggs would be left for him alone. Li Shuisheng spoke, then took the roast chicken into the kitchen. After washing his hands, he tore it into pieces and put it in a bowl. Then, he went to serve the slightly cooled millet batter. Seeing this, Mrs. Song said nothing and went to take out the blanched green beans to cool and mix. All the food was served on the table. Mrs. Song specifically placed the pork belly and roast chicken in front of Li Shuisheng. He quietly moved both dishes closer to Mrs. Song and then scooped 2 big portions into her bowl. "Sister-in-law, eat quickly." "Eat too," Mrs. Song hurriedly stopped him. "Luo Leoi has been happy these days. Maybe he'll have plenty to eat."
Li Shuisheng smilat.
"Sister-in-law, don't worry about me. The housekeeper said I've been working at Luo's for a while now and I do pretty well. They're going to give me an extra 50 coins a month." "That's great," Mrs. Song smiled. "Plus, with the money I earn, I can make nearly 1 or 2 silver coins a month." Most of their daily meals and drinks were at the main house. Besides paying rent each month, they had little other expenses, so they could save almost all the money. If we consider 10 taels of silver a year. "Next autumn, sister-in-law will find a trustworthy person to arrange a marriage for you," Mrs. Song said with a smile. Once her younger brother-in-law was married, she would have completed her task as a sister-in-law. Marriage proposal? Li Shuisheng was suddenly stunned. He looked at Mrs. Song, covering his face with his bowl. "There's no rush. You'll be 16 after the new year," Mrs. Song said earnestly. "It usually takes at least half a year to arrange a marriage and another half a year to prepare everything. By the time you get married, you'll probably be 18. 18 was not a young age to marry." "So what?" Li Shuisheng almost blurted out this thought, but after turning the words over in his mind, he finally swallowed them. He lowered his head and silently ate the cold green beans. He also tore his flatbread into small pieces, slowly putting them into his mouth. Seeing the situation, Madame Song pursed her lips. After all, she is young and shy, afraid to show her face. It's still early, so there's no rush to talk about it now. Thinking this way, Madame Song decided not to say anything further. In the small courtyard, the 2 people didn't even light a candle, relying only on the faint moonlight to eat quietly. They talked until late at night before leaving. Mrs. Liu helped Xia Mingyue and Jianghua clean up the dishes, then went home to take care of the drunk Zhao Yukai. "Let me handle the rest." "Sister Xia, you go take care of brother-in-law," Jianghua said, taking the broom from Xia Mingyue and picking up a gourd seed. Xia Mingyue was scrubbing the pots, and Jianghua was washing the dishes, both busy removing grease and dirt, very useful tools in the kitchen. Thinking about how Zhao Yukai left, looking drunk and happy, Xia Mingyue nodded. But after she entered the main room, Lu Qian was drinking tea. Seeing Xia Mingyue come in, he poured her a cup as well. He was steady and careful, not spilling a drop, with bright eyes and no sign of drunkenness. But earlier, Xia Mingyue's face was full of confusion. Brother Zhao likes to stay out until he's truly drunk. If I wasn't a little tipsy, he'd think I didn't enjoy the wine today and would find a way to make up for it, Lu Qian explained. I see. Xia Mingyue suddenly understood. This Lu Qian is really clever and considerate. However, today's Finjiu was much stronger than rice wine. With 1 jin each, Zhao Yukai was already quite drunk, talking nonsense, yet Lu Qian acted as if nothing was wrong. It shows he has a very good tolerance for alcohol? Xia Mingyue raised her eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised. I've been good at drinking since I was young, probably because of nature, Lu Qian said. Xia Mingyue was silent. She hadn't spoken earlier, but Lu Qian guessed her thoughts, twice. Could this Lu Qian really be a mind reader? Or could he hear her thoughts? What if she was secretly calling him a big fool in her mind? Xia Mingyue squinted, watching Lu Qian with interest. Feeling her stare, Lu Qian felt a bit uncomfortable and touched his cheek, asking, "Is there something dirty on my face?" Summer Mingyue thought she might be overthinking. Lu Qian was simply a bit clever. It's nothing, just thinking about what to pack for Brother Lu's departure tomorrow, Summer Mingyue said nervously, lowering her eyes and changing the subject. Just bring your clothes, Lu Qian replied. All right. Summer Mingyue nodded. It's getting late, Brother Lu. You should rest early.
Yes.
After washing up and tidying, both went to bed. They blew out the candle. Summer Mingyue faced the wall, thinking about the busy morning ahead. Because she had to leave early the next day, Lu Qian also found it hard to sleep. He didn't want to move around and wake Summer Mingyue, so he just lay quietly. He clenched the 2-piece charm Summer Mingyue had placed on the bedside table earlier, hoping he could truly have a peaceful life. The next morning, Summer Mingyue got up early and cooked breakfast with Jianghua. They used ready-made pork filling, added some flavorful broth from cooking black bones, soaked scallions in plain water, and included garlic, soy sauce, and plenty of sesame oil. She kept stirring the meat mixture in one direction until the flavors fully blended and it became sticky. Once the filling was ready, she prepared the dumpling wrappers. Instead of using regular leaven dough like most, she borrowed a technique from the famous Guabuli restaurant, using their special half-leavened dough. She rolled the dough into strips, kneaded it, and rolled it out evenly into thick wrappers. After placing the meat filling inside, she pinched the edges along the center to form pleats. The pleats needed to be even, with moderate and consistent ridges, looking like white chrysanthemums, beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Because she used half-leavened dough, the dumplings needed to be placed in a steamer with hot water at the bottom and left to ferment for a tea's worth of time before steaming for 15 minutes. The resulting pork buns had soft, fluffy wrappers with a fresh aroma. The juicy meat filling made them delicious, fresh, not greasy, and endlessly enjoyable. For breakfast, they served refreshing cold dishes and a bowl of light egg drop soup, making the meal even more satisfying. Lu Qian didn't praise Summer Mingyue's cooking much. Instead, he showed his appreciation through his actions, enjoying the fresh pork buns wholeheartedly. A large basket of fresh meat buns was on the stove, and Lu Qian ate half of it in one go. Jianghua also ate 4 buns today, praising as he ate. Sister Xia's buns are incredibly delicious. If she sold them, they would be snatched up immediately after coming out of the steamer. Do these tasty buns have a name? Jianghua asked. Many of Xia Mingyue's dishes had beautiful and unique names. Like the spicy chicken from last night, the cold hot pot skewers she sold recently, and the Texas roast chicken she had before. He wondered what the name for today's buns would be. Xia Mingyue smiled and said, Actually, these buns do have a name. They're called gobuli.
Gobuli?
It sounds simple and common but also a bit strange. How could such delicious buns be called gobuli? Clearly, they are the kind of buns that Wu Jin would fight to eat. Not that these buns are called gobuli, but the person who first made them was called guzi by others. Because his buns were so tasty, many people came to buy them. Guzi was so busy that he didn't lift his head or bother to chat with customers. Others laughed and said he sold buns without caring about people, so he got this nickname. Xia Mingyue explained with a smile. Later, the name sounded fresh and easy to remember, so it spread. The Go Bu Li bun shop became very famous and attracted many customers. In her previous life, before Xia Mingyue became famous, she also visited and tried all the products from the Go Bu Li shop in Tianjin. They were truly special. I see, Lu Qian nodded. He had never heard of the Go Bu Li bun shop before. It seemed that Xia Mingyue's fame was mostly limited to Juzhou, where she grew up. But these buns really are very delicious. Lu Qian felt full, but because of his craving, after a moment of hesitation, he reached for another bun. Before he could take a bite, he let out a loud burp. The burp was quite loud enough for Xia Mingyue and Jiangwe to hear clearly. Lu Qian felt embarrassed and wasn't sure whether to continue eating or put the bun down. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qian finally took a bite. Farting indicates that gas has been released, leaving extra space in the stomach, enough to hold a bun. Seeing this, Xia Mingyue didn't say much, only smiled slightly, turned around, and went into the kitchen. She took out the other basket of buns from the pot and placed them in a bamboo basket to cool. After finishing the meal and tidying up, Xia Mingyue used a clean cloth to wrap all the fully cooled fresh meat buns and place them into the bundle prepared for Lu Qian. Since it's August and the weather is getting cooler, these buns have cooled down and can be kept for a day or two, Xia Mingyue said. Lu Qian nodded, took the bundle, and hung it on his shoulder. We probably can't come back for the Mid-Autumn Festival, he added, maybe at least 2 months later. Even though there are no more wars this year, the city still needs repairs, border patrols, and efforts to prevent small groups of rebels from causing trouble, along with recruiting soldiers. There are many things to do in the army. Now that he is the captain, his team is growing, and he must work even harder. Xia Mingyue nodded and said, "Take care, Brother Lu." Lu Qian responded with an then after a while said, "Take care of yourself."
Okay.
He didn't say more, just waited for Zhao Yukai to finish packing, then left with him. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu still saw them off at the city gate. "Take care of yourself." Lu Qian repeated this phrase and looked at Xia Mingyue again and again. After a long while, he slightly lowered his eyes. Seeing this, Xia Mingyue raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Take care, Brother Lu." Nothing more was said. Lu Qian sighed. It was getting late, and Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai strode out of the city gate. Watching them go far away, Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu returned to continue selling cold pot skewers. Because they saw off Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai, their stall was a bit later than usual. Some people had been waiting for a while and joked happily, "Lady Xia and Lady Lu are late today." "It's only half an hour late. We'll be on time tomorrow," Xia Mingyue said as she handed a paper cup of cold pot skewers to the other person, adding a spoonful of spicy oil. "Then I'll come at the usual time tomorrow," the person said, noticing Xia Mingyue's generosity and smiling. "This spicy chili oil, mixed with cucumber, is really delicious."
Take care on your way.
After sending off one customer, more people arrived. By noon, there were few skewers left on the stall, only a few vegetarian ones. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu had already started packing up. A woman, older than Xia Mingyue but younger than Madame Lu, quickly approached and stopped in front of them. "Sorry, only 4 vegetarian skewers are left," Xia Mingyue said. "If you don't mind, you can pay for just 3 skewers. Are you Lady Xia?" the woman asked. "My surname is Qiao." "Nice to meet you, Lady Qiao," Xia Mingyue replied. "You don't seem like someone here to buy cold pot skewers. May I ask what brings you?" "I heard that Lady Xia's cold pot skewers are available for franchise."
I wanted to ask about that, Qiao said.
"If you're asking about franchising, let's go to my house and talk," Xia Mingyue suggested. Thinking of using the remaining 4 skewers as lunch side dishes, Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu quickly packed up and led Qiao to their home. Xia Mingyue explained how to franchise the cold pot skewers. The franchise fee was a few silver coins. In summer, they sold cold pot skewers. In winter, they sold hot pot. The small cart used for selling needed to be specially made and purchased, costing about a silver coin. Vegetables and bean products could be prepared by oneself, but meat, broth, seasoning, bamboo skewers, and oil cups had to be bought daily from Xia's shop. The franchisees had to follow Xia's management and daily supervision, sell within designated areas, and prepare ingredients according to Xia's standards. They couldn't set their own prices or quantities. Ingredients had to be fresh daily and could not be stored overnight. Xia Mingyue explained everything clearly. Qiao listened carefully and nodded frequently. When Xia finished, Qiao hesitated and spoke. "Lady Xia, everything you said sounds good. It's just that I'm really short on money right now. I can't pay the initial 4 silver coins all at once. Could you give me some more time? I can give you 2 silver coins now. The remaining 2, I'll pay you 500 coins each month for 5 months. That makes a total of 2.5 silver coins," Qiao proposed. Seeing that Xia Mingyue didn't respond immediately, Qiao grew more anxious and sighed. "I didn't want to ask for such a favor, but my husband was injured in the army, his arm and leg. He can't receive military pay anymore, and most of the silver they give out has been spent on medicine. Our family is really struggling now, and I just can't come up with that much money. I am just a woman, unable to find a job that makes good money. Looking at Lady Xia's hot pot skewers, I think I could do that. It tastes good, and I believe the business will be steady in the future. So I came to ask Lady Xia about it. If she thinks I can do it, I am willing to pay a little more interest. If she finds it difficult, I will pretend I never came. Her family is going through hard times now. But no matter how tough it is, it's their own problem, and others are not obliged to help. If Lady Xia Mingyue is willing to help, I would be grateful. If not, that's fine too. This matter." Lady Xia Mingyue paused. "Please give me 2 days to think about it, and I will give you an answer then." "All right. Thank you, Lady Xia." Mrs. Qiao no longer disturbed her and stood up to leave. After she left, Lady Xia Mingyue and Mrs. Lu went together to find out about the Qiao family's situation. By the afternoon of the next day, they had mostly gathered information. It was just as she had guessed. Qiao's husband, Lu Shanhui, was once a squad leader in the army. During the battle at Changzhou Prefecture, he was injured badly. His arm was cut off halfway, and he stepped on enemy iron caltrops, suffering serious wounds. Originally, such injuries wouldn't cause him to become crippled, but because many soldiers were injured at once, the army doctors were overwhelmed, and supplies of medicine were short. The delay in treatment caused Lu Shanhui's wounds to rot, and he eventually had to have his leg amputated to save his life. Now, Lu Shanhui is almost completely unable to work. He and Mrs. Qiao have 2 sons and a daughter. The oldest son is only 8, and the youngest daughter is just 4. All of them need to eat. Life has naturally become very difficult for them. As Lady Xia Mingyue and Mrs. Lu discussed the Qiao family situation, their sighs grew louder. Today, when I went out to ask around, I saw several households with white cloth hanging outside. The pharmacies were busy too, Mrs. Lu said. I guess there are many families in similar situations to Mrs. Qiao's. In this world, making a living is not easy. Many families rely on men and women working in the army. When something goes wrong, it's easy for them to go hungry. The court is trying to give out silver to help, but because there are so many people, the funds are limited. Especially for those who are seriously injured or disabled and return home, the silver given by the court is not enough to cover their medicine costs. No wonder more and more people are asking about joining the hot pot skewers business these days, Lady Xia Mingyue said, with a tight-lipped smile. After thinking for a moment, Xia Mingyue raised her head and said, "Since that's the case, let's change the way we franchise the cold pot skewers. Your sister-in-law means." The carts used for the cold pot skewers cost about 1 or 2 silver coins, which need to be paid to the carpenter. This expense is unavoidable and must be paid. But the 3 silver coins given to Xiaji can let franchisees start paying 300 coins each month from the 3rd month after joining, for 10 months in total. This way, it's considered paid off. Xia Mingyue continued, however, this discount is only for widows whose husbands died in battle or families where someone was injured in war and is struggling to make a living. That's feasible, Mrs. Lu nodded eagerly. This can also give these people more options for work. Plus, once they join Xiaji, they can also help increase Xiaji's business and income. It's a win-win situation. Helping others within her ability has always been something Xia Mingyue supports. Seeing that Mrs. Liu agreed with her idea, she added, "Once we start franchising the cold pot skewers, we'll be busier here. Making fish balls alone requires someone careful and diligent. We need to advertise for workers, and just like the franchise, we will prioritize hiring those people." Good, Mrs. Liu nodded again. Many people from Jinqiu County and nearby areas are joining the army. I'm afraid many will be affected this time. Xia sister, since the cold pot skewers stall has limited space and not many workers needed, if too many come to apply, there might not be enough for everyone. Jianghua looked worried. What if some of them hold grudges against you, Xia sister? She had seen such people before. If that's the case, then it means we don't need those people, Xia Mingyue smiled. People who hold grudges over this will also hold grudges over other things. They are never satisfied, always angry, and think the whole world is against them. If such people are not hired, that's my good fortune. I should secretly go and thank the city god for his blessing, she said. Jianghua thought for a moment and agreed. That's very true, Xia sister. If someone has ill will towards you, no matter how well you do, they will find fault. You shouldn't stop doing good just because some people harbor bad intentions. It's like no matter how obedient or sensible she is, there's no need to think about the past anymore. Sister Xia is about to start franchising her cold pot skewers, and I want to do my best to help her and ease her worries. Jianghua quickly pushed aside all thoughts unrelated to business and began working with the Liu family to plan the next steps for the franchise. The next morning, Xia Mingyue first went to the academy to find Zhang Mingyi and Fan Pingyang, asking them to help write more franchise proposals for the cold pot skewers so they could sign agreements later. As a reward, Xia Mingyue brought many fish balls. The fish balls for the cold pot skewers, the hot, fragrant fish ball soup served in clay pots, and the fried fish balls wrapped in oil paper, all smelled so good that they made both men drool. But despite their craving, Zhang Mingyi and Fan Pingyang kept waving their hands at Xia Mingyue. "We appreciate your kindness, Lady Xia, but now the head of the mountain and the teachers are very strict. No outside food can be brought into the county school." Because they had often bought food outside before, they were now under close watch by the head of the mountain and the teachers, so they dared not make any moves. With the upcoming September exams, they knew they couldn't afford any mistakes. It's a pity for such fragrant fish balls. Seeing their refusal, Xia Mingyue decided to put the food away, saying she would save it for when they had holidays. After the exams and leaving the county school, I must stay at Lady Xia's stall and eat for 3 days straight to really enjoy it. After seeing Xia Mingyue off, Zhang Mingyi said this. "Good for you." Fan Pingyang sneered, giving him a disdainful look. "I'm different from you. I plan to see if my family wants to start a small business and maybe franchise Lady Xia's food stall. That way, they could eat as much as they wanted, whenever they wanted." He understood the principle of fishing and fishing. Zhang Mingyi. Wow, this really works. He gave Fan Pingyang a thumbs up. "If it works, remember to invite me." "Why should I invite you?" Fan Pingyang rolled his eyes, looking at him with disdain. "You can't help wash dishes, cook food, or attract customers. If it's about bookkeeping or writing, I can do that. I just need to eat, that's all." Zhang Mingyi smiled playfully. When the time comes, he'll sit at the stall, eat eagerly, and surely make others jealous. He's a true showstopper. Fan Pingyang responded.
It's still you.
After obtaining the franchise agreement, Xia Mingyue went to see the Qiao family and explained the new franchise discount policy clearly. "Madame Qiao only needs to pay 1 or 2 silver coins for now," Xia Mingyue said. Originally, Madame Qiao just wanted to delay paying 2 silver coins. If Xia Mingyue agreed, that would be best. But now, she was surprised to get such a big discount, with no interest needed. She quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, yes. Thank you, Lady Xia. Thank you very much. If you're free this afternoon, you can come to sign the papers at my house. I'll also explain the process of making cold pot skewers." Xia Mingyue added, "Also, if someone else is in a similar difficult situation and has honest character, you can tell them about this opportunity too. When times are tough, People should stick together and help each other through. Yes, yes, I understand. Madame Qiao nodded repeatedly, her eyes already misty. When Lu Shanhui was brought back from the military camp, seeing his condition, Madame Qiao felt as if the sky had fallen. For many days afterward, she felt like she was living in darkness, unable to see any future. But now, with the morning light shining softly, her world is slowly brightening again. Lady Xia is a kind and good-hearted person. Tears rolled down her cheeks. After seeing Xia Mingyue off, Madame Qiao hurriedly started preparing silver. Lu Shanhui was lying in bed, watching Madame Qiao busy herself. His injuries had mostly stabilized. He just needed to wait for the wounds to fully heal. But even if his wounds healed, losing an arm and a leg made him almost a useless person. Lu Shanhui sighed and struggled to sit up. Madame Qiao quickly helped him and placed a cushion behind him. Lu Shanhui is tall and strong. Even now, though much thinner, helping him was not easy for the small and delicate Madame Qiao. Once Lu Shanhui was settled, Madame Qiao was already breathless. "You've worked hard," Lu Shanhui said with guilt in his eyes. "It's nothing," Madame Qiao replied, trying to steady her breath. "I think you heard what Lady Xia said. She gave us many discounts. Once the cold pot skewers business gets going, our family's life will be better. Don't worry about what will happen in the future," Mrs. Qiao added. "I will definitely be able to support our family." Lu Shanhui didn't respond immediately. Instead, he remained silent for a long time before saying, "You should find time to go to the street and ask someone to write a divorce letter. You're still young and should still be able to find a good husband." But before he finished speaking, there was a sharp slap, and Lu Shanhui's cheek immediately felt a burning sensation. He was stunned. Then, Mrs. Qiao slapped him twice more and pointed at him, scolding Lu. "Do you want to ruin my reputation and make me look unvirtuous? Do you want everyone to look down on me? I tell you, there's no way out. I've always behaved properly in my life. I never did anything shameful. If you want to accuse me, forget it. Today, I won't hold this against you. But if you dare say such things again, I will beat your face until it looks like a pig's head." As she finished speaking, tears flooded from Mrs. Qiao's eyes like a bursting flood, flowing uncontrollably. Her lips trembled even more. Lu Shanhui looked at his usually gentle and timid wife, who was now standing with her hands on her hips, scolding him like a shrew. He was stunned for a long time and couldn't speak for a while. "Did you hear that?" Mrs. Qiao shouted angrily again, her voice trembling with emotion. "I heard it." Lu Shanhui felt a sharp pain in his nose. In the afternoon, Mrs. Qiao went to find Xia Mingyue, paid her 1 or 2 silver coins, and signed a contract. Xia Mingyue first went to find a carpenter to order a small cart needed for cold pot skewers, then began teaching Mrs. Qiao how to make cold pot skewers. The flavor of cold pot skewers mainly depends on the soup base used to soak various skewers, and secondarily on the freshness of the broth and ingredients. The broth and meat ingredients are purchased from Xia's shop, ensuring quality. Mrs. Qiao needed to learn how to cook the broth and how to thread vegetables onto skewers properly. The broth is made from chicken frames and large bones, aiming for a rich, flavorful taste, while the skewers should be fresh, clean, and neatly prepared. Running this cold pot skewers business is all about taste and reputation. Don't be stingy with ingredients, and never use inferior ingredients. Any leftover ingredients at the end of the day must not be stored overnight to sell the next day. Xia Mingyue advised, "If your business can become successful quickly in the next few days, that's great. If it doesn't go as well as you'd like, remember these key points. Stick to good reputation, and only then can your business last long. People are not fools. They may try to be clever or sneaky. Even if it doesn't show immediately, eventually, the truth will come out. And when news spreads from 1 to 10, and then from 10 to 100, the business will eventually fail." Quality and reputation are 2 important principles that Xia Mingyue believes must be maintained in business. "I understand." Qiao nodded repeatedly. "I will remember what Lady Xia said and follow her advice." Qiao is usually honest and well-behaved, with a good reputation among neighbors. Xia Mingyue also has a good impression of her. Seeing that her guidance was clear, she said no more and focused on teaching Xiao how to make skewers. Xiao usually cooks at home every day, is quick with her hands, and has good knife skills. She picked up these skills quickly, and in just 2 days, she was able to do things quite well. While the snack cart was still being prepared, besides taking care of household chores, Xiao came to Xia Mingyue every day. She continued learning, and also helped with some small tasks like threading skewers, to become more skilled. In recent days, news about the special offers for franchisees of cold pot skewers spread out gradually. Many people who hesitated because of a few silver coins now decided to take action and came to find Xia Mingyue, hoping to start this cold pot skewers business. Xia Mingyue ordered a few small snack carts for selling cold pot skewers from the carpenter in advance, while also talking to potential franchisees. She entrusted the task of checking the character of these people to brothers Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru. The brothers were very happy and proud to be given such an important task. They promised repeatedly that they would complete the tasks Xia Mingyue assigned to them successfully. Follow the usual rules. If you do well, there will be rewards, Xia Mingyue said generously. Don't worry, Auntie. Hearing this, the brothers became even more motivated, increasing their enthusiasm by about 20%. They left together to gather information about these people. To better complete their task, Zhao Eru suggested they split up and each talk to different people, making sure each person was approached separately, as Xia Mingyue instructed. Why is that? Zhao Dahu was a bit confused. You ask around, I ask around. Wouldn't that be faster? Time is tight, and the task is heavy. We need to be efficient. If we follow what Big Brother suggested and ask around, it might lead to unfair judgments based on personal opinions. If we each investigate the same person and share the good information we find, our evaluations will be more fair. Hearing Zhao Eru's words, Zhao Dahu nodded. That makes sense. No wonder second brother is a bit smarter. It's rare for the older brother to praise him, so Zhao Eru felt a little shy. But Zhao Dahu continued, however, compared to me, you're still a bit behind. But don't be discouraged, second brother. When you get a bit older, you'll be about the same as me. After saying that, Zhao Dahu patted Zhao Eru on the shoulder sincerely. Zhao Eru was silent. All right, as long as Big Brother is happy. Things were progressing smoothly. While Xia Mingyue was negotiating, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru kept sending back some news. After some screening and discussions with the Liu family and Jianghua, Xia Mingyue quickly decided on 2 more businesses to join. One was the Luo family, whose situation was similar to the Qiao family. The husband was injured in the war and became lame. He couldn't find steady work, only making straw sandals, bamboo baskets, and similar items. Because he lost 3 fingers on his right hand, he was not very dexterous and couldn't work much. The Luo family had elderly grandparents and 2 children. Life was quite hard. They usually helped others with laundry and cooking, earning some silver coins occasionally. If luck was on their side this month, the whole family could eat well. But if misfortune struck, they would have to tighten their belts. Because of this, Luo looked pale and thin, showing signs of poor nutrition. Another was a woman named Yu Chun Tao, who was a year older than Jianghua. She had 2 older brothers in the army, one had died, the other injured. Their mother was so grief-stricken she fell ill and couldn't get out of bed. The family received some compensation money, part of which was taken by the older sister-in-law to raise her 2 young children at her parents' home. The rest was used for the second brother and mother's medical care. Now, they were struggling financially, and their meals had been reduced. Both were honest and well-behaved, respected by neighbors. Xia Mingyue also talked with them for a long time. She thought they had cheerful personalities and could do business. She signed agreements with them and began teaching them. Meanwhile, Mrs. Qiao's cold pot skewers opened for business. The location was set on Beidaji Street, a bit apart from Jiang Erniu's Xiaji, but still in a lively area. The cold pot skewers looked new and interesting, and the taste was good. The signature fish balls were rare outside, and once sold, they were very popular. These skewers were perfect for eating with drinks. In the North District, many short-term workers liked to have a few drinks and eat something flavorful after finishing their hard work. They didn't want to buy whole roasted chicken or duck, as weighing and buying less felt embarrassing. Now, with these skewers, they could buy a few meat sticks for little money. They were greasy and strong-flavored, ideal for drinking with alcohol. Plus, taking a few skewers home, dipping the red oil sauce on top, mixing with shredded tofu and peanuts made a big bowl of mixed cold dish. Enjoyed with 2 baked buns and a pot of yellow wine. Life can't be too comfortable. The food was affordable and tasty, and it carried the Xiaoji brand. Mrs. Chiao always wore a smile, making people feel comfortable, so customers kept coming. On the first day of opening, she sold out all the skewers in just an hour and a half. In the following days, business remained busy and even grew steadily. Seeing the snack cart sold out every day and the heavy bag of coins, Mrs. Chiao's eyes turned red with emotion. She kept thanking Xia Mingyue, saying, "Thank you, Lady Xia. Thank you so much." She was able to earn money because Xia Mingyue allowed her to join and wholeheartedly taught her the skills. If this continued, the daily income from selling cold pot skewers would not only support her family, but also fully cover Liu Shanhui's medicine expenses. Liu Shanhui no longer had to hesitate to take painkillers to save on medicine costs and could endure the pain with a pillow. Thinking of a bright future, tears couldn't help but fall from Mrs. Chiao's eyes. Xia Mingyue understood her situation and knew her excited and happy feelings. She smiled and said, "If the business is good, it's because of Mrs. Chiao's own skill. Otherwise, even the best food wouldn't sell well. Just remember, in the beginning, you need to be careful and focused, stay calm and patient, and do your best to run this business well. Making money is easy, but keeping it is hard. People who have been poor for a long time often find it difficult to stay true to their principles. After earning some money, they may become proud and self-satisfied, which is a behavior to avoid at all costs." Xia Mingyue reminded them, saying, "Don't worry, Lady Xia, I understand." Chiao responded quickly, "I won't be complacent or arrogant. I will just focus on doing this business well. This business is the only hope to save their whole family, so she must hold on tightly to it." Seeing Chiao so determined, Xia Mingyue felt a little more at ease. She then checked on Luo and Yu Chun Tao's current learning progress. Their small food carts are almost ready, and the supplies needed can be prepared at any time. In a few days, they can open for business. They decided to set up in 2 locations. One was where Xia Mingyue and Lu had previously tried selling cold hot pot skewers, and the other was on East Street. The first location isn't as busy as the East City area, but because Xia Mingyue had already established a good foundation there, they had some loyal and steady customers. Both locations had their own advantages and were quite balanced. Luo suggested giving the West Street spot to Yu Chun Tao. Chun Tao's family is closer to West Street, so it's more convenient for her to come back and cook lunch for her family. Luo added, "My 2 younger children can already do some work. They usually stay with me and can help with small chores. It's okay if they go farther away sometimes." She explained, "Chun Tao is capable, but she's still a young girl. She's sensitive and might get upset if she faces trouble in a new place. It's easier to start here. Right now, Yu Chun Tao, a girl who's not yet fully grown, has to take on the responsibility of supporting her family. If she goes to a new place and the business doesn't go well, she'll be very worried. Moreover, the people on East Street are generally of higher status than those on West Street. A young girl who isn't yet married might encounter slick-talking men who try to take advantage of her. Not only would she suffer unfair treatment, but her reputation could also be damaged. On West Street, Xia's shop's reputation acts as a shield. In recent days, Wu Xiong has issued more threats, vowing that anyone who opposes Xia's shop will have a hard time in Jinqiu County. It's also said that a tall, thin man who tried to scheme against Xia Mingyue and used to sell marinated foods was beaten so badly that his parents didn't recognize him, and they dare not leave their house. Yu Chuntao set up a stall on West Street, which was the most suitable place for her. Yu Chuntao understood Luo's intentions and repeatedly thanked her, saying, "Thank you so much, Sister Luo." "Why thank me?" Luo smiled and waved her hand. "Actually, we should thank Lady Xia instead for giving us the way and opportunity to make money." "Yes, thank you, Sister Xia." "Thank you, Sister Xia." Yu Chuntao bowed repeatedly to Xia Mingyue. There's no need to be so polite. It's a bit too formal. Xia Mingyue quickly stopped her, but was pleased to see Luo and Yu Chuntao acting this way. With interests in mind, they considered both themselves and others. Only through such mutual understanding can they have a lasting relationship. I'm not a good person. Actually, I'm a businessman. In the future, I hope your business will grow, and you'll buy more from Xia's shop. I can then earn more money from you. Xia Mingyue joked self-deprecatingly, making everyone laugh, but they also exchanged glances. She may not be a good person, but she is definitely a kind one. In the following days, the word good person seemed to be permanently linked with Xia Mingyue's name. It was frequently heard among the women gathered in small groups on the streets and alleys of Jinqiu County. Lady Xia really has a good heart. Yes, she cares for orphaned women and widows and shows them the way. She's truly a good person. Yeah, a good person. Good person? Your eyes are shallower than the dishes at a banquet. Just a little kindness and small favors, and you all are completely bought over. This voice was particularly sharp amid the chorus of praise. The onlookers turned to see Ma Shi with a look of disdain on her face. Seeing everyone looking at her, Ma Shi spat on the ground and said, "What? Am I wrong? That Xia lady talks nicely, but she takes a few silver coins first, making it seem like the partnership is cheap. But in reality, the remaining money has to be paid to her every month. She doesn't take a single coin less. That's not all. Everyone knows that the most complicated part of the food is the ingredients. She insists on buying the key items from Xia's shop. Isn't she just trapping those people, preventing them from learning the craft so they can't become thieves? And she makes them buy all the meat and seasonings from her, stripping even more profit from them. She's not helping others. She's just relying on these individuals to make money for herself. People work hard every day, standing in the sun and wind to sell things and earn money. Most of what they earn has to be given to the Xia family. Isn't that unfair? Do you agree with this idea?" Mrs. Ma's words came out quickly, like a burst of beans from a bamboo tube, making everyone present look at each other in surprise. The oldest among them, Mrs. Foam, looked sideways and asked, "If what you say is true, what should Lady Xia do to be considered a good person?" "She should not charge a single coin and let these people join for free," Mrs. Ma said. "Also, she should teach others how to make the dishes and allow those who join to cook their own meat dishes. They shouldn't have to buy everything from the Xia shop. That would be fair. Otherwise, she takes money from them but still tries to look good, which is just pretending to be kind while actually being selfish. That's like acting nice but secretly doing wrong. I really can't stand people like that." Mrs. Ma was very upset and spat on the ground. Her spit, mixed with some thick phlegm, looked harsh and unpleasant. Lady Xia never said she was a saint. "We just think she's kind and praise her a little. That's all," she explained. While twisting some thread in her hands, Mrs. Foam took the fine cotton thread and rope and twisted them together. Then she rubbed a thick needle against her gray hair and pushed it forcefully into the sole of a layered cloth shoe. She said slowly, "Second, the money for the cold pot skewers franchise should be paid all at once. Lady Xia especially offers discounts to women who have had family troubles. That's her kindness. Everyone should be grateful and satisfied. Only someone unkind would want everything for themselves. Cold pot skewers is how Lady Xia makes her living. She has the right to teach others how to do it. Why shouldn't she? Just because you're unlucky? Many people are unlucky, but that doesn't give you the right to take everything. If someone joins, Lady Xia can earn more money. The people who join also make more money and live better. You keep saying Lady Xia shouldn't do this or that. Are you trying to make her angry, so she stops letting others join? Maybe she will take back all the franchises. Would that make you happy? If that's really the case, then it's quite interesting. The people who should be making money can't earn any, and life becomes hard. I don't understand. Are you defending those people, or are you just jealous because those who joined in are making money? Are you hungry and greedy, so you're taking this chance to ruin their chances by speaking out against Lady Xia? This woke everyone up. At first, the people watching the drama were just curious, but now, looking at Madame Ma, their eyes were full of disdain and dislike. After years of war, They finally had a few peaceful, quiet years. But behind this peace, many people were working the front lines. In their families or among relatives, there were always one or two who were living dangerous, difficult lives. If something went wrong, their wives and children would suffer terribly. They saw this and even felt pity. But everyone was from normal families. They had only a few mouths to feed each day, with no extra food or money to help those in need. It was hard to find someone like Lady Xia who could help them earn some silver and support their lives. Even if not everyone could be helped, helping one family was a great deed and earned respect. But now, some people, out of jealousy, wanted to cut off the poor family's only source of income. Are they afraid those families might get enough to eat? Seeing them suffer and work hard, eating barely enough, made others happy? The more they thought about it, the more upset they became, and they started criticizing Madame Ma. You're just thinking like that, no wonder you said so many bad things here. It's clear you're holding a grudge. You heartless woman, aren't you afraid your own children will be born without a bottom? I'll tell you, I have a bad temper. If you keep talking nonsense here, stirring trouble and causing fights, I'll slap you so hard you'll wish you were never born. Faced with everyone's insults and warnings, Madame Ma was so angry she stomped her feet. She stepped back twice and shouted at Mrs. Feng, "Don't think I don't know. Your two nephews are both in the army. Do you think if you help Lady Xia speak well for her, that Lu Du too from her family will pay attention to you and take care of your nephews?" I hadn't thought about that. Mrs. Feng looked at Mrs. Ma calmly and slowly said, "But I know your useless husband has gone from being a head of a village to a squad leader. That's a demotion of 2 levels. Who knows what mistake he made in the army? Maybe he was just afraid of dying and ran away. Speaking of this, I just remembered something. You probably saw Lu, the head of the village, getting promoted, and since Lady Xia's business is doing well and she's gaining a good reputation, you're probably jealous and looking for trouble." Hearing this, Mrs. Ma's face changed. You're talking nonsense. It doesn't matter whether I'm talking nonsense or not. What matters is this. Mrs. Feng pointed at the city god temple in the distance. This person's actions are all seen clearly by the city god. When the time comes, he will face the consequences, and it will be too late to regret. Consequences? Everyone in Jinqiu County believed in the city god and trusted in divine justice. Hearing Mrs. Feng's words, Mrs. Ma couldn't help but shiver. After hesitating for a moment, she stopped arguing with Mrs. Feng and the others and quickly turned to go home. She looked like she was fleeing in panic. Only after leaving the alley did she slow down her steps and calm herself a little. What was she afraid of? If divine punishment was real, then it should fall on the wicked couple, Lu Qian and Xia Mingyue. If Lu Qian hadn't used some secret trick behind the scenes, how could he have become a village head? And how could her husband have become a squad leader? Now, they were looked down upon. And Xia Mingyue, she was clearly just a greedy businesswoman, pointing at others to make money and wanting a good reputation. Isn't that double-faced? As for those who spoke up for this wicked couple, they just wanted to get close and gain some benefits. Otherwise, why would her husband, now a squad leader, talk to her like that? When he was a village head before, that Mrs. Feng, wasn't she always kind and smiling at her? These people are all just snobs. They look down on others and are petty. Mrs. Ma spat on the ground and hurried away. Meanwhile, after Mrs. Ma left, the others continued talking for a while. Most of the conversation was about Xia Mingyue and Mrs. Ma. They praised Xia Mingyue's good qualities and criticized Mrs. Ma's greed and cruelty, occasionally mentioning Mrs. Feng. Still, it's Mrs. Feng. Her words are sharp like a knife, hitting Mrs. Ma right in her heart. It's not that impressive. I just couldn't stand her constant barking and only managed to catch a few words. Mrs. Feng chuckled openly. Honestly, it's just because of her family name. Feng has 2 more points than Ma, just a little better than her. But most of the other women are blind to the world and can't read, so they didn't understand Mrs. Feng's joke and looked at her with confusion. Mrs. Feng didn't explain further, just tidied up her sewing basket. That's enough, it's getting late. I need to go home and cook. Seeing the setting sun, Everyone gradually said their goodbyes and went home. In the marketplace, there are no secrets. All conversations can easily spread throughout Jianzhou County. On the next day at noon, everyone heard about Ma's sharp words and Mrs. Feng's quick reply. That Ma. Lu gritted her teeth. She's just talking now that she's back. She said that during the fight in Changzhou City, that Xiao family member was really no good, trying to push Qian's team into a dead end. Luckily, Qian thought things through, avoiding disaster, and that Xiao was demoted. I thought she learned her lesson and would be more careful, but it turns out her wife isn't any better. She's secretly scheming against her sister-in-law. Fortunately, Aunt Feng retorted on the spot. Everyone there isn't stupid. They didn't fall for her tricks. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to interpret the sister-in-law's actions. Lu became angrier as she spoke. That treacherous, heartless woman. If I see her again, I'll slap her twice. That made her feel better. Calm down, sister-in-law, Xia Mingyue said with a smile. Next time you see Ma, don't get so angry. You might hurt your own hand. But I just can't stand it. Think about it this way, Xia Mingyue said. Why would Ma be so angry and secretly talk bad about me? Lu paused, then suddenly clapped her thigh and said, That's right. It must be Ma who's upset. Exactly. Xia Mingyue nodded repeatedly. She was both angry and resentful inside, wishing she could tear me apart. Yet, Qian was better than her in every way, making her hate her so much that her teeth itched, but she couldn't defeat me. She probably wouldn't sleep well tonight from all her anger. So it wasn't her who should be angry. They should actually be happy, because the people they disliked were getting upset and frustrated. That's how it is, Lu Shi nodded repeatedly. Look at my brain. I didn't realize this for a moment. She almost fell for Ma Shi's trap. That mean woman was just looking for trouble to make them mad. But her plan backfired. They could ignore Ma Shi completely. As for Feng Shi, Xia Mingyue was thinking about whether she should visit her sometime. Feng Shi's husband died early. She had been a widow for many years and had no children. She never remarried but lived with her husband's siblings. After they passed away, she raised her 2 nephews until they married. Each nephew had his own wife and children. Feng Shi didn't want to be a burden anymore, so she used her savings to buy a small house and lived alone. Only when her niece-in-law was resting after childbirth or busy with children did she go over to help out. Feng Shi was a kind and honest elder. Her nephews and their wives respected her a lot, often visiting and bringing food and drinks. Feng Shi was also skilled at embroidery. Even at her age, she kept busy making embroidered handkerchiefs, bed screens, pouches, and embroidered shoes. She rarely stopped. The money she earned was mainly for her daily expenses and giving red envelopes to her nephew's children during festivals. The rest she used to help the poor and the elderly. Many families nearby, facing hardships, had received her kindness, sometimes a bowl of porridge, a simple steamed bun, or an old piece of clothing. For those struggling with hunger and cold, her kindness was a great help. It was like a light guiding them forward. Because of this, Feng Shi was very respected in the neighborhood. Many people listened to her words. Whenever a couple argued, a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law fought, or a father and son had a quarrel, people would often ask Feng Shi to come and help settle things. This time, criticizing Ma's conspiracy remarks was fortunate to come from Feng's mouth, as everyone could then agree and avoid many troubles. Xia Mingyue feels respect and gratitude toward Feng, believing that it is right and proper to visit her. When visiting, she knows she shouldn't go empty-handed. After thinking it over, Xia Mingyue decides to make some steamed dumplings. These are Shaanxian-style steamed dumplings. Shaanxian snacks are very famous today, found all over China and even abroad, with a long history that dates back to the Yellow River region during the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. Shaanxian snacks are made using various methods like steaming, boiling, frying, roasting, and pickling. They preserve traditional Yellow River food culture while also incorporating the unique flavors of southern Fujian and Hakka cuisine. The dishes are diverse, including rice, noodles, and beans. Earlier, Xia Mingyue made chewy, tasty handmade fish balls and juicy fish-filled buns, which are also types of Shanxian snacks. Today, she plans to make steamed dumplings, a familiar dish in modern society. Shanxian steamed dumplings are known for their thin, elastic, and translucent wrappers, with savory, flavorful fillings that are not greasy, shaped like willow leaves. To achieve these features, she must pay close attention when making the dough. Instead of regular flour, she uses a mix of starches: cornstarch, glutinous rice flour, tapioca starch, and potato starch, blended and then boiled with hot water to make the dough. After stirring well, she adds wheat flour and a little peanut oil, kneading it into a soft, smooth dough. She selects pork with a good balance of fat and lean meat, ideally 6 parts lean to 4 parts fat. The pork is finely chopped and mixed with small diced carrots, shiitake mushrooms, black fungus, minced scallions, garlic, soy sauce, rice wine, salt, and some bone broth. She stirs everything in one direction until well combined. She rolls the dough into a long, cuts it into small pieces, and then uses a small rolling pin to flatten each piece into a thin, even round. She places enough filling in the center, pinches one tip of the wrapper, and folds it along the edge, pleating the dough on both sides until the dumpling is sealed. The dumplings made this way have evenly spaced pleats and resemble willow leaves, looking delicate and beautiful. After sealing the dumplings, she places them in a steamer over boiling water. In about 15 minutes, the dumplings are ready. The steamed dumplings are arranged on a plate, looking like willow leaves or small gold ingots, with a shiny, translucent appearance, very attractive. Taking a bite, the thin skin and plentiful filling, with juice overflowing, didn't feel greasy at all. Instead, it was full of fragrant aroma and wonderful taste. Whether eaten plain, dipped in a little vinegar, or with some spicy oil, it was all incredibly delicious and never tiring to eat. The first batch of steamed dumplings made by Xia Mingyue was meant for everyone to taste, but they were quickly eaten up, leaving everyone craving more. Fortunately, she had plenty of dough and lots of meat filling. Xia Mingyue called Jiangguo to help, and they began steaming the second and third trays. Above the small courtyard, the smoke rising from the chimney, the steam drifting from the kitchen window and door, and the aroma of steamed dumplings all mixed together. It made the neighbors nearby sniff and breathe in deeply. Such a wonderful smell surely meant that Lady Xia was cooking something fresh again. The adults were used to this and, after a few sniffs, continued with their own work. The mischievous children, however, climbed onto the wall of their yard, looking towards Xia Mingyue's house while eagerly sniffing the air. After feeding the many hungry cats at home, Xia Mingyue packed 2 large plates of steamed dumplings into a food box and headed to the Feng family's house. The Feng family was next door in Sanfu Alley, about the same distance as Xia Mingyue's home. It only took her 15 minutes to arrive. Mrs. Feng was in the yard, choosing and washing the last batch of old cucumbers, preparing to mix them with mustard greens and cucumbers later, then cook a simple bowl of noodle soup to enjoy. Seeing Xia Mingyue come, she quickly stood up and wiped her hands on her apron. "Lady Xia, why are you here at this time?" "Just came to visit Auntie," Xia Mingyue said. "I also made some new food today, just thought I'd let you try it and see if it tastes good. Come in and sit down." "No need to be so formal," Mrs. Feng said, stopping Xia Mingyue and pushing the food box back onto the table in the yard. "If you don't eat, it means I didn't make it well," Xia Mingyue smiled with narrowed eyes. "Otherwise, people might laugh at me." "Xia Ji." All right. "If you don't eat, I guess I can't either," Mrs. Feng said with some helplessness. "Exactly, I won't eat if you don't." Xia Mingyue placed the food box on the table, took out the steamed dumplings, and handed a pair of chopsticks to Mrs. Feng. "Auntie, eat while it's hot. If these dumplings cool down, they won't taste as good." Mrs. Feng couldn't refuse any longer, so she sat down and took a steamed dumpling to eat. The dumpling wrapper was thin and chewy, giving a firm, bouncy texture, while the filling inside was incredibly fragrant, with juice overflowing in every bite. Delicious. Mrs. Feng finally spoke after eating 3 dumplings in a row. There was no choice. These steamed dumplings tasted so good that she just wanted to eat them quickly. It felt like any extra words would be a waste. After praising the food, Mrs. Feng still kept eating, quickly putting more dumplings into her mouth. After finishing a few more, she put down her chopsticks. Lady Xia, your skill is truly unmatched. These steamed dumplings are so delicious. And they looked very nice too. If you like them, Auntie, you can eat more, Xia Mingyue said, taking all the dumplings out of the food box. But if you eat too much for dinner, it might cause indigestion. Tonight, just eat this one plate. The rest can be kept for tomorrow morning. Just heat them up in the steamer, and they'll be ready to eat. As the weather cooled down, many foods could be stored overnight without spoiling. Mrs. Feng felt a bit embarrassed because she had already eaten some of the dumplings Xia Mingyue brought, and now seeing her give so many more, she felt even more awkward. This is really too much. It's not too much, Xia Mingyue smiled. It's also my way of thanking you for helping me clear my name. Is it because of that? Mrs. Feng waved her hand. I was just speaking the truth. There's no need to thank me. But even if it's the truth, not everyone is willing to say it. When you speak up for me, it's a help, and I will remember it, Xia Mingyue said. That's one reason. Another is that you, Aunt Feng, are a respected elder. We juniors should look after you more often. Today, I just did 2 things out of greed. Her words were clear and gentle, making people feel very comfortable. Mrs. Feng, being older, liked young people who were polite and wise even more. Now, she liked Xia Mingyue even more. Since you say so, I'll humbly accept. That's right, Xia Mingyue's smile was like a crescent moon. After chatting for a while about everyday life, Xia Mingyue saw that it was getting late and prepared to leave. Mrs. Feng saw her off at the alley entrance before returning home, where she continued eating the remaining half plate of dumplings. Steamed dumplings taste wonderful, so much so that even Feng sure squinted happily, increasingly believing that Xia Mingyue is a good person. She has good skills, a kind personality, and high integrity. However, people with good qualities often have some bad-hearted individuals secretly causing trouble behind their backs, which makes her very angry. No way should these evil people overshadow the good ones. Tomorrow, she plans to talk to everyone about this, to open their eyes and see through the selfishness of people like Ma Shi. She doesn't want to ruin the good path they are on or discourage kind-hearted people. Otherwise, who will be willing to do good in the future? The more she thought about it, the more she believed this was the truth. She quickly finished eating the steamed dumplings, tidied up, and prepared to go to bed early, so she could wake up early the next day and think about what she needed to say. Xia Mingyue didn't know about these plans. She was busy selecting franchisees for her cold pot skewers, trying to get her snack carts out quickly. On the same day, Luo Shi and Yu Chun Tao opened their cold pot skewer stalls. In the bustling and wealthy Dongqing district, Luo Shi chose a good location near popular shops. Many passers-by saw this new, interesting food and came to take a look, buying some to try. Once people tried it, they naturally became repeat customers. Not only do the cold pot skewers taste good, but the accompanying oil paper cups are convenient and easy to use, removing many worries. Even when holding them, people don't feel embarrassed. In fact, it adds some fun and leaves a good impression. So Luo Shi's snack stall business was quite successful, contrary to her initial worries about poor sales. Yu Chun Tao's stall was set up at the same place where Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi had previously sold cold pot skewers. Her customers were very steady. Xia Mingyue had already informed her customers days in advance that she would switch to Yu Chun Tao for sales, and everyone still came to support her. Overall, both snack carts were doing very well. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyue finalized her last 2 franchisees. They were women around Lu Shi's age, honest, hardworking, and quick. Each took a spot on East Street and South Street to learn how to make cold pot skewers from Xia Mingyue. With her previous teaching experience, Xia Mingyue summarized a few key points and anticipated common mistakes, making the training much easier this time. Seeing that the 2 women were almost ready, Xia Mingyue took a break and went to the grain shop to buy some starch, glutinous rice flour, red beans, and green beans. The Mid-Autumn Festival was coming soon, and Xia Mingyue wanted to make some mooncakes. Since there was no special oven at home, she gave up on traditional baked mooncake recipes and chose to make snowskin mooncakes that only require ingredients and molds. Green beans and red beans are used to make the bean paste filling for the snow skin mooncakes. First, soak them thoroughly, then steam until soft, and finally mix and mash them with brown sugar to create a sticky, smooth bean paste. Combine glutinous flour, rice flour, and regular rice flour to make a smooth batter without lumps or bubbles. Steam the batter until cooked, then knead it into a dough. Divide the dough into small pieces, shape each into a flat disc, fill with sweet, sticky bean paste, and seal into round balls. Sprinkle a layer of glutinous rice flour on the mold, place the filled ball inside, press flat and firm, then let it sit for a moment. Afterward, tap the mold on a cutting board to release the mooncake easily. Remove excess rice flour from the surface of each mooncake carefully and place them into deep dishes, then set them in water to cool slightly. For best taste, snow skin mooncakes are kept refrigerated. Cooling them in water helps achieve a slight chill. After cooling overnight, the next morning, the mooncakes are ready to serve. At this point, the mooncakes look tender and shiny. When eaten, the skin is soft, smooth, and elastic, with a delicate, sweet filling. Very delicious. Everyone who tastes them exclaims how good they are. Xia Minghua feels relieved seeing this. She initially thought that making mooncakes in a hurry might not succeed on the first try, but now it seems everyone approves. However, if there is a flaw in these snow skin mooncakes. Jinqiu County is in the north, where people prefer hearty, substantial food. Even their everyday dishes and tableware are quite large. Following this tradition, Xia Minghua used a large mooncake mold borrowed from the Liu family, resulting in bigger than usual snow skin mooncakes. While they taste good, their appearance lacks the delicate, small elegance typical of traditional snow skin mooncakes. But then again, what matters most is eating, not how they look. Just as everyone was about to enjoy the mooncakes, He Shunzi arrived. He brought bamboo skewers and came to see if Xia Minghua had made mooncakes.
They are indeed made, she replied.
Xia Minghua took out a few snow skin mooncakes, wrapped them in a clean bamboo cloth, and handed them to He Shunzi. The taste is okay, but the appearance? Just a little rougher looking, but it's okay to accept. Does this mean Xia Nyangzi thinks the mooncakes don't look good? But Xia Nyangzi's food is always beautiful in color, aroma, and taste. She has never made anything that looked bad. Right now, the mooncakes look tender and shiny, very unique in shape, and feel very soft, completely different from the usual baked mooncakes with hard, brown crusts. Such new and beautiful mooncakes, and Xia Nyangzi says they don't look good. She is truly a modest person. But thinking about it, most talented people are very strict with themselves. If something is slightly off, they are never satisfied. Xia Nyangzi is a skilled cook, so she must have high standards for herself. Understanding this, He Shunzi smiled and said, "There's no need to say that, Nyangzi. Just looking at these mooncakes makes me feel they taste very good. Only they look new and different. I've never seen anything like this before. Do they have a name?" So when he delivers them to Dashin Garden, he can mention their name. Called ice skin mooncakes, Xia Minghua said. There are two kinds of fillings, red bean paste and green bean paste, both sweet. These mooncakes look nice, and the name sounds good too. He Shunzi took one and put it in his mouth. The soft, sticky, sweet flavor spread instantly, filling his mouth with the sweet taste of glutinous rice and bean paste. Delicious. He Shunzi gave Xia Minghua a thumbs up.
See?
The food Xia Nyangzi makes is never bad. Such mooncakes, when sent to Dashin Garden, will surely be as popular as the previous ice jelly. Business will be booming again. Thinking of this, He Shunzi's eyes brightened with a smile. Because the sales of cold pot skewers kept increasing, the demand for bamboo skewers also multiplied several times. The price He Shunzi paid for bamboo skewers dropped from 10 coins per bundle to 6 coins per bundle. There's one more thing about the bamboo skewer prices I think I should tell Nyangzi, He Shunzi said. Recently, I've encountered people deliberately lowering the price when I buy bamboo skewers. The price has already dropped to 4 coins per bundle. Logically, the lower the price, the better it is for Lady Xia. However, I think that now the price is 6 coins per bundle. If it gets any cheaper, it will be hard to sell these bamboo skewers. So, I will still buy them at 6 coins per bundle for Lady Xia. Just like how low prices hurt farmers, when bamboo skewer prices drop too much, fewer people will want to do this work. This will cause supply to decrease and not meet the demand. This not only affects the business of cold pot skewers, but when it gets worse, Xia Mingyue will have to pay more to buy the skewers. If someone raises the price, she might end up paying more than she saved before. This is not worth it. He Shunzi has been in this business for a long time and understands these reasons very well. Xia Mingyue nodded and said, "That's true." As brother he said, "We should continue buying at this price." They have worked together for a long time, and Xia Mingyue trusts He Shunzi a lot. Alright, He Shunzi agreed happily. He was very pleased that Xia Mingyue shared his view and trusted him. After settling the price for this batch, He Shunzi carefully stored the mooncakes with ice skin that Xia Mingyue gave him. Then he left the county town and headed to Dixing Garden. When he arrived there, he gave the ice skin mooncakes to Jinbao, as usual. Jinbao then took the mooncakes to the kitchen. "Lady Luo, didn't you say earlier that if He Shunzi brought any new tasty food, he must give it to you?" Well, today he came with some special mooncakes called ice skin mooncakes. "Take a look and see if they're good," Jinbao said with a big smile. Lady Luo put down her knife, took the basket cloth from Jinbao, and opened it layer by layer. When she saw the fragrant, white, soft, and sticky mooncakes inside, her eyes lit up. They looked nice, but she wasn't sure about the taste. Lady Luo placed one of the ice skin mooncakes on the chopping board, cut it into small pieces, and called Wang and Jinbao to try some. They tasted the chewy, sweet mooncakes. "Much better than the red bean paste cakes and osmanthus sugar cakes we make," Wang said with feeling. "Really good," Lady Luo said as she took another bite of the mooncake. While enjoying the wonderful taste of the ice skin mooncakes, she quietly suggested, "Maybe tomorrow, for the Mid-Autumn Festival, we should just bring these to the old lady to try." "Is that possible?" Wang frowned. "Why isn't it good enough?" Luo sure said, "This mooncake is delicious and looks new and interesting. The old madam probably hasn't tasted it before. If she likes it, she might give us some extra rewards." Because the previous ice jelly was tasty, and they improved it by adding seasonal fruits, making each day's ice jelly taste different and excellent. The old madam praised them several times. Besides giving each of them a string of coins the first time, she also increased their monthly allowance by 20%. If she likes this mooncake, they could gain many benefits. As for whether the old madam would want to eat more of this ice skin mooncake, it's just like the ice jelly, so they simply asked He Shunzi to continue buying more. After all, there's nothing in the world that money can't buy, especially when it's spent from Dixing Garden's funds. After thinking for a while, Wang Shi nodded in agreement. "That's right. The mooncake is good everywhere, but the size is a bit too big. In a noble household, eating should be delicate and refined. If a mooncake this big is served, it probably won't reach the old madam before she gets annoyed. This is easy." Luo Shi quickly cut another ice skin mooncake into small triangular pieces, carefully arranged them on a plate, and decorated with dried fruits and fresh osmanthus flowers. The plate was made of fine porcelain, feeling very good. The white, tender mooncake pieces, with smooth bean paste filling inside, looked neat and delicate. The surrounding yellow osmanthus flowers and brown dried fruits made it look exquisite. Just looking at it made people think the mooncakes would taste amazing. Wang Shi saw this and smiled broadly. Now everything is perfect. They looked forward to delivering the mooncakes on the Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow, eager to see how much extra allowance the old madam would give them this time. Thinking about the heavy silver coins, Luo Shi and Wang Shi smiled happily like blooming flowers. The ice skin mooncakes made by Xia Mingyue were all eaten the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xia Mingyue had to prepare more bean paste and make new mooncakes. To be safe, she made 4 times more than before. Part of the mooncakes was kept for the next day's Mid-Autumn Festival to maintain a festive feeling, and part was given to Lu Shi and all the workers at Xia's shop as a small gesture of kindness from her as the boss. Additionally, Xia Mingyue shared some of her homemade watermelon bean paste with all the franchisees of Xiaji Eatery and Xiaji Cold Pot Skewers, encouraging them to try it themselves. The remaining portions were given to neighbors, Aunt Feng, and Grandma Han. After over a month of fermentation, the watermelon bean paste was fully ready. With Jiangguo's help, Xia Mingyue removed the mud seal from the jar in the morning and opened the lid. The rich aroma of the sauce immediately wafted out, tempting everyone's noses. "Smells so good," Jiangguo exclaimed. When Xia Mingyue used a clean wooden spoon to scoop out a large portion from the jar, Jiangguo looked at the deep red-brown color of the watermelon beans and said again, "The color of this bean paste is really beautiful." Xia Mingyue carefully examined the color of the beans, their condition, the fermentation level of the watermelon pieces, and even tasted the beans. She nodded in approval, saying, "Not bad." It was considered a successful fermentation. Nothing went wrong. However, what was scooped out was raw bean paste. It could be eaten as is, but the flavor would be much less rich. To truly enjoy the delicious taste of watermelon bean paste, it needed to be cooked. Cooking here means stir-frying. She sliced some green onions, heated oil in a pan, added the beans, and stir-fried until they were thoroughly heated. For those who like spicy food, a few red chili slices could be added during stir-frying. Considering the dry autumn weather and the tendency to get heatstroke, Xia Mingyue avoided adding strong seasonings like star anise or chili peppers this time. Usually, when making watermelon bean paste, people add a lot of salt to get through the winter when vegetables are scarce and to prepare for the spring when fresh produce is limited. This results in very salty bean paste, which needs to be diluted with water before eating. However, Xia Mingyue preferred a better taste and texture. She used only a limited amount of salt during fermentation. The finished beans had just the right amount of saltiness, no need to add water. After heating until hot, she served them in bowls. Once cooked, the beans looked shinier with added oil, and their aroma became even richer. Even Xia Mingyue, who had just finished breakfast, couldn't resist grabbing half a freshly steamed flatbread to dip into the bean paste and enjoy. The plain white bread was fragrant, and the flavorful watermelon beans complemented it perfectly, releasing their full taste in the mouth. "Really delicious," Xia Mingyue exclaimed happily. Next to her, Jiangguo also took a bite of the watermelon jam bean bun and stood there with her mouth open, stunned. It seemed like she was robbed of her lines. But that's okay. "Really, really delicious," Jiangguo first praised, then felt it was a bit lacking. "It's even more satisfying than eating meat." This kind of watermelon jam bean is best enjoyed in the morning. When heated slightly and served with plain porridge and small dishes, it's very tasty and goes well with rice. Xia Mingyue smiled softly. When she first made the watermelon jam beans, she had this idea in mind. Recently, she made sure to have enough of these beans to enjoy thoroughly. After successfully making the watermelon jam beans, Xia Mingyue thought the taste was too good to keep to herself. Besides sharing some with the Liu family, she also took 2 small jars and gave them to Aunt Han and Aunt Feng. Both women were very happy to receive such wonderful beans and praised Xia Mingyue a lot. Xia Mingyue sat with each family for a while, chatting, then headed back home. As she left Aunt Feng's house, she happened to be seen by Ma. Ma originally didn't want to meet Xia Mingyue. When she saw her figure, she quickly stepped back into an alley and walked away. But when she realized Xia Mingyue was coming out of Aunt Feng's house, anger surged in her heart, and she spat on the ground several times. These days, she had been feeling very frustrated. First, she was scolded by Aunt Feng, and the ignorant women also joined in insulting her, which made her feel ashamed. Later, she couldn't hold back her anger and went to East Street and North Street to find Luo and Xiao, warning them not to be too naive and to be deceived by Xia Mingyue's false kindness. But Luo and Xiao, those unkind women, didn't listen to her words. Instead, they both frowned and scolded her. Xiao said, "Ma, if you're really bored and have nothing to do, you might as well pick up the manure from each household. If that's not enough, go find a job at a restaurant, preferably one that feeds fish to customers. With your picky attitude, you'd be good at feeding fish, and the customers would definitely be very satisfied." Her sarcastic words made Ma furious. And Luo was even worse. Without saying a word, she picked up a water scoop and poured a spoonful of hot soup on Ma's body. She was splashing water and scolding at the same time, saying that someone like her, a dirty person, should stay away from the cold pot skewers to avoid dirtying the place. Listen to this, is this how people talk? They dislike her because she's dirty and picky? She only wanted to help two poor women see the true nature of Xia Mingyue. These people not only refuse to be grateful, but also treat her this way. It's truly hateful. Since that's the case, let them do as they wish. I want to see how far a person can go when they associate with scheming couples like Lu Qian and Xia Mingyue. Mrs. Ma kept thinking about the cold treatment she received these days, and her anger grew. She no longer hid from Xia Mingyue, but directly blocked her path in the alley. Oh, isn't this Lady Xia? Why are you out for a walk today? Mrs. Ma crossed her arms, sneering. Do you need to trick others into joining your Xia records to earn more silver? Xia Mingyue stopped and looked at Mrs. Ma, who was now very proud and full of mockery and anger. After a moment, she smiled. Her smile was as bright as peach blossoms in March, dazzling and beautiful. Mrs. Ma was stunned instantly. She had thought many times about how Xia Mingyue would react when she saw her, angrily, trying to argue, even cursing, but she never expected Xia Mingyue to smile. And she was smiling so happily. Mrs. Ma felt a bit nervous.
What are you smiling at?
Nothing, nothing. Xia Mingyue waved her hand and lowered her mouth slightly, but her face was still full of joy. It's quite a coincidence to meet Lady Ma here. Are you busy today? Before Mrs. Ma could answer, Xia Mingyue continued. Yes, Lady Ma is blessed. Unlike me, who is busy all the time. I just finished some household chores and need to go to the fabric shop. The weather was getting a bit cold, so I need to make 2 more sets of warm clothes to change into. I heard that the new fabrics at the fabric shop include some from Songjiang Prefecture, known for their good quality and beautiful patterns. I should buy a couple of rolls and make winter clothes as well. I also need to make a few pairs of shoes to match the clothes. That way, I can have matching outfits to wear which will look better. Seeing Ma Nyangzi again reminded me to prepare 2 sets of clothes for Qi Yan. Since Qi Yan returned so suddenly this time, I didn't have a chance to celebrate his promotion properly. When he comes back next time, the clothes will be my gift to congratulate him.
Mushy.
Is Xia Mingyue showing off in front of me? Showing off her wealth, casually adding 2 new outfits, even choosing colorful shoes made from new fabric? And bragging about Qi Yan's promotion? This is just to make me annoyed. Ma Shi, already furious upon seeing Xia Mingyue angry, was now so angry she was about to explode, pointing at Xia Mingyue's nose and scolding, heartless. Oh, Xia Mingyue interrupted with a smile. I was just talking to Ma Nyangzi and almost forgot. A few days ago, I made an appointment with Lu Nyangzi from the Qian shop to visit their new face cream. It's said to contain pearls and is very good for skin, made following the style from Yangzhou. It's really effective. Ma Nyangzi, I have to hurry, so I won't chat much now. I'll talk to you later. After saying that, Xia Mingyue walked straight ahead. Ma Shi was standing in the middle of the alley, which was wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side comfortably. But as Xia Mingyue walked, she accidentally bumped into Ma Shi's shoulder. Xia Mingyue put in all her strength, and Ma Shi, caught off guard, staggered and almost fell. After steadying herself several times, she finally managed to stand firm. She had wanted to curse Xia Mingyue harshly, but didn't get the chance. Now, once again, she was bumped hard by Xia Mingyue. Ma Shi's eyes turned red with anger. She opened her mouth to curse Xia Mingyue thoroughly, but when she turned her head, Xia Mingyue was already walking quickly, disappearing from the alley.
Mushy.
So frustrated. Very frustrated. Ma Shi's anger had nowhere to go. She was so angry she kicked a nearby walnut tree. August was the time when walnuts ripen one after another. Some didn't need to be picked. Their green shells had already started cracking or rotting and were falling naturally. With her kick, a few walnuts fell from the tree. One of them, perfectly centered, hit Ma Shi on the head. It hurt badly, and the green shell of the walnut was already somewhat rotten. When she reached out to touch it, It was dark and mushy. The black juice from the green walnut peel is usually hard to remove from the skin and takes a long time to fade away. Seeing her palms covered in black, Madame Ma was so angry that her chest hurt, and she shouted loudly. Her cry echoed through the alley, sounding quite sharp and sad. Summer Mingyue, who had already walked away, couldn't help but smile a little when she heard the noise. When dealing with someone like Madame Ma, the more she gets angry and argues, the more excited she becomes. First, she shows off, then refuses to let her speak, which really makes her furious and frustrated. It's a double. Hopefully, this will make her upset enough to stay quiet for a while, so she won't cause trouble or disturb others' business. After dealing with Madame Ma, Summer Mingyue felt refreshed and clear-headed. The earlier show-off reminded her that she should take the chance to visit the fabric shop while she had time. She wanted to choose cloth for making jackets and cotton-padded clothes for herself and Lu Qian. Making jackets and cotton-padded clothes is more complicated than summer single-layer clothes. Since Summer Ji is busy and the kitchen work is heavy, Summer Mingyue didn't want to trouble Madame Lu and Jianghua again. She asked the fabric shop directly to make ready-made clothes. The fabric shop, which sells cloth and earns money, employs 2 skilled embroidery women who are quite meticulous in their work. The shopkeeper, Mr. Wu, recognized Summer Mingyue and called the embroidery women to help measure her size, select patterns, and introduce embroidery designs for the collar. After choosing for herself and Lu Qian, Summer Mingyue also picked a piece of pink printed fabric. Lady Xia, you have good taste. This is from Songjiang, made of pure cotton with fine silk mixed in. It's soft yet durable. The pattern is woven with a new jacquard loom from Songjiang. It looks nice, and the price is quite reasonable. Mr. Wu paused before honestly saying, the only downside is that the color is a bit too childish. In Jiangnan, where Songjiang is located, most women have fair skin, small figures, delicate looks, and speak softly. Wearing such pink-printed fabric suits them well. But in Jinqiu County, most women are from the north, taller and with darker skin. This pink fabric looks cheerful, but in reality, it might not be suitable for everyone to wear. Even though Xia Mingyue is from Jiangnan, she is already a married woman. Such pink floral fabric seems a bit frivolous for her. Everyone in the same street is doing business, and shopkeeper Wu doesn't want to blindly sell goods. It's not for me to wear, but to make a dress for Jigua, Xia Mingyue said with a smile. She is young, has fair skin, and wears lively clothes. It makes her look energetic. I see. Then there's no problem, shopkeeper Wu sighed in relief. Based on the measurements Xia Mingyue provided, he called the embroidery girl to measure the fabric and cut it. Besides the pink floral fabric, Xia Mingyue also chose some darker-colored fabrics suitable for married women to make clothes. She planned to give these fabrics to Madame Lu and to women like Zhou and Song, who work at Xia's shop, so they could each make 2 jackets. After confirming that these clothes could be made at the fabric shop within 7 days and delivered home, Xia Mingyue paid the money and left. Shopkeeper Wu, holding the heavy silver, was very happy. Thanks to Xia's successful start, today's business should be good. Meanwhile, the busy embroidery girl also sighed. This Madame Xia really treats her workers well. Yes, she not only buys fabric for her workers to make clothes but also chooses such fine fabrics. Each piece is made into 2 garments, another embroidery girl agreed, also greeting shopkeeper Wu. Shopkeeper, do you think we're right? Shopkeeper Wu was busy with the accounts and didn't notice what they said. He was surprised. What did you say? We said, this Madame Xia is really kind to her workers. The embroidery girl repeated clearly and loudly, enunciating each word. Yes, shopkeeper Wu nodded, and then lowered his head to do the accounts. The 2 embroidery girls saw that shopkeeper Wu wasn't paying attention and continued their conversation. Isn't it great that Jigua and the others have such a good shopkeeper?
Exactly.
They are really lucky. We don't know if we have such good luck. Don't say that. We shouldn't talk like this, or the shopkeeper might think we're criticizing him. Shopkeeper Wu was silent. Aren't you? Business nowadays is getting harder. Customers have more demands, are very picky about styles and patterns, and the sources for supplies are increasing. It's easy to get confused, bargain poorly, or fall into traps. Even the workers now start to compare themselves with each other. Being a shopkeeper is not easy. Shopkeeper Wu sighed inwardly, put down his brush, and said, "It's not possible to get clothes." Sure enough, that was the case. The two embroidery girls looked a bit discouraged. "But during these days, your work has been a bit tiring. From now on, I'll add some meat dishes to the meals." "But what kind of meat dishes? I will decide as the shopkeeper," Wu said. "Adding meat dishes?" The two embroidery girls' eyes lit up immediately. They work every day, and the cloth shop takes care of their 3 meals a day. They can eat freely, white steamed buns and rice are plenty, but the vegetables are mostly plain. Sometimes they get to eat some meat or scrambled eggs, with not much oil. If they add meat dishes now, the quality of the meals will clearly improve a lot. As embroidery girls, they usually see fine fabrics and beautiful clothes, so they don't care much about what they wear, just clean clothes are enough. But working every day takes effort, and they just want to eat more. With meat dishes and enough food, they will be full and energetic, and naturally, they will work better. "Thank you, shopkeeper." The two embroidery girls happily agreed. Without waiting for Wu to urge them, they hurriedly picked up the fabrics and went to the backyard to busy themselves. Wu's shopkeeper saw this and chuckled softly. In the past, when chatting with other shopkeepers, everyone admired Lady Xia's workers for being diligent and dedicated. Now, it seems these workers are attentive for a reason. A shopkeeper needs to be kind and generous so that workers can do their jobs wholeheartedly and loyally. In the future, he should learn more from Lady Xia's skills. Perhaps his business could improve even more. Wu thought to himself. Xia Mingyue returned home and handed out the fabrics to everyone in turn. "It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival. This is my gift for everyone. If you don't accept it, it means you think it's too little. Then I will have to find some other things." Xia Mingyue's words made everyone unable to refuse, so they accepted and thanked her sincerely. Mrs. Liu saw that Xia Mingyue not only prepared fabric for her to make clothes but also specifically gave a piece to Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru. She said, "This is too much trouble for my sister-in-law, still thinking about these two little guys." Recently, Dahu and Eru have been running around helping to gather information. They've worked very hard. "These are what they deserve," Xia Mingyue said with a gentle smile. "There will be many more things for them to do in the future," she added. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, brothers who are about to wear new clothes, are very happy right now. Hearing Xia Mingyue speak, they quickly expressed their willingness. "Aunt Xia, just tell us if you need anything. We're ready to face any danger. No hesitation." Well, with such brave words, I thought they were planning something special. Their cheerful expressions made everyone present smile, and Jiangguo also chuckled softly. Being teased by Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, and having received new fabric, Jiangguo was in good spirits. That night, Jiangguo lit an oil lamp and started cutting and sewing by its light. She worked until her eyes turned red before stopping. It wasn't because she was eager to wear the new clothes, but because she recently understood an important lesson. People's kindness and good intentions towards her aren't about her politely refusing to trouble others. Instead, she should accept their kindness fully, use it well herself, show others her changed situation, express her gratitude, and return that gratitude with real actions. Only then can her kindness and good intentions be truly meaningful. Once she understood this, Jiangguo felt she should follow this way of thinking. After waking up from a short rest, Xia Mingyue saw the light in the west wing and smiled softly. The next day, Xia Mingyue got up early. After breakfast, she and Madame Liu tidied up, prepared everything needed, and headed once again to the city god temple. They went to pay their respects. Today was the 15th day of the 8th month, the first 15th after the battle in Changzhou Prefecture. Many families who were safe and sound came to the city god temple. The temple was very lively today. The temple officials had to maintain order and control the time everyone spent praying to the city god. Xia Mingyue and Madame Liu queued up and bowed in turn, just like the last time they came to pray. Lady Xia, Madame Liu, the temple official recognized them and greeted them with a smile. "Thanks to the city god's blessing, our family is safe. We're here today to give thanks. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu responded with smiles. Thanks to the city god's blessing, the official's smile grew warmer. The temple was busy with many people and affairs. The temple official didn't have time to chat much with them, busy handling various matters. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu also needed to go back and attend to their family affairs, so they didn't plan to stay for a meal at the temple. After finishing their prayers, they prepared to leave. Lady Xia. Hearing someone call out, Xia Mingyue, who had just stepped out of the city god temple, turned around. She saw that the person was the young man who had apologized to her last time when she was cooking at the temple. Is that you? I'm Lu Shanzi, the young man said with a smile, bowing slightly. Big brother Lu, Xia Mingyue said. Are you here at the temple to help today? Today, I took leave from the shopkeeper to help brother Lai, Lu Shanzi replied. I didn't expect to meet Lady Xia here today, so I came to say hello. Today, the temple is busy, and the kitchen is bustling. Since Lady Xia isn't planning to eat here today, probably because she's busy, I won't bother you. Lu Shanzi bowed again to Xia Mingyue. Xia Mingyue nodded politely, watched him go inside, then turned to leave with Madame Lu. That Lu Shanzi is quite friendly, Madame Lu said casually. Yes, Xia Mingyue replied. But I think it's mostly because he likes cooking. That must be it, Madame Lu nodded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come specially last time to apologize to Xia Mingyue. It seems he genuinely admires her cooking skills. It's a pity that the work he's doing now isn't easy to improve, Xia Mingyue said regretfully. How can you tell? Madame Lu asked in surprise, even recalling Lu Shanzi's appearance just now. He's a young man, probably only a year or two older than Xia Mingyue. He has a round face, which looks quite likable and energetic. His clothes are clean, so he seems neat and efficient. Honestly, if it weren't for that last incident, just based on his appearance, Madame Lu wouldn't think Lu Shanzi is someone who enjoys cooking. He has some spice and oil smells on him, but they don't seem to come from the temple kitchen. Instead, it looks like he's been working in the back kitchen for a long time, letting the smells soak into his skin, Xia Mingyue explained. When he raised his hand earlier, his palm and the area around his thumb had calluses, but there were also many tiny cuts on his left hand, probably from chopping vegetables regularly. Usually, he only helps in the kitchen cutting vegetables. At his age, he shouldn't be handling pots or spoons yet. If he's doing so, it might be because he's being pushed aside by the head chef, which makes it hard for him to learn real skills. Having worked in modern kitchens for a long time, Xia Mingyue understands many subtle details, so she sees through it clearly. Lu sure understood, and then sighed. Lu Shanzi seems to have a good temper and isn't stupid. If he has no future ahead, that would be a pity. I only said it might not be easy, but it's not impossible, Xia Mingyue smiled. My sister-in-law said that Lu Shanzi is lively and looks promising. He's smart and will find ways to solve problems in the future. It depends on his luck. That's true, Lu sure agreed. Everything depends on fate. Often, it all comes down to luck. Take her own situation, for example, her luck is good. Otherwise, how could she have such a good brother-in-law? Xia Mingyue and Lu Sure chatted happily as they walked back, while Lu Shanzi went to the kitchen. Where did you go? It took so long, Chef Lai said, bringing the mixed tofu paste to the oil pot and calling to Lu Shanzi. Since you're back just in time, fry these tofu balls. Remember to watch the heat. Got it, Lu Shanzi replied, quickly starting to work, but he also remembered to answer Chef Lai's question. I went out to get spinach. I saw Lady Xia from afar and went over to say hello. Lady Xia?
Chef le possède.
Is that the same person who made the tasty tofu ball soup here last time? She's better at cooking than I am? Exactly, Lu Shanzi smiled. I saw her and just want to say hello. It's also a way to let her remember me so that if anything comes up later, I can ask for her help. I don't quite understand what you mean, Chef Lai looked surprised. Are you saying you might need her help in the future? It's not just a possibility, it's certain, Lu Shanzi said confidently. Honestly, I've been working at Yuran restaurant recently. I can't cook myself, but I've tasted dishes made by the chefs there. They're good, but I always feel something's missing. But the food Lady Xia sells at her food stalls is different. It's simple, everyday food, but the taste is just right, flawless. I believe she'll succeed in the future. Maybe she'll even open a bigger restaurant than you ran. Lashanzi spoke excitedly.
Chef l'effronait deeply.
Silly Lashanzi. He was still young and didn't understand many things. First, making food is not an easy task, and if you want it to taste good, it becomes even more difficult. Many people can only produce a few decent dishes in their lifetime, which is already quite impressive. However, Lady Xia can prepare several good dishes, showing she is skilled and capable in home cooking. But restaurant dishes and street food are very different. Ordinary women may not be able to make the same flavors found in a restaurant. Even if Lady Xia is truly talented and can make a few tasty main dishes, opening a restaurant is not an easy thing to do. Having customers is one thing, but managing competition is another. The owner of the joyful restaurant is not an ordinary person, and Lady Xia, as an ordinary woman, cannot compare. This young man, Shanzi, is still young and has less experience. He tends to think too simply, which is why he believes Lady Xia has such skills. Chef Lai wanted to argue with Lu Shanzi and explain how hard it is to run a business, but seeing his excited face and bright eyes, he hesitated and decided to stay silent. What is he doing? Having a dream is not easy. Often, dreams are what keep people going. Lu Shanzi's recent cold treatment and busy days at the joyful restaurant are known to Chef Lai. Now, Lu Shanzi's dream seems to be what helps him get through the tough times in the kitchen. After thinking for a while, Chef Lai relaxed his brow and smiled. Then you'd better learn cooking well now, or when Lady Xia really opens her restaurant, if your skills don't meet her standards, she might not even want you in her kitchen. Don't worry, Brother Lai, I will learn well. Lu Shanzi nodded firmly and smiled happily. Chef Lai also smiled and said nothing more, only urging Lu Shanzi to scoop out the big pot of tofu balls. After lunch, Xia Mingyue began preparing dinner. Since the men were not at home, Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu planned to gather in the evening and celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival together. The usual mooncakes for the festival were already prepared and stored in a well, kept cold for a good taste later. In Jinqiu County, another traditional food for mid-autumn is dumplings. This time, I made dumplings with a 6-flavor filling. I chopped fatty and lean pork shoulder into filling, added diced fresh chives, soaked and chopped shiitake mushrooms, sliced wood ear mushrooms, scrambled and chopped tender cooked eggs, and finally included peeled river shrimp. All 6 ingredients were seasoned with cooking wine, soy sauce, minced green onion and salt, and plenty of fragrant sesame oil. To keep the filling tender and juicy, Xia Mingyue added some homemade bone broth used for skewers, mixing it thoroughly into the filling until it became sticky and moist. Xia Mingyue handled the filling preparation, while Jianghua and the Lu family took care of kneading the dough and wrapping the dumplings. She then started preparing other dishes. Since the dumplings are the main highlight of the evening, Xia Mingyue specially made a few spicy and flavorful Sichuan dishes to go with rice. Sichuan cuisine is one of the 4 major Chinese culinary styles, known for its unique spicy and numbing flavors, diverse cooking techniques, wide variety of ingredients, rich flavors, and strong regional character. Sichuan cuisine has many dishes, divided into 3 main styles based on regional differences and specialties: the Rong style, Shanghagang, the Yi style, Shahagang, and the Yan style, Shahuagang, each with its own features that complement each other. Currently, business is booming, and Xia Mingyue's Xiaji cold pot skewers are a popular snack from the Shanghagang style of Sichuan cuisine. Today, Xia Mingyue's first task was to prepare the very common Sichuan dish, garlic pork slices. She used high-quality pork belly with a good balance of fat and lean meat, boiled it with slices and cooking wine until nearly cooked, then let it cool completely before slicing it very thin. Ideally, the pork slices should be as thin as possible. Xia Mingyue's knife skills are excellent, and with her sharp, well-maintained knife, she sliced the meat paper-thin. She arranged the slices in a circular pattern on the plate, stacking them layer by layer until the entire plate was covered with evenly spread pork. A sauce made from minced garlic, chili oil, and various seasonings was poured over the slices, allowing them to soak up the rich flavors. The second dish was fish-flavored eggplant. In Jinqiu County, the eggplants are oval-shaped with green skin, thick flesh, and a strong aroma, making for a uniquely flavorful dish when cooked. These eggplants are cut into long strips and fried in oil. After removing them from the oil, they are added to a pan with fragrant bean paste, green onions, and garlic. Then, a sauce made from aged vinegar, soy sauce, sugar, warm water, and cornstarch, called fish-flavored sauce, is poured in. The eggplants are cooked until soft and tender, and the sauce thickens. When ready, they are served on a plate. The other two dishes are spicy stir-fried carrots and braised dried tofu with green onions. All 4 dishes are brought to the table. The sun has already set, and as the last rays of sunlight fade, 5 people sit at a table in the yard, enjoying the delicious meal. The sliced pork and garlic sauce is thin and tender. It has a good balance of lean and fatty parts with no greasy feeling. Instead, it smells fresh and fragrant. Paired with a spicy garlic chili sauce, it tastes rich and very appetizing. The fish-flavored eggplant has a slightly sweet and fresh flavor, with some spiciness. The saltiness is moderate. The eggplant is soft and flavorful, tasting almost like meat, with a rich and deep flavor. The shredded carrots are cooked with more peanut oil than usual and stir-fried with small chili peppers. The carrots become oily and fragrant, with a spicy taste at first, but then reveal their natural sweetness, creating a unique flavor. Braised dried tofu is very soft and tender. When slightly warm, it is eaten with chopsticks. The aroma of green onions and the bean flavor of the tofu are strong, and the taste is quite rich. These 4 simple yet delicious home-cooked dishes, along with juicy, flavorful dumplings filled with 6 kinds of fresh ingredients and a bowl of authentic dumpling soup, make the meal complete. Everyone feels quite full tonight. But no matter how full they are, they still make room in their stomachs for the mooncake filled with red bean paste, which they haven't had for a couple of days. As night falls, the moon rises high. The sky is clear, and the bright moonlight covers the ground, making everything look like daytime. They clear away all the empty plates and bowls from the table. Xia Mingyue calls Jiangguo to bring out the roasted melon seeds, roasted peanuts, fresh apples, and pears they prepared over the past 2 days. The melon seeds are plain and light-tasting, with a sweet aftertaste. The apples and pears are bought from local farmers. They are small but crunchy, sweet, juicy, and free of pulp. Xia Mingyue, Jiangguo, and Mrs. Lu sit around the table chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru are playing hide-and-seek in the yard. Laughter and playful noises fill the air, creating a lively scene. At the same time, the military camp is bustling with activity. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it is also the first big day after our great victory in Changzhou Prefecture City. The commanding officer ordered everyone to celebrate properly. Therefore, the fire brigade brought in many prepared pigs, cooked large pots of delicious meat, and poured plenty of wine for the soldiers to enjoy. With wine and meat, and during the Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone happily gathered together, eating hearty food, drinking wine, and sharing jokes. The conversations included stories about Changzhou Prefecture City and amusing tales from their own homes. Sometimes people teased each other, and other times they debated. Overall, the scene was lively and bustling. Lu Qian, now a captain, was sitting with a few other captains and squad leaders, drinking and chatting casually. Most of the time, Lu Qian was just drinking quietly, only occasionally responding or laughing. "Captain Lu, you're so quiet. Are you missing home?" asked Zhang, another captain, with a smile, tapping his wine bowl against Lu Qian's. Lu Qian didn't speak. He finished his wine and then asked back, "And you, Zhang? Being away from home, who doesn't miss it?" Zhang chuckled, scratching his head. "But my parents have already passed away. Now only my wife and 2 boys are at home. Instead of missing home, I mostly miss my family. Where they are, that's home. I heard you, Captain Lu, are also married now. Don't you miss your wife?" Zhang brought up the topic again. "Missing her?" Lu Qian paused but didn't answer. "Do I miss her? I don't know. Don't I? That I also don't know." The only thing he knew was that, like the bright moon in the sky, whether he acknowledged it or not. It was shining brightly and clearly at this moment. Lu Qian felt a bit complicated inside, unsure how to answer. He looked away and glanced elsewhere. Not far off, a large group of people was gathered in a big circle, cheering and making noise, very lively. "What's going on over there?" Lu Qian asked. "It seems the young general is competing with someone." "Many people are watching," replied Chen, another captain, peeking over. "The young general?" Lu Qian thought for a moment. "Is that in Yunji, the young general?"
Exactly.
Chen Duda said, "Don't judge Xiao Junjun just because he's young, short, and not very skilled in martial arts. But when he fights, his movements are incredibly fast, precise, and fierce. It's hard to defend against him. Even big guys might not be his match." I also heard that during the battle at Changzhou Prefecture City, the enemy general's head was cut off by Xiao Junjun. Commander Enlighting was very happy and praised Xiao Junjun for his bravery and intelligence. At the celebration banquet, Xiao Junjun was seated next to him, and everyone toasted him together. "But I heard that's not true," Shang Duda said. "Some say it was a little soldier who cut off the enemy general's head, but Commander En took the credit and claimed it was Xiao Junjun, just to boost his reputation in the army. Do you believe what others say?" Chun Duda said with a sneer. "What kind of power is he trying to show?" Xiao Junjun was originally a beggar. Later, Commander En happened to find him and gave him some food. He was just a small soldier under Commander En. Later, because he was brave and fearless, the commander took him in as a sworn son and let him fight on the front lines. Commander En has several sworn sons, but he hasn't promoted any of them or made them look good. Xiao Junjun has no family background or support. Giving him fame doesn't benefit him in any way. Is Commander En just trying to show off? I think he's just worried that Xiao Junjun, once a beggar, has now become a soldier close to Commander En. He's afraid that in the future, Commander En might promote him to a high position, so he's trying to discredit him now. I'm not entirely convinced, but the army is buzzing with rumors. Shang Duda scratched the back of his head, looking resentful. If what Chen Duda says is true, then Xiao Junjun is really being wronged. But then again, this is the army. In the army, strength is what matters most. Whoever is stronger gets promoted. And spreading rumors out of jealousy. Isn't that just what common women do? And now it's even in the military. It's really annoying. I see there's a lively crowd over there. Why don't we go take a look? Lu Qian suggested. Whether Xiao Junjun is really capable or not, we'll find out after we see for ourselves. Let's go. Several people present thought it was reasonable and also found it boring to just drink and chat here, so they followed Lu Qian's suggestion and moved over together. From the edge of the crowd, they squeezed into the middle and saw the rumored young general. He looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, with a somewhat thin build. His arms and legs were slender, and when standing, his legs were slightly apart in a half-bent stance, looking like a monkey at first glance. At this moment, Yunji's eyes were fixed tightly on his opponent, who was about to fight him. His gaze was cold but also showed a bit of disdain, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't take the other seriously. The opponent was clearly angered by him. After shouting loudly, he speared toward Yunji. But Yunji skillfully dodged to the side, avoiding the spear tip. When he turned, he had already slashed at the man's arm with a dagger.
Clang.
His sleeve was torn open wide, and flesh was cut, slightly bleeding. Seeing this, Chen Duda shook his head. This young general is quick, but his strength still falls a bit short. If this were on the battlefield, seeing him slash about 10 times with only minor bleeding and superficial injuries that didn't hit vital points, it would be a waste of effort. What do you know? Shang Dutu retorted. Didn't you see that the young general is holding back? In military sparring, it's about moderation. If someone really got hurt, wouldn't that mean the young general disrespects life and kills comrades? That makes sense. Chen Dutu nodded and then looked on. While the opponent, startled by his injury, had not yet retracted his spear after stabbing out, and Yunji was like a ghost, appearing behind him and stabbing into his back. Just as he touched some flesh, and Yunji held his dagger horizontally and cut a slit in the opponent's clothes again. Before the opponent could withdraw his spear to strike again, and Yunji's dagger had already reached his neck, resting on it. All these movements were seamless, fast, and precise, so quick that the people around couldn't see clearly. They all blinked in surprise. First, they realized they weren't blind. Second, they weren't blinking. How could they not understand how Yunji performed this series of moves? At this moment, the person competing against Yunji only felt a chill down his neck. He threw his spear to the ground with a clatter and said, "I give up." As soon as he spoke, the onlookers cheered and shouted happily. Young General Ji is truly impressive. Indeed, young General Ji is remarkable. Anyone who doubts young General Ji, just come forward and try. Amidst the noisy crowd, Yunji calmly sheathed his dagger, still watching everyone around him with a cold gaze. His eyes carried a hint of provocation and disdain. Lu Qian slightly raised his eyebrows. This Yunji really has some skill. Not only is he fierce and sharp, but he is also very clever and knows his limits. Before the enemy formation, such a person is needed to challenge and boost our soldiers' morale, to intimidate the enemy. Among the adopted sons of Commander and Leitang, Yunji is probably the most outstanding. No wonder Leitang brought him to the celebration banquet to toast with everyone. However, this Yunji's appearance always feels somewhat familiar. Lu Qian lowered his eyes, thinking he must have had too much wine tonight. He used the need to find a restroom as an excuse to leave the crowd. He moved to a quieter spot nearby and took a deep breath, letting the cool breeze brush his face to help dispel his drunkenness. From afar, two people approached. As they drew closer, Lu Qian recognized one as military commander in Jingzhong and the other as deputy commander Zhang Mingxin. Lu Qian cupped his hands in greeting. "Commander, deputy commander." Many people passing by also saluted him, but Zhang Mingxin didn't mind. After a simple he raised his hand slightly. However, Jingzhong, after observing Lu Qian for a moment, withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. When they were some distance away, he looked toward Yunji and smiled. This Yunji is truly the most prominent figure in the army. Even if he's very prominent, he's just a minor general, Zhang Mingxin said with a nonchalant smile. He can challenge enemies on the battlefield and fight them, but he has no real power. He can't arrange troops or deploy formations, just a shell. That's how it is now, but what about in the future? And Jingzhong said seriously. His father values him greatly. Everyone in the army knows this, and now even the current emperor is likely to be aware of this notable figure in Yunji. I fear that in a few more years, everyone in the army will recognize Yunji, but no one will know who I, and Jingzhong, truly am. The commander is joking, right? Zhang Mingxin smiled very flatteringly. The deputy commander has fought for the emperor for many years and served as an official for several more. He is very clever and experienced beyond most people. Let's not forget that even if Yunji is related by blood, he is just a foster son. Compared to the deputy commander in your heart, he is nothing. You and the deputy commander are incomparable. Furthermore, even if Yunji has achieved great military success, how his merits are rewarded and whether he holds real power depends only on the deputy commander's decision. There's no reason to favor a foster son and suppress a legitimate son. I see clearly that the deputy commander now has Yunji leading the charge to protect himself. It's also just making good use of him. The celebration banquet was to show everyone that the deputy commander values merit over kinship, regardless of relationships. The more the deputy commander values him, the more likely it is that if Yunji makes even a small mistake in the future, he will be despised and rejected by everyone. In the end, the deputy commander is just paving the way for you. Training good generals, making them your trusted aides, using their loyalty to strengthen the family's position in the court. As for what comes next, and Jingzhong narrowed his eyes. Foster son, discarded piece, just a difference in words, depending on his mood. Your wisdom is admirable, Zhang Mingxin flattered even more obsequiously. Their conversation was quiet, amidst the noisy surroundings. They weren't worried others could overhear. But at this moment, with the gentle breeze, Lu Qian's sharp hearing caught their words roughly. Foster son, discarded piece. These 6 words seemed to simply describe a person's life. Lu Qian pressed his lips, his eyes darkening. After a moment, his eyebrows lifted, and his gaze was sharp as a torch. If that's the case, he might as well tear apart the rules of this world and start over. The Xian garden was brightly lit, servants busy everywhere. The mid-autumn dinner shouldn't have been so late, but last night the old woman had trouble sleeping, so she stayed awake longer. She still woke up on time in the morning, but by mid-afternoon, she was so sleepy she fell asleep until nightfall. When she woke, she felt groggy and lacked energy. After wandering in the garden for a long time, she finally arranged for people to serve the meal. All the dishes were served on the table in order. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Even though only the old lady is eating, for types of meat, for types of vegetables, for hot dishes, for cold dishes, 2 soups, and 2 desserts are served. The table is full and colorful, with delicious aromas that make people hungry. In the center is the main highlight, mooncakes. As planned by Lady Luo and Lady Wang, the green bean and red bean ice-skin mooncakes are sliced into wedges and decorated with dried fruits, osmanthus flowers, and fresh fruits, making them look very delicate and beautiful. Even the old lady, who usually has a poor appetite, feels energized when she sees these ice-skin mooncakes. She doesn't wait for the maid to serve the dishes. She picks up chopsticks and takes a piece into her bowl. Soft, sticky, sweet, and fragrant, delicious. This tastes quite good, the old lady nods. It also looks quite rare. Where did you buy it? Respectful to the old lady, maid Biyun replies. When we were setting the table earlier, I was curious, so I asked the kitchen. They said these ice-skin mooncakes weren't bought outside, but made by Lady Luo and Lady Wang themselves. Made by yourselves? The old lady raises her eyebrows. If that's the case, then send for both of them. I'd like to reward them. Yes, Biyun responds and instructs a young maid at the door to pass the message. Soon, Lady Luo and Lady Wang come quickly, smiling happily, and kneel to greet the old lady. Respectful greetings, old lady. Get up, the old lady raises her hand. I heard from the servants that you too made these mooncakes? Exactly, they reply quickly. They taste good, but there's a bit too much tapioca starch inside, the old lady says. Tapioca starch? Lady Luo and Lady Wang exchange glances secretly and give each other signals. It's true that there's some tapioca starch. If the old lady doesn't like it, we can reduce the amount next time, Lady Luo quickly answers. She is secretly planning to tell Shunzi about this. The old lady puts down her chopsticks with a displeased look. Coming here and telling lies, do you really have no shame? Go call the steward, she orders, and chase these 2 scheming women out. No more use for them. Seeing the old lady angry, Biyun doesn't delay and quickly goes to call Steward Fu. Luo Shi and Wang Shi were both so frightened that their faces turned pale. They didn't know what had gone wrong and kept kowtowing to the old lady, begging for mercy. After a moment, Steward Fu hurried over, first ordering someone to take Luo Shi and Wang Shi away, both of whom were crying loudly, and then apologizing to the old lady. Old madam, please stay calm. It's my fault for not teaching properly, and I let the 2 women buy food from outside to deceive you. Steward Fu looked ashamed and said, Please don't worry. I will send them away now and invite a skilled cook to do the work. It's not so much about whether the food was bought outside. The old lady raised her hand and looked at Steward Fu. Any food made by people is fine. Food bought outside is also eaten by others, and if they eat it, my wife can naturally eat it too. It's just that buying food from outside and pretending it's homemade to gain credit is really terrible. Now that I think about it, both of these cooks are from Jinsho County. Usually, their food is local flavor, so they wouldn't make very rare dishes. I suspect that last time's ice jelly was also bought from outside. Steward Fu's face grew more ashamed. I asked carefully just now, and it's indeed bought from outside. I've eaten some myself before, but I didn't ask further. It's my fault. Please forgive me, old madam. No need for punishment, the old lady said. Just do your job well in the future. If I need to find more cooks, I will look for those who are diligent and clean in their work. These days, good cooks are hard to find, so take your time. Yes. Thank you, old madam. Steward Fu kept apologizing. I won't bother you to eat anymore.
All right.
After Steward Fu left, the room became quiet again. The old lady picked up her chopsticks. Bai Yun was setting the dishes and said, Old madam asked Steward Fu to find more cooks, but Jinqiu County is a remote place, a poor and isolated area. It might be hard to find good ones. Maybe the maid can ask someone from home to come and serve, and they might make the food a bit more refined. I came here to escape the noise, and if I call people from home, it might attract those troublesome folks who bother us. The old lady immediately disagreed. Every place has its own people. Since we're going to stay here for a while, we should just enjoy the local flavors. Eating food like this, the ingredients are always the same. It's just a matter of changing the presentation a few times to make it look more refined. In the end, it all ends up in the stomach. Whether it's fancy or not doesn't matter. The taste is pretty much the same. After saying this, the old lady took another piece of mooncake and ate it. Actually, these snowskin mooncakes are quite good. They resemble the ones I had before about 80 or 90%. Tell the servants to buy some more. We can have them as snacks these days. Yes, Biyun replied with a smile, relaying the old lady's instructions. Of course, the usual orders were given to Steward Fu. Steward Fu nodded in agreement and then sent Jin Bao to find Shunzi to buy more of these snowskin mooncakes. Next, he hurriedly ordered someone to find a suitable cook. Jinzhou City is small and has a limited population, so there aren't many talented people. The previous cooks, Luo and Wang, were chosen after a long search, and their skills were decent. Now, they were all suddenly dismissed, and new cooks were to be recruited temporarily. It was probably hard to find better ones quickly. The meals over the next few days might be a bit of a mess. Steward Fu, Jin Bao suggested, the remaining cooks may not be able to make good dishes, but they can handle simple porridge and side dishes. Let's have them prepare breakfast for the next couple of days. For lunch and dinner, maybe we should just buy food from the big inn in the city.
Well,
Steward Fu hesitated. Logically, this wasn't ideal, but given the special circumstances, and the old lady said she didn't mind eating outside, as long as there was no deception, it was acceptable. Let's do it this way for now, Steward Fu nodded. I'll leave this matter to you. Also, ask Shunzi if he knows any skilled cooks. Since Shunzi had been supplying vegetables and ingredients to the Xian garden, the food he brought was always good. It was likely that the cooks who prepared these dishes were quite skilled. Got it. Jinbao agreed happily and followed Steward Fu's instructions. Steward Fu then ordered someone to go to Changzhou Prefecture and nearby counties to look for suitable candidates. Especially in Changzhou Prefecture, where the war had just ended and everything was rebuilding, many people were busy looking for work. They might find some good talent. Meanwhile, Luo and Wang, the two women who had been expelled, were packing their belongings. Each was watched closely by a sturdy woman to prevent them from taking anything that didn't belong to them when they left. The family was not very wealthy, but they had the chance to work at the Xian garden and learn new skills. They hoped to grow old there, and even bring in some relatives. However, now they have been kicked out. At their age, losing their job means not only hardship but also being mocked by neighbors and relatives. Just thinking about it makes them very sad. Mrs. Wang has shallow eye sockets and is packing her belongings. Tears are falling down her face. Wiping her tears, she begins to complain. This was your idea. You were still hoping for a reward, but now we've lost everything. How will we get through the days ahead? She has a young grandson who is just starting to learn to read, and she hopes to pay for his schooling and books in the future. Now that she has no job, she doesn't know how to explain this to others. Mrs. Luo is also upset. When she hears Mrs. Wang complain, she feels annoyed and says, "Why are you saying all this now? When I mentioned it before, you didn't say anything. You were also hoping for a reward. You're just greedy, and now you're blaming me?" When they were preparing mooncakes, Mrs. Wang was very happy and even told Jin Bao not to tell anyone about it. She was very careful then. Now she's blaming her? It seems she did everything alone. Mrs. Luo feels very upset and stops packing. She points at Mrs. Wang and scolds her. Let's not blame each other. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you. They usually work together, but they often have disagreements. Mrs. Luo usually gets along with Mrs. Wang, but she doesn't really like her. Now that they are about to leave the Exine Garden, Mrs. Luo is openly angry and speaks very harshly. Mrs. Wang is also furious. In the kitchen, Mrs. Luo is bossy and often criticizes others. If things don't go her way, she scolds them. But what skills does Mrs. Luo have? Her cooking skills are just average, and she often steals recipes from her teacher. She only got into the Exine Garden 2 days earlier, so she acts like she's very important. Now that Mrs. Luo's bad ideas have caused trouble, Mrs. Wang is even more angry. Thinking about the unfair treatment she's endured, she feels more resentful. She doesn't want to argue anymore. Instead, she suddenly slaps Mrs. Luo across the face. The slap is loud and crisp and misses. Luo is stunned. Shameless woman. How dare you hit me? Luo, regaining her senses, was also very direct. She reached out and slapped Wang's face. The two immediately started fighting. Looking at their two maids, she was no longer in a good mood. After working here for so many years, she had seen people being driven out, but she had never seen such a fuss when someone was expelled. Did they think the He family was no longer disciplined? She called a few more people to come in, and without letting them pack their belongings, she simply crossed her arms and kicked them out through the side door. Both women fell their backs, grimacing in pain and crying out for their mothers. After a while, they managed to get up. It was late at night. The location of Dashin Garden was far from town, surrounded by bamboo and trees. When the wind blew, it brought a strong chill. They weren't dressed warmly, and during the fight, they had been anxious and sweaty. Now, as the cold wind blew, they shivered several times and gradually calmed down. They had been expelled. Logically, they were both pitiful. Instead of supporting each other through this tough time, they were arguing and fighting here. Not only did it look like a joke, but they couldn't even take their belongings with them. They looked at each other, both feeling like making peace. But neither wanted to apologize or felt comfortable doing so. They just rubbed their hips and said, "It hurts so much." "Yeah," the other replied, and the atmosphere eased a little. Night has fallen. "Let's walk a bit further and then go home separately," Wang suggested. "Okay," Luo agreed. The two walked side by side, keeping some distance. Because of the pain from the fight and being thrown out, they were limping a little. As they walked, Luo suddenly said, "By the way, this is all because of Yishunzi." Exactly, Wang nodded, thinking it made sense. She pecked her head like a chick. If he hadn't been so bored and sent those snow-skin mooncakes into the garden, we wouldn't have fallen so hard. Right, and that iced jelly too, Wang added. Yishunzi was the one who brought that in. Yes, upon reflection, all these things were brought by Yishunzi. Luo thought for a long time, then shook her head again. Something's not right about this. What's wrong? Mrs. Wang asked in surprise. Look over there. We are working in the kitchen, usually responsible for preparing meals for the old lady. We rarely lack food. If Yishunzi wanted to show respect, he could give other things, but he only brings food to show respect. Mrs. Luo said in a serious tone, and he specifically brought food we can't make ourselves. It seems like he's trying to compare us unfavorably. But he probably didn't expect us to give the food to the old lady, Mrs. Wang said, puzzled. Yishunzi looks clever, but is there really someone so smart that they can predict all others' actions? Maybe he didn't guess that. He probably just wanted Jinbao and Steward Fu to taste the food, hoping Steward Fu would think less of our skills and replace us. Mrs. Luo added, or maybe Yishunzi already has a good relationship with the cook, and he's trying to push us out so he can recommend someone he knows into the Exine Garden. Mrs. Wang found this explanation convincing and nodded repeatedly. Then she thought more and spat several times on the ground in frustration. That Yishunzi, his plans are so clever. Truly, you never know people's true intentions.
We've been fooled by this little guy.
No way. I can't swallow this anger. We must find Yishunzi and give him a piece of our mind. Yes, We must vent our anger. Now both women focus their anger on Shunzi, planning how to find him and how to get revenge. A cloud drifted over, covering the bright, full moon. The once well-lit road suddenly turned dark. Mrs. Luo and Mrs. Wang had to continue walking in the dark. The narrow, bumpy road made them ache all over. They stumbled many times, crying out in pain each time. From a distant village house, a child got out of bed and shook an adult nearby. "Dad, Mom, I think there's a wolf outside." Seeing the moon covered by clouds, Xia Mingyue and the others dispersed and went back to rest. After talking late into the night, everyone was very tired, almost falling asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow. The next day, they woke up early as usual and started a new day's work. Xia Mingyue made a simple plan for the tasks she needed to do soon. The first matter is to rent out the food stall on West Street, Summer's Food, and find franchise partners to continue operating it, helping to solve the current staff shortage. All 3 of the original key staff members have been recalled, which will meet the needs of the central kitchen and eliminate worries about finding suitable workers. The second matter is that as the weather gets colder, most of the hot pot skewer dishes should be replaced with Odin to meet the dietary needs of autumn and winter. The third matter is that Summer's Food has been running for nearly half a year with a fixed menu. It is time to make some slight adjustments to keep the stall fresh and interesting. The fourth matter is that Xia Mingyue plans to develop some new businesses to increase earnings more quickly. To avoid missing anything, Xia Mingyue specifically brought paper and ink to write down her plans and important notes for execution. She placed these on the table next to the Kong, a traditional heated bed, as a reminder. Jiang Guo, who helped Xia Mingyue clean the house, saw the paper and frowned. "I used to recognize a few characters, but these words that Sister Xia wrote are hard for me to understand." Xia Mingyue was momentarily speechless and laughed softly. To make it easier for herself, she used modern simplified Chinese characters when writing. Naturally, people from this era might find it hard to read.
Well,
Xia Mingyue cleared her throat. "These are special ways of writing for my hometown, kind of like secret codes. Outsiders really can't understand them. I'm used to this style, so I wrote them down that way."
all right.
Jiang Guo didn't think much and simply wiped the table clean, then carefully laid the paper filled with coded writing back on the table. Xia Mingyue sighed. Her limited literacy and writing skills are indeed her current difficulties. She even struggles to meet the requirements for signing franchise agreements with Summer's Food. Currently, to ensure the franchise terms are not leaked, 2 students from the county school are asked to write the documents. It's troublesome, especially with the imperial exams coming soon and the spring exams next year just around the corner. These 2 talented students are likely to pass and pursue official careers. When that happens, she will need to find someone else to help with writing documents again. In the end, she realizes she must learn this skill herself to avoid relying on others and make things more convenient. Xia Mingyue thought for a moment and wrote down the need to learn reading and writing at the bottom of her plan sheet. It should be added to her life plan and prioritized soon. For now, she knew that big goals are achieved step by step. Just as Xia Mingyue was excited and rolled up her sleeves to start working on her plan, Shunzi came to visit. His first request was to ask if Xia Mingyue could buy some snowskin mooncakes again. "I know these treats are out of season now. It's said that Madame de Xian from the Xian Garden enjoys them and wants to buy more as snacks for these days," Shunzi explained. Snowskin mooncakes are made with starch and glutinous rice flour, not baked but fried lightly, with limited sugar. They are light, tasty, and can be eaten many times without getting boring. It's understandable that the lady of a wealthy family enjoys eating snowskin mooncakes. Xia Mingyue nodded. "That's fine, but I don't have the right molds now. The mooncakes I make still look like mooncakes, with the Mid-Autumn Festival characters on top." "Madam, he doesn't mind that." "Not minding at all," Shunzi hurriedly said. "The manager of the Xian Garden said that as long as they taste good, the appearance doesn't matter. They also pay quite generously, so I came to talk to you, Lady Xia." "All right then," Xia Mingyue agreed. "I'll start making them later. You can come to pick them up tomorrow afternoon." "Got it," Shunzi nodded repeatedly. "Besides, I have one more thing to discuss with Lady Xia." It's just a small matter, so please don't mind. I've already made it clear, and I guess you probably wouldn't agree. It's about the steward at the Xian Garden. He thinks your previous snacks, zongzi, iced jelly, cold noodles, and now the snowskin mooncakes, are all very delicious. So he asked me to see if you'd be willing to work as a cook at the Xian Garden. I told him that you're busy with your own business and wouldn't agree, so I declined on your behalf. Still, I thought I should tell you about it. The steward didn't say much after that. He just asked me to keep an eye out for new dishes you make and if I find anything good, to buy some for them to try. Upon hearing this, Xia Mingyuan nodded slightly. I really don't want to work as a cook for others, but in the future, I can put more effort into making new and delicious foods. Seeing that there was more to come, He Shunzi was immediately very happy. Then I'll trouble Lady Xia in the future. I'll come to visit you more often. If you make something good, I can report back, and Lady Xia can earn more silver. That's the idea. Xia Mingyue smiled and nodded. Once everything was settled, He Shunzi didn't stay long, and quickly drove his ox cart back home. Xia Mingyue then began busying herself with buying ingredients and making some ice skin mooncakes. Thinking about what He Shunzi had just said, that she could make more snacks, Xia Mingyue considered and bought some white sesame seeds, planning to fry some crispy sesame leaves. The sesame leaves are divided into sweet and salty types. For the sweet ones, when mixing flour and eggs, she added some sugar. After mixing well, she rolled out the dough into evenly thick sheets, cut them into 3-inch long and 1-inch wide strips, and then scored a 2-inch long slit in the middle. She folded one end of the sesame leaf into the opening, then pulled it out, creating a shape somewhat like a twisted sesame leaf. She fried these in oil heated to about 60% hot until the surface was golden yellow. After removing and draining the oil, Xia Mingyue brushed a little honey on the surface for flavor. This finishing touch could also be done with syrup instead of honey, but syrup tends to be too sweet and greasy. Honey is sweet and tasty without feeling greasy, and the texture is better. For the salty sesame leaves, the process was the same, only replacing the sugar with salt when mixing the dough. However, to make the salty sesame leaves more flavorful, Xia Mingyue added a bit of Sichuan pepper powder. The result was a pepper-salt flavor with a light salty aroma and a slight numbing sensation, making them enjoyable without feeling greasy no matter how many you eat. Considering that Lady He was from a noble family and usually ate sweet pastries, Xia Mingyue packed only a small amount of sweet sesame leaves, mostly filling the rest with salty, peppery ones. The next day, He Shunzi, excited to pick up the ice skin mooncakes, was even happier when he learned Xia Mingyue had made other snacks. However, when he saw she was preparing fried sesame leaves, the bright light in his eyes dimmed a little. He took one and chewed it first, the crispy, fragrant flavor spreading in his mouth and making him feel a delightful rush. He immediately made a surprised sound. But he still felt a little unsure and tentatively asked, Lady Xia, are these fried leaves prepared for the Xian Garden? Are they really not meant as snacks for He Shunzi? After all, these fried leaves are common food that ordinary farmers make. Farmers usually live a tight life, so their children don't often get snacks. They only fry some leaves when their cooking oil runs out, giving the children a treat. But this frying isn't something they do regularly. It usually happens during festivals or special occasions. At those times, children are very happy, holding up the leaves high and stuffing their mouths full, tasting the crispy, fragrant flavor. However, this fragrant taste is mainly appreciated by farmers. Even if Lady Xia's fried leaves taste very good now, He Shunzi worries that it might only be special to him. Old Madam, he probably has tasted many good things and might not care much for such ordinary leaves. He Shunzi feels uncertain inside, especially since he previously delivered food to the Xian Garden to show respect and take care of those related to him. Whether the old lady likes it or not doesn't matter much. It didn't interfere with his task. But now, he is specifically bringing food for the old lady, and he feels quite pressured. It's for the Xian Garden. Xia Mingyue saw He Shunzi's complicated expression and guessed his worries. She smiled and said, Don't worry, the old lady will like it. Older people from wealthy backgrounds usually have eaten many delicacies, probably more than the meals they have had. They are not lacking in tasty food. For them, the most delicious things are often the first taste or memories of certain foods. Fried leaves are common and not very fancy food. The old madam, he might not eat them often, and even if she does, it's probably been many years. No matter which, Xia Mingyue is confident she can win the old lady's heart with these simple fried leaves. Seeing Xia Mingyue so confident, He Shunzi felt a little more at ease and replied softly, "Then I'll take them over first. As for whether the old lady will like them or not, that's up to fate." With this attitude, He Shunzi left, carrying many worries. Zhao Dahu, who was nibbling on the sweet-flavored leaves, tilted his head and said, "These leaves are so tasty. Why does it seem like Uncle Shunzi doesn't quite agree? Maybe he's worried that the old lady and his family wouldn't like them." Zhao Eru replied. Even if she's from a wealthy family, she probably wouldn't dislike these leaves. Zhao Dahu still didn't understand. Could it be that wealthy people have bad taste? Zhao Eru didn't answer. "Forget it. I can't explain it to you." Or perhaps, the old lady in a wealthy family usually doesn't care for this. She prefers eating fried, crispy meat every day to feel satisfied, Zhao Dahu asked further. Zhao Eru didn't respond. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Eru asked, "Let me put it this way. If I made you eat fried leaves and crispy fried meat every day, would you still think these two things are tasty?" "Yes, very tasty," Zhao Dahu answered confidently, even glancing at Zhao Eru. "Are you questioning Auntie Xia's cooking skills?" Zhao Eru didn't reply. "It feels like I've fallen into a trap." He Shunzi nervously handed over the snow-skin mooncakes and fried leaves to Jin Bao. When Jin Bao received the fried leaves, He Shunzi's mouth kept opening and closing, but in the end, he swallowed all the words he wanted to explain and clarify. He believed in Lady Xia, just like believing in miracles in this world. When Jin Bao saw the fried leaves, his eyes widened in surprise. He wanted to ask He Shunzi about them, but when he saw He Shunzi nodding firmly, he swallowed all his doubts. Since it was delivered to Dashing Garden, it must taste different. After thinking again, Jin Bao hesitantly handed these two items to Steward Fu. Steward Fu looked at them and said, "Is this really the fresh food that He Shunzi brought from Lady Xia?" "Exactly," Jin Bao nodded firmly. "But these fried leaves." Steward Fu scratched his ear. "Aren't they a bit too ordinary?" "I initially thought so too," Jin Bao replied. "But since Lady Xia made fried leaves, and He Shunzi is so serious about delivering them, maybe they have their own purpose." Jin Bao continued, "Maybe the ingredients used in these fried leaves are hard to find and different from usual, so the taste is also quite special." He couldn't think of anything else to say. The steward Fu fell silent upon hearing this. His eyes fixed on the fried leaves for a long moment before finally presenting them to the old madam. Fine, if it's to die, then so be it. After all, he had already been scolded last time, so this wasn't much different. Steward Fu was cautious when delivering the dish, smiling politely. "Old madam, please try this new snack. If you don't like it, I'll find something else for you." He didn't mention the usual, simply hoping the old madam wouldn't recognize the food and might enjoy something new. Inside the kitchen, there was also freshly made chestnut cake, made from ripe autumn chestnuts. It was delicate and sweet. Although it was common and the old madam often ate it, it was safe and reliable. When the old madam saw the leaves on the plate, she suddenly smiled. "Aren't these leaves? A common snack from the countryside."
She recognized it.
Steward Fu grew more nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He opened his mouth to explain. But he saw the old madam pick up one leaf, take a bite, and hum softly. She then ate the small leaf in a few bites, and picked up a second. She ate 3 in a row before saying, "Still just as delicious." "No, it's even better than before," the old madam said, pursing her lips and savoring the salty flavor of the leaves. She smiled. "When I used to go out for spring outings with the old master, I'd sometimes buy this from farmers. It was simple, but had a unique flavor. Later, I often mentioned it during chats with the old master. Now, more than 20 years have passed, and tasting these fried leaves again, I find the flavor even more delightful." Her face was full of happiness, her eyes deepening as if lost in a distant, joyful memory. After a long while, she picked up another leaf, ate it while looking at Steward Fu. "Thank you for your effort in finding such a snack." For the past few days, she had been upset about the cook's mistakes and was picky about her food. He hadn't expected her to suddenly smile and praise the dish. Steward Fu was overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly rubbing his hands. "As long as the old madam likes it." Hearing her compliment, Steward Fu immediately called Jinbao and told him about this. Jinbao also relaxed and sighed. He Shunzi always handles things carefully. "More than careful," Steward Fu said. "He's overly careful. From now on, Shunzi's duties at Dashin Garden will not be changed without his instructions. Also, Lady Xia Mingyue's cooking skills are truly good. In the future, it would be wise to tell Shunzi to buy more food from Lady Xia Mingyue." While Steward Fu was busy giving instructions about Jinbao, someone came to report that they had found a few suitable cooks. Steward Fu was asked to go and take a look, then choose. "This difficult problem is being solved one after another. We must stay calm and handle everything carefully." Steward Fu comforted himself, smiling as he raised his hand, saying, "I'll go now." Meanwhile, Jin Bao informed Shunzi that the old lady approved the crispy spicy leaves that day, and also reminded him repeatedly to be careful. Shunzi breathed a big sigh of relief, agreed to the remaining tasks, and the next day, he went to find Lady Xia Mingyue again. "Lady Xia is truly amazing." Shunzi gave her a thumbs up. She managed to win the old lady's favor just with these ordinary crispy spicy leaves. "It's not magic, just luck," Lady Xia Mingyue humbly replied. "But since the old lady liked it, I can now do my best to make more good food. I'm looking forward to it," Shunzi said happily with a big smile. Since she planned to do her best in the future, she was probably a bit more reserved before. Even with her hands tied, she managed to make so many delicious dishes and pleased the old lady. If she put in even more effort, how many more tasty things could she create? Shunzi was increasingly hopeful and couldn't hide his smile. After seeing Shunzi off, Lady Xia Mingyue was thinking about what she could prepare to celebrate the old lady's birthday at Dashin Garden. At the same time, she was busy with her snack cart. As the weather grew cooler, she needed to change her products quickly. Since it was the transition between autumn and winter, Lady Xia Mingyue decided not to remove all the hot pot skewers yet, but to add some hot pot dishes instead. The bone broth used for the skewers, after several adjustments and improvements by Lady Xia Mingyue, had become very light, tasty, and delicious. This kind of broth, whether used to cook vegetable skewers or meat skewers, was very flavorful even without any seasoning. With just this broth, placing a multi-compartment bamboo tray on top of a clay pot, she could cook all the skewers separately. What is needed can be taken directly. Place it into a paper cup, then scoop 2 spoonfuls of hot bone broth over it. When eating, enjoy the steaming warmth and also have a few bites of a light and tasty base soup. On these cool autumn days, this is a wonderful treat. The previously prepared cold pot skewers are still soaking to absorb flavor. When customers come to buy, they can simply pay for a few skewers and take them away. There are 2 options, and both do not interfere with each other. Xia Mingyue spent several days renovating all the Xiaji cold pot snack carts in Jinqiu County. Even the signs were replaced with new ones. One side of the sign says Xiaji cold pot skewers, and the other side says Xiaji Kanto-style hot pot. For the snack stall upgrade, Xia Mingyue also improved the types of skewers for the hot pot. She added a few new varieties on top of the original ones. Golden fortune bags are small round pieces made by spreading a mixture of egg liquid and starch, filled with minced meat, river shrimp, and other ingredients, tied with leek leaves. They are simmered in bone broth for a long time, absorbing enough soup. The outer layer has a rich, fragrant egg aroma, with a chewy texture. Inside, the meat juice is rich, and the shrimp are fresh and tasty. The leek at the end adds a subtle flavor. Eating one brings great satisfaction and doubles the happiness. Fish tofu is mainly made from fish paste, mixed with tapioca starch, sweet potato starch, and various seasonings. It is shaped into rectangular molds, then cut into small squares about an inch wide and half an inch thick. These are fried in oil until firm, then threaded onto skewers for boiling. Fish is naturally delicious. When made into fish tofu and combined with bone broth again, the flavor becomes even better. The texture remains chewy and appealing to both young and old. After these improvements, Xiaoji Kanto-style hot pot and cold pot skewers became even more popular than before. Many people love the hot and hearty hot pot, especially praising the broth base. Some even want to buy a large jar of the broth to take home to cook noodles or dip bread. However, the snack cart does not sell the broth separately. Instead, customers often scoop a couple of extra spoonfuls of broth into their paper cups when buying skewers. Many come daily to buy a few skewers and take some broth home to cook noodles or soak bread, which is very satisfying. In short, customers keep coming, and the snack cart is quite busy. Orders from the central kitchen are also gradually increasing. Xia Mingyue is becoming even busier. The central kitchen also seems to be short-staffed. Xia Mingyue saw this and quickly started looking for more workers to help with the tasks, as well as searching for someone who could take over the franchise of the Xia food stall on West Street to improve the current situation. But solving problems always takes time. Under the current circumstances, if she wanted to ensure all Xia stalls could operate normally, Xia Mingyue had to extend the working hours of her current workers. This period will be a bit tough for everyone. You will need to arrive early and leave late, and the work hours will increase a lot.
I really feel sorry about that.
Xia Mingyue said, as a thank you, I will take care of your breakfast and dinner. During this time, I will also increase your wages by 20%. Miss Xia, you are too kind, Zhou said quickly. You have always been very generous to us. You pay us on time, never delay, and often let us take home plenty of food. That's already very kind of you. Yes, Song nodded. Whenever someone in the family has an emergency or needs to take a day off, Miss Xia never complains. We are all very grateful. Now that you are busy and need help, we have nothing special to offer except our strength. Being able to help Miss Xia is enough for us, and we don't want to ask for more wages. The others also nodded in agreement. They worked at Xia Mingyue's place, earning a decent monthly wage, not much less than the men. They were already quite satisfied. As Song said, they were very grateful to Xia Mingyue. They had nothing to give in return except their strength. There was no need to be polite, just helping out was enough. Everyone insisted that they didn't need additional pay, so Xia Mingyue decided not to bring it up for now. She only instructed Jianghua to prepare more generous breakfast and dinner so everyone could eat well and have enough energy to work. Because of the busy schedule, they returned home later and later at night. Since it was autumn, it was getting dark earlier. By the time Song returned home, it was already very dark. She had already finished dinner at Xia Mingyue's house. Recently, Li Shuixing had also been busy at his main home and often didn't come back. Song didn't have much to worry about when she returned home at night, so she could simply wash up and go to bed. It was quite simple. But today, before reaching the gate of the yard, she heard sounds coming from inside. Under the moonlight, Mrs. Song saw that the person in the yard was not a stranger, but Li Shuixing. She immediately felt relieved. When she saw him washing clothes in the yard, she quickly said, "It's rare for you to come back. Rest now, I can wash the clothes." "Nothing much today, I didn't do much work and I came back early, so I'm not tired," Li Shuixing smiled. But sister-in-law has been busy visiting Madame Xia lately, and she came back so late today. You should go inside and rest. The clothes are almost done. Mrs. Song still hesitated. Since she entered the Li family, she had been doing all the chores herself. After her parents-in-law passed away, she took care of Li Shuixing alone, handling everything. Even now that Li Shuixing was grown, she never let him wash his own clothes. "Let me do it." Mrs. Song rolled up her sleeves. She felt at ease doing these chores. As she spoke, Mrs. Song squatted down and picked up the clothes in the basin to start washing. At this moment, she realized that the clothes in the basin were not Li Shuixing's but hers. Li Shuixing was washing her clothes? Mrs. Song was stunned. Although they were family, she was his sister-in-law, and he was her younger brother-in-law. It was a bit awkward for him to wash her clothes. I came back to fetch water and saw your clothes next to the water jar, so I picked them up to wash, Li Shuisheng explained hesitantly. I saw you were busy and wanted to help. People say the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. It seemed Li Shuisheng only wanted to help, without any other intentions. Mrs. Song waved her hand. Go rest now. From now on, I will do it myself. Mainly, I'm used to doing it myself. I feel uneasy if I don't do things with my own hands. His words sounded like an explanation, and also a bit like an excuse. Li Shuisheng pursed his lips and stood up. I've noted it. I'll pour a bowl of water for you. After I finish, you can drink it. Mrs. Song nodded without looking up. Li Shuisheng silently went to work, placing the water bowl near Mrs. Song. After a while, he spoke again. The housekeeper said today that they will raise my wages a bit. I estimate that in 2 years, we might be able to buy this small yard we rent. Then we can live more peacefully. Yes, Mrs. Song nodded, then added, by then, your marriage should be settled too. The timing was just right. This house only has 2 rooms. When Li Shuisheng first got married, the family could barely manage to live there. But once Li Shuisheng had children and they grew older, the house became too small. She also needed to start planning early. Li Shuisheng felt a bit annoyed when Song Shi mentioned his marriage prospects again. He frowned and said, Oh, let's talk about it later. Before he finished speaking, he had already gone inside. This child. Song Shi felt a little confused but thought that maybe Li Shuisheng was getting older and was more sensitive about marriage talks. She just shook her head and smiled, continuing to wash the clothes in the basin. The clothes were almost clean. Song Shi rinsed them a couple more times, then lifted them out of the water, wrung them dry, and hung them on a rope tied between the courtyard's tung tree and the window frame. After tidying up for a while, she went back inside to rest. Li Shuisheng listened to the quiet inside the house and finally sighed, turning over in bed. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't close them for a long time. In the following days, he remained busy. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyue began to consider potential partners for the Western street food stall franchise. The first candidates were 2 nieces-in-law of Aunt Feng. One surname was Chow, the other's Chen. Both were honest, clean, and quick to work. Their children, around 10 years old, could help with washing dishes, setting tables, and making wontons and steamed dumplings. Both families worked together, so they had enough help. Xia Mingyue trusted Aunt Feng's character and believed her nieces-in-law would be well-behaved. She had a detailed chat with them. After talking, she was even more satisfied with Chow and Chun. They had always taken care of their families and respected Aunt Feng. They were familiar with cooking and quickly learned how to prepare food. Although they had never run a business before, they picked things up easily. Most importantly, both women were eager to earn money and took the franchise seriously. It was a perfect match. That same day, they paid the deposit and signed a contract with Xia Mingyue. The next day, Xia Mingyue began teaching them how to make various foods for the stall. Chow and Chen studied carefully and learned quickly. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyue also started planning and adjusting the products for the Xia's food stall. The cold noodles and cold skin noodles were taken off the menu, replaced by the previously popular small wontons and noodles. Since the sesame pancake has been made for a long time, Xia Mingyue decided to pause its production for now and start preparing the steamed dumplings with willow leaves she had experimented with earlier. For the noodles, Xia Mingyue added a new broth made from mushroom-braised chicken pieces. The whole chicken was cut into small chunks and cooked together with finely chopped mushrooms, creating a bright and flavorful sauce with a rich, deep taste. This sauce was paired with chewy, smooth hand-pulled noodles, garnished with a little cilantro, making the dish very satisfying. All the broths for the noodles were freshly made in the morning and kept warm in charcoal pots. They stayed hot without boiling over, so the chicken and mushrooms absorbed more flavor while cooking, enhancing the taste. By the time Xia Mingyue finished adjusting her food stall's menu and Chow and Chen took full charge of the stall on West Street, it was early September. The mornings and evenings grew noticeably cooler, even turning quite cold. Her main work was mostly done, and the central kitchen had reorganized its staff due to increased manpower, with everyone working smoothly and efficiently. Xia Mingyue, feeling less busy, began thinking about creating some new dishes. On such a chilly day, the best food to enjoy was none other than crossing the bridge rice noodles. This dish is a Yunnan specialty originating from Mingzi. It got its name from a story about a scholar's wife who, while crossing a bridge to deliver food to her husband in a pavilion by the lake, accidentally discovered the method of serving hot chicken soup with sliced fresh meat and rice noodles. The ingredients are very diverse and colorful, layered and piled high. Various fresh ingredients are added along with the rice noodles into steaming hot chicken broth, creating a rich flavor that still respects the dish's original delicious rules. Just thinking about it made Xia Mingyue's cravings grow stronger, and she couldn't wait to start preparing all the ingredients. To make a delicious bowl of crossing the bridge rice noodles, she first needed to prepare the rice noodles. She mixed glutinous rice flour, tapioca starch, and cornstarch together, then added boiling water and a little vegetable oil to knead into a smooth dough. Next, she used a noodle press to roll the dough into thick strands, dropped them into boiling water, and cooked until done. Then she quickly scooped them out and soaked them in cold water to keep them chewy and elastic. Once the noodles were completely cooled, they could be set aside in a bowl. After preparing the noodles, Xia Mingyue began simmering the essential chicken broth for the crossing the bridge rice noodles. Choose a thick, mature hen, add water, green onions, and pepper, then bring to a boil over high heat. Reduce to low and simmer for about an hour until the chicken is tender. The broth is clear, and a layer of light yellow chicken fat floats on top. This indicates the dish is ready. While the chicken soup is cooking, Xia Mingyue begins preparing other side dishes. Fresh bean sprouts, thin and chewy tofu skin cut into half-inch strips, thinly sliced tender pork, chopped chives about an inch long, and cooked chicken gizzards sliced thinly. To ensure the authenticity of the cross-bridge rice noodles, Xia Mingyue specially bought a few quail eggs from the street and even bought a pot of chrysanthemums. Seeing Xia Mingyue carrying the chrysanthemums back, everyone looked a bit confused. Especially Lu Shi, who whispered to Jianghua, "Isn't Sister Xia busy making rice noodles? Why did she buy a pot of chrysanthemums?" At this time, chrysanthemums are in full bloom, Jianghua guessed. Maybe Sister Xia thinks the house is a bit plain, so she wants to decorate with some flowers. Currently, the house is well stocked with everything, but it does lack some flowers and plants. The yard only has various vegetables growing. Maybe that's it? Before Lu Shi finished speaking, she saw Xia Mingyue take scissors and pluck 2 chrysanthemums. Lu Shi was speechless. See, she thought, my sister-in-law usually doesn't like flowers or plants, so she probably bought the chrysanthemums for cooking. Wait, cooking? Using flowers for cooking? Lu Shi's eyes widened even more. Everyone present looked at each other in confusion, watching Xia Mingyue happily busy herself. Half an hour later, Xia Mingyue brought out all the dishes and called everyone to eat the rice noodles. No one had ever eaten rice noodles before, nor seen them. When Xia Mingyue called everyone to sit, they gathered around the table. But instead of steaming hot rice noodles, they saw small bowls of cold rice noodles, plates of raw meat, raw quail eggs, chrysanthemum petals, raw chives, and other ingredients. They became even more puzzled. How do you eat this? Eat it raw? Actually, someone had mentioned earlier that in some places, people eat raw food, like freshly caught fish sliced and eaten directly. They even gave it a fancy name, something like raw fish. This way of eating was also very popular among high officials and nobles, as it truly tasted delicious. It seems that Lady Xia also wanted them to experience the way wealthy families enjoy their food today. Everyone hesitated, but after exchanging glances, they nodded in agreement and reached for the dishes with their chopsticks. Raw meat was a bit hard to accept, so they decided to start with some raw chives. After all, these dishes were carefully prepared by Lady Xia, so they had to show appreciation. Seeing everyone hesitant, Xia Mingyue smiled and said, "Since this is your first time trying this crossing the bridge rice noodles, I'll show you how to eat it." She then removed the small plate covering her large bowl of broth. The aroma of chicken soup immediately filled the air, but since a layer of chicken oil floated on top, It kept the soup warm and prevented much steam from escaping. Xia Mingyue warned everyone to be careful of the hot soup and began demonstrating how to add various ingredients to the crossing the bridge rice noodles. Compared to dumping all ingredients at once, adding them in order helps bring out the best flavors and freshness. Moreover, each step in making Mingzi crossing the bridge rice noodles has a lucky name, hoping to bring good fortune. 1 egg of wealth, 2 like Buddha's luck, 3 pure truths, 4 seasons of blooming flowers, 5 blessings arriving, 6 sixes for smoothness, 7 stars shining bright, 8 directions bringing wealth, 9 hearts united, perfect and complete. These names correspond to quail eggs, sliced tenderloin, chive segments, various greens, chrysanthemum petals, bean curd skin and bean sprouts, chicken gizzards, cooked meat, spicy chili oil, symbolizing prosperity, rice noodles, covering lids and eating. Once all ingredients were placed into the large bowl of broth, and after waiting for about half a cup of tea, they could start eating. At this moment, the bowl of crossing the bridge rice noodles, filled with various ingredients, looked vibrant and smelled even more enticing, making everyone's mouths water. The tender, smooth slices of tenderloin, fragrant bean curd skin, spicy chives, chewy rice noodles, and the rich, flavorful broth all combined to create a delicious feast. After finishing this bowl, everyone felt completely satisfied, their insides relaxed and comfortable. Delicious. And really tasty. Kept coming from everyone's mouths. Xia Mingyue squinted her eyes happily and took another bite of rice noodles from her bowl. It truly was delicious. Even she couldn't resist having another bowl. Because the deliciousness of the crossing the bridge rice noodles was so irresistible that even Xia Mingyue couldn't resist, she made it again the next day. This time, Xia Mingyue added 2 slices of fish to the second side dish and included a few halved fish balls in the 5th and 6th cooked dishes. The rich chicken broth, enhanced with the fresh flavor of fish and fish balls, became even more tasty. Xia Mingyue received many praises from everyone once again, which boosted her confidence. She planned to prepare some for Shunzi when he came to deliver the skewers. First, to invite him to eat, and second, to send a portion to Dashin Garden. All the various side dishes were placed in small plates and packed into food boxes. The chicken broth was stored in a clay pot, and it was wrapped in a small basket woven from bamboo leaves to keep it warm during delivery, ensuring it wouldn't cool before reaching Dashin Garden. When Xia Mingyue was almost ready, the sound of a cow mooing came from outside the door. Xia Mingyue went to open the door and found that the visitor was not Shunzi, but a young man slightly younger than Shunzi, who looked somewhat similar to him. "Hello, Lady Xia," he hurriedly explained. "I am Shunzi's cousin, named Chuan. Shunzi has been feeling a bit unwell these days and is resting at home. He asked me to bring some things to you first." Seeing that the ox cart he brought was indeed Shunzi's and that the goods matched, Xia Mingyue ordered someone to unload the skewers and other items, paid Chuan, and loaded all the ingredients for the crossing the bridge rice noodles onto the ox cart. "Be careful with the hot food. After arriving at Dashin Garden, you'll need to teach them how to eat it," Xia Mingyue advised, carefully explaining the method of eating and the order of ingredients for the rice noodles to Chuan. Chuan, having already been told by Shunzi, knew this was food for Dashin Garden and didn't dare to be careless. He listened carefully and repeated the instructions to Xia Mingyue. "These are correct," Xia Mingyue sighed in relief. "Take your time on the way back. Please give my regards to Brother He." "Rest assured, Lady Xia," Chuan replied with a smile, then drove away with the ox cart. On the way, he didn't dare to delay and headed straight to Dashin Garden. Meanwhile, Shunzi was not resting at home but was busy driving a flock of white geese to a nearby pond to eat water plants, small fish, and shrimp. As the weather gets colder, someone comes to the village to gather the white geese. This is mainly to make roast goose and to select the soft feathers from the geese for making pillows. In general, raising white geese to be fat helps sell them at a good price. Thinking this, Shunzi saw some villagers working in the fields and greeted them warmly. When they saw Shunzi, they immediately smiled and said, "It's almost winter now. You're still wearing a straw hat and covering your face with a cloth. What are you doing?" People might think you're a thief and take you to see the officials. Shunzi felt a bit embarrassed and explained, even though it's getting cold, the sun is still strong. If I get dark from the sun, I won't be able to marry my wife. That wouldn't be good. As for the cloth covering my face, I caught a cold these past few days. I keep sneezing. The doctor said I should wear this to reduce sneezing and prevent my illness from spreading to others and affecting their work. Now that the autumn harvest is mostly finished, everyone is about to start planting winter wheat. Families are busy turning the soil and mixing the ashes from burned grass and wood into the ground as fertilizer.
It is a busy farming time.
Seeing Shunzi speak like this, others agreed it made sense. They praised the doctor for being thoughtful and said Shunzi was a careful person, then headed to the fields. After they left, Shunzi finally relaxed and squatted by the pond, pulling at his face cloth. The pond was clear, and the white geese had already swum away. Now Shunzi could roughly see his reflection on the water. The scar on his face had already scabbed over. He thought that after a few more days of proper care and medication, it would heal. But when the scab falls off, it will take more time for the scar to fully improve. He thought that finding someone to marry might have to wait until after the new year. He remembered that he had saved enough silver, but he was still far from getting married at his age. This made Shunzi feel very sad, and he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Hey, isn't that Shunzi? Now you're doing well, earning money every day.
Why are you sighing?
Well, even if I am sighing, it's probably just the kind of sighs people like us who have been driven out would make. His words were very harsh, making Shunzi furrow his brows. Seeing Luo and Wang approaching, Shunzi pulled his face cloth up and covered his face again. Why are you here again? Of course, to vent our anger. Ruo spat on the ground angrily. Exactly, Mrs. Wang rolled up her sleeves. Now that we have no tasks, we have a lot of free time, so of course we need to vent our anger. As they spoke, they headed toward Shunzi. Shunzi instinctively took a few steps back. The last time Ruo and Mrs. Wang came to find him was when he had just bought fresh vegetables from the village, on his way to deliver them to Dashin Garden. Without saying a word, they overturned the fresh vegetables on his cart and scratched his face into this appearance, because they believed they were driven out because of him. But he hadn't claimed those foods as their own, nor had he falsely accused or recommended a cook to trap them. He felt deeply wronged by these injuries. However, since they were women, Shunzi was taught from a young age not to hit women. He could only endure and hold back, without fighting back. Now, these two women thought they had taken advantage last time and were coming back for more? They really thought he was easy to bully, but he couldn't hit women. He clenched his teeth, placed his hand near his lips, and whistled loudly. His loud, long whistle startled Ruo and Mrs. Wang, causing them to stop in their tracks. At that moment, a crashing sound arose. The flock of white geese, already far at the pond, flapping their wings and rushing toward Shunzi at full speed. The white geese, running and honking loudly, quickly gathered around him. Attack now! As soon as Shunzi gave the command, the normally gentle white geese at his feet lowered their long necks, opened their mouths wide, and charged at Ruo and Mrs. Wang. Some flapped their wings and directly collided with the women. The white geese are brave and fierce, with strong, sharp, saw-toothed beaks. A bite from them is extremely painful. Once caught by a white goose, it's very hard to get free. One white goose's fighting ability is comparable to that of a guard dog. In the village where Shunzi lives, many families keep two, for guarding their homes. At this moment, more than a dozen white geese swarmed, almost surrounding Ruo and Mrs. Wang. They screamed and ran away, but couldn't escape. Soon, they were crying out loudly, shouting and crying in distress. Shunzi was not someone to be easily provoked. If you dare come looking for trouble again, it won't be so simple next time. He warned loudly. However, Luo and Wang did not respond at all. It was not that they didn't hear him or didn't want to reply. They were busy avoiding and defending against the attack of the big white goose and had no time to respond. They each ran away, stumbling several times in their panic, but they could only keep running as fast as they could. until their figures disappeared from sight and only their shouts could be heard from afar. Hishunzi finally felt it was enough and whistled again. The white goose, hearing the noise, flapped its wings and hurried back, returning to Hishunzi's side. Luo and Wang, no longer being chased or attacked by the goose, finally relaxed and sat down heavily on the grass hill. The exhaustion from running, the pain all over their bodies, and the embarrassment of being pointed at and laughed at from a distance made it hard for them to stand up straight. They only kept fixing their torn clothes and messy hair from running away from the goose. After a long while, Luo and Wang looked at each other. Today, they really shouldn't have come to bother Hishunzi. The rice noodle soup was sent to the Xian Yuan and quickly brought to Lady He. Its intricate way of eating and delicious taste once again earned Lady He's praise. Along with her praise, she also gave a silver ingot weighing 2 taels to Xia Mingyue. Xia Mingyue happily accepted it, feeling that this bowl of rice noodle soup was very worth the price. As the weather gradually turned colder each day, various vegetables in the yard ripened and were added to Xia Mingyue's iron pot, becoming different tasty dishes. White radish, shredded into fine strips, salted to draw out water, then mixed with pepper, egg mixture, and flour into a thick paste, formed into small balls, and fried into radish savory snacks, radish balls. When freshly fried, the outer layer is crispy and the inside soft, with a fragrant taste of white radish in every bite. Eating 10 or so at once feels very satisfying. These fried snacks are easy to store and keep well. They can be cooked into a fragrant stew with pork, cabbage, vermicelli, and dried tofu for lunch, or made into a hot, steaming savory soup in the morning. Both are suitable. Alternatively, slicing the white radish into fine strips and stir-frying with dried red chili peppers makes the radish spicy and flavorful, very appetizing and perfect for a meal. Napa cabbage at noon was quickly cooked in a pot, along with a pot of soft, sticky noodles. It was light and tasty, and never grew old. Alternatively, following the texture of the cabbage stalks, they were sliced into thin strips, stir-fried with chili, then topped with plenty of fragrant vinegar. It tasted sour and spicy, which helped stimulate the appetite and satisfy cravings. As for the remaining mustard greens, the roots of the mustard flowers were cut off, pressed, and dried into black dried vegetables, prepared for steaming buns or making black meat patties later. The mustard greens were shredded finely, salted to remove water, then spread in a basket and sun-dried for half a day. This process aimed to remove as much water as possible while keeping some crunchiness. In hot oil, peanuts, dried chili, shreds, and Sichuan peppercorns were stir-fried. Then, the dried mustard greens, sugar, vinegar, and other ingredients were added. While still hot, everything was packed tightly into a clay jar and sealed. The pickled mustard greens could be eaten the next day, and the sealed jar could last 3 to 6 months, enough to enjoy into spring. When taking out the mustard greens, clean chopsticks without oil or water were used to pick them up. They were served with chopped scallions, cilantro, and a drizzle of sesame oil, ready to eat. The crispy, sour, and spicy mustard greens were very appetizing. Even the roasted peanuts soaked up the rich mustard flavor, creating a unique taste experience. Whether served at noon with rice or in the morning with porridge, it was an excellent choice. However, because the flavor of the pickled mustard greens was so good, and since Xia Mingyue's small vegetable patch produced only a limited amount, her pickled greens were quickly finished. She had to go to the market to buy more mustard greens. During the harvest season, many farmers sold vegetables like radishes, mustard greens, and Napa cabbage. Xia Mingyue stopped in front of a middle-aged woman. The mustard greens in front of her were quite large and very clean. Xia Mingyue crouched down and selected carefully. Mustard greens cost 2 coins and 3 fin per jin. If you want more, I can give you a better price, the woman offered, placing some larger mustard greens in front of Xia Mingyue. The pile of greens looked to be about 15 or 16 jin. Xia Mingyue didn't bargain. She simply paid the amount the woman asked and bought all the greens. After paying, Xia Mingyue and the woman gathered the mustard greens into a bamboo basket. Next to the women selling carrots and cabbage, seeing Xia Mingyue shopping so freely, they both tried to attract her. "Young lady, do you want some cabbage? Just freshly picked from the field today. The leaves are large, and the stems are few. Look at my carrots. They are very crisp and sweet when eaten raw, with lots of water." Since Xia Mingyue already had some carrots and cabbage at home, she smiled and politely declined, not buying anything for now. Seeing this, the women stopped their sales talk and resumed chatting with each other. Is what the older sister just said true? Of course it is. My sister-in-law is from Jiangjia village. She saw it with her own eyes when she returned home a few days ago. There's no falsehood. Wow, if that's true, then that Tianshi girl really is very unfortunate. There's nothing to pity. She raised a daughter who gambles and owes money, then sold the family land for pleasure. Now she's divorced, which is common. The real pity is Mr. Jiang. He's about to take an exam, and this family issue just happened. If it affects his exam, it could ruin his whole life. They say marrying an unworthy wife can bring disaster to 3 generations, and that's not wrong at all. That's not quite right. Teaching a daughter isn't only a mother's job. Why not say that Mr. Jiang didn't teach his daughter well? Also, you said earlier that Mr. Jiang's family has always been poor. If they are poor but still managed to study for so many years, then Tianshi didn't divorce or remarry. She seems to be a good girl. Why would she sell the land just for pleasure? All right, you didn't understand what I meant. Tianshi is always complaining about this pain, and that it's at home. She doesn't do much housework. Usually, her daughter does everything. How can she be considered good? But if that girl is willing to do housework, she should be hardworking. Why would she gamble? Forget it. You just don't understand. I won't talk to you anymore. The woman selling carrots felt the other didn't understand her at all. She got more annoyed and turned her face away in anger. The woman selling cabbage was confused. She hadn't said anything wrong, just had some questions. Why was she getting angry? After hearing both women, Xia Mingyue paused and then asked, "Excuse me, madam, is the Mr. Jiang you mentioned Jiang Yi from Jiangjia village?" "Yes, that's him." Hearing someone show interest after their chat, the woman who was feeling upset suddenly became interested. "Do you know him, young lady?" "I have seen him before, but I don't know him well." Xia Mingyue said, "I just heard you mention a divorce letter, so I ask out of curiosity, was that Jiang the scholar who divorced his wife?" "Yes." The woman nodded firmly. "At that time, we had the village elder and the clan leader witness it. It must be correct. I heard from my sister-in-law that Jiang the scholar is usually gentle. Even if the Tian family woman was difficult, he never lost his temper with her. But this time, he was probably so angry that he acted out. Jiang the scholar's family only has those 3 acres of land. The whole family depends on it for food and drink. The Tian woman dared to sell it and even spent the money recklessly. Jiang the scholar has a good temper. If it were me, I would have beaten her to death. But that Tian woman still denies everything and refuses to leave Jiang the scholar's old house. Jiang the scholar had no choice but to leave 100 coins at the ancestral hall and ask the clan members to help take care of her, so she wouldn't starve. Jiang the scholar is truly a good man. By the way, Jiang the scholar was also very angry about his daughter's gambling debts. He broke off relations with her in front of the village elder and clan leader, saying he would have nothing more to do with her. But if she ever decided to change, he would still be willing to call her daughter again. Jiang the scholar really is a kind man. After the woman finished telling Xia Mingyue the whole story, she emphasized that last point again. Xia Mingyue frowned as she listened. It was expected that Jiang Yihe would abandon Tian, but she didn't think it would happen so quickly. Seeing that Xia Mingyue didn't respond or show approval to her conclusion, the woman asked, "Madam, do you think Jiang the scholar is a good man?" "I still have my eyes," Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. "If Jiang Yihe is a good man, then perhaps there are no bad people in the world." "Her eyes aren't blind?" The woman was stunned. After watching Xia Mingyue walk away with a bamboo basket, she looked confused. She had been talking to her all along. Even if she was just speaking, her ears weren't deaf, so what's wrong with her eyes? It's so strange. After returning home, Xia Mingyue called Jiang the fruit into the house and told him everything she had overheard on the street, word for word. I think Jiang Yi sold the land but told others that Lady Tian sold it, and also mentioned your situation, giving Lady Tian a letter of separation. Xia Mingyue said, logically, since you have the letter of separation, Jiang Yi and Lady Tian's matters are not your concern. But since I happen to hear about it, I think you should know. It's better for you to be aware. As for everything else, you can make your own choice. I understand, Sister Xia, Jiang Guo'er said after thinking for a while. She raised me and took care of me, but she's confused and careless, which makes people dislike her. Still, she's a poor person. Now, their family has no land, and they probably can't even afford to eat. I only gave her 2 months' wages to repay her for raising me since I was young. After that, I won't have any more connection with her. If she wants to take this money and find a new place to settle down and live on her own, I support her. But if she takes the money and still wants to give everything to Jiang Yi, then that's her choice too. It's her own path, her own decision. Yes, Xia Mingyue nodded, understanding Jiang Guo'er's meaning. But if you want to give her the money, you can't go yourself. You should ask Brother Wu to do it. Wu Xiong is now feared by Jiang Yi and Lady Tian. If he handles it, Lady Tian won't dare to cause trouble. As for how Wu Xiong will give the money to Lady Tian and why, perhaps it can be done in an unintentional way. In any case, Jiang Guo'er's matter must not be mentioned at all, to prevent Lady Tian from becoming greedy and thinking she can still squeeze more from her daughter or come to trouble Jiang Guo'er. Jiang Guo'er agreed very much with Xia Mingyue's suggestion. Soon, they found a good time and went together to find Wu Xiong to see if he was available to help. Lady Xia and Lady Jiang are too polite, Wu Xiong said, patting his chest loudly and agreeing wholeheartedly. I happen to have nothing urgent tomorrow, so I can go. It's no big deal. Thank you, Brother Wu, Jiang Guo'er said, bowing repeatedly. Lady Jiang, there's no need to be so polite, Wu Xiong was flattered. He reached out to help Jiang Guo'er, but then hesitated, feeling it wasn't quite right, so he withdrew his hand and wiped his palms on his clothes. Finally, he added, rest assured, Lady Jiang, I will make sure this is done well for you. Thank you, Brother Wu, for your help, Jiang was said again. After seeing Xia Mingyue and Jiang were off, Wu Xiong focused on planning his trip to Jiangjia village tomorrow. He reviewed the affairs at the gambling house to make sure everything important was settled. Early the next morning, he took 2 people and left Jinqiu County town. Jiangjia village was familiar to Wu Xiong because he had visited once before to confirm Jiang Yi's marriage with Jiang Guo. He knew the way well. The 3 strong men rode in a bull cart heading to Jiang Guo's home. Seeing their fierce look, the driver of the cart was a small, thin farmer. He was nervous the whole way, not daring to speak or make a sound. But he was very curious about their purpose. Unable to hold back, he asked cautiously, May I ask, what are you all going to Jiangjia village for? Can't you tell? One of Wu Xiong's younger brothers spat on the ground and said, Of course, we're here to collect a debt. Collect a debt? The farmer shrank back. Looking so fierce, he seemed like he was going to demand his life back. But nowadays, people work hard just to make money, which is like risking their lives. So, collecting debts is just collecting money, and it's almost the same as risking your life. Why ask so many questions? Do you want to get into trouble with debt collectors? Another younger brother joked when he saw the farmer's frightened face. No, I don't want that. The farmer shook his head quickly. He never wanted that in this life. No, in the next life, or even the one after that. In half an hour, Wu Xiong and his men arrived at Jiangjia village. They knew the way well and went straight to Jiang Guo's house, kicking the broken fence gate loudly. Mrs. Tian saw Wu Xiong before and peeked through the door, but she didn't dare come out. She shouted from inside, Why are you here to collect a debt? We are no longer related to Jiang Guo. If you want money, go ask her. Why are you here? Who knows if you're really cut off or just pretending? Wu Xiong shouted.
I don't care about that.
You're Jiang Guo's mother. If we don't come to find you, we'll have to go look for Jiang Yi. That's true. The head of the family makes the decisions. We came to the wrong place today. Let's go to town and find Jiang Yi. As soon as the words fell, Mrs. Tian immediately ran out of the house and stopped Wu Xiong and the others. You can't go. Jiang Yihe was busy with his exams. If these troublemakers disturbed him, what should they do? Absolutely not.
Not even in death.
Mrs. Tian bit her lip and looked fiercely at Wu Xiong and the others. I already said we have cut ties with Jianghua. Even if we go to the government office, we have our reasons. If you dare to bother my husband, not only can I report you, but everyone in Jiang village won't spare you either. Hearing this, Wu Xiong burst out laughing. The three of them laughed so hard they leaned back and forth, unable to stop.
What are you laughing at?
Mrs. Tian asked confused. Everyone in Jiang village? Wu Xiong stopped laughing and looked mockingly. I've been here so long, and I haven't seen anyone look at us once. A village made up of clans, where every family is related or connected. No outsiders come, and even a fly would be noticed. Everyone in the village already knows about Wu Xiong and the others entering Jiang village, but no one has come forward. Everyone understands that such matters are beyond their control. Moreover, Mrs. Tian is now a woman cast aside by her family, no longer belonging to Jiang village. No one would believe her words, nor would anyone speak up for her. Furthermore, Jiang Yihe pretends to be righteous and upright. Being forced to cut ties with Jianghua is truly painful for him, and it's clear to everyone that he just wants to get rid of a burden. People often hear about sons who owe debts and are visited by debt collectors. Parents scold and curse, but in the end, they sell everything they have to pay off the debts. Basically, Jiang Yihe didn't want to admit that his daughter was uneducated, and he thought Jianghua was just a girl not worth the trouble of paying debts. Although a few were fooled by Jiang Yihe, most people knew the truth. Their minds were clear as a mirror, and they could see what was really going on. Wu Xiong knew this well. When he saw Mrs. Tian say these things, he just thought it was funny. Hearing this, Mrs. Tian's face turned pale. She looked around and saw that no one was outside their houses. Even if one or two people need to go to work and look busy, they quickly turn their heads away when they see the Tian family watching them, eager to leave quickly to avoid trouble. These people. Tian clenched her fingers into her palm. They are all from the same village and share the same surname, yet at this moment, none of them are willing to lend a hand. As her husband said, it's all because they look down on her family, either because they think she's poor or afraid she'll become rich and rise in status. They're worried that if Jiang Yihe succeeds later, her family will also prosper, and they'll have to bow to her. These people, they don't even think that, even if it's a bit embarrassing later, her family's small resources could still support them. Just a little leak in the fingers would be enough to keep them fed and clothed. They are truly shallow-minded. Tian was angry inside, but when she saw Wu Xiong and the others unwilling to stay longer in Jiangjia village and wanted to find Jiang Yihe, she gritted her teeth. Finally, she made a bold decision. She suddenly knelt down with a loud thud right in front of Wu Xiong. Wu Xiong was caught off guard, stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Tian burst into tears, crying and begging repeatedly. Please, I beg you, don't go looking for my husband anymore. He's studied hard for over 10 years, and now he's taking the imperial exam. If this affects him, it would ruin his future. It's almost like taking his life. Our family has nothing left now. We've sold the land, and only these 2 old houses and some household items remain. If you really want to vent your anger, just take some things. If it's really impossible, I'm willing to work like a beast, do hard labor, and endure any hardship. Just don't bother my husband. Let him finish his exam smoothly. While speaking, Tian kowtowed to Wu Xiong several times, pounding her head with great force. Her forehead was already swollen and bleeding slightly from the force of her knocks. Wu Xiong frowned. At this moment, Tian was crying and her clothes were tattered and dirty, her face pale and gaunt. Her hair was disheveled from the force of her headbanging, making her look very miserable. She looked quite pitiful, but she was also very hateful. In Tian's eyes, Jiang Yihe, a hypocrite who could be recognized at a glance, was a perfect husband willing to sacrifice everything, including her dignity, for him. But among all this, It is unclear whether it is because she follows her husband's lead, always putting him first, regardless of what kind of person he is, or because Jang Iha painted her a false dream that she became so enchanted she refused to wake up. This remains a mystery. However, Mrs. Tian, as a wife and mother, kneels to plead for Jiang Iha but has never shown any favor to Jiang Yao. Even after the incident, she fears and avoids him completely. People like her. Truly, Jiang Yao is not worth it. Wu Xiong looks disgusted, not wanting to see Mrs. Tian even a little, and even considers hitting her to see if she has any conscience. But remembering that his purpose today is not to scold her, but to carry out a task for someone else, he grits his teeth and finishes his act, saying, "Your family's broken benches and beds are probably not wanted by anyone if thrown away." Then he spits and says, "This is really unlucky. For the first time, I'm chasing debt from such a poor family. We haven't wasted half a day for nothing. Let's go and head to the next house." After saying that, he leads his two men away. Mrs. Tian sees the three finally leave and breathes a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Then she looks around nervously. Seeing that they are heading toward Jianzhou County instead of the town, she feels her heart, which was in her throat, finally settle. Just now, hearing Wu Xiong say they are going to the next house, she thinks they are no longer interested in her husband. She should also send a message to her husband, so he can relax a little. Thinking this, Mrs. Tian struggles to stand up and prepare to go home. But just as she rises, she notices something shining brightly in the sun a few steps away. She hurried over and sees that it is not just any object, but a silver coin. She quickly picks it up, bites it to confirm it's real silver, then carefully weighs it. It's about 1 tael. Mrs. Tian's face lights up with joy, her eyes shining brightly. Earlier, only Wu Xiong and his men had been here, so this silver coin probably fell from them. Yes, the gambling house people often go to collect debts and like to eat and drink, so it's common for them to carry silver. Truly, heaven is watching, and even these wicked people have lost silver coins one day. Ms. Tian remembered her recent embarrassment and felt very relieved, but soon she started thinking about how to use the money. She no longer had land, and her remaining food supplies were running out, so she would soon have no food to eat. But right now, Jiang Iho was taking an exam and needed money even more than she did. After a moment of thought, Ms. Tian made up her mind without hesitation. She carefully put the silver into her pocket, then went inside to tidy up. After fixing her clothes and hair, she hurried out the door. She headed straight to the town's academy, where Jiang Iha was studying. These actions were seen clearly by Wu Xiong and his two companions. Looking at her, it seems Ms. Tian is going to give money to Jiang Iha. One of them asked, "Big brother, should we stop her?" "No need," Wu Xiong raised his hand.
But
The younger brother was a bit annoyed. This was silver money saved up by Zhang's wife through hard work. She was worried that after Ms. Tian was dismissed, she would have no food and might starve. Yet Ms. Tian was planning to give this silver to Jiang Iha, ignoring whether she could survive. She truly let down Zhang's wife's kindness. Just looking at her made me so angry I couldn't eat. Zhang's wife said she's only sending the silver to settle their last mother-daughter bond. As for what Ms. Tian plans to do with the money, it has nothing to do with her, Wu Xiong sighed. From now on, Jiang Iha and Ms. Tian are no longer related to Zhang's wife. The other two younger brothers also sighed, feeling sorry for Zhang's wife. She was unlucky to have such parents. But then again, Zhang's wife now had Sister Xia to take care of her, and they would help look after her in the future. Maybe her life wouldn't be worse than before. The important thing was that her happiness depended on herself. Wu Xiong stayed for a while longer, but the gloom and frustration in his eyes didn't go away. Finally, he turned and left quietly. The two younger brothers hurried to follow. Ms. Tian walked back and forth, finally reaching the town's academy before noon. Jiang Iha received a message from the gatekeeper and hurried out. When he saw Ms. Tian, his face was as dark as a pot, and his eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Why did she come here? Perhaps she discovered something. Before Jiang Iha could think further, Tian was already busy approaching him, smiling warmly. "Husband." Her words drew the attention of the scholars who were about to go out for lunch. Jiang Iha quickly pulled Tian into a quiet alley nearby. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay at home these days?" "I came to bring you silver money," Tian said happily, pulling the silver from her and showing it to Jiang Iha as a reward. "Today, those wicked people came again. It's a blessing from heaven. I was planning to save this for food and expenses, but I thought of you, so I brought it to you so you can use it when you go to the city for the exam." Understanding the situation, Jiang Iha sighed in relief and looked calmer. "I see. It's kind of you to think of me at this time." Pleased with Jiang Iha's praise, Tian's cheeks turned slightly red and she looked shy. "You are my husband. Of course, I put you first in everything. I will also study hard and definitely won't let you down," Jiang Iha said, taking the silver and putting it into his money pouch. "It's noon now, and I should take you out for a meal, but I promised my teacher to discuss studies, so I can't leave right now." "It's okay, husband. You focus on your work," Tian said wisely. "I won't disturb your studying. I'll go home first. Recently, there have been many rumors in the village. You're sensitive, so don't go out and talk to others much. Stay at home. It's only 10 days, and I'll be back then," Jiang Iho advised. "Remember, stay at home to avoid trouble." "Don't worry, husband. I'll do as you say," Tian replied with a smile. "Hurry back to the academy." "I'll go home now." Jiang Iha nodded. Then he strode out of the alley, and seeing no familiar faces nearby, he confidently entered the academy gates. Tian paused briefly, then headed home. By the time she arrived, the sun was already halfway west. Tian, hungry and stomach growling, wanted to make a simple pancake to eat. But when she saw the leftover rice in the jar, she hesitated. In the end, she scooped a little flour, mixed it with some vegetable leaves, and cooked a simple vegetable batter. After a quick bite, she felt exhausted from dealing with Wu Xiong and running back and forth to town. She decided to rest on her bed. This rest lasted until nightfall. The night was mostly cloudy, with the moon hidden behind clouds, providing little light. Even the stars were barely visible, and the ground looked quite dark. After Ms. Tian woke up, seeing the darkness outside, she turned over and closed her eyes again. She hadn't eaten much in the afternoon, and now she was very hungry. Her stomach was growling loudly, like a drum beating. "Just a little longer," Ms. Tian whispered to herself. "When morning comes, there will be vegetable leaves and millet porridge to eat." She didn't know if it was because she thought the food wouldn't be enough or tasted bad, but her stomach protested more, and the growling grew louder. Ms. Tian sighed and comforted herself. "Just endure a few more days. After my husband passes the exam, we can eat all the delicious food we want. Seafood, spicy dishes, chicken, duck, fish, steamed meat, braised meat, fried meat. It's not a big deal." All she needed to do was wait patiently, as her husband said, for a few days, until he brought good news. Thinking of this, Ms. Tian felt very happy, and her smile grew wider. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. It was rustling, neither too loud nor too soft. In the past, Ms. Tian would have been alert and gone to check, but now the house was empty. No food, not even a few pounds of grain. There was no point worrying about thieves, and even mice wouldn't bother to come. Ms. Tian didn't think anyone had entered the house. It was late autumn, and the wind was strong. The rustling sound sounded like the wind blowing through the trees, so she paid less attention. But soon, the noise grew closer to the house. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. 2 dark figures entered. Ms. Tian was startled and quickly sat up. What are you? What are you doing?" But the 2 figures didn't speak. They moved directly toward her, grabbing her from the bed. Ms. Tian was frightened, and after a moment, she regained her senses and opened her mouth to scream for help. But before she could make a sound, one of the figures raised a hand and struck her at the back of her neck. She immediately collapsed, soft and limp, falling to the ground like a lump of mud. The 2 figures took out ropes, quickly tying her hands and feet. They then stuffed a torn cloth into her mouth and put her into a large sack. Mr. Tian was thin and light, so he didn't need 2 people to carry him. Just one was enough. Another shadow, A dark figure poured lamp oil inside the house and near the door, then lit it with a fire stick. The oil caught fire, the flames grew larger quickly, and a fierce blaze spread throughout the house. The two shadows hurriedly left the scene. The next day, Jong Iha woke up early and began packing his things. He packed paper, ink, brushes, some books, his clothes, and most importantly, his money bag, preparing to leave with the other students from the academy. This autumn exam was held nearby the city to make it easier for students from different places. Even so, the journey from the town to the city was quite far. Traveling together with other students, they could rent a carriage and a house, which was the easiest and cheapest way. For this exam, the teacher Run, who had friends in the city, planned to go with them. Teacher Run had already arranged a carriage and was waiting outside. The students urged each other to hurry. Jong Iha couldn't help but speed up his actions. At that moment, Teacher Run arrived at the house. Seeing this, Jong Iha quickly said, "Hello, Teacher Run. I'm almost ready. Please wait a moment." "Take your time," Teacher Run said, stroking his beard. "There's something I need to talk to you about." "Please, teacher." Jong Iha stopped what he was doing and stood respectfully. "You've studied here for quite a while and have some experience. For this autumn exam, whether you participate based on your experience or your knowledge, you should go."
But
Teacher Run paused, then continued. "The court now pays close attention to a person's character and reputation. When checking exam eligibility, they are very strict. Because your reputation has not been good lately, others have some doubts about you. During this exam review, you will be excluded. You don't need to take part in the exam this time. Since you've already packed your things, you can go straight home." This news hit Jong Iha like a thunderbolt, and he froze in place. Teacher Run didn't want to say more and was about to leave. Jong Iha snapped out of his shock and stopped him. "Teacher, do you mean I've been expelled?" Although he had just heard this clearly, he still couldn't believe it was true. "Yes," Teacher Run nodded. Jong Iha's expression suddenly changed with shock. After a moment, he hurriedly asked, "I have always respected teachers and studied hard. I have never argued with my classmates. Why do people say I have a bad reputation? You were often bothered by gamblers before, and now you have cut ties with your daughter. I heard that a few days ago, you also dismissed your wife, who stayed with you through thick and thin. All these things are looked down upon by others. Master inside, I have taught you for many years and often told you how to behave and deal with others. You are already grown, yet you still do so many foolish things. But I couldn't help myself." Jong Iha hurriedly defended himself. "My daughter is rebellious, and I really had no choice." "Not teaching your daughter is your fault," Master Ren interrupted. "If your daughter is rebellious as a father, you should take responsibility for her. Don't you think you also have some blame? Moreover, even if your daughter is unruly as parents, you should teach her carefully. Cutting ties so directly, don't you have any family feelings in your heart? Your wife, though imperfect, has stayed with you for many years. She may not have contributed much, but she also endured hardships. How can you just abandon her like this and let her survive in the world? All these actions are unkind and unjust. Not to mention that the higher-ups might remove you from your position. Even I, hearing about these things, am so angry I want to scold you fiercely." Master Ren spoke passionately, his words firm and powerful. His face was flushed with anger. After finishing, he seemed somewhat exhausted and waved his hand, saying, "Enough, enough. You're already in your 30s. Logically, you should understand these principles. Since you've reached this point, I suppose your mind is already set. There's no use in saying more.
Go now."
With that, Master Ren turned and walked away slowly, his hands behind his back. Jong Iha stood nearby, lost in thought for a long time. It wasn't until he heard the neighing of horses and the polite exchanges of farewell outside that his dull eyes finally showed a faint glimmer of light. Removal from office, removal from office. Jong Iha muttered to himself, then suddenly burst into laughter. He had been removed from his position, just as he was about to succeed and bring glory to his family in the upcoming imperial exam. He was actually dismissed. Currently, Jong Iha can take the exam twice every 3 years. Logically, he cannot take it this year, but can wait until the spring of the next year. However, this only applies to those who cannot attend the exam for some reason. Things like being expelled mean failing the qualification review and will be recorded. In future registrations, he will be directly disqualified because of it. It can be said that Jang Iha will no longer be able to participate in the autumn exams. His career will be halted for life because of the troubles he has experienced recently. But the troubles, being entangled with gamblers and the breakup letter to Jang Rua, were all caused by reasons, all to help him succeed in passing the exams. He is just someone trying hard to climb higher, no longer wanting to be looked down upon as a common laborer. What wrong has he done? Those who speak behind his back are wealthy families who don't worry about food or money. They only need to study well and don't fret over financial matters. How unfair. They don't understand anything. They just can't stand seeing him come from a humble village and stand equal with them. In truth, they look down on him and try to suppress him. Sooner or later, he'll make them pay the price. He will make them pay what they owe. Jang Iha was furious. He threw everything he had just tidied up into pieces, even tossing the bed, pillows, and lamp across the room. After venting his anger, he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes were red, and his face was fierce, like a wild beast gone mad. The servant outside heard the noise and dared not come in. He only peeked from the door. Seeing Jang Iha's appearance, he quickly withdrew his head in fear and hid away. Anyway, the master had told him that as long as Jang Iha didn't tear the house down or set it on fire, he could do whatever he wanted. He just needed to come later to tidy up. But then again, since Jang Iha had done such shameless things, shouldn't he be expelled? He should have expected this result from the first day he did such things. He really doesn't understand what he's angry about. He just can't figure it out. The servant shook his head and left this place of trouble. Jang Iha sat on the ground for a long time. After thinking for a while, he slowly stood up, leaning on a nearby fallen chair. He silently began to gather his belongings, which he had just scattered on the ground. Once everything, including his bedding, was packed up, Jang Iha carried his heavy and large bag and left the academy. The autumn sky was clear and bright, and the rising sun was dazzlingly glaring. Such a beautiful day. Jang Iha clenched his teeth and stepped down the stairs. He headed east and soon disappeared into the street. At the same time, Wu Xiong also left his house and headed to Xia Mingyue's home. He wanted to report to Xia Mingyue and Zhang Guo about what happened yesterday. But he didn't go empty-handed. He brought some things. To be precise, it was a lot of things. Freshly picked, crisp, sweet apples, juicy pears without any grit, crunchy and sweet dates, and some large, thin-skinned pomegranates with a bright red color. There were quite a few items. Wu Xiong couldn't carry them all in a bamboo basket, so he called someone to push a small cart and loaded everything onto it. Wu Xiong also felt that these items might not be enough, so he bought some fresh chestnuts, some pork ribs, and saw some live fish, so he bought 2 of those too. Seeing the cart getting fuller, his little helper's eyebrows raised high. Brother Xiong, everyone knows you're going to visit Lady Xia and Lady Jiang, but if they don't know, what? I thought you were bringing all these things to propose marriage. His little helper joked, but immediately received a solid tap on the head from Wu Xiong, who looked quite annoyed. Why did he say that? Was he wrong? Wu Xiong just pouted and said, "What are you talking about? I just feel sorry for Lady Jiang's parents. I think I should buy her more things. Not to mention Jianghua is still young, so he has to wait at least 2 more years before doing anything. Even if he was really here to propose marriage, would these things be enough? He really can't speak properly." Yes, his helper quickly agreed. Just then he saw someone selling duck eggs nearby and suggested Wu Xiong buy some. In autumn, salted duck eggs are better preserved than in winter and won't spoil as easily as in summer. It's the perfect time. If you buy a little more, please ask Lady Xia to help with the pickling. Maybe they can also benefit from it. Thinking of those salty duck eggs with runny yolks, best enjoyed with porridge, makes my mouth water unexpectedly.
Greedy.
Wu Xiong scolds. Lady Xia and Lady Jiang are usually busy. Do you want to add more work for them? But on second thought, this idea is not bad. Buy the duck eggs and ask Lady Xia and Lady Jiang to help with the pickling. Then he can come to pick up the salted eggs. When he comes to get the eggs, he can also bring some other things. Wu Xiong thought for a moment and carefully packed the small basket of duck eggs. Seeing Wu Xiong smiling happily, the younger brother who had just been scolded. These days, it's hard for the younger brother. They quickly arrived at Xia Mingyue's house. Coincidentally, Zhang Guo went out to buy some seasonings and was not home. With Xia Mingyue there, Wu Xiong simply moved everything from the cart into the small storeroom on the west side. Xia Mingyue was surprised by how many things Wu Xiong brought, saying, "This is really too much. Save it to eat slowly," Wu Xiong whispered to Xia Mingyue. And Lady Zhang sighed. "Please remind her to eat more."
Got it.
Most of these things are probably for Jianghua. Xia Mingyue nodded repeatedly and raised her eyebrows. Did that Tian family woman take the silver yesterday and deliver it to Jiang Yihe? So Wu Xiong felt sorry for Jianghua and bought so many things to send over. Looks like she's heading to town, Wu Xiong nodded. I think it's better not to tell Lady Jiang about this. Actually, Jianghua probably guessed most of it already, knowing everything in her heart. The truth is, whether the secret is revealed or not, it doesn't matter. Xia Mingyue nodded again. I understand. After speaking, she tidied up the things Wu Xiong brought. Once everything was organized, Xia Mingyue took out a jar of pickled mustard greens she made a few days ago and handed it to Wu Xiong. Freshly pickled, crispy, and tasty. Best served with porridge as a side dish. Please give it to Grandma Han. Thank you, Lady Xia. Wu Xiong smiled, his eyes not showing. Earlier, Lady Xia pickled some soybeans, and your mother said they were very delicious.
She kept talking about it.
Now that there are mustard greens, she'll probably be happy for several days. Once I finish curing these salted duck eggs, I will deliver them to Auntie, Xia Mingyue said with a smile. No need, no need. I can come and pick them up later, Wu Xiong took the opportunity to say. Lady Xia is busy every day, so let me run this small errand. The more trips I make, the better it is for your family's business. Although Xia Mingyue handled her affairs confidently and impressively, recently she had gained a good reputation for caring for widows and those in difficulty at home. Still, there were some jealous, narrow-minded people who constantly watched her and her business. Wu Xiong thought he could use this chance to warn and threaten her a bit. Xia Mingyue felt Wu Xiong had some truth in his words, so she agreed. That's fine, but it will be a bit tiring for Brother Wu. Lady Xia, don't say that. I also benefit from this. I don't do things without a reason, Wu Xiong smiled. If you truly feel guilty, just call me when there's something tasty to eat later. This way, he had a reason to come more often, and the food he brought back could also make his mother happy. It's a win-win situation. All right, Xia Mingyue agreed readily. She didn't dare mention the benefits on her side. When it came to food, she was generous. Enough for everyone. After sending Wu Xiong and the others away, Xia Mingyue looked at the remaining items and reorganized them. She decided to keep the salted duck eggs for curing, moved most of the fruits to Jiang Ruo's room, and started processing the chestnuts and ribs to prepare for lunch. She peeled and washed the chestnuts, cut the ribs, and soaked them to remove blood. Busy with her chores, Xia Mingyue worked diligently while Jiang Ruo returned home. Ruo, come help me add some fire to the stove, Xia Mingyue called out. Jiang Ruo quickly put down what she was holding and hurried over to help add firewood to the stove. Sister Xia, what delicious dish are you making today? Just now, Wu Xiong brought quite a few things, so I thought I'd make some braised rice, Xia Mingyue replied while scooping a large spoonful of oil into the pot. Wu Xiong had been here. Jiang Ruo pursed her lips. That meant Wu Xiong had been to Jiangjia village. But now, Sister Xia hadn't mentioned it at all. It could only mean that Tian's family had finally decided to send the silver to Jiang Yihe. Oh well, it's all fate. What's done is done, and she had to accept it herself. Jiang Ruo lowered her eyes, but when she looked up again, her sadness was gone. She smiled at Xia Mingyue and said, Then we'll have a delicious lunch today. Xia Mingyue smiled and continued with her busy work. She fried pork ribs in hot oil to remove excess fat. When the rib's surface turned slightly yellow and the meat shrank back, she added cooking wine, soy sauce, sugar, pepper, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, cloves, dried tangerine peel, star anise, fennel, and other seasonings. Then she poured in boiling water and brought it to a boil. After simmering on low heat for about half an hour, she added washed chestnuts, diced carrots, and chopped mushrooms to soaked white rice for soaking and steaming. After about 1/3 of an hour of simmering, the fragrant chestnut and rib stew rice was uncovered. The rich aroma and steam filled the air, making Jiang Guohao, who was tending the fire, sniff loudly, saying, "This stew rice smells so good." "If it smells so good, then eat more." Xia Mingyue served Jiang Guohao a big bowl. "Definitely need to eat more." Mrs. Liu helped prepare some pickles and cold dishes to go with the rice, joking otherwise it would be a waste of others' kindness. Her words were a bit vague. Those who understood knew what she meant, but Jiang Guohao was somewhat confused. She thought Mrs. Liu was talking about her and Xia Mingyue, so she nodded heavily, took the large bowl handed to her by Xia Mingyue, and carried it to the table. Everyone sat down to eat. The ribs were just right, tender and juicy, cooked long enough to become soft and fall off the bone, yet not greasy. Very delicious. The chestnuts were sweet and fragrant, and with the ribs, they tasted even better. Occasionally, a hint of mushrooms aroma and the slight sweetness of carrots added layers of flavor, making each bite rich and satisfying. Most importantly, the rice absorbed the flavors of the meat broth, chestnut aroma, and vegetables. With each bite, the mouth was filled with delicious scents, giving a feeling of great satisfaction. Xia Mingyue thought she could easily eat 2 bowls of this chestnut and rib stew rice. Jiang Guohao, who was in her growth spurt, also had a hearty appetite after a busy morning, finishing her bowl and half. Then she ate 2 pieces of crunchy, sweet apple, which were juicy and refreshing. By mid-afternoon, Xia Mingyue started preparing salted duck eggs. She boiled water with Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, bay leaves, fennel, star anise, and salt, then let it cool completely. She poured in vinegar, then combined the salt and vinegar mixture into a jar with clean, washed duck eggs, sealed the lid, and covered the opening with yellow mud. Next, she just had to wait patiently for the flavors to develop over time. Based on the weather at this time, it would take about a month to wait. Xia Mingyue estimated the time and carefully stored all the jars in a cool, ventilated place. By October, the northwest wind began to. Late autumn brought a strong chill. Xia Mingyue wore a thicker jacket, and at night, she covered herself with a heavier quilt. She also made a warmer cotton-padded coat for Jiang Luogua, bought new fabric and cotton, and sewed a new quilt. The food stall run by Xia and the hot pot snack cart were busy and steady. The work in the central kitchen was also running smoothly. Everything was going very well. Xia Mingyue was happy. When she had free time, she counted her money. At first, she didn't realize how much she had, but after counting, she found she now had about 70 or 80 taels of silver. At this rate of earning, by the end of the year, after covering daily expenses, she could easily save up to 100 taels. By spring, she might be able to buy a smaller shop. And by next autumn, buying a larger shop wouldn't be a problem. Her business was growing bigger, and her income was increasing faster. Houses, money, cars. None of these were issues anymore. The future looked bright. Xia Mingyue happily imagined her future, but also started thinking about how to grow her business even more and how to increase her earnings again. Currently, the number of Xia's food stalls and hot pot snack carts in Jinhill County was almost saturated, so opening new franchises was not advisable. To increase profits, she needed to diversify her business. She planned to create a new type of food and develop more franchises. But then, the question arose, what kind of new food should she make? After thinking at home for half a day, Xia Mingyue decided to go for a walk in town. Compared to staying at home and making guesses, going out to research the market was much better for understanding what customers wanted. This walk lasted 3 or 4 days. Every day, Xia Mingyue left early and returned late, often looking distracted. She would go straight into her house and not come out for a long time. This made Jiang Luogua and Madame Lu worried. They discussed whether one of them should follow Xia Mingyue the next day to learn more about what she was doing and to comfort her. Just as the two of them discussed and decided that Lu would follow Xia Mingyue out the next day, they woke up the next morning to find that Xia Mingyue had no plans to go out. Instead, she was busy early in the kitchen. Jianghua and Lu wanted to help in the kitchen, but Xia Mingyue politely refused. They could only busy themselves with chores outside in the outdoor stove area. From inside the kitchen, occasional sounds of sizzling and bubbling could be heard, along with the clattering of a large spoon stirring the pot. These sounds were accompanied by different fragrant smells, all inviting and delicious. Looking at this scene, Lu sniffed several times and said, "It seems like sister-in-law is making something new to eat." Jianghua nodded and said, "Probably. But I don't know what it is. Could it be food that dogs can eat freely and unlimited?" Wu Jin also became interested. She no longer cared about the bones in the clay pot, which she had already gnawed on, and instead moved closer to Lu and Jianghua, peering inside like they were. The three of them and the dogs stretched their necks to look, making Zhou and Song and a few others secretly laugh. After a moment, Xia Mingyue came out of the kitchen, carrying several bowls. One bowl contained long, short, golden, crispy-looking, oily strips that resembled small rolling pins. Another bowl was filled with small steamed buns, but these were different from usual. They were pan-fried on both sides, with golden-brown crispy bottoms, making them look even more tempting. The third bowl held a thick, reddish-brown soup, with a slight sheen. Inside, there were shredded bean curd skins, small pieces of gluten, chopped wood ear mushrooms and yellow flowers, sweet potato vermicelli, and a drizzle of sesame oil and aged vinegar on top. It looked like a savory soup. Fried dough sticks, pan-fried buns, spicy soup. Xia Mingyue briefly introduced the names of the dishes, then went into the kitchen to get chopsticks, spoons, and bowls. She called everyone over, "Come try it and see how it tastes." With Xia Mingyue's words, everyone immediately started to act. First up was the fried dough sticks. As they appeared, the outside was crispy and golden, but the inside was soft and tender. Because they were fried, they sizzled and smelled very fragrant. You didn't need anything else, just these fried dough sticks. Eating 2 or 3 in a row would make you feel satisfied. Next was the pan-fried buns. Because she often tasted shengjian made by Xia Mingyue, she was not very surprised by this water-steamed bun. She found it just as delicious as always, and the crispy double-sided texture added extra flavor. The most impressive dish was the spicy pepper soup. It was hot and slightly spicy when tasted, but not overwhelming. Instead, it felt very comfortable to eat. After swallowing a warm spoonful, her mouth and throat felt cozy and warm. The mild, spicy aftertaste was exciting and appetizing, making her want to take another sip quickly. After drinking several bowls of the spicy soup, her whole body felt warm. The rich aroma slowly spread inside her stomach and mouth, making her feel very relaxed. However, the soup had a strong flavor. After finishing most of the bowl, her taste buds felt a bit tired from the intense flavor. At this moment, the vinegar added to the soup helped refresh her palate and cut through the richness. The black fungus and daylilies in the soup were fragrant and fresh, bringing back the lively taste of the spicy pepper soup. If she paired it with the crispy fried dough stick she ate at first, the flavor would reach a new level, opening up a new world of deliciousness. Lu and others praised the spicy pepper soup endlessly. They finished the half bowl they first tasted and then scooped up another spoonful to enjoy more. After discovering a new way to eat the fried dough sticks with the spicy soup, everyone tore the sticks into small pieces, soaked them in the soup, and pressed them down with a spoon so they could soak up the flavorful broth. Eating this way felt even more satisfying and exciting. Seeing everyone enjoying the food and praising it, Xia Mingyue couldn't help but smile. Indeed, no one could resist the deliciousness of a bowl of spicy pepper soup. Just like her, a former top chef. For a while, she stopped cooking high-end dishes and instead sought out street food and local flavors. The spicy pepper soup originated in the northern Song dynasty from Sharao Town in Xihua County, Zhoukou City. It mainly used wheat flour, beef, and lamb, seasoned with nearly 30 herbs and spices like sand, Sichuan pepper, black pepper, cinnamon, angelica, hawthorn, licorice, and wood aroma, cooked with different ratios of ingredients. A bowl of spicy pepper soup has an incredibly rich flavor, representing the hearty and intense taste of central China. This spicy pepper soup was one of Xia Mingyue's favorite discoveries during her travels across the country searching for street food, and it left her deeply impressed. Currently, the spicy beef soup prepared for Jianghua and others did not contain beef or lamb. Instead, it was made with a broth simmered from lamb bones, which tasted quite good. To add more rich flavor, Xia Mingyue also added some boiled peanuts. Occasionally biting into a crunchy peanut, it added a nice crispness and extra depth of flavor. Overall, Xia Mingyue's spicy beef soup turned out to be very satisfying, even to herself. When do you plan to sell this spicy beef soup at the food stall? Lu asked. After a moment, she looked worried and said, but this soup needs to be eaten with some staple food, like fried dough sticks or steamed buns, which go well with it. If we do that, 3 people at the food stall might not be enough to handle everything. Also, the fried dough sticks are different from the steamed dumplings sold at the current food stall. Steamed dumplings can be prepared in batches, kept warm in a steamer, and served fresh. But fried dough sticks must be fried fresh, which requires extra help. The soup also needs to be served in bowls, which means more staff are needed. It seems like 2 more people might be necessary. Right now, the food stall has steamed dumplings, wontons, and 3 kinds of noodles with different broths. If we add more dishes, wouldn't there be too many varieties? Jianghua also raised her concern. Having too many types could be a problem because the stall's tables and chairs are limited. The daily sales might not increase much, and the variety could make the work busier, possibly leading to some waste. It might not be worth the effort. Seeing that Lu and Jianghua are both experienced in running a business, Xia Mingyue felt pleased and smiled, saying, "That's why these are planned as breakfast stalls." In the past few days, she traveled all around Jinzhou County and found many places selling breakfast, stuff like buns, meat pies, tofu pudding, and bean porridge, all doing quite well. She also tried each one and found them to be quite ordinary. If she set up her own breakfast stall with her dishes, it would definitely be very popular. That sounds good. Lu and Jianghua immediately agreed. Currently, Xia's food stalls and snack carts start in the late morning and operate until about half an hour after noon. They don't really have breakfast business yet. If she could start this, it would surely be a great success. Later, we can add some freshly ground soy milk to go with the fried dough sticks and steamed buns. That would be delicious. Xia Mingyue added another sentence. That's right. Madame Lu and Jianghua nodded strongly again. A few people gathered together to discuss the next steps they needed to prepare. Meanwhile, Wu Jin, who had been ignored for a long time, quietly returned to the shelter and continued gnawing on the half of a large bone. Indeed, dogs are the most pitiful. No one considers their feelings, and no one makes delicious food just for them.
Sigh.
With a plan in mind, they started immediately. Xia Mingyue began to look for a carpenter to order long tables and chairs, went to the grocery store to buy bowls, spoons, and chopsticks, searched for a small stone grinder, ordered fried dough sticks, and arranged for large iron pots to make steamed buns and spicy soup. Xia Mingyue was excited and busy with these tasks, planning that once everything was ready, she would go to the street to try selling the food and see how the market responded to the breakfast stall. That day, the breakfast stall on East Main Street was especially lively. Seeing that several customers were students from the county school, Lu Fuling smiled and said, "Today doesn't seem like a holiday, so why are you all out for a meal today?" The head chef Wei from the small kitchen took leave to go home, and the assistant cook didn't dare to take over, so there was no food available at the county school today. "The teachers told us to go out and eat," the student honestly answered. Another student chimed in at the right moment. "Thanks to Chef Wei's absence, we can quickly come and enjoy some of Xia's food and save our taste buds." If they kept eating at the small kitchen like this, their taste buds would really become useless. That's an exaggeration. Is Chef Wei's cooking really that bad? Lu Fuling was a bit skeptical. "Not just bad, it's really terrible," another student replied. "The dishes that can be boiled in water they won't stir-fry. The dishes that should be bland, they won't add salt. Even the meat is made so tasteless that it's hard to swallow. If it's this bad, why doesn't anyone do something about it? Lu Feline still didn't understand. Or does the head of the mountain not know about this? The mountain head eats and lives with us every day, so he naturally knows. But Teacher Dai from the county school said students should focus on studying hard and shouldn't waste time on other things. Food and drink only increase greed and desire, which is not good for studying, they explained. The student frowned and replied, Teacher Dai said that food is mainly for filling the stomach. As long as you're full, the taste doesn't matter. So, the meals made by Chef Wei are truly the worst day after day. And every day, there's a new level of bad taste. Each dish has its own way of being unappetizing. There's nothing they can't make taste bad. That must be tough on you all, Lu Feline said with a quiet laugh, as he added some wontons to a few students. After this topic was brought up, the students continued to gather and discuss the small dining hall. Chef Wei doesn't know how many days he'll be away. It would be great if the county school let us eat there every day. We're relatively well off, so we don't care about the money for food, but some students from poor families are still waiting for meals at the small dining hall. They probably won't keep it empty for long, and will find a good chef to replace Chef Wei temporarily. If only we could find a cook who makes delicious food. It would be perfect if Lady Xia could come and cook for us. Have you looked at where the sun is today? I think you should sleep a bit later tonight, or you'll have strange dreams if you sleep early. The students chuckled and joked, while nearby, a young boy who looked like a page quickly turned his face aside, took the bowl of wontons Lu Feline handed him, paid quickly, and left. He carried the bowl of wontons a long way until he reached the carriage, then carefully placed it inside. It's still hot. Eat it while it's warm. Inside the carriage, Zhou Jiqing hurriedly caught the bowl, blew on it to cool the steam, and then gobbled down half the bowl in one breath. He finally relaxed and slowed his eating, even sighing, Lady Xia's food is really the best. Yes, the page nodded repeatedly. It's much tastier than the food at the county school. When I went earlier, I saw many students eating there too. It shows how popular Lady Xia's cooking is. Many students were there. Zhou Jiqing suddenly looked a bit panicked. Did they recognize you? I kept my face covered the whole time. Those students were busy eating and chatting, so no one paid attention, the page answered honestly. That's good, Zhou Jiqing sighed in relief. Otherwise, if the students found out that he was the head of the county school and saw him agreeing with Teacher Dai's views, he would feel embarrassed. In reality, he was exhausted from the poor food in the school cafeteria and had to secretly eat outside. It would be a bit shameful. Seeing Zhou Jiqing like this, the young servant felt a bit sorry. Since the head doesn't like Chef Dai's cooking, why not take this chance to invite a good chef to make some delicious food? That way, when Chef Dai returns, he can compare and realize his own shortcomings, then focus on learning to cook better and improve the meals in the small dining hall. How could I not understand this? Zhou Jiqing took another wonton, blew on the hot steam, and took a sip of the light, tasty wonton soup. But Teacher Dai Changyan was very determined. Once he decided something, he would stick to it no matter what. He was also very honest and fearless. Even if the head invited a good cook, Dai Changyan would speak frankly and keep persuading him. Zhou Jiqing could imagine how difficult it would be to endure Dai Changyan's constant nagging and how he would eventually send the chef away. It's hard. Zhou Jiqing sighed helplessly and shook his head. His face was full of regret. The young servant scratched his ear. Speaking of Teacher Dai, I've always thought that he considers food unimportant, just eat enough. Maybe it's because he's never tasted good food himself, so he thinks all meals are the same and has no desire for better food. If Teacher Dai had ever tasted something delicious, he definitely wouldn't say things like not to care about eating. Life is mainly about eating, dressing, living, and traveling. Among these, eating is the most important. If you can't even do that well, what about the rest? Even the emperor, who is often mentioned as the highest ruler, says that people rely on food for survival. Valuing good food isn't wrong. In the end, Teacher Dai has probably never tasted truly delicious food. The young servant thought more about this and nodded to himself. That's just how it is. Zhou Jiqing also agreed with the servant's words and nodded in approval without realizing it. Since Dai Changnian usually hasn't tasted delicious food, perhaps experiencing good meals for a while could change his mind. Then, the entire county school might no longer suffer like this. But here's the problem. As the saying goes, it's hard to please everyone. Making food that everyone likes is not easy. And if I want to make dishes that can satisfy Dai Changnian's taste, it will be even more difficult. How can I find a talented cook? Zhou Jiqing held a bowl of wontons and thought for a long time. When the carriage stopped at the door, Xia Mingyue was about to go out to buy some osmanthus oil for her hair. Seeing a well-dressed middle-aged man with a kind smile step down from the carriage, she bowed and asked, "May I ask who you are, sir?" "I am Zhou Jiqing, the head of the county school in Jinqiu County," he said with a slight bow. "You must be Lady Xia." "Yes, I am," Xia Mingyue replied with a bow. She led Zhou Jiqing into the yard. "May I ask what brings you here, head Zhou?" Xia Mingyue doesn't remember having any dealings with the county school. But if she thought carefully, she only had contact with two students, Zhang Mingyi and Fan Pingyang. Could it be that these two had recently been scolded by the teacher over food, even alarmed the head of the school, so he came personally to warn her and Xiaji not to sell food to the students of the county school anymore? Xia Mingyue prepared herself for a scolding, sitting stiffly and properly, slightly lowering her head and listening carefully. She thought she had to pretend to listen politely, whether she agreed or not. But Zhou Jiqing hesitated for a moment and then, feeling a bit shy, spoke up, "I've often heard that Lady Xia's cooking skills are excellent, with a variety of dishes and great taste. Since Chef Wei from the small cafeteria at the county school is on leave, and the position of head chef has been vacant for over 20 days, I thought Lady Xia could temporarily take this role and prepare meals for the school for about 20 days. It's settled then. Lady Xia's business is thriving, and she probably isn't very interested in cooking for the county school's small cafeteria. The cooks there earn not much each month. But don't worry, Lady Xia, I've secretly prepared 10 taels of silver, and there are 4 assistant cooks in the cafeteria. You only need to oversee the cooking or give guidance." Hearing this, Xia Mingyue was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Director Zhou actually came to invite her to cook at the county school cafeteria? In just 20 days, a high payment of 10 taels of silver was a very generous offer, showing his sincerity. Being invited so humbly by a county school director made Xia Mingyue feel very respected. Since she needed some time to prepare the breakfast stall anyway, taking on this task could be a good opportunity to do something else in the meantime. She had the idea to try it out.
But
Xia Mingyue pressed her lips and said, "I won't hide from Director Zhou. Being in the marketplace for a long time, I've heard some rumors about the county school cafeteria." She hesitated, then looked at Zhou Zijing with meaningful eyes. Zhou Zijing smiled awkwardly and said, "I understand your doubts, Lady Xia. There are some misunderstandings and frustrations involved. But if you're willing to work at the county school cafeteria for a few days, I believe all problems can be easily solved." He was confident, but in front of Xia Mingyue, he felt a bit embarrassed to reveal his true thoughts, so he comforted her. "Rest assured, Lady Xia, I have everything arranged. You won't have a hard time." Seeing that he didn't explain further but gave her his promise, she thought for a moment and said, "Since Director Zhou speaks so sincerely, I will agree to this." "Thank you very much, Lady Xia." Zhou Zijing was overjoyed. But about the wages. Although he was the head of the county school and received a decent salary each month, he loved reading, calligraphy, and painting. He spent a lot of time on these hobbies and occasionally helped talented but poor students. His money was not very plentiful. 10 taels of silver was a difficult amount for him to spend. Right now, he was happy to exchange helping Xia Mingyue learn to read and write for those 10 taels. Although Xia Mingyue was a businessman, he understood the importance of studying and knew that learning to read and write was good for everyone. He was a wise person with a long-term view. Zhou Jiqing smiled happily, saying, I will personally teach Lady Xia to read and write. This gave him a good reason to visit the small dining hall often. He taught with care, and Lady Xia was grateful. She might even secretly prepare some extra food for him on occasion. Thinking about a happy future, Zhou Jiqing felt refreshed and full of energy. On the way from Xia Mingyue's house to the county school, he kept a broad smile on his face. Dai Chengnian, who saw Zhou Jiqing, wondered why he was so happy. Is the results of the autumn exams out? Are the students doing very well? Zhou Jiqing, feeling a bit embarrassed and worried Dai Chengnian might notice, quickly hid his smile. But his lips still curved up slightly, so he lowered his head and said, The results haven't been announced yet. I just feel happy because the students are studying hard and eager to learn. Indeed, Dai Chengnian nodded approvingly. The autumn exams were over and normally, students would relax and wait for the results. But at the county school, all the students were still studying hard, day and night. The reason was simple, though the answers varied. If they passed the exam, they would prepare for next spring's test, so they couldn't slack off. If they failed, they needed to study even harder for the next attempt. Reading is very good for developing the mind, understanding things clearly, and broadening horizons. No matter when they read, it's always beneficial. Time should not be wasted. Dai Chengnian, as a teacher, was very pleased to see this. Dai Chengnian also thought that the mountain master was probably happy about this matter, so he no longer spoke much. He just smiled and said, The mountain master has been out for a long time. I just heard from the servant boy that he went out because of the small dining hall matter. Is he looking for a cook who can handle the kitchen there?
Exactly.
When mentioning this, Zhou Jiqing's smile became harder to hide. He could only turn his face away slightly. I found a cook who suits our needs. She will start working at the small dining hall tomorrow. That's good. Dai Chengnian sighed in relief. These days, although all the students seemed to be studying hard because they had to go out for 3 meals a day, discipline had become somewhat relaxed. Dai Chengnian was very worried that if this continued, the relaxed attitude would affect the students' learning. He was concerned that over time, this looseness might harm their studies. But I don't know how good this cook's skills are. Dai Chengnian quickly frowned again. I personally selected her, so you can rest assured, Zhou Jiqing hurriedly said. I won't say much, but her cooking skills will definitely satisfy you. However, I suddenly remembered I have some things to handle. Teacher Dai, you go ahead. After speaking, Zhou Jiqing didn't give Dai Chengnian a chance to reply. He cupped his hands slightly and hurriedly went to his own courtyard. Dai Chengnian returned the gesture and, after a while, stroked his slightly sparse beard, which had become thinner due to recent busyness. It's often said that true friends are hard to find, but heaven was kind to him, giving him many close friends. For example, Teacher Shun and Mountain Master Zhou, people who shared his views, were truly rare. Rare indeed. Dai Chengnian smiled knowingly and decided to tell all the students during the afternoon class that the small dining hall would reopen for meals the next noon. When the students heard this news, their faces seemed calm, but inside, their hearts were like a herd of wild horses, restless and unable to settle. They had thought that during Chef Wei's absence, they could go out freely to find food and enjoy a peaceful meal at Xia Ji's food stall for a while.
But now.
Happy times always seem too short. It's a pity and something to miss. Many students plan to take the opportunity tomorrow to buy more food at Xia Ji. Even if the county school didn't allow them to bring food in, they would eat outside until they were full, just to get through the afternoon. Watching everyone busy discussing tomorrow's plans, a student named Zhu Guangyuan casually flipped a page in his book and said softly, Have you ever thought that maybe this new cook might be better at cooking than Chef Wei? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Brother Guangyuan, you may not trust anyone, but you must believe in the ideas of the head of the mountain and Teacher Dai. Exactly. How could the head of the mountain and Teacher Dai possibly look for a cook who is better at cooking? Don't worry. The sun still rises from the east. I think you should wash up and go to bed early. In your dreams, everything is possible. Listening to everyone's chatter, Zhu Guangyuan reached up and rubbed his ears, blinking his eyes repeatedly. The head of the mountain and teacher Dai wouldn't specifically look for a cook who is better at cooking, but Chef Wei's cooking skills are poor, and the food is unappetizing. Finding someone worse than Chef Wei would probably be difficult. In short, compared to the taste of Xia Ji's dishes, the new cook's food wouldn't be better, but if we compare vertically, it might be somewhat tastier than Chef Wei's. Isn't that a good thing? But right now, everyone seems more interested in comparing the new cook to outsiders. That's simply not a fair comparison. How can people be so greedy? Zhu Guangyuan raised an eyebrow and suggested, "How about we make a bet?" Bet what? Let's bet that the new cook's food is definitely better than Chef Wei's. Zhu Guangyuan smiled. Those who agree, write your name on this piece of paper. Those who disagree, write their names on another sheet. Whatever the result, the losers will have to copy what the winners write. Deal? In recent days, Zhou Jiqing brought dozens of rare books from his old classmates, books that couldn't be found elsewhere. He was now organizing the students at the county school to copy and transcribe these books for reading and learning. During this period, besides their usual studies, the students also had to complete the copying tasks. When Zhu Guangyuan proposed his idea, it immediately gained everyone's support. They quickly laid out paper, took brushes and ink, and began writing their names on 2 sheets of paper. However, the number of names on the 2 sheets was vastly different. Most people believed that the new cook's skills were probably not better than Chef Wei's. Zhu Guangyuan looked at the sheet with very few names and carefully wrote his own name neatly. Summer Mingyue knew nothing about these matters and was busy giving instructions to Jiang Guo and the Lu family about some issues at Xiaji. After breakfast the next morning, as agreed with Zhou Jiqing, she went to the county school. Zhou Jiqing had been waiting for her for a while. After a few polite words, Zhou Jiqing led her to the small dining hall. The county school is the top school in the town, covering a large area with pavilions, towers, and gardens. There are many kinds of plants and trees, all very lush. The small dining hall is in the northeast corner of the school. It's just across a corridor from the side gate, so it's easy to reach. At this time, they were preparing lunch. The 4 cooks in the dining hall were busy working. When they saw Zhou Jiqing bringing someone in, they quickly stood up and bowed. Master Shan. This is the new head chef in the small dining hall, Lady Xia, Zhou Jiqing introduced. She will be taking over from Chef Wei for now. I hope you can help and support her. Don't worry, Master Shan. We will do our best to help Lady Xia cook well, said the leading cook, surnamed Niu, quickly agreeing. All right, Zhou Jiqing nodded. You all can get back to work. Goodbye, Master Shan. After Zhou Jiqing left, Niu and the others bowed again to Summer Mingyue. Hello, Lady Xia. Hello, ladies, Summer Mingyue replied politely. After a few words of greeting, she learned their names and a little about them. 2 of the 4 lived in the town, and 2 came from nearby villages. They were quick and careful workers. Summer Mingyue understood their situation and checked the ingredients prepared for the day. Originally, Chef Wei managed the small dining hall. Usually, he planned the menu for the next day in the early afternoon. I and Lady Guo would buy various vegetables, meats, and other ingredients, Niu said. Yesterday, Master Shan asked us to prepare food for today. Normally, we buy according to a list, but since we don't have a list now, we just bought some meat and eggs like usual and found some fresh seasonal vegetables in the market. The seasonal vegetables at this time of year are mainly radishes, cabbages, potatoes, and some all-year-round vegetables like bean sprouts and tofu. Niu was worried about buying the wrong things, so she chose easy-to-store and versatile vegetables like large cabbages, white radishes, and red radishes. The usual daily meals in the small dining hall consist of 1 dish in the morning, 2 dishes at noon, and 1 dish in the evening. Eating vegetarian in the morning, having 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish at noon, and a small meat dish in the evening. After thinking for a moment, Xia Mingyue ordered the 4 members of the Niu family to start steaming the buns and preparing the dough, wash the large cabbage, and clean the red and white radishes. She herself took out the meat and began processing it. The meat was a whole piece of pork hindquarter, with clear fat and lean parts. Xia Mingyue sharpened her knife slightly, cut a large piece of pure lean meat from the block, leaving some fat with skin on, to be used later for cooking in the evening. Once all the lean meat was sliced, the cooks had already steamed the buns, washed the cabbage, and, following Xia Mingyue's instructions, shredded the carrots and radishes into fine strips. The two types of radish strips were mixed with flour and various seasonings, kneaded into round balls, and then fried until crispy and tasty. For the cabbage, Xia Mingyue asked the cooks to tear off all the cabbage leaves, cut off the root of the cabbage, remove the strings from the stalks, and then slice them into thin strips. While the cooks were busy, Xia Mingyue seasoned the sliced lean meat with salt, soy sauce, yellow wine, sweet potato starch, and sugar, mixing well and letting it marinate for about an hour. She heated oil in a pot, first stir-fried a large spoonful of flour until fragrant and white, then added boiling water to make a fragrant, white mixture. She cooked the cabbage and meat separately, removing them once done. Garlic, chopped green onions, peppercorns, and a few dried chili slices were added on top of the cooked cabbage and meat, then poured with hot oil. With a sizzle, the aroma of the spices was fully released, filling the entire small kitchen with a rich fragrance. The four members of the Niu family couldn't help but sniff deeply and kept glancing at each other. When Xia Mingyue was first brought into the kitchen by Zhou Jiqing, they saw she was young, with a delicate appearance, and didn't seem to have much cooking experience. They thought she was just a relative of Zhou Jiqing or someone from a scholar's family, here to help for a few days. So, they didn't think much of Xia Mingyue, only obeying Zhou Jiqing's instructions to cooperate with her. But now, this young lady Xia was organized, had a plan, and her knife skills when cutting meat looked quite good. The dishes she was making smelled incredibly delicious. "Miss Xia, what is the name of this dish?" Niu asked first, curious. "I've never seen anyone make such a dish before." "Luoyang cabbage," Xia Mingyue replied. While answering, Xia Mingyue poured the prepared sesame paste, mixed with soy sauce, water, salt, and sugar, over the large dish. Thanks to the sesame paste, the already fragrant dish became even richer and more full-bodied, making the Naish and others swallow eagerly. "Can we try some?" Gua asked carefully. "Of course," Xia Mingyue replied with a gentle smile. She took some bowls and chopsticks from a nearby shelf, rinsed them, and then used chopsticks and a spoon to serve herself a bowl. Luoyang cabbage usually has some glass noodles, but I didn't see any in the kitchen, and they're quite expensive outside, so I left them out for now. Although it's missing the noodles, which would add a stronger aftertaste, the cabbage and meat slices are still tender and tasty enough to enjoy. As Xia Mingyue spoke, Naish and Gua's four people had already picked up their chopsticks, each grabbing some meat or cabbage to eat. The meat slices weren't dry like lean pork often is. They were very tender and smooth. The cabbage was fragrant and delicious, with a natural slight sweetness that was fully brought out. It was coated and soaked in the initial stir-fried flour water, hot oil, and sesame paste, creating a rich, layered flavor. In summary, they had never tasted such delicious cabbage or such wonderful meat slices before. "Lady Xia, your luoyang cabbage is really delicious. The cabbage and meat are both very tender. If we eat like this, one bowl of luoyang cabbage might not be enough. We'll need to add 2 more steamed buns. Can I eat 3? The four Naish were excited, giving Xia Mingyue the highest praise for her luoyang cabbage, but they also felt a little worried. "Think about it," Naish said after swallowing the last piece of cabbage. "The kitchen made such a wonderful lunch today. Will the mountain master and teacher, Dai, be upset?" "Yes." Earlier Chef Wei added some pork fat to the dishes, thinking it would taste better, but teacher Dai said just being full was enough. No need for fancy flavors. Mountain Master and teacher Dai don't often complain about the taste of the food. Maybe that's how they teach the students perseverance. If Lady Xia's luoyang cabbage gets served out, Lady Xia probably doesn't know what's going on here. When the time comes, we should all speak together so that Mountain Master and teacher Dai don't only praise her. This makes sense. All 4 of them were worried and busy thinking about how to handle things later. "It's okay. Today, just serve the luoyang cabbage normally," Xia Mingyue said with a small smile, not worried about the concerns of the Niu family and others. Last night, she thought about why Zhou Jiqing specifically asked her to be the cook. Considering the good reputation of the small cafeteria at the county school and the promise Zhou Jiqing made yesterday, Xia Mingyue believed that Zhou Jiqing wanted her to make the food tastier. But Zhou Jiqing didn't want to say this clearly, so she couldn't point it out. It's getting late. Let's quickly fry the radish balls, Xia Mingyue said. The steamed buns were almost ready. When the students came to eat, the freshly cooked balls would be just right, crispy on the outside, tender inside, and very tasty. They tasted really good. The four of them still felt uneasy, but seeing Xia Mingyue's relaxed face and confident attitude, they had to follow her instructions and go do their tasks. By the way, Xia's wife was brought here by Zhou Shanchang, so she might favor Xia's wife a little. As for Dai Fuzi, he was a teacher, so maybe he would give Zhou Shanchang some face? Usually, they heard that Dai Fuzi was straightforward and often argued with Zhou Shanchang, refusing to back down even when red in the face. If they wanted him to show face. The four of them sighed at the same time. Looking again at Xia Mingyue, who was carefully preparing the radish balls, Niu family and others exchanged glances and nodded firmly. Later, they would help Xia's wife to share some of the burden. Apart from that, just looking at Xia's cooking skills was enough to earn their respect. The sun gradually rose to the highest point in the sky. When the time came, the teacher finished class as usual and left with his books. The students began packing their things. Since breakfast until now, more than 2.5 hours had passed. The students were now very hungry, making loud noises like drums. But even so, all the students remained calm and didn't rush to the dining hall to eat. Why are you all so slow? Zhu Guangyuan said with a smile. Today, with the new cook, the food in the small cafeteria will taste different. Different. Maybe even worse than Chef Wei's cooking, Zhang Mingyi said with a worried face, pouting. Last night, after discussing with everyone, I secretly sneaked out in the late morning. Whether I brought food back or ate outside to enjoy myself, I wanted to fill my stomach as much as possible so I wouldn't be poisoned by the small dining hall's food later. Unfortunately, the school gate was closed early and Old Li, the gatekeeper, was nowhere to be found. We had no chance to go out. Now, I could only go to the small dining hall to eat. Zhang Mingyi sighed heavily. The dull sadness made the atmosphere around us very heavy. Seeing this, the other students looked worried too. Is it really that bad? Zhu Guangyuan chuckled and said, maybe the food is even better than Chef Wei's cooking? That's like the sun rising from the west. Someone else said. Soon, there were many sighs. Zhu Guangyuan shook his head and walked outside with his hands behind his back. The other students didn't want to go to the small dining hall, but their stomachs, which were very empty after being squished flat, made them feel so hungry that they reluctantly moved toward the dining hall. At worst, they would just close their eyes and stuff food into their mouths. Even if the food was bad, it couldn't be worse than bitter medicine soup, right? Life is short, so enduring a little discomfort is okay. Everyone was thinking this way as they slowly headed to the dining hall. When they got close, Fan Pingyong suddenly lifted his head, sniffed deeply, and said, "It smells so good." Good smell? Zhang Mingyi reached out and poked him. I think you're starving. Where's the smell of food? It really smells good. Fan Pingyong sniffed again, very sure. It's the smell of food, and it's very strong. I'm not mistaken. Since he was a child, Fan Pingyong had a very sensitive nose, especially for the smell of food. He was sure that what he was smelling now was indeed delicious food. And since the smell was so strong, the taste must be good too. Fan Pingyong's eyes lit up. Ignoring the others with him, he quickly rushed into the dining hall to see what lunch would be served. But when he saw the large bowls at the food counter, one with fried radish balls and another with boiled pork and cabbage, he was disappointed. Still, the aroma from those two bowls kept drifting into Fan Pingyong's nose. Looking at the two bowls of food again, the meatballs are round and shiny, with golden yellow skins and hints of red and white radish inside. The boiled cabbage and meat slices look very tender and appetizing. Never mind, I'll try it first. The smell is so good. How could the taste be bad? When the cook saw Fan Pingyong arrive, she picked up a clean bowl, scooped more than half of a Luoyang cabbage into it, added 7 or 8 meatballs, and also took 2 steamed buns. She handed everything to him.
Thank you.
Fan Pingyong took the bowl and looked for the nearest table to sit at. After sitting down, he first took a meatball and chewed it a few times before swallowing. Then he hurriedly put cabbage and meat slices into his mouth. After a moment of silence, Fan Pingyong stuffed 2 pieces of steamed bun into his mouth and then quickly rushed out of the small dining hall, shouting to the students outside who hesitated and didn't want to come in to eat, "Come quickly, come in and eat." He had never tasted such delicious boiled cabbage with meat slices before. If he was late, he might not get any. No, wait, since the cabbage and meat slices are so tasty, he still wants his bowl back later. If all those food-loving students rush in, judging by their eating speed, he probably won't get his turn. Thinking of this, Fan Pingyong didn't bother to quickly inform others. Instead, he turned around and went back to the small dining hall, heading straight to the table where he had just sat, holding his bowl and eating eagerly. The students looked at each other in confusion. Because Fan Pingyong was still chewing the steamed buns in his mouth and speaking unclearly, no one could hear what he was saying. His sudden departure made everyone even more puzzled. Following the principle that doubts should be resolved, the students curiously entered the small dining hall. Seeing Fan Pingyong gobbling down his food and smelling the rich aroma from the serving counter, they suddenly realized what was happening. The lunch was very delicious. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they quickly lined up at the counter. They scooped bowl after bowl of Luoyang cabbage, holding their bowls and gathering in small groups, sitting around tables to enjoy the fragrant cabbage, meat slices, and radish meatballs. Soon, the students became excited. I've never had such delicious cabbage and meat slices in the small dining hall before. The radish balls are also fried until crispy and tasty. They taste good on their own or soaked in this vegetable soup. Both ways are delicious. Indeed, this cooking skill might even be better than that of Ran restaurant. It looks like the cook today is quite talented. In the future, we can eat comfortably and confidently in the small dining hall. Master Sean and the teachers have truly changed. They now understand how to care for and consider us. When these words were spoken, the students who had been praising the Luoyang cabbage and fried radish balls fell silent in unison and looked worried. Have Master Sean and the teachers really changed? Did they invite a skilled cook to prepare tasty meals for them? Or do they not know that the new cook temporarily replacing Chef Wei is actually quite talented, and they think she's just at the same level as Chef Wei? If that's the case, praising her skills might upset Master Sean and the teachers, causing them to dismiss the new cook and find someone less skilled. Thinking about that is too frightening. The students shivered and whispered among themselves. Later, when Master Sean and the teachers come to eat, we must not act like this. Yes, we should chew slowly and show that we find the food bland. It's best not to ask for more rice. If we do, just ask for some steamed buns. We must act as if we don't care about the food. Even showing some dislike would be good. Remember. After discussing, everyone agreed with this plan and started pretending to chew slowly and carefully. But this made eating quite uncomfortable. After all, it's hard to enjoy such delicious Luoyang cabbage and fried radish balls if we can't eat them heartily or have more. It's quite sad. But for now, to be able to eat good food, this sacrifice is acceptable. Everyone's mood was complicated, and their faces looked a bit pained and twisted. Seeing this, Zhou Jiqing, who had come in with the teachers, was surprised and worried. Could it be that it's so hard to satisfy everyone's tastes? Even the dishes made by Lady Xia can't please everyone? He has tried all the dishes sold by Xia Ji and highly appreciates Lady Xia's cooking skills. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. With this doubt in mind, Zhou Jiqing sat in his usual seat. The cook brought the dishes to the table. The aroma was strong, the colors bright, and the taste delicious and intoxicating. Truly, Lady Xia's skills are unmatched. Zhou Jiqing felt grateful inside and ate a bit faster. But when he saw Dai Chongnian about to pick up his chopsticks to eat, he quickly hid his surprise and satisfaction and slowed down his movements as much as possible. This made him feel a little sad and uncomfortable. Zhou Jiqing immediately understood where the students' expressions came from. He thought to himself how clever these kids were, full of tricks, but he just sighed on the outside. "What's wrong, head mountain?" Dai Chongyan asked with concern. "It's nothing," Zhou Jiqing replied, picking up his bowl and hiding most of his face. "I just think the new cook skills are not as good as Chef Wei's. But then again, scholars shouldn't be too picky about food. As long as they are full, that's enough. Maybe I am being too particular." After saying this, Zhou Jiqing continued to eat slowly, taking small bites. Dai Chongyan nodded in agreement with what Zhou Jiqing said. After a moment of silence, he picked up his bowl, grabbed his chopsticks, and brought some luoyang cabbage to his mouth. The cabbage smelled fragrant, the meat was tasty, the fried flour soup base was delicious, and the sesame paste was rich.
Sudelli, dai chantian frose.
The dish in his bowl was somewhat tasty, but he also felt a little uncomfortable somewhere. His stomach. It seemed to be roaring and shouting, urging him to eat up quickly and finish the food. Dai Chongyan had never felt this way before. Instinctively, he took a few more bites. The dish in his bowl was almost gone, half a bowl. He frowned and said, "Today's food doesn't taste as good." "It's not as good as Chef Wei's," Shen Yongin said nearby. The other scholars nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's a bit lacking, but still edible." Hearing this, Dai Chongyan opened his mouth to speak, but seeing everyone's expressions that the food was not tasty, he could only stuff the radish balls into his mouth again. Crispy, fragrant, delicious. This flavor, to be honest, is much tastier than the dishes Chef Wei makes. But now, everyone says it's not as good as Chef Wei's? Dai Chongyan was confused and looked at the students eating nearby. At this moment, the students also frowned, showing expressions like tastes like chewing wax, just like Zhou Jiqing and others. Could it be that his sense of taste was somehow off? He thought the food others found delicious was not tasty to him? But this wasn't a big deal. What mattered was that he only wanted to eat all this wonderful food. Dai Chongyan was surprised by his own thoughts. But soon, he attributed this feeling to being very hungry, because Zhou Jiqing, sitting beside him, was the first to stand up to get more luoyang cabbage from the cook, explaining that he had been reading students' essays all morning and was too tired, so he was very hungry. Next was Shin Yongin, who also added more than half a bowl of food and even asked for another steamed bun, saying, "Maybe it's because the weather is getting colder, and we need to eat more, or we'll feel a bit unsatisfied." Yes, cold weather makes it normal to want to eat more. Just like in hot summer days, when appetite often decreases. He was now thinking of eating more, probably, because of the weather. Dai Chongyan thought this made sense and felt at ease to start eating confidently. After finishing his bowl, he also stood up like others to get more food. "Sorry, we're out," said Nyoshir with a look of regret. "Out?" Dai Chongyan was stunned. He hadn't eaten enough. Oh, he hadn't eaten his fill? And many students like him also wanted to get more, but upon hearing there was none, they all sighed. "There are still many students who haven't eaten enough. Please make some more," Dai Chongyan said. "We already made 2 more pots just now, but they're all finished," Nyoshir explained. "It's not that we don't want to make more, but we've run out of cabbage and pork. Every day, the small kitchen uses a fixed amount of vegetables and meat. Usually they don't finish everything and save leftovers for the next day. Today, Nyoshir and Gueshir bought enough cabbage for 2 days, but it was all eaten up completely. They simply couldn't make more." All right then. Dai Chongyan felt a bit disappointed, but he understood that the small dining hall had its own rules. So he only took a steamed bun to soothe his now roaring stomach. Other students saw this and also chose to take a bun and leave. Ancient people used to look at plums to quench their thirst. Today, they ate buns to satisfy their craving for luoyang cabbage. It was a modest comfort. The students ate their meal and then gradually left. The cooks took a quick bite and started cleaning the dishes and sweeping the floor. Xia Mingyue rolled up her sleeves and was about to get busy, but the Nyoshir and others stopped her. "Lady Xia, you've been busy for a long time. Rest for a while. We can handle these chores." Not to mention that Xia Mingyue had just cooked 2 more pots of dishes, which was quite tiring. Yet, surprisingly, Zhou Shan and teacher Dai didn't complain about the delicious luoyang cabbage and fried radish balls today. Although the students whispered and schemed quietly, they managed to hide their thoughts from Zhou Shan and Teacher Dai. But those two weren't fools. They could tell good food from bad. The reason they stayed silent was simple. Xia Mingyue's cooking was so good that they loved her dishes, so they didn't bother to comment on the taste. This set a precedent. In the future, the food in the county school's small dining hall could become even tastier, and the cooks would also get to enjoy some good meals. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Most importantly, when the students saw the cooks, they no longer looked downcast but bright-eyed and happy. That was a great improvement, wasn't it? All of this was thanks to Xia Mingyue. The Niushirfer wanted to take all the credit for her and wished they could praise her endlessly. Naturally, they didn't want her to do such rough work. Seeing their insistence, Xia Mingyue decided not to do the cleaning and washing herself. Instead, she boiled the piece of fatty meat she had cut off at noon, preparing it for cooking in the evening. Meanwhile, after the students finished lunch, they usually went back to their rooms to rest and prepare for the afternoon classes. But at this moment, everyone was too excited to rest. They chattered eagerly about the lunch in the small dining hall. First, she praised the wonderful taste of luoyang cabbage and fried radish balls. Then, she felt proud of her quick thinking at the time. Afterwards, she looked forward to and guessed what delicious meal they would have that evening. I say. Zhu Guangyuan spoke softly. Can we settle our bet now? Settle the bet? What are you talking about? That's not a bet. It's a lucky sign. I'm willing to copy it. Don't just talk about copying books for you. Even if I had to copy all the books in the academy now, I would do it. As long as he could keep eating such tasty food. Even if he became a high official and enjoyed a comfortable life, he would still be willing. However, have you noticed that the small dining hall's food is delicious, but it also has a flaw? What flaw? It's easy to get very hungry. I'm a bit worried about the afternoon classes, with my mind full of the small dining hall and luoyang cabbage.
Stop it.
You're doing something very dangerous.
Exactly.
We must not become so obsessed with food that we neglect studying. Otherwise, the teacher will think we are greedy and not serious about learning, and will immediately shut down the small dining hall. So we need to focus on studying carefully to ensure everything goes smoothly. That's right. The students quickly agreed on this point. They stopped discussing the food in the small dining hall and started focusing on their tasks. One group began copying the winner's books as a sign of accepting defeat. Another group reviewed their lessons carefully, studying without showing any signs of distraction. As a result, during the afternoon classes, all the students were more attentive and energetic than usual. The teachers only thought these students were very motivated and nodded in approval. In the afternoon, Zhou Jiqing followed the previous agreement with Xia Mingyue to teach her reading and writing in the small dining hall. Considering Xia Mingyue was a beginner, Zhou Jiqing brought 2 simple books, 3-character classic and 1,000-character essay, to teach using methods suitable for young children. Xia Mingyue had seen these books in modern times, but her memory was not very clear, and since the books differed here, she had to relearn them. Fortunately, Xia Mingyue had a good memory. She could memorize what Zhou Jiqing taught in a short time, then compare the content with the order of the words in the books, learning each character carefully. Zhou Jiqing saw that Xia Mingyue was very good at learning and good at summarizing. After a simple reading practice, he directly taught her how to write. Xia Mingyue could hold a pen and write a few basic characters. She was also familiar with comparison drawings, so learning was not too difficult. Because she learned quickly, she felt a strong sense of achievement as a student, which made teaching her more energetic. However, in just 1 hour, Zhou Jiqing had taught Xia Mingyue enough characters to fill a whole page. Today, Lady Xia will learn this much. When you have free time, you can review your writing more. Tomorrow, I will check your progress. If her progress was good, he would continue teaching at this pace. If her memory of the characters was limited, he would make some adjustments, teaching at a speed Xia Mingyue could accept. This is what it means to teach according to each person's ability. Yes, I will practice diligently, Xia Mingyue nodded to Zhou Jiqing. Thank you, Master Zhou. You're welcome, Lady Xia, Zhou Jiqing smiled. It's getting late. I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Master Zhou. After seeing Zhou Jiqing off, Xia Mingyue packed away her books, brushes, and paper, then went to the kitchen to check the meat. The pork had been boiling in water with yellow wine and slices until it was almost cooked. Now it was completely cooled down. Xia Mingyue and Mrs. Niu sliced the cooled pork into thin pieces, then stir-fried them in a pan to render out the excess fat until the meat turned a golden brown. They took out the pork, leaving some oil in the pan, and fried fragrant bean paste, slices, sugar, soy sauce, and Sichuan peppercorns. Once everything was evenly mixed and fragrant, they added chopped garlic sprout stems. After stir-frying the pork slices and garlic sprout leaves together until fragrant, the delicious twice-cooked pork was ready to serve. Twice-cooked pork requires precise heat control. The small kitchen used a large flame and stove. So many dishes could only be cooked through simmering to develop flavor. To ensure the taste of the twice-cooked pork, Xia Mingyue had to cook it in small portions multiple times. This method risked the dishes cooling down and losing flavor after the earlier parts were prepared. Additionally, to make the best use of ingredients, she didn't use fatty and lean pork belly, but instead used pork hindquarter with skin. Once cooled, the skin was tough to bite, which greatly affected the texture. So, Xia Mingyue decided to continue serving lunch to the students at noon, with the Niu family and others organizing the meal, while she stayed busy in the kitchen. This way, neither task was delayed. However, what Xia Mingyue didn't expect was that during dinner, the students arrived at the small dining hall 15 minutes earlier than usual, and they came in large groups. Everyone was lining up, just waiting to receive their food and enjoy it quickly. When the students saw that tonight's dish was fragrant twice-cooked pork with garlic sprouts, their suppressed cravings suddenly surfaced. Even their saliva seemed to flow like a mighty waterfall. The Nius and others noticed the greedy look in the students' eyes and knew that tonight's garlic sprout twice-cooked pork was in high demand. They explained the rules for serving dinner in advance. Each person would get a fixed amount, and no extra could be added. As soon as they announced this, the small dining hall sighed heavily. It was a pity that such delicious and fragrant pork couldn't be eaten freely. Still, thinking about Chef Wei being away for a while, everyone felt grateful to at least enjoy such tasty food. The students continued to line up in order, each choosing a table to sit and slowly savor their limited portions. To prevent any issues, they kept a happy but cautious mood, frowning slightly. Soon, Zhou Jiqing and the scholars arrived for dinner. The bright green garlic sprouts, full of aroma, with a slight chewiness and a fragrant scent, were served with thin slices of twice-cooked pork that didn't seem greasy at all. Zhou Jiqing and the scholars found it very delicious and ate with great enjoyment. Only Dai Changyan frowned deeply. Like at noon, he was enjoying the garlic sprout twice-cooked pork in his bowl, feeling eager to finish it quickly and then get some more. But earlier, the cook had said that the pork was limited, with a fixed portion for each person, and even the mountain master and scholars couldn't get extra. This made Dai Changyan, who didn't get seconds at lunch, feel a bit annoyed. His frustration made his brows tighten even more, and he gritted his teeth while biting into his steamed bun. "Master Dai, are you feeling unwell?" Zhou Jiqing asked with concern. "You don't look very well." Dai Changyan came back to himself and quickly replied, "Thank you, Mountain Master, for your concern."
I'm fine.
Zhou Jiqing blinked and asked, "So, is the food not to your liking?" "No, not at all," Dai Changyan hurriedly explained. "Maybe you're just not very hungry, so you can't eat much." The other scholars looked at Dai Changyan's bowl, which was already clean after he finished eating garlic sprout pork. They exchanged glances. Does he really want to use a steamed bun to wipe the bottom of the bowl because he's so hungry? Or is it that, for Dai Scholar, he simply can't eat anymore? It seemed he had never paid attention to Dai Scholar's large appetite before. Zhou Jiqing observed everything quietly and didn't say much. He only told Dai Changyan to rest early after dinner and not to stay up late reviewing students' essays. "Thank you, head of the mountain, for your concern," Dai Changyan said politely, silently finishing the remaining millet porridge. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. The students each shared a room with about 10 people, while the scholars had one room each. Dai Changyan returned to his room and continued reviewing the essays submitted over the past 2 days. This time, the essays were about current political affairs, focusing on the ongoing military campaigns of the court. The new dynasty had been established for a short time. The court was mainly focused on two things: expanding territory and restoring peace and stability. Therefore, in the exams for selecting talents, questions about current affairs always involved these two topics. Recently, Dai Changyan assigned his students to carefully examine their own insights on these issues. He had been reading these essays for 2 days, reading each word carefully, marking any confusing sentences, unclear parts, or even typos, and at the end, writing his understanding and comments on each one. Today, as he read the essays, he felt distracted and couldn't concentrate. The delicious taste of the leftover pork from dinner still lingered in his mouth. Whether swallowing saliva or licking his lips, he could still taste it. But the dense words in the essay before him seemed blurry, and between the lines, something seemed to be forming. Those things quickly gathered together, resembling the shape of the leftover pork. Dai Changyan was momentarily stunned, then closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. He probably was feeling unwell. That evening, Xia Mingyue didn't need to tidy up or clean. Since she also had to return to her home in the West District, she left early, persuaded by the Niu family and others, and headed home from the county school. During the transition from autumn to winter, night has fallen across the land. Shops on both sides of the street are either closed with boarded-up doors or lit with various lanterns, glowing brightly. There are not many pedestrians on the road, so Xia Mingyue quickened her pace. Just before reaching her home, she met Song Shi, who was working in the central kitchen.